Chapter 72. When it came to the Staff of Slaughter, even Ling Han revealed a cautious expression. After a martial artist reached spiritual ocean tier, he would be able to use his own origin power to refine his weapon, causing the weapon's power to increase explosively. The higher the martial artist's cultivation level, the more powerful the weapon he used would be. For example, the weapon used by a powerful warrior of heaven tier could even kill a warrior of deity transformation tier. If only I could find the Cloud Dragon sword from my last life. With this sword I would be able to sweep through Rain Country, Ling Han thought, but he immediately laughed. With his current ability, he could not even get close to the 100-meter range of the Cloud Dragon sword. Otherwise, he would definitely be blown apart by the aura of the Heaven tier warrior. However, even if I could obtain the Cloud Dragon sword now, I would not use it. Otherwise, there would be no point in training my body. While he was thinking, Bailey Tongyun and Jin Wuji had also begun a fierce battle. The Staff of Slaughter was indeed very powerful. Under the infusion of spiritual power, multiple symbols actually lit up on the body of the staff. However, these symbols should be all over the body of the staff, but now only a few of them were lit up. With the powerful assistance of the Staff of Slaughter, Bailey Tongyun instantly turned the situation around, but it was far from enough to win. Even so, it still caused everyone to gasp in shock at the power of the Staff of Slaughter, as expected of a weapon used by a powerful warrior. I heard that this kind of weapon is called a spirit tool. It is as if it has its own intelligence and can help the user increase their battle prowess. Unfortunately, it needs to be refined by a warrior of at least spiritual ocean tier. In the whole of Deyuan City, only His Royal Highness has this ability. According to what you've said, doesn't that mean that everyone in the royal house of the Deyuan King has a spirit tool? How is that possible? First of all, this weapon must be able to withstand the origin power of a warrior of spiritual ocean tier. Otherwise, if it were to be penetrated by such powerful origin power day and night, it would very quickly shatter. Moreover, to become a spirit tool, it would need to be nourished by a warrior of spiritual ocean tier for at least 20 years. Think about it, how old was the Deyuan King when he broke through to spiritual ocean tier? Even if there were enough materials, how many spirit tools could the Royal Highness forge? I see. However, Ling Han shook his head. This slaughter rod might have been extraordinary in the past, but now it was too badly damaged. The spirit markings on it were about to be completely obliterated, and its power was already less than 100%. However, in a place like Deyuan City, even a damaged spiritual weapon would cause a huge commotion. After all, just the materials used to make the spiritual weapon were extremely valuable. The two young men fought back and forth fiercely. In terms of strength, Jin Wuji had the absolute advantage. However, Bailey Tongyun had a spirit tool in his hands. Even though it was only a broken spirit tool, it still possessed a powerful might, allowing him to stand on equal footing with Jin Wuji. After the two of them fought for hundreds of rounds, Jin Wuji still relied on his rich experience to obtain victory. On the other hand, after Bailey Tongyun suffered this defeat, he could only be ranked 4th in this competition. He was quite dissatisfied with this, but the others thought that it was already impressive enough. After all, Bailey Tongyun was only 18 this year. In the next Deyuan tournament, or the one after that, who would be able to compete with him? However, Jin Wuji had won even more praise. As expected of Jin Wuji, he is really too powerful. Even a spiritual weapon cannot suppress him. Come, Li Dongyu is no longer a match for him. I wonder who is stronger, him or the 4th prince? If it was before, I would definitely think that it would be the 4th prince. But now, I think that Jin Wuji also has a very high chance of winning. And I think so too. After his battle with Bailey Tongyun, Jin Wuji's reputation had risen to another level. He had already surpassed Li Dongyu, and was now on par with the 4th prince. This also caused Li Dongyu to feel great regret. If she had known this would happen, she would have gone to Huyang University 3 years ago. Jin Wuji began to recover. Very soon, he would issue a challenge to Li Dongyu, and then face the 4th prince. The others also issued their challenges. Ling Han did not remain idle either. Because there was a limit of half an hour to rest, he had to make good use of his time. He did not want the first two to fight for too long. If they kept him waiting, he would not have the time to fight for first place. He issued a challenge to the seventh ring. This was a young man around 20 years old. He carried a long sword on his back. His figure was tall and slender, and he appeared to be quite elegant. The most common weapons used by martial artists were sabers and swords. However, the higher one's cultivation level was, the more strange and exotic weapons one would have. For example, there were umbrellas, towers, mirrors, and even pens. With a wave of these weapons, rivers and mountains could be split apart, and their power was astonishing. "I am Lien Tao. Brother Ling, please instruct me," the young man said, cupping his hands. "Please." Ling Han also cupped his hands. "Ha!" Lien Tao drew his sword, becoming one with it as he flew towards Ling Han. Poly level 7 Ling Han was fearless, and he raised his sword to meet him. Although he was at the 4th layer of poly level, with the addition of the 5 elements origin nuclei, his power was comparable to the 8th layer of poly level. He was no longer weaker than his opponent. Moreover, he also had the lone wolf blood, which could further increase his power. In terms of power, he would definitely not lose to the 9th layer of poly level 9. Otherwise, he would not have dared to pat his chest and say that he would take first place. Ding 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 ding, the two of them fought fiercely. Their swords continuously clashed and sparks flew. Lien Tao was able to fight his way into the top 10 because his cultivation level was high enough, but he could not be considered a genius. That was because he had not formed sword chi, and the sword technique he used was only yellow grade low level. In fact, it had only reached the level of small mastery. The advantage of having a high cultivation level was that his power was strong. But now, his power was not even comparable to Ling Han, so how could he have any chance of winning? After a few moves, he was already completely at a disadvantage. This person has 3 black-grade alchemists standing behind him, and it is impossible for me to get first place anyway. Then, there is no difference between 7th and 8th. I might as well do him a favor and directly admit defeat, so that he can save some origin power, Lien Tao thought. He suddenly retreated, sheathed his sword and said, "I am not a match for Brother Ling, I admit defeat." He admitted defeat just like that? When Ling Han noticed that his opponent was smiling deliberately, he could not help but suddenly realize that his opponent was doing him a favor on purpose. He could not help but laugh. If he really went all out, he would be able to kill his opponent in a single move. But regardless of whether he needed it or not, he had still done him a favor, so he nodded at Lien Tao. The two of them switched arenas. Ling Han did not rest. This battle did not consume much of his origin power at all, so he immediately issued a challenge to the 6th arena. The arena master was Xia Zhongguang, a genius that had appeared in the last 2 years. He had a cultivation level of the 8th layer of poly. "Brother Ling, please," Xia Zhongguang said very politely. Although he was young and proud and thought very highly of himself, there were 3 black-grade alchemists behind Ling Han, so he obediently put away his arrogance. "Please," Ling Han also said politely. Respect between people was mutual. The two of them attacked at the same time. Xia Zhongguang used a spear, and he had also formed spear chi. The metal spear that was 12 meters long swung out with domineering power, fully displaying the characteristic of an inch longer, an inch stronger. Chapter 73. Ling Han displayed the shocking electricity sword art. He did not show any weakness, nor was he at a disadvantage. Xia Zhongguang was indeed very strong. With a shake of his spear, he actually shot out 2 streams of spear chi. His gasps of surprise resounded from below. 2 streams of chi. Amongst the younger generation of Diyuan City, Xia Zhongguang could be said to be outstanding. This was because Xia Zhongguang was really too young. He was only 18 years old. When he was the same age as the 4th prince, Li Dongyu and Jin Wuji, how many flashes of qi would he be able to form? 3 or even 4 flashes of qi. He would truly be able to advance into the ranks of king tiers. 2. Ling Han smiled faintly, and with a shake of his sword, he also struck out 2 sword qis. Puff! The crowd once again choked. Before they could recover from their shock, another shock arose. Ling Han had actually managed to form the 2nd flash of sword qi. Could it be that Diyuan City was going to rise to prominence? Geniuses were popping up one after another. Xia Zhongguang was also very surprised. The first qi was indeed cultivated by him, but the second qi was because he accidentally entered an ancient tomb and touched a strange stone tablet. At that time, he fainted and experienced many memories that did not belong to him. After that, he inexplicably cultivated the second spear chi. Could it be that Ling Han also had such a fortuitous encounter? Otherwise it would be too shocking. To be able to form 2 flashes of sword chi at the age of 17. He was simply a monster. Xia Zhongguang attacked for a long time, but to no avail, and could not help but feel discouraged. When he thought of the previous Lien Tao, he could not help but think, this person has 3 black grade alchemists standing behind him, and I am obviously not a match for the 4th prince. Then what difference is there between the 6th and the 7th? Why not do him a favor? Thinking up to this point, he decisively stopped and said, Brother Ling's strength is extraordinary, I admit defeat. Why did he admit defeat again? Wasn't it obvious that they were evenly matched? Apart from those who had attended the banquet at the 4th prince's place a few days ago, everyone else was puzzled. However, Ling Han had revealed 2 flashes of sword chi in this battle, and his strength was indeed stronger than Lien Tao's. Lien Tao's previous decision to admit defeat could also be attributed to his foresight. Could it be that Ling Han was actually stronger than what he had shown so far? Was that why Xia Zhongguang had admitted defeat? Ling Han shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Xia is too modest. I wish Brother Ling the best of luck. Let's get to know each other better in the future. Xia Zhongguang leaped onto the 7th arena. At this moment, Jin Wuji also issued a challenge to Li Dongyu. Without any suspense, in just 10 moves, Li Dongyu was defeated by Jin Wuji. This caused everyone to look forward to joining Huyang University even more. With this drive, Jin Wuji issued a challenge to the 4th prince. Ling Han was not interested in watching the battle. After a short rest, he continued to challenge the 5th ring. The champion of the 5th arena was Lu Yu, a genius who had appeared in the past 2 years. Because the 2 major battles were taking place at almost the same time, most people were focused on the battle between the 4th prince and Jin Wuji. Only people like Ling Dongxing, Lu Yutong, and Li Hao were paying attention to Ling Han. Brother Ling, please. Lu Yu was also very polite. It could be said that in the whole of Rain Country, there was no one who would dare to ignore a black-grade alchemist, what more when there were as many as 3 of them standing behind Ling Han. Please. Ling Han waved his sword and sent out 2 flashes of sword chi. Since he had already revealed a part of his strength, there was no need for him to continue hiding his strength. Lu Yu and Xia Zhongguang's strength could be said to be on par. Since Xia Zhongguang was no match for Ling Han, Lu Yu was naturally no match for him either. After fighting for a few dozen rounds, Lu Yu could not help but think, there are 3 black-grade alchemists standing behind this person, and I won't be able to get first place anyway, so why not do him a favor? Thus, Lu Yu very readily admitted defeat. Thankfully, everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between the 4th prince and Jin Wuji. Otherwise, there would definitely be people who would suspect that the competition was rigged. Ling Han's rank moved up another level, and in front of him were only Bailey Tungyun, Li Dongyu, Jin Wuji, and Qi Yongyi. Who could have imagined this before the competition? Ling Dongxing could not help but become excited. If Ling Han could still defeat Bailey Tungyun, then he would have the right to battle with Jin Wuji and the 4th prince. Obtaining first place would definitely not be a pipe dream. The battle between Qi Yongyi and Jin Wuji was still ongoing. The 2 young geniuses had both revealed their powerful sides. One used his palms, the other used his fists. They had both cultivated out qi, and had as many as 3 flashes at that. They had already begun to show the demeanor of a king tier. It was at this moment that Ling Han issued a challenge to Bailey Tungyun. Ling Dongxing was even more nervous now. If Ling Han could win this battle, then he would undoubtedly defeat Li Dongyu and ascend to the 3rd place. Top 3, that was already good enough. Could he still ask for more? Brother Ling. Bailey Tungyun was also very courteous towards Ling Han. He did not even put on the airs of a young sect master. In fact, he was even more cordial towards Ling Han than he was towards the 4th prince. After all, if the 4th prince did not ascend to the position of the Dayuan king, then his status would not even be comparable to Bailey Tungyun's, because the 1st prince would definitely try his best to suppress him. But it was different for Ling Han. He had 3 black-grade alchemists behind him. Please. Please. The 2 of them exchanged pleasantries. Bailey Tungyun directly drew out his staff of slaughter and said, Brother Ling is very powerful. If I do not use my full strength, then it would be disrespectful to Brother Ling. Haha. Then let me also experience the power of a spiritual tool, Ling Han said with a smile. He shook his sword lightly, emitting a light ringing sound. Be careful. Bailey Tung Yun rode on his black staff and suddenly charged over. The 7 seals on his staff lit up one by one, and half a black skull appeared, pouncing menacingly towards Ling Han. This black skull contained a sliver of a powerful warrior's will. At first, it was enough to pose a threat to a martial artist of gushing spring tier, directly shattering the soul of a martial artist of poly tier. However, because too much time had passed, this spiritual tool was already very badly damaged. Its power was no longer as great as it once was, and this skull could only affect a martial artist of poly tier to a limited extent. However, if that was not the case, Bailey Tung Yun would not have the chance to use this spiritual tool. Although Ling Han was no longer a martial artist of heaven tier like he had been in his last life, and only a sliver of his divine sense remained, heaven tier was still heaven tier. Even if it was only a sliver, it was still extremely powerful. This black skull could not affect him in the slightest. He used the lightning sword technique. Sword shadows were like rainbows. Ding 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 ding. The sword and staff continuously clashed and rubbed against each other. 2 flashes of sword chi danced about, and Ling Han did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Quick, quick. Ling Han is battling with Bailey Tung Yun. What, he's actually so strong. No wonder Xia Zhongguang and the others admitted defeat earlier. So they already knew how strong Ling Han was. My goodness, when did such a freak appear? He's obviously only in the 4th layer of poly tier, but he's actually this strong. More and more people turned their attention to the battle. They felt that one pair of eyes was not enough to take in everything. They were thinking about the ultimate battle between the 4th prince and Jin Wuji, as well as the battle between Ling Han and Bailey Tung Yun. It was more refreshing to read on one's phone. Chapter 74. A good story. Only a limited number of people knew that Ling Han's battle prowess had not reached its peak, because he had only used 2 flashes of sword chi, and his limit was 4. Only Ling Han knew that he had not activated the lone wolf's blood. In reality, his battle prowess could still increase by another level. This was mainly because his divine sense was strong enough, so the might of the Staff of Death was almost negligible. Moreover, with Bailey Tung Yun's own strength, he was even weaker than Li Dongyu, so how could he possibly be a match for Ling Han? In the intense battle between the 2 geniuses, Ling Han was gradually gaining the upper hand. Hey, even Jin Wuji didn't have it so easy. Could it be that Ling Han is even stronger than Jin Wuji? Someone exclaimed. Impossible, the power of each of his attacks was weaker than Jin Wuji's. How could he be stronger than Jin Wuji? Someone immediately retorted. But why is it that Jin Wuji had such a hard time winning, but Ling Han easily gained the upper hand? No one knew that the Staff of Slaughter could suppress divine sense, so they naturally could not understand why Ling Han could easily suppress Bailey Tung Yun, even though his attack power was clearly weaker than Jin Wuji's. They could not understand it no matter how they thought about it. Meanwhile, Bailey Tung Yun began to think. The people before me have obviously done Ling Han a favor. If I don't do so, he will probably bear a grudge against me. Moreover, it's impossible for me to get first place. Since that's the case, what difference does 4th and 5th have? Thinking of this, he withdrew his staff and retreated, saying, Brother Ling is very strong. I admit defeat. Fuck, why did he admit defeat again? Everyone was excited. Why was Bailey Tung Yun acting like the people before him, giving up just like that? Just what was the background of this Ling Han? Why was everyone doing favors for him? Ling Han ascended to the 4th arena, and there were only 3 opponents left. Although he had expended some energy fighting Bailey Tung Yun, it was enough for him to fight again. Ling Han leaped up and arrived at the 3rd arena. Congratulations, Brother Ling, for overcoming all obstacles along the way. Li Dongyu said to Ling Han. Then his expression turned serious as he said, However, I will fight with all my strength to show my respect to Brother Ling. Please. Ling Han unsheathed his sword and made a gesture to return the gesture. Li Dongyu let out a long roar and launched the little Tianyuan hand, attacking Ling Han. Although he did not have a weapon in his hand, after cultivating this martial skill, as long as he circulated his spiritual energy, his hands would become as hard as iron. Even sharp weapons would not be able to injure him. At the very least, the ordinary iron sword in Ling Han's hand would not be able to injure him. Ding! 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 The blade of the sword collided with the hand of flesh and blood. Sounds rang out continuously, and there were even streaks of sparks that flickered. Li Dongyu was in the 9th layer of Pali, and his strength surpassed that of Bailey Tingyun and Ling Han. Thus, after exchanging a few blows, Ling Han instantly felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. However, he had already cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scrolls body of Dead Tree, and this little bit of damage would not be able to affect him at all. Ling Han shook his head. In this kind of head-on clash, either he had the advantage in strength or they were evenly matched. Even if his body was like Dead Tree and could not be injured by the recoil, it would still be meaningless. He used the shocking electricity sword technique, and 2 flashes of sword chi flew continuously. In an instant he had turned the tables. However, Li Dongyu's fame was definitely not just for show. He had formed 3 flashes of chi, and each of his palms was extremely powerful. Previously, he had lost to Qi Yongyi and Jin Wuji because those two were stronger. His little Tianyuan hand was also a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique. Thus, Ling Han did not have the advantage in terms of the grade of his martial arts technique, and in terms of strength he was actually 1 tier behind. Under Li Dongyu's full power attacks, Ling Han was once again gradually falling into a disadvantage. What's going on? Logically speaking, Bailey Tingyun should be stronger than Li Dongyu. Ling Han could defeat Bailey Tingyun so easily, but now he is having such a hard time. Could it be that Bailey Tingyun did not use his full power just now? That must be the case. Otherwise, how could it be like this? I'm really curious. What is this Ling Han's background, and why did those people earlier deliberately give in to him? Everyone was confused and curious. Meanwhile, Ling Dongxing's brows were tightly furrowed. His son had defeated Bailey Tingyun, and should have advanced like a hot knife through butter, and obtained the 3rd place. But why was it that he had encountered the weaker Li Dongyu, and was instead at a disadvantage? A smile appeared on Ling Han's lips. Come on, he needed to increase his battle prowess a little. With a shake of his sword, 4 flashes of sword chi appeared simultaneously. Pooh! This time everyone choked, and all of them were dumbfounded. 4 flashes of sword chi, it was actually 4 flashes of sword chi. One had to know that 4 flashes of sword chi was considered a small success, and one could be called a king. It represented that one could be invincible in a certain realm. A 17-year-old king. On the other hand, Ling Dongxing was both surprised and delighted. He turned to Lu Yutong and said, "Did you already know that Honor had formed 4 flashes of sword chi?" Yes. Lu Yutong nodded. In reality, Ling Han had already formed 4 flashes of sword chi when he was still in the body refinement realm. It was just that this fellow had always been unwilling to reveal his full strength. Thus, every time he revealed a bit more of his strength, he would always be able to surprise people. Good. Ling Dongxing heavily slapped his thigh, his face full of excitement. This stinking brat, he even kept his own father in the dark. When I go back, I will teach him a good lesson. Lu Yutong pursed her lips and smiled faintly. She knew that Ling Dongxing's heart was only filled with happiness now, so how could he bear to blame Ling Han? No wonder the people before him all admitted defeat. So this guy has actually formed 4 flashes of sword chi. He can be called a king among his peers. Who would have thought that such a genius would appear in our Diyuan city? That's right. Among the 36 cities of Rain Country, the level of martial art of our Diyuan city has always been below average. Now, a genius who has formed 4 flashes of sword chi has actually appeared. This is really a great honor. When the 4 flashes of sword chi appeared, it instantly shocked everyone present. Even the battle between the 4th prince and Jin Wuji was overshadowed. More and more people turned their gazes over, fighting to see the power of the 4 flashes of sword chi. Li Dongyu's face was filled with bitterness. He had trained hard for 3 years, and had originally thought that he would be able to obtain the 1st place in this Diyuan tournament. He had never thought that he would first receive a sharp warning from the 4th prince, which made him realize that he had already fallen behind his peers. Now, a freak who had formed 4 flashes of sword chi had appeared in the younger generation, causing his confidence to suffer a heavy blow. However, he immediately pulled himself together. As long as he entered Huyang University, his power would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to catch up to the fourth prince in Jin Wuji. This person has a very deep relationship with the three great black great alchemists, and he has also formed 4 flashes of sword qi. Why don't I just admit defeat and give him some face? Li Dongyu thought. He has already gone easy on me, so if I don't do him a favor, I'm afraid it won't be good. Thinking up to this point, he leapt backwards, clasped his hands in obeisance and said, Brother Ling is really a genius to be able to form 4 flashes of sword qi at the mere age of 17. I am in complete admiration. There is no need to continue, I admit defeat. Fuck. Everyone was gloomy. This was the first time they had seen a genius who had formed 4 flashes of sword qi. You actually didn't even fight a little longer to let them have their fill, admitting defeat so quickly. Reading on one's phone was much more refreshing. Chapter 75. Qi Yongyi and the others all looked furious. Kneeling down and licking someone's shoe, what kind of humiliation was that? If this Wei He Lu was in Gushing Spring Tier or a black grade alchemist, then perhaps he would still have the right to do so. But he was only a yellow grade low-level alchemist, a small martial artist in the first layer of element gathering tier. So where did he get such an arrogant tone? Those born in the imperial city really had a sense of superiority that soared to the skies. You've gone too far. Jin Wuji immediately shouted. Wei He Lu, you're only a yellow grade low-level alchemist now. Don't you think you're being a bit too arrogant? You dare oppose me? Wei He Lu smiled coldly, appearing extremely confident. He was indeed only a yellow grade low-level alchemist now, but his future was limitless. Otherwise, why would Feng Luo deliberately befriend him? Of course, the reason he and Feng Luo called each other brother was also because of his relationship with Feng Yan. Otherwise, how could a mere martial artist in element gathering tier enter his sights? He had astonishing potential in the field of alchemy, while Feng Yan had the potential to become a king in the field of martial arts. After all, this world was a world where the strong were revered. No matter how awesome an alchemist was, he would still need the help of a powerful martial artist. Jin Wuji suddenly felt an urge to beat someone up. Wei He Lu was only in the first layer of element gathering tier, and his appearance seemed to have been improved by alchemical pills. Jin Wuji would be able to suppress him with a single hand, and a yellow-grade low-level alchemist was even less worth mentioning. He would never ask for help from a powerful martial artist. The problem was Wei He Lu could possibly be taken as a disciple by Wu Songlin. That was a black-grade high-level alchemist. In the past, Ling Han only had 2 black-grade low-level alchemists standing behind him, and that was already enough to make everyone in Yuan City fall in love with him. What more when it was Wu Songlin? Jin Wuji's expression darkened, but he did not speak again. What are you being so arrogant for? Bailey Tingyun was young and impetuous, and when he thought that he was a citizen of Yuan City, even if this Wei He Lu really became a black-grade alchemist in the future, it would have nothing to do with him, so naturally he would not feel any fear or respect towards Wei He Lu. Wei He Lu could not help but look displeased and said, Are you provoking me? So what if I am? Do you dare to battle with me? Bailey Tingyun said proudly. Young Master Wei. It was at this moment that another 3 people walked over. The aura exuding from their bodies was extremely powerful, and they had all reached the 9th layer of element gathering tier. So it's you guys. Wei He Lu walked over, and a faint smile appeared on his face, appearing to be a bit perfunctory. Young Master Wei, we've encountered some trouble, one of them said with a smile. He was dressed in a green battle robe, and had a tall and slender figure. Wei He Lu revealed a disdainful smile, pointed at Bailey Tingyun and said, This guy says he wants to challenge me. Ha ha ha. Where did this stupid brat come from? He actually dares to challenge young Master Wei. The green-robed man laughed loudly and crooked his finger at Bailey Tingyun and said, Come. I'll be your opponent. How could Bailey Tingyun endure such provocation? He was just about to agree when he was pulled back by Qi Yongyi. Qi Yongyi said, When Haixing, when did you become so useless? An elite ranked in the top 100 actually wants to bully a junior brother, who has just entered the academy? So it's the Eternal Night King. The green-robed man acted as if he had just noticed Qi Yongyi. He raised his head in greeting and said, No wonder he dares to oppose young Master Wei. The fourth prince of Diyuan City is indeed domineering. On the surface, his words seemed to be praising Qi Yongyi, but in reality, he was drawing hatred to himself. Wei Hili's expression immediately darkened and he said, "So he is a relative of the imperial family. No wonder he is so arrogant." He had displayed outstanding talent in alchemy since he was young, and there was no one in his age group who did not try to curry favor with him, wanting to establish a good relationship with him, a future great alchemist. When Hai Xing's words naturally caused him to feel a strong dissatisfaction towards Qi Yongyi. "Ling Han, are you going to kneel or not?" Feng Luo interrupted. The person he hated the most was naturally Ling Han, and Qi Yongyi was the fourth prince of Diyuan City, and was very likely to inherit the throne in the future. Feng Luo naturally did not want to offend him. So it is senior brother Feng Yan's younger brother. When Hai Xing and the others found out about Feng Luo's identity, they immediately smiled. Although they did not respect Feng Luo, Feng Yan was really too strong. It was said that he had the ability to become a core disciple. One of them immediately turned to Ling Han and said, "Brat, I Shun Yuxian will say something today. If you are unable to satisfy junior brother Feng Luo today, then you can only return to the academy horizontally." "I Mi Zhongguang feel the same," a third person said. Feng Luo was extremely proud of himself and laughed loudly as he said, "Ling Han, you still dare to act arrogantly in front of me? Who do you think you are, actually daring to put on airs in front of me and humiliate me time and time again? Who do you think I am? Even a finger of mine is worth 10,000 times more than you." Wei Hilu and the others all smirked coldly. A mere new student from another city would naturally not be taken seriously by them. The only people they would be wary of were the direct descendants of the 8 great clans of the imperial city. At the entrance, the 4 guards of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion only watched coldly from the sidelines. As long as they did not cause trouble in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, even if the sky were to collapse, they would not care. "Hurry up and kneel!" Feng Luo shouted loudly. "Kneel your sister!" Ling Han moved and charged towards Feng Luo. "How dare you!" When Hai Xing, Mi Zhongguang and Shun Yuxian all moved at the same time. They were all in the 9th layer of element gathering tier, and their battle prowess was extremely strong. None of them was weaker than Qi Yongyi. The 3 of them moved together, and their momentum was astonishing. "Get lost!" Ling Han used the exiting cloud steps, and actually dashed out of the encirclement of the 3 people. When Hai Xing and the others were all shocked. When they saw that Ling Han was only in the 5th layer of element gathering tier, they did not take him seriously at all. Who would have thought that Ling Han's speed would be so fast, and his footsteps would be so strange? Thus, they did not use their full strength, and Ling Han easily broke through their encirclement. Ling Han had already appeared in front of Feng Luo, and stretched out a hand to grab him. "You dare!" Wei Hilu stepped in front of Feng Luo. He was confident that he was a yellow-grade low-level alchemist, and also the disciple of the future headmaster of the alchemy department, so Ling Han would not dare to touch a single hair on his head. Pa! However, he had not even finished his thought when he was sent flying by a single slap from Ling Han. Fuck, this guy really dared to hit him. With a pa, Ling Han once again sent Feng Luo tumbling onto the ground. Without waiting for the latter to stand up, Ling Han had already stepped on Feng Luo's face. "Bastard, you actually dare to step on me. You must be tired of living. My brother will definitely kill you. He definitely will." As Feng Luo screamed, he continued to threaten Ling Han. Only a profligate young master like him would dare to make such a threat in public. What kind of place was the imperial city? Murder here was a serious crime. On the other side, Wei Hili's face was also filled with fury. He had actually been sent flying with a single slap. This was too insolent, too despicable. He would definitely not spare this extremely audacious guy. Junior brother Wei. It was at this moment that a young man and woman happened to walk over. When the woman saw Wei Hili's appearance, she could not help but look surprised. "Senior sister Li." Wei Hilu hurriedly crawled to his feet, his hands hanging by his sides, appearing extremely respectful. This woman was Li Si-chan. In front of others, Wei Hilu could put on a haughty attitude, but in front of Li Si-chan, he had to obediently put away his arrogance, because the latter's talent in alchemy far surpassed his own. Wu Songlin only admired his talent, But Li Sichuan was Wu Songlin's most beloved disciple. Even if he had really become Wu Songlin's disciple, he would still have to be very respectful in front of Li Sichuan. Chapter 76. Jin Wuji was at the peak of the 9th layer of Pali, and a yellow-grade high-level martial technique was the strongest technique one could learn in this realm. Furthermore, he had cultivated 2 streams of qi, so he was definitely close to the king tier in the Pali realm. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Han. 4 streaks of sword qi, a king of the same level. Jin Wuji felt as if he was facing Qi Yongyi. The only difference was that Qi Yongyi was stronger. In other aspects, Ling Han was not inferior to Qi Yongyi at all. In fact, he was even better at adapting to the situation. Is he really a 17-year-old boy? Talent is scary. It was only now that Jin Wuji had completely given up on his desire for revenge. He even decided that after the Dayuan martial arts tournament, he would bring his younger brother to apologize to Ling Han and completely resolve this grudge. Because Ling Han's achievements in the future would be incomparably shocking, surpassing him was a sure thing. Since it was impossible to eliminate such an opponent, then it was better to make friends with him and not become enemies. Battle, battle, battle. This time, aside from the lone wolf's blood and the indestructible heaven scroll, Ling Han had pretty much used all of his abilities, allowing him to fight to his heart's content. However, the 5-element origin nuclei were rapidly depleting his origin power, causing him to be unable to hold on for too long. It would be great if he could obtain the dark moon grass. It could increase the size of his Dantian space by several times. After exchanging over 100 moves, the 2 of them were still evenly matched. Jin Wuji could not help but think, there are 3 black-grade alchemists standing behind this guy. In any case, just like the others before him, he had chosen to go easy on Ling Han and sell him a favor. Afterwards, he would bring his younger brother to Ling Han's residence to apologize, and that should be enough to resolve this grudge. Brother Ling's skills are superb, I admit defeat. He quickly retreated and cupped his hands in surrender. Ling Han was already running out of stamina. He was just about to circulate the lone wolf blood to instantly defeat his opponent. He did not expect Jin Wuji to admit defeat first. Sensing the other party's friendly signal, he nodded and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Moreover, there was no irreconcilable enmity between him and Jin Wuji in the first place. Sure enough, he admitted defeat again. Could it be that one of the martial techniques that Ling Han has learned especially used to make people admit defeat? Ha 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 ha. If you have the same talent as Ling Han and can cultivate out 4 streams of sword energy, I can admit defeat to you as well. Bah, how can it be so easy to cultivate 4 strands of sword qi? Everyone was surprised that Ling Han had taken another step forward, but they also felt that it was only natural, because this scene had happened so many times that they were almost numb to it. Fortunately, Ling Han only had 1 opponent left. Even if Qi Yongyi admitted defeat, he would only be surprised for a moment. Good. Ling Dongxing clenched his fists tightly. He was so excited that his scalp went numb. His son had achieved such a result. What more could he ask for? Thinking back to 2 months ago when his son said that he would get first place, he couldn't believe it. But now? The championship is only a stone's throw away. Even though he knew that Qi Yongyi was powerful and that his son of Heaven's Fist was comparable to 4 flashes of sword qi, and that his realm was far above Ling Han's, he could not help but feel ambitious. What if his son really can? First, now that he had come this far, he had to aim for first place. If he did not challenge it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Challenges were still going on in the other arenas, but not many people were paying attention to them. Everyone was waiting for Ling Han to recover his strength and proceed with his final battle. Would Ling Han continue to create miracles and become the biggest dark horse in this year's Dayuan tournament? Would it be the 4th prince who had the last laugh and rid himself of the title of 2nd place? Ling Han had plenty of time to rest, because there was no rule that stated that he had to challenge after resting for half an hour. He naturally wanted to recover to his peak condition before challenging Qi Yongyi. Although Ling Han did not issue a challenge even after a long time, no one urged him to. That was because they knew that only when Ling Han had recovered to his peak condition would he and the 4th prince be able to present the most spectacular battle. After another hour, Ling Han finally stood up. It's coming, everyone said in their hearts, and their nerves were immediately filled with excitement. Fourth prince, let's fight. Ling Han leapt onto the first arena and issued a challenge to Qi Yongyi. Brother Ling, please. Qi Yongyi smiled, but in his heart he had the urge to curse. Because those people before him had all gone easy on Ling Han because of the 3 black great alchemists standing behind him, so should he go easy or not? If he went easy, he had gone for the first place in this De Yuan tournament. Moreover, the dark moongrass could allow him to immediately break through to gushing spring tier, which could save him at least 2 to 3 years of hard cultivation. But if he didn't go easy, he had already gone easy, but if he didn't, wouldn't that be not giving face to Ling Han? If it had been anyone else, that would have been fine, but Qi Yongyi had great ambitions. He wanted to become a famous leader, and a famous leader would naturally have to be courteous and humble, and recruit talents from all over. Especially when it came to displeasing a genius like Ling Han, it was naturally a very bad thing. Was it difficult for Qi Yongyi? In the end, Qi Yongyi decided to go all out. At most, he would give one to Ling Han after he had concocted the dark moongrass into alchemical pills. Please. Ling Han waved his sword, and 4 flashes of sword qi shot out. Qi Yongyi gave a loud shout, and the Son of Heaven fist technique was displayed. His movements were wide, and it was as if his punch could even shatter a mountain in front of him. What was more frightening was that there were actually 3 flashes of qi entwined around his fist. Although the power of the nation and qi could not be calculated simply by superimposing one another, it was still stronger than 4 flashes of sword qi. Everyone gasped in shock. So Qi Yongyi had not used his full strength just now, and this was the true power of the 4th prince. So powerful, how could he win like this? Even those who had half a step into gushing spring tier, who had not yet formed qi, would probably be no match for him. Pung pung pung. Under the heavy punches, Ling Han retreated continuously, but even with such an impact, his body was completely unscathed. Body of dead wood. Ling Han was a little dazed. If he did not bleed, then why did he faint after activating Lone Wolf's blood? So having a strong defense was not entirely a good thing, as it actually conflicted with Lone Wolf's blood. He gave a loud shout and bit down hard on his tongue. An astringent taste spread in his mouth. He finally bled. Hong, the 4-5 element origin nuclei in his body immediately circulated at an even higher speed, causing his power to suddenly increase by another level. 9th layer of poly. The higher the tier, the smaller the increase in power from Lone Wolf's blood, but it was enough. Ling Han brandished his metal sword and displayed the shocking electricity sword technique to its fullest. Ding 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 ding, pung 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 pung. The 2 of them exchanged blows fiercely, displaying their power to their heart's content. Heavens, poly tier can actually be so strong. I'm also at the 9th layer of poly tier, but if it was me, I'd probably be defeated in 3 moves. Truly, it's infuriating to compare oneself to others, and the new generation replaces the old. We're old, and this era belongs to the people of this era. Quite a few of the clan heads of the town side. They were in their 30s, 40s, and even 50s, and they were all stuck at the threshold of the 9th layer of poly tier. Because they had been unable to break through for a long time, they had trained their origin power to the absolute limit. But facing these 2 up-and-coming youngsters, they could only sigh at their inferiority. Chapter 77. Qi Yongyi was stunned. He had thought that he could look down on all the geniuses of De Yuan City, and even if he did not use his full strength, he would still be able to obtain first place. And things had developed as he had expected, until he encountered the dark horse Ling Han. Too strong. This time he had really used his full strength, but was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. How could he not be shocked? Ling Han was only in the 4th layer of poly, and was already so powerful. When he reached the 7th layer and stepped into the late stage of poly, how strong would he be? He was no longer a genius but a monster. Feng Yan had not been that strong back then, right? Qi Yongyi could not help but think. In this generation of youngsters in De Yuan City, Qi Yongyi was not the most talented but rather Feng Yan. 3 years ago, Feng Yan was in the 9th layer of poly, and obtained first place with an absolute advantage. And in the Da Yuan tournament 2 years ago, Feng Yan, with the ability of the 4th layer of poly, defeated quite a few opponents in the 9th layer of poly, and obtained the title of champion. Even after entering Huyang University, where geniuses gathered, Feng Yan's brilliance did not diminish in the slightest. He broke through to Gushing Spring Tier the year before last, and became one of the top 10 elites of the academy. Such an achievement was something that Qi Yongyi could only look up to. Now Qi Yongyi finally found a monster that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Feng Yan, or perhaps even surpass him, because when Feng Yan was still in the 4th layer of Poly, his opponents in the 9th layer of Poly were far from being as strong as Qi Yongyi. As Qi Yongyi battled fiercely, he thought to himself, since Ling Han is so monstrous, why don't we just help him achieve his fame and let him enter Huyang Academy with a halo that is not inferior to Feng Yan's? Feng Yan would definitely feel the pressure then, right? Fine, then he would also give Ling Han face. Of course, if Ling Han was not strong enough, Qi Yongyi would definitely not give him face. But now that Ling Han had shown that he had the ability to stand against him, he was happy to do him a favor at little cost. After all, it was unknown what heights this monster would reach in the future, and with the support of an alchemist, it would not be a dream for him to surpass Feng Yan. This was someone worthy of his investment. He was betting on it. Haha. Brother Ling really is amazing. I admit defeat for this battle, Qi Yongyi said. Ling Han smiled and said, this battle can only be considered a draw. His advantage was the body of Deadwood, which had amazing defense and recovery abilities. However, his weakness was that the 5 elemental energies consumed too much energy. Thus, he indeed had no confidence in defeating Qi Yongyi. A draw could be said to be very fair. Qi Yongyi shook his head and said, you're only at the 4th layer of Poly, yet you're able to fight me to a standstill. If I still insist on saying it's a draw, then my skin would be too thick. After saying that, he took the initiative to jump onto the 2nd arena. Ling Han reaches the summit whoosh. The audience immediately cried out in surprise. Although this result was not too surprising, many people still felt incredulous when they heard the 4th prince admit defeat. 6 years ago, the number 1 genius of Dayuan City, with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Poly, overcame all obstacles and bravely seized the 1st place in the Dayuan tournament. 6 years later, another dark horse had appeared. Was the martial art of Dayuan City flourishing? Ling Han did not stand on ceremony. He indeed needed the reward of being the champion. Thus he only cupped his hands towards Qi Yongyi. He would remember this favor, and in the future he would repay it tenfold. At this time there was only about half an hour before sunset. There was only one arena left in which a fierce battle was still going on. If the champion of the arena won, then the Dayuan tournament would come to an end. If not, then they would have to wait for a while. However, there were no more surprises. Half an hour later, the ranking of the top 10 was announced. 1st place, Ling Han. He's really number 1, he's really number 1. Ling Dongxing mumbled. His face was filled with excitement, but also with disbelief. His son, who had once been publicly acknowledged as trash, had actually become the champion of the Dayuan tournament one day. He finally let out a hearty laugh filled with joy. The top 10 left the arena. Next, the Duke's mansion would host a banquet to celebrate the success of the top 50 geniuses. Congratulations, Brother Ling. Congratulations. Qi Yongyi and the others gathered around and congratulated Ling Han. Many thanks, many thanks. Ling Han clasped his hands in greeting. Haha, we must drink till we're drunk later. Naturally. Let's go, let's go. Only the top 50 geniuses could attend the banquet. Their family members were not allowed to accompany them. Thus, whether it was Ling Dongxing or Lu Yutong, neither of them could accompany Ling Han. Very soon, Ling Han and the others arrived at the royal house of the Dayuan king. This was a huge mansion, at least 10 times the size of the 4th prince's mansion. The interior of the royal house was decorated with all sorts of extravagant decorations, causing some of the youths who had come from a small town to stare with their mouths half open, as if they were country bumpkins who had entered the imperial palace. This banquet was hosted by the Dayuan king himself. Later, the top 10 geniuses would be rewarded. However, the Dayuan king did not stay for long. He was a powerful warrior of the spiritual ocean tier, so there was no need for him to put on any airs. He only had to sit there and he would naturally exude a terrifying aura, causing everyone to feel oppressed. After he left, the atmosphere became lively. They were all young people after all, so they quickly exchanged pleasantries. Not long after, everyone would be heading to Huyang University, so they naturally hoped to make more friends so that they could take care of each other in the future. However, Ling Han could not sit still. He was waiting for that dark moon grass. This was a treasure that even powerful warriors of the heaven tier would covet. As long as he did not put it into his own pocket, he would not be able to rest easy. Thinking about it, it was really laughable. With his temperament, he would actually be so impatient. After waiting for 2 hours, the banquet finally ended. The rewards for the top 10 geniuses were given out one by one, all of which were placed in a small box. Ling Han opened one, and inside was a stalk of medicinal herb that was about a foot tall. Every leaf was shaped like a crescent moon, and its color was the same as the dark moon. As expected, it was the dark moon grass. Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. He really wanted to leave immediately, but Qi Yongyi and the others all came over to chat with him, so he could not leave at all. Only when it was midnight did everyone disperse, and Ling Han finally returned to Tianyi. He immediately began to concoct the alchemical pill. Although the spatial pill would covet even powerful warriors of the heaven tier, those of the poly tier could similarly use it. Thus, strictly speaking, this was only a middle-level yellow-grade alchemical pill, so Ling Han could naturally concoct it. He had long since prepared the other ingredients, and was only missing the main ingredient, the dark moon grass. Since everything was ready, he immediately began to concoct the alchemical pill. Now that he was of the poly tier, concocting a middle-level yellow-grade alchemical pill was naturally a piece of cake for him. After only half an hour, he had successfully concocted the spatial pill. Unfortunately, there was only one. He swallowed the spatial pill without hesitation, and immediately sat down, quietly waiting for the medicinal effects to take effect. Very quickly a world-shaking change occurred within his body. His dantian seemed to have become an ocean, and with each impact, the space within his dantian would expand a little. Chapter 78. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, Ling Han's dantian space continued to expand at an astonishing speed. He felt as if his body was about to explode, but in reality the dantian was a small world, and even if it expanded to become bigger than this planet, it would not cause any change to his body. Ling Han coordinated with the medicinal effects and pushed the dantian to expand. At this time, being able to expand even a tiny bit more was a gain. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. Ling Han was filled with surprise, because there was still a large amount of medicinal effects that had not been used up. How much could this expand his dantian? But thinking about it, it was normal. This was an alchemical pill that could move the heart of a powerful warrior of heaven tier. And now it was taken by him, a mere warrior of poly tier. How awesome was the effect? Unfortunately, people nowadays did not recognize such a good thing as the dark moon grass, and were so extravagant as to use it to break through to gushing spring tier. Unfortunately, the spatial pill could only be taken once in a lifetime. The second one would be useless, or else he believed that he could obtain even more dark moon grass. But on the other hand, for most people, the spatial pill did not have much meaning, because they would rarely fight to the point where their origin power was completely exhausted. The expansion of the dantian space only increased a martial artist's endurance. The amount of power that could be released with each strike was still the same. But for a small number of geniuses, this was very important because they would often fight to the point where they were at the end of their rope. Then, the larger the dantian space, the longer they could last, and in many cases it could definitely save their lives. Ling Han was naturally even happier. He had the 5 elements origin nuclei, and the previous dantian space was really too small, completely insufficient. 80 times, 90 times, 100 times, and finally, the medicinal effects dissipated completely, and Ling Han opened his eyes. 100 times expansion. However, if this spatial pill was taken by a powerful warrior of heaven tier, it would only expand the dantian space by 10%, but it would be 100 times bigger than his 100 times. The two were not on the same level at all. It wasn't that the spatial core wasn't powerful enough, it was just that his cultivation level was too low. However, as his cultivation level increased in the future, the expansion of his dantian space would also be much greater than that of others. It was just that this increase would become smaller and smaller, until the heaven tier's expansion would be reduced to 10%. Thus, it was not a loss for him to consume the spatial pill so early. On the contrary, the earlier he consumed it, the earlier he could use it. This benefit would allow him to advance from the poly tier all the way to the heaven tier, and even the shattering void tier in the future. He didn't stand up immediately. Instead, he activated the 5 elements Chaos Lotus and continuously absorbed spiritual energy, transforming it into origin energy in his Dantian and accumulating it. Although his Dantian space was very big now, the 5 elements Chaos Lotus was too awesome. Coupled with the 5 elements heaven-grade skill, the speed at which he absorbed and refined spiritual energy was ridiculously fast. In just one night he had completely filled up the huge Dantian space. This also meant that if he fought until his strength was exhausted, he would need a night to recover to his peak condition without taking any pills. Although he hadn't slept for an entire night, Ling Han was still full of energy. After reaching the poly tier, cultivation could already replace sleep to a certain extent. Moreover, it was only one night without sleep, so it was a piece of cake. Hunter, when do you plan to return to Grey Cloud Town? Ling Dongxing asked him when they came to the outer room to have a meal. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, "A lot of people want to treat me to a meal, so it's not good to refuse. Maybe in 3 or 4 days." "Alright, then stay here for a few more days. I'll go home first and prepare a celebration for you," Ling Dongxing said excitedly. He couldn't wait to let the whole town know that Ling Han had won the first place in the Dayuan tournament. "All right, father, be careful on your journey," Ling Han said with a smile. Ling Dongxing nodded. He wasn't the slightest bit worried about Ling Han, because his son's strength was already above his own. Even if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to protect Ling Han. Moreover, he was the head of the family after all. After being away for so long, he had to hurry back and take charge of the situation. After breakfast, Ling Dongxing returned to Grey Cloud Town first, while Ling Han was dragged out by Qi Yongyi and the others to eat and play here and there. This was because these people had gone easy on Ling Han in the previous tournament. This was a favor, and naturally Ling Han couldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. The next day, Qi Yongyi invited Ling Han to the arena to play. What was so fun about the arena? Ling Han didn't understand, but he couldn't resist Qi Yongye's enthusiasm, and was dragged there by him. It was also the place where the Dayuan tournament had been held 2 days ago. At this time, all the arenas had been torn down, and there was only one battle taking place in the huge arena. 5 gladiators were currently being attacked by 13 demonic beasts. The battle was intense, and the scene was bloody. The spectators in the arenas were constantly roaring in excitement. They are all prisoners on death row. Although it is dangerous to fight here, if they can win 10 battles in a row, they will be able to regain their freedom, Qi Yongyi explained. Ling Han nodded. Most empires had such a system. After prisoners were sentenced to death, they could choose to enter the arena to fight to the death, winning a chance of survival for themselves. Of course, most people would die inside, and those who could truly regain their freedom could be counted on one's fingers. Good. The spectators suddenly shouted. Because one of the prisoners had made a mistake. He had been surrounded and attacked by 3 demonic beasts, and 2 of his arms had been bitten off. He screamed in pain, but these screams didn't last long. Very quickly, his throat was bitten off, and he was eaten by the hungry demonic beasts. The spectators here had come for this death and this blood. Seeing such a scene, some of the crazed women even tore off their own clothes, shaking and screaming. The remaining 4 did not panic at all. It was obvious that they had experienced such scenes many times. They relied on each other, and only needed to face the enemies in front of them. "You can bet here. Brother Ling, are you interested?" Qi Yongyi turned his head to ask him. Ling Han shook his head. He had never been fond of such things where one's life was used for amusement. So Brother Ling doesn't like to watch this kind of battle. To be honest, I don't like it either. However, there's a battle that's going to be very exciting, Qi Yongyi said mysteriously. An elite warrior of gushing spring tier. He's a rapist who has harmed who knows how many women, but he's really powerful. He won't die no matter what. Today, he'll try to win 1,000 battles, and if he can win again, then we'll have no choice but to release him. Winning 10 battles in a row in body refining tier would allow one to gain their freedom, poly tier would allow 100 battles, and gushing spring tier would allow 1,000 battles. A killing intent involuntarily rose in Ling Han's eyes. Among the people he hated the most, perverted thieves could definitely be ranked in the top 3. This kind of scum should be directly killed, and there was no need to give them the slightest chance. Today many people have come to watch this perverted criminal die, Qi Yongyi said. For this, our royal house of the Dayuan king has even sent out an elite warrior. He definitely won't let him escape this calamity. While they were speaking, the battle in the arena was nearing its end. More than 10 demonic beasts attacked from all sides, and in a situation where 7 beasts had died, the 4 condemned prisoners were bitten to death, causing the audience on the arena to cheer continuously. Everyone, before the grand finale, please enjoy a little show. A host entered the arena. With a wave of his hand, the iron bars on both sides of the arena rose at the same time, and a cage was pushed out from each side. In one of the cages was an adult wolf with an extremely strong body, while in the other cage was a little girl of at most 5 or 6 years of age. Ling Han instantly stood up, his fury rising. Chapter 79. Mo Gao was similarly astonished. In his opinion, a student who would be given to him must have entered through the back door. If there was really no future for him to develop, then he would be wasting his time following him. Previously, he had spoken so much, but rather than saying that he was teaching Ling Han, it was more accurate to say that he had been bored for too long and wanted to pour out his heart's content. As for whether Ling Han could understand or not, he did not consider it at all. He had never thought that Ling Han would really understand, and after digesting the information, he would very quickly form a flash of sword chi. If it was only one flash of sword chi, he could still accept it. The problem was, Ling Han originally had 5 flashes of sword chi. 5 flashes of sword chi, what kind of concept was that? 3 flashes of sword chi could be considered a ruler, and 5 flashes would be considered a small accomplishment. This was definitely a genius, and it was possible that he had surpassed any of his peers in Rain Country. But why would such a genius be given to him to teach? Mo Gao really could not understand, but when he thought about it, he was very happy. That was because Ling Han was now his student, and the higher his student's achievements were in the future, the more glory he would feel. Teacher, there are some parts that I don't really understand. Ling Han put away his sword and asked Mo Gao for guidance. In terms of comprehension of martial arts, he could be Mo Gao's grandmaster, but if it was only in terms of comprehension of sword arts, Mo Gao was actually above him. Firstly, Mo Gao had already immersed himself in the art of the sword for over 10 years, and secondly, he was indeed a genius in the art of the sword. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask, Mo Gao immediately said. It had already been over 10 years, and when had he ever been asked for guidance by a student? Ling Han asked some of his questions, and Mo Gao immediately elaborated according to his own understanding. In this process, Ling Han had also been greatly enlightened. One had to know that although Ling Han had not spent much time on the art of the sword, the knowledge and experience of a heaven-tier elite was there for all to see, and the questions he asked all went straight to the heart of the matter. Mo Gao kept saying yeah, and oh, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He scratched his ears and cheeks, looking like he was unable to contain his joy. Before he knew it, it was already noon. He gave a long sigh and said, "Your talent in the art of the sword is even higher than mine, and I don't have the face to be your teacher. How about this, we can become friends as equals, and discuss things with each other." Ling Han shook his head and said, "In the art of the sword, Teacher Mo is indeed qualified to be my teacher. Even if I surpass Teacher Mo in the art of the sword in the future, I will definitely not forget the kindness that Teacher Mo has shown me today." Mo Gao sighed ruefully. He had actually encountered such a genius student. Unfortunately, he was not qualified enough to take Ling Han as his disciple. The relationship between teacher and student had only been formed because of the academy. "Hungry?" Hunyo said pitifully as she tugged on Ling Han's clothes. All right, let's go eat." Ling Han excused himself from Mo Gao and left the academy. He randomly found a restaurant, ordered a sumptuous meal, and began to gorge himself with Hunyo. Eating with this little girl, one had to be fast enough. Otherwise, a dish would definitely be gone in 2 or 3 bites. A single meal actually cost more than 1,000 silver coins, causing Ling Han to exclaim that he had no money to spend. This was because the consumption of food in the imperial city was high enough, and the little girl was too big of a glutton. He had to concoct alchemical pills to earn money. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to feed Hunyo, not to mention buying ingredients for her cultivation. It couldn't be helped. He had just arrived in the imperial city yesterday, and there were 1,000 things waiting to be done. Everything had to be started from the beginning. Ling Han held Hunyo's small hand, and on the way, he asked a few people for directions, and finally found the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. As expected of the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion of the imperial city, merely a flight of over 1,000 steps was enough to make one gasp in amazement. It was 100 meters wide, and slanted upwards all the way. At a height of 300 meters, there stood a great hall, which was incomparably magnificent. Ling Han and Hunyo followed the flight of stairs and entered the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion. The moment they entered, they saw a female attendant who acted as a sales guide approach them. Her appearance was very sweet, and she said, "Customer, hello. My name is Xiaoying. What alchemical pills do you need?" "I don't need alchemical pills, I only need some ingredients," Ling Han said with a smile. "What kind of ingredients do you need, customer?" Xiaoying asked again. Ling Han listed out the ingredients he needed. Xiaoying had obviously been trained for a long time. On one hand, she memorized the names and quantity of the ingredients, and on the other hand, she also listed out the price of each ingredient. "Customer, the total is 320,000 silver coins," Xiaoying said with a smile. The Heaven's Medicine Pavilion mainly relied on successfully concocting alchemical pills to earn money. As for ingredients, unless they were especially valuable, such as second-star grass, the price would only be slightly higher than the cost. Thus, although this was a large business transaction, the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion did not earn much, and the commission that she could get would naturally not be much. 320,000 Ling Han sighed. He only had a little over 100,000 on him, and that was far from enough. But he also wanted to concoct the second-star pill as soon as possible, so he said, "Please go and inform Fu Yuansheng that Ling Han is looking for him." Fu Yuansheng. Lord. Xiaoying was startled for a moment, and then came to a sudden realization. She was so shocked that she could not even speak coherently. How high and mighty was the Lord Pavilion Master? Aside from the Rain Emperor, there was no one else in the whole of Rain Country who had a higher status than the Lord Pavilion Master. Even the clan heads of the 8 great clans could only sit on equal footing with the Lord Pavilion Master. A young man had opened his mouth and said that he wanted to see the Lord Pavilion Master. This naturally put her in a difficult position. There was no reason for her to go and inform him. "It's all right. You only have to tell him that I am Ling Han, and I believe that Fu Yuansheng should still reward you," Ling Han said with a smile. This was natural. He, the Alchemy Emperor, had personally arrived, so Fu Yuansheng would definitely be overjoyed. How could Xiaoying be willing to believe him? After all, Ling Han was only a young man of 17 or 18 years of age, so how could he possibly be acquainted with the Lord Pavilion Master? Even if the clan heads of the 8 great clans came personally, whether they wanted to meet or not would still depend on the mood of the Lord Pavilion Master. However, in the training that she had received, not offending a guest was the #1 priority. Thus she excused herself and said, "With my status, it is impossible for me to meet the Lord Pavilion Master. Please wait a moment, guest. Allow me to report to the person in charge." Ling Han naturally would not make things difficult for her, so he nodded and sat down at one side. Hunyo followed suit and climbed onto Ling Han's lap, also sitting upright with a serious expression on her face. After a while, Xiaoying was seen walking over behind a man who looked to be in his 40s, a slightly panicked expression on her face. "Brat, so you are the one who wants to meet the Lord Pavilion Master?" This middle-aged man looked at Ling Han with a disdainful expression. He had already heard from Xiaoying what had happened previously. In his eyes, Ling Han was definitely short of money, and that was why he had deliberately said that he was acquainted with the Lord Pavilion Master, and wanted to use this kind of method to bargain. He was really too naive. Ling Han frowned and said, "Be more polite when you speak. If you have no money, then you have no money. What are you pretending to be capable for?" The middle-aged man humphed and laughed loudly. "If you are acquainted with the Lord Pavilion Master, I will eat this table." He pointed at a long table at the side. Ling Han showed a smile and said, "I had not thought that you would actually have such a hobby. If I did not satisfy you, I would be too unreasonable." "Full of nonsense," the middle-aged man said coldly. Chapter 80. You're right, This girl's teeth are really powerful. Lu Yutong raised her left hand and saw that her palm and elbow were both wrapped in bandages. It was obvious that she had been bitten. Even Ling Han had been accidentally bitten before, so it was clear that the little girl's sneak attack skills were impressive. More importantly, if one hadn't suffered, who would have thought that her teeth could be so sharp? This girl is definitely born in the year of the dog. Ling Han shook his head. Much more powerful than a dog. Born in the year of the tiger. Lu Yutong had suffered before, and shook her head with lingering fear. The first time she had indeed been careless, but the second time she had still been bitten even though she was on guard. It was enough to show how terrifying the wild girl was. Of course, this was also because she didn't want to hurt the other, or else no matter how sharp her teeth were, she would have been killed with a single slap. Where did she come from? Lu Yutong asked curiously. She's a savage raised by a tiger. As for the rest, I'm not sure. Ling Han squatted in front of the wild girl and stretched out his hand to tease her. Girl, you probably don't have a name, so I'll give you one. Hoo-hoo. The wild girl kept opening and closing her small mouth, and her teeth made a loud noise as she chased after Ling Han's finger to bite. You were raised by a tiger, so I'll call you Hunyo. Ling Han said with a smile, then turned his head to ask Lu Yutong. Does she have any birthmarks on her body? In the future, we can also help her find her birth parents. There really is. Lu Yutong nodded. There's a very strange mark on her ankle. I can't tell if it's natural, or if it was made after she was born. Ling Han lifted the blanket, and there was indeed a mark on the little girl's left ankle. It was about the size of a copper coin, and the pattern was very complicated. He really couldn't tell what it represented. Normally, such a complicated mark should have been made after birth, but there was no trace of the mark at all, and it seemed like it was natural. It was very strange. What do you plan to do with Hunyo? Lu Yutong asked. She had already developed feelings for this little girl. This little girl only thinks of herself as a wild beast now. If the arrangements are not appropriate, she will definitely cause trouble. Ling Han nodded and said, let her follow us for now. We'll decide what to do after she regains her intelligence. Hunyo didn't think of herself as a human at all. She was more like a wild cat or a small tiger cub. If clothes were put on her, she would directly tear them off. If she wasn't tied up, she was definitely more agile than a monkey. And what gave Ling Han even more of a headache was that she didn't eat cooked meat. Whether it was roasted meat or boiled meat, she didn't touch it at all. Instead, she stared at Ling Han's neck with a murderous look in her eyes. Clearly, she was more than happy to eat this feast. To get rid of her wild nature, the first step was to change her eating habits. Ling Han began to eat the roasted meat in front of the little girl, then placed the piece of meat in front of her and retreated. Hunyo endured and didn't move, but after a long while, her stomach began to growl, and her eyes became even more ferocious. However, she still endured and didn't eat. It wasn't until late at night that she finally couldn't bear it anymore, wriggled her body, and ate the roasted meat. Both her hands and feet were tied, so she could only wriggle like a worm. Her appetite was shockingly good, and such a large roasted pig's leg was quickly devoured by her. The little girl licked her lips as if she hadn't had enough, and the expression on her face was very strange, because she had never eaten such delicious meat before. On the second day, Ling Han continued to entertain others, and on the fourth day, Li Hao and the other old friends finally had the chance to meet with him. I really never thought that you would actually be able to obtain first place. That's right, really awesome, too amazing. I'm even more envious of Li Hao. He will soon be able to enter into Huyang University, and with Big Brother Ling's protection, he won't have to worry about being bullied by strangers in unfamiliar places. Lu Dong and the others spoke one after another as they pushed wine cups around. Their status was low, and they could only wait until the crowd had almost dispersed before they dared to gather with Ling Han. Today they naturally had to get Ling Han drunk no matter what. However, halfway through the drinks, Chan Pengju revealed a look of hesitation. After a long while he said, I might have gotten myself into big trouble. What is it? Everyone asked. Chan Pengju gritted his teeth and said, after returning from Balance Mountain, there was one time when I was drinking with one of my clansmen. I drank too much and I think I mentioned something about Hang Zhan. What? Li Hao and the others all stood up at the same time. their faces turning deathly pale. Hang Zhan was the grandson of the 7th elder of Stone Wolf Sect, and these days Stone Wolf Sect had been searching for the murderer. If the news was leaked, then it would definitely attract the attention of that 7th elder of Stone Wolf Sect, a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier. However, Ling Han did not take it too seriously. It was not as if he did not have the help of a Gushing Spring tier martial artist. Moreover, Stone Wolf Sect should know that there were 3 black-grade alchemists standing behind him, so they would definitely not dare to act rashly. Only that 7th elder could possibly go crazy and act rashly. After all, the one who died was his own grandson, and with his temperament, if he was fierce and hot-tempered, then it was indeed possible that he would come to kill them. Did you tell him or not? Lu Dong asked anxiously. Guaroc Town was under the jurisdiction of Stone Wolf Sect, and the 7th elder had a good reason to act. Even if he massacred their clans, the royal house of the Dayuan king would at most give some verbal punishment. After all, this was a world where the strong were revered. I really can't remember. I was really too drunk that day, Chen Pengju said with a long face. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, if that person from Stone Wolf Sect really comes to kill his way to your clan, then tell him the truth and tell him to come find me. No, big brother Ling, we will definitely not betray you. That's right, how could we be so disloyal? Lu Dong and the others all shook their heads. As for whether they were speaking the truth or not, and how many of them were speaking the truth, that was another matter altogether. Ling Han smiled and said, no matter, this is the truth anyway. Moreover, I have the ability to protect myself, so I do not fear that 7th elder. On the other hand, I cannot guarantee your safety, so just listen to me and tell me the truth. Seeing that he was so insistent, Lu Dong and the others could only nod, hoping that Chen Pengju had not gone back on his word after drinking. That way everything would be fine. With something weighing on their minds, the atmosphere became very oppressive. Very soon, the banquet was over, and everyone returned to their own homes. When Ling Han returned to Tianyi, he saw that Lu Yutong was teaching Hu Niu how to speak, but the wild little girl was extremely ferocious and did not pay any attention to her at all. She only continued to bare her teeth and roar, looking very much like a little tiger. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, you have to grasp her weakness. Doesn't the little girl like to eat? You have to use food as a reward. If she performs well, give it to her, and let her slowly learn to be obedient. Lu Yutong rolled her eyes at him and said in annoyance, do you really think she is raising kittens and puppies? This little girl is much fiercer than kittens and puppies, Ling Han said, clicking his tongue. He stretched out his hand to pat Hu Niu's head, and the little girl immediately bit him. Thankfully, he withdrew his hand quickly. Knock knock knock. Ling Han and Lu Yutong turned around at the same time, and saw an alchemy apprentice standing at the door. He said, young Master Ling, there is someone outside who claims to be from the Ling family of Grey Cloud Town. He has an urgent matter and wishes to see you. Oh! Ling Han walked out. What was the matter? His father had just returned, so it shouldn't be anything serious. Could it be the 7th elder of Stone Wolf Sect? He was shocked and hurriedly broke into a run. Seeing this, Lu Yutong also left Hu Niu behind and chased after him. Chapter 81. Let's go back a few days. Grey Cloud Town Chung family. A powerful aura suddenly spread out from the deepest part of the Chung family's mansion. It was extremely terrifying, and even a 9th layer poly-elite like Chung Wenkuan felt a strong sense of fear from the depths of his heart. But Chung Wenkuan did not feel the slightest bit nervous. A look of wild joy appeared on his face, and he actually started dancing with joy. Third uncle has broken through. Ha ha ha, third uncle has broken through. Ling family, you guys were so arrogant before. But you would never have thought that my third uncle has been in seclusion all this time to break through to Gushing Spring tier. His expression suddenly became stern and he said, from today onwards, there will no longer be a Ling family in Grey Cloud Town. Ha 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 ha. A long laugh rang out, and a tall and thin old man walked into the main hall, his body exuding a terrifying wave of power. This was because he had just broken through and could not completely control his power yet. He was Chung Wenkuan's third uncle, Chung Jiyu. He was a martial arts fanatic, and had been the top elite of the Chung family for more than 10 years. However, he had no interest in the power of the family, and had always been in seclusion to break through to gushing spring tier. Even many members of the Chung family thought that he had died long ago, and his hard work had paid off, as he had successfully broken through to gushing spring tier. This was the strongest battle prowess in Grey Cloud Town, and could defeat all opponents. Greetings, third uncle, congratulations. Chung Wenkuan half knelt on the ground, his face filled with wild joy. And stand up. Chung Jiyu raised his hand, his eyes turned, and he said, call Xiao Yuan and the others over. I haven't seen them for many years. Third uncle, Xiao Yuan is already dead. Chung Wenkuan said sorrowfully. What? Chung Jiyu suddenly slammed the table. Pung! This table made of fine sandalwood instantly turned into dust. His eyes widened in anger and he said, who killed my grandson? Chung Xiao Yuan was Chung Jiyu's own grandson, and had inherited his talent, which was why he was accepted as a disciple by Stone Wolf sect. Chung Shuang and Chung Xiang did not have this qualification. The little bastard of the Ling family, Ling Han. Chung Wenkuan immediately said, Pa! Chung Jiyu raised his hand and brought it down, giving Chung Wenkuan a slap on the face. He scoffed and said, then what are you still sitting here for? Why didn't you bring that little bastard's head to see me? Chung Wenkuan did not even dare to show the slightest bit of temper. In front of a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier, he could not even block a single finger. He hurriedly knelt down and said, how could Wenkuan not want to take revenge for Xiao Yuan? It's just that he has an elder from Stone Wolf sect backing him up. I can't touch him. An elder of Stone Wolf sect. Chung Jiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The elders of Stone Wolf sect were all in gushing spring tier, and he had just broken through to this tier. No matter which one he fought, he would not be a match for them. However, he immediately snorted and said, that little bastard only flattered that elder at most. Even if I killed him, that elder wouldn't have a falling out with me. Let's go. Immediately follow me to slaughter our way to the Ling family. He dared to kill my grandson, so I'm going to slaughter every single member of the Ling family. Chung Wenkuan was naturally overjoyed. He was afraid that Chung Jiyu would shrink back. Thankfully, Chung Xiao Yuan was dead, which made Chung Jiyu so furious that he was not even afraid of an elder of Stone Wolf sect. The Chung family moved out in force, all of them brimming with killing intent as they headed towards the Ling family. Their ostentatious behavior naturally alerted the smaller clans in the town, who all came out to watch. What's going on with the Chung family? Could it be that they're going to start a war with some clan? Aside from the Ling family, which other clan is worthy of the Chung family moving out in such a grand manner? That can't be. The Ling family's power is not inferior to the Chung family at all. A war between the two clans would only result in both sides suffering heavy losses. The Chung family wouldn't be so stupid, would they? That's not right, that's not right. Don't you know that the Chung family is having a hard time now? I've heard that their economic lifeline has suffered a full-scale attack from the Ling family, and now they can't even afford to pay the salaries of their servants. Yes, I've heard that too. These days, a great many servants and guards of the Chung family have secretly run away. The situation is actually that bad? No wonder the Chung family is putting their lives on the line. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the Ling family in future. If they put their lives on the line now, at least they still have a chance of winning. Chung Wenkuan heard the discussions of these people, and could not help but smirk coldly. How could it be possible to put their lives on the line? They now had a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier keeping watch, and this time they were going to wipe out the Ling family. Putting their lives on the line. Only the Ling family needed to put their lives on the line, but it was completely useless. They would only be suppressed by a single finger of a powerful warrior of gushing spring tier. The Chung family advanced majestically, and the townspeople followed behind them to watch the show. This was a war between two great clans, and if they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Very soon, they came from the east side of the town to the west side, where the Ling family resided. With such a big battle formation, it naturally alerted the Ling family. Ling Dongxing just happened to return, and immediately led the crowd out. Head of the Ling family, long time no see. Chung Wenkuan pressed his hand down, and all the members of the Chung family stopped. He smiled at Ling Dongxing, filled with pride, because this old rival of his would very soon kneel down and submit in front of him. Ling Dongxing frowned. This was not a friendly visit. He raised his voice and said, Brother Chang has brought so many people here. Are you here to demonstrate your might? Ha 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 ha. Chang Wenkuan laughed loudly, then stopped abruptly and said darkly, That's right, I'm here today to demonstrate my might. Ling Dongxing, quickly order your clansmen to surrender, and I can consider killing a few less. Chang Wenkuan, have you gone senile? Ling Dongxing said coldly. This was really a great joke. You think I'm joking? Chang Wenkuan laughed coldly. Aren't you? Ling Dongxing asked in return. Of course not. A cold voice sounded and a tall and skinny elder walked out of the crowd, passing by Chang Wenkuan, his face full of killing intent. Who is this old man? The surrounding crowd was all curious. The Chang family has someone like this. His status is not lower than Chang Wenkuan's. I remember now, he's Chang Jiyu. An elder suddenly exclaimed. Everyone said he was dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Ling Dongxing naturally recognized Chang Jiyu, even though he was much older now. He cupped his hands, showing respect to the other party for being a generation older than him. But now that the dignity of both clans was at stake, he naturally could not give in. He said, If the Chang family insists on fighting, there is no one in the Ling family who is afraid of death. You think you're worthy of being my Chang family's enemy? Chang Jiyu stretched out his hand and pressed down towards Ling Dongxing. I'll suppress you first. You're going too far. Ling Dongxing raised his palm to counterattack. He had been known as the #1 genius of Grey Cloud Town, so his abilities were naturally extraordinary. As his palms moved, over 10 palm prints were formed, and the speed of his attacks was extremely fast. A firefly is not worthy of competing with the sun and moon. Chang Jiyu pointed out with a finger, and actually formed a giant palm the size of a millstone, pressing down towards Ling Dongxing. Origin power taking form. Gushing spring tear. Ling Dongxing exclaimed in shock, his face instantly turning pale. He finally understood where the confidence of the Chang family came from. Chang Jiyu had actually broken through to gushing spring tear. Reading on one's phone was even more refreshing. Chapter 82. The large hand of origin power slammed down and suppressed Ling Dongxing without any suspense, directly sealing his dantian. Now, his power was not much stronger than a normal person's. Ha 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 ha. Chang Wenkuan laughed loudly, feeling extremely comfortable and happy. Ever since he awakened his spirit base and started cultivating, he had always compared himself to Ling Dongxing, but he was always suppressed by Ling Dongxing, and could only be the second in line. Thankfully, Ling Dongxing had not broken through to gushing spring tear, which gave him a sliver of hope. Now this formidable opponent that had been pressing down on him was so easily suppressed. How could he not be excited? But he was also very shocked. Gushing spring tear was too strong. Chang Jiyu had just broken through, but Ling Dongxing was not even a match for him. Capture them all. Whoever dares to resist, kill without mercy, he said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the Chang family martial artists behind him immediately charged out, charging towards the Ling family with an imposing manner. On the other hand, because the clan head of the Ling family was restrained, and the other side had a powerful warrior of gushing spring tear, their morale naturally plummeted, and they could not put up any effective resistance. A few polytier clansmen still wanted to escape, but Chang Jiyu easily caught up to them and beat them half to death with a single palm strike. I never thought that the Chang family actually had a powerful warrior of gushing spring tear. He should have just broken through, or else he wouldn't have waited until now to counterattack. The wheel of fortune really changes in 30 years. Who would have thought that when the Chang family was about to be forced into a desperate situation, they would come up with such a great comeback? With the temperament of the Chang family, I'm afraid no one from the Ling family will be able to escape with their lives. In future, the Chang family will have the final say in the town. Our days will probably not be easy. While everyone was shocked by Chang Jiyu's power, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh. The members of the Chang family were all arrogant and domineering. In future, they would be the dominant family, and the townspeople would not have good days. In less than half an hour, almost all the members of the Ling family were captured. Only a few members who were doing business outside were lucky enough to escape. Where's Ling Han? Cheng Jiyu came to stand in front of Ling Dongxing, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had sent people to search for Ling Han, but they had not found him anywhere. Ha 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 ha. Ling Dongxing laughed. My son has been accepted as a disciple by Huyang University. If you dare to touch him, you will be the enemy of Rain Country royalty. Cheng Wenkuan walked over and said, Your useless son can also enter Huyang University. Who are you trying to fool? Ling Dongxing spat on the ground and said, Not only has my son entered Huyang University, he is also the champion of this year's Dayuan tournament. In future, he will at least reach the spiritual ocean tier. Just you wait. Bullshit. Cheng Wenkuan snorted. With just your son, you want to win first place in the Dayuan tournament? Ling Dongxing, you really know how to indulge in fantasy. Actually thinking of using such ridiculous words to fool us. Actually, Cheng Wenkuan still believed that Ling Han could enter Huyang University. After all, Cheng Xiaoyuan had been defeated by Ling Han. But to say that Ling Han could win first place, that would really be the biggest joke in the world. This year's Dayuan tournament was a gathering of geniuses. There were powerful warriors like the Fourth Prince and Jin Wuji, as well as new talents like Bailey Tingyun and Xia Zhongguang. How could Ling Han possibly win? Humph, so what if he has been accepted by Huyang University? As long as he does not enter Huyang University, he is not a disciple of Huyang University. Cheng Wenkuan was filled with killing intent. He then turned to Cheng Jiyu and said, Third uncle, why don't we hang them all at the entrance of the town? And when that little beast Ling Han returns, we can kill them all. Alright, let's do that. I will dig out that little bastard Ling Han's heart and lungs in front of him, and let him have a taste of losing a descendant. Cheng Jiyu snorted coldly. We only need to leave a dozen or so alive and kill the rest. Cheng Wenkuan said darkly. Cheng Wenkuan, don't you dare. Ling Dongxing roared fiercely. The Ling family alone had several hundred clansmen, and adding on the servants, guards and other personnel who did not share the same surname, the total number had reached more than 1,000. Now that there were only a dozen or so left alive, how many people would he have to kill? Why wouldn't I dare? Cheng Wenkuan laughed coldly. This was to establish his might, to use the lives of the Ling family as a sacrifice, to let the people of Grey Cloud Town know that this was the consequence of going against the Cheng family. Kill them. He shouted loudly. Pew pew pew. One after another, heads were chopped off. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the ground. Not every member of the Ling family was unafraid of death. Many begged for mercy, but it was useless. The Cheng family was determined to annihilate the Ling family, and they did not accept any surrender at all. They only killed, turning the entire Ling family into a cave of death. Ling Dongxing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. These were all members of the Ling family, and as the head of the family, how could his heart not bleed? But he was more worried about his son. What if Ling Han returned, and he fell into the hands of the Cheng family? Though Ling Han was on friendly terms with many black great alchemists, the problem was, would the Cheng family believe him? Furthermore, the news that Ling Han had obtained the first place in the Dayuan tournament had not yet spread, so the Cheng family would naturally not have any qualms. If his son died, then even if he died, how would he have the face to see his wife? His heart was burning with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. The remaining 10 or so members of the Ling family were dragged to the eastern entrance of the town. Here, 10 or so short wooden stakes had been temporarily erected. Ling Dongxing and the others Dantian had all been sealed, and they were all kneeling on the ground, their hands and feet tied behind their backs to the wooden stakes. Woo woo woo, big brother Xiong. Ling Zixian cried loudly. She was one of the few who were still alive, but she might not be the lucky one. Pa! One of the Cheng family members slapped her across the face and shouted, Don't cry! But Ling Zixian cried even louder, causing him to be enraged, and he drew the saber from his waist. Forget it. Forget it. Someone on the side advised. Perhaps it was because Ling Zixian was too young that he had become addicted to her. Just let her cry all she wants, and use it as a deterrent. This is the result of going against our Cheng family. Hee hee. What bullshit clan head, isn't he still being stepped on by my foot? One of them stepped on Ling Dongxing's head, and even deliberately smeared the dirt from the bottom of his shoe onto Ling Dongxing's face, causing Ling Dongxing to tremble in anger. Ha ha ha, so what if he's at the 9th layer of poly? Now, he can even easily step on me, who is only at the 6th layer of body refining tier. The Ling family is finished. Now, Grey Cloud Town belongs to our Chung family. A night had passed, and the dozen or so members of the Ling family were all shivering from the bitter cold. Frost had formed on their hair, and they had not had any water or rice for almost a day, causing their stomachs to rumble with hunger. Chang Wen-kuan had appeared, and he wanted to see his archenemy lose hope bit by bit. Finally, when his only son died in front of him, he would lose all hope. At that time, he would kill Ling Dongxing, and put an end to the competition between the two of them that had lasted for over 30 years. Ling Dongxing, do you regret it now? He mocked and ridiculed, and only left after he had said enough. The next day, he appeared on time, and continued to tease this former rival of his. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ling Dongxing and the dozen or so others were only left with half of their lives. They had not eaten for 3 whole days, and if not for the fact that they had been given some water, they would definitely have died from dehydration. But now they were also extremely weak, and they did not even have the strength to curse. Report. Someone ran over and half knelt. Reporting to Lord Clan Head. Traces of Ling Han have been discovered. He is currently 50 kilometers away from the town. Ha 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 ha. Chang Wen-kuan was startled at first, and then he laughed loudly. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly go and get third uncle. He will be able to take revenge soon." Chapter 83. Ha 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 ha. Theft is a shameless and evil act in the first place. What more when it involves the third imperial prince? Wei Heelu could not help but laugh loudly. At that time, even if the academy did not want to pursue the matter, now that it involved the imperial clan, even Wu Songlin's face would not be of any use. There was no small matter in the imperial clan. Ling Han dared to steal something belonging to the third imperial prince. That was definitely a dead end. However, there has to be a reason, right? Otherwise, why would the thief steal this thing? Wei Hidong very quickly stopped laughing, and asked Feng Luo. Feng Luo laughed mischievously and said, "This is a keepsake of the third imperial prince, and is only gifted to an extremely few people. Holding such a keepsake means that one is a close friend of the third imperial prince. Not only is it a symbol of one's identity and status, all the expenses incurred in the various restaurants and inns of the imperial city can be recorded, and the third imperial prince will be responsible for paying." Yeah. Wei Heelu looked envious. Although he was a genius alchemist, he had not obtained the third imperial prince's favor, and was thus gifted with such a keepsake. Now, a profligate young master actually had one in his possession, so how could he not be envious? Feng Luo smiled proudly. This was something that Feng Yan had specially gifted to him, in case he caused trouble in the imperial city. With the keepsake of the third imperial prince, everyone would have to give him some face. He patted Wei Heeli's shoulder and said, "Young Master Wei, I'll leave the matter of framing him to you." Wei Heelu looked like he was in a difficult position. He only knew how to concoct alchemical pills, and he only knew how to eat, drink, and play around. However, he had never done something like framing someone before. Moreover, in the past there were too many people who wanted to suck up to him. He only needed to open his mouth, and there would naturally be people who would do it for him. There was no need for him to do it himself. What? You're not willing? Feng Luo laughed coldly. He pretended to put away the keepsake. Then forget it. I only wanted to help you vent your anger. Since you're not willing, I won't force you. Wait. Wei Heelu hurriedly called out. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll do it." His heart was filled with hatred. The reason why he had offended Ling Han was because he wanted to help Feng Luo vent his anger. But now, this guy actually said that he wanted to help him vent his anger. He was really turning his back on him. But after he had been abandoned by Wu Songlin, he was no longer the young Master Wei of the past. He was only a yellow-grade low-level alchemist, so did he have the right to stand against Feng Luo? Behind Feng Luo stood a genius of martial arts. Feng Luo was faintly showing signs of approaching the level of the third imperial prince, Ken Yi, and other peerless geniuses of his generation. His future was limitless, so how could a down-and-out alchemist like him compare to him? When one was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. If he rejected Feng Luo now, that would mean that he had cut off his only possible future. If he followed Wu Songlin, he might be able to leave Rain Country in future and escape from Wu Songlin's shadow. He took the violet badge and silently walked to Feng Luo's side. He stood with his hands by his side and placed himself in a relatively lower position. Ha 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 ha. Feng Luo laughed loudly, his face filled with pride. Even his eldest brother would not have thought that he would actually be able to subdue a slightly talented alchemist. Who would still dare to say that he was a profligate young master? Try and subdue a yellow-grade alchemist. Wei Hilu lowered his head, his eyes filled with regret. But now that things had come to this, how could he still turn back? After a free meal, Qi Zhantai naturally returned to Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, while Ling Han brought Hu Niu around for a while to buy some materials to set up an array. Only then did he return to the academy. He was not in a hurry to take the second star pill. Instead, he began to set up an array around the courtyard. This was an early warning array. Anyone who entered the courtyard would be alerted by the array, and would send out a warning that only he could receive. Even if he was not in the courtyard, there would still be some clues left behind, telling him that an outsider had intruded into this courtyard. There was nothing he could do about it. The materials he had on hand were limited, so he could only set up such a simple array. Otherwise, if it had been in his last life, even a powerful warrior of Heaven tier might not have dared to barge into the array that he had set up. I'll just make do with it. I don't have any enemies right now anyways, he mumbled. If these words were heard by Lu Yutong, Qi Yongyi, and the others, they would definitely jump out to object. He actually dared to say that he didn't have any enemies. Wu Bo was one, Feng Yan was another, He Junchun was another, and so were Nangongji. These people were not to be trifled with, especially Wu Bo and Feng Yan. One was a young master of the direct line of descent of the Wu clan, while the other was a genius of martial arts who had the potential to become a king tier. If these two were not considered enemies, then who was? Unfortunately, they did not know that although Ling Han's current cultivation level was weak, deep in his bones was the pride of a powerful warrior of Heaven tier. How could he possibly care about these small fries? Moreover, in his last life his personality had been like this. He was incomparably proud, and would definitely not lower his head to anyone. This array was very simple, so it did not take Ling Han long to finish setting it up. Then he began to take the second star pill to strengthen his divine sense. As far as Ling Han knew, there was no cultivation technique in this world that could strengthen one's divine sense. Only when one's cultivation level increased would one's divine sense correspondingly strengthen to the next level. This was a passive process. For example, when he had been in Heaven tier in his last life, he only had to slightly wave his spiritual power, and he could even directly erase the soul of a powerful warrior of spiritual infant tier. But he had always suspected that since the divine sense could be recovered through cultivation techniques, strengthened through alchemical pills and godly medicines, then it should also be possible to cultivate through cultivation techniques. It was just that there was no such cultivation technique in circulation now. This was not impossible. Because if he had not come from 10,000 years ago, how would he know that so many pill recipes had been lost in the passage of time? Obviously, a great many good things had disappeared in the course of history. It was so in this life, so could it be that his last life would not be an exception? A definite example was that during the last period of his last life, he had once walked into a great many ancient sites, and obtained some ancient pill recipes from them, which similarly belonged to the category that had been lost in the passage of time. Thus, many years ago, perhaps there had been cultivation techniques that could temper the divine sense. As he thought about this, he continued to absorb the medicinal effects of the second star pill. His whole body instantly felt incredibly comfortable, because his soul was responsible for all the sensations in his body. Now that his divine sense had become stronger, he naturally felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. One after another, he very soon swallowed all 7 second star pills. The power of my soul has almost doubled. Ling Han opened his eyes, and his gaze became even deeper, as if it was a bottomless pit, causing others to involuntarily sink into it. He smiled. This is the benefit of having a strong divine sense. I can use my divine sense to oppress my opponent, and this can be used as a special move. If others are not on guard, it is very possible that they will be instantly killed by me. The strength of my soul now should be equivalent to that of gushing spring tear. His smile involuntarily widened. This means that I will be able to cultivate at the speed of gushing spring tears spiritual chi absorption. Added with my immortal grade spirit base I'm afraid that even I would be shocked by the speed of my cultivation. Hurry up and reach gushing spring tear. Only when I reach gushing spring tear will I be able to cultivate black grade martial arts techniques. That is the true beginning of martial arts. Now I have all the secret techniques in my arsenal, yet I am unable to use them. This kind of feeling is really terrible. There's a mouse that ran in. Chapter 84. Ta 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 ta, the sound of galloping hooves could be heard. Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan had arrived just a short while later, causing Lu Yutong to feel much more assured. She leapt off the horse and began to rescue Ling Dongxing and the others, so that Ling Han would not have to worry about anything. Father, eat this vitality protection pill. Ling Han took out a pill bottle, poured out a green pill, and fed it to Ling Dongxing. Ling Dongxing did not feel anything. Since it was given to him by his son, he would eat it. However, Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan were so shocked that their eyes were wide open. Vitality protection pill was also a lost pill, and its effects were even better than the reverse pill. Although the name of the reverse pill was very domineering compared to the vitality protection pill, it was still a far cry. Both of them were yellow-grade high-level pills, but they were extremely difficult to concoct. Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan, after obtaining the complete prescription, had not been able to concoct the reverse pill even after so many days, but Ling Han had immediately concocted the even more difficult vitality protection pill. How could the two of them not be so shocked that their eyes were wide open? Ling Han distributed the vitality protection pill to the remaining 10 or so members of the Ling family. This vitality protection pill was an improved version of the reverse pill that he had concocted in his previous life, so its effects were naturally much better. Big brother Han De Xiong is dead, and father and mother are also dead. Woo woo woo. Ling Zixian lay weakly in Ling Han's arms, sobbing. However, no tears came out of her eyes, because her tears had long since dried up. I will avenge De Xiong, I will avenge everyone. Ling Han caressed the little girl's back and said, Be good, Xian Xian. Sleep, sleep, you'll be fine. The little girl nodded. After these 4 days of suffering, she had long since reached her limit. She quickly fell asleep in Ling Han's arms. Ling Han handed the little girl over to Lu Yutong, then turned his gaze back to Cheng Wen-kuan, his killing intent blazing. Although Hu Niu was tied up and lying on the horse's back, she had grown up with ferocious beasts, so she was very sensitive to killing intent. Instantly, she raised her head and let out a roar, looking extremely excited. How is that possible? How could you form 5 flashes of sword chi? Cheng Wen-kuan struggled to get up from the ground. His nose had collapsed, his mouth was crooked, and his face was covered in blood. How do you want to die? Ling Han asked coldly. Do you want to be dismembered, or shot in the head? I'll give you a choice. Little bastard, don't get cocky. Even if you formed 5 flashes of sword chi, it's still useless. In front of absolute power, only death awaits you, shouted Cheng Wen-kuan. When my third uncle arrives, all of you will die. Ling Han shook his head and said, Hearing your words, I really thought I was facing a young profligate young master in his teens who only knows how to use the adults in his family to scare people. Humph, when the old thing arrives, I'll naturally chop off his dog head. Bullshit. Cheng Wen-kuan screamed. He was once again kicked to the ground by Ling Han. He was extremely humiliated and furious. Being stepped on in the face by someone was the most humiliating thing, and the person who stepped on him was actually the son of his sworn enemy. It was fine that he could not win against Ling Dongxing, but even Ling Dongxing's son could step on his face. How could he endure this? At this time, the townspeople had also received the news and came out to watch the commotion. The people nearby had all arrived, and when they saw Ling Han majestically step on Cheng Wen-kuan's face, everyone was petrified. Before Chang Jiyu appeared, the publicly acknowledged strongest elites of Grey Cloud Town were Ling Dongxing and Cheng Wen-kuan. They were both in the 9th layer of Pali and were invincible. Now this former strongest elite was actually stepped on by Ling Han. Who could believe their own eyes? This was once a famous piece of trash. Many disciples of Tsongyun College recalled what Lu Yutong had once said. After 3 months, everyone could only look up to Ling Han. As expected, he could even step on Chang Wenkuan now, so who could not look up to him? But the problem was, the current strongest elite of Grey Cloud Town was Chang Jiyu, an ultimate elite of Gushing Spring tier. No matter how strong Ling Han was, could he be stronger than Gushing Spring tier? It's over. Once Chang Jiyu arrives, Ling Han will definitely be finished. AI, what a pity for such a genius. Otherwise, he might be able to become a powerful warrior of Spiritual Ocean tier in the future. Spiritual Ocean tier, you really dare to say that? That's as strong as the Deyuan King. Think about it, Ling Han is only 17 years old now, but he can already step on Chang Wenkuan. How terrifying is his talent? That's true. Everyone whispered to each other. They all felt that Ling Han was completely unfavorable, that he had come back to die. The strength of Gushing Spring tier was deeply ingrained in everyone's bones, especially in a small place like Grey Cloud Town. That was a godlike existence. It was at this moment that a figure flew out from the town. His speed was extremely fast, so fast that even a galloping horse could not catch up. In just an instant he had appeared nearby. It was Chang Jiyu. Little bastard, you are Ling Han, the evil thief who killed my grandson. Chang Jiyu glared at Ling Han, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. I am Ling Han, and today will be the day you die. Ling Han retorted. Ha 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 ha. I am a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier. What right do you have to take my life? Chang Jiyu was in no hurry to attack. This was the main culprit who had killed his grandson, so he wanted to slowly torture this little bastard to death. What if we attack? Zhu He Xian and Zhang Wei Shan both stepped out at the same time. And who the hell are you two? Chang Jiyu was indifferent at first, but when his eyes swept over the two of them, his expression instantly changed and he exclaimed, Gushing Spring tier. Not only were they in Gushing Spring tier, but there were two of them. What? The townspeople all exclaimed in shock. These two unprepossessing old men were actually powerful warriors of Gushing Spring tier as well? No wonder Ling Han dared to return. So he had invited a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier to help him. Chang Jiyu's expression instantly turned serious, and he no longer dared to underestimate them in the slightest. He said, Fellow Taoists, this man has a grudge against me for killing my grandson. No matter what benefits he has promised you, I will give you double the amount. I hope that you will not interfere. Zhu He Xian and Zhang Wei Shan exchanged a look, and both laughed loudly. Double the amount? Who the hell are you? How many pill recipes do you have, and how much understanding do you have of alchemy? You actually dare to boast like this? Impudence. Young friend Ling's matter is our matter as well. Zhang Wei Shan spoke up. The one with the surname Cheng, if you surrender now, I can still plead with young friend Ling to grant you a quick death. Young friend Ling. Hiss. Everyone gritted their teeth and drew in a breath of cold air. Two powerful warriors of Gushing Spring tier actually addressed Ling Han as young friend, and they even looked as if they were going through thick and thin together. What kind of friendship was this? Thankfully, both Zhu He Xian and Zhang Wei Shan did not put on the badge of an alchemist. Otherwise, these townspeople would be even more shocked, because a black-grade low-level alchemist had a higher status than a powerful warrior of Gushing Spring tier. Must the two of you do this? Chang Jiyu asked darkly. He had just broken through to Gushing Spring tier, and his confidence was at its peak. Moreover, he definitely did not believe that two powerful warriors of Gushing Spring tier would risk their lives for the sake of Ling Han. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of such a reason. Pung 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 pung. There was a cloud of dust in the distance, and a group of people was quickly approaching. Brother Ling, I've brought some people to lend you a hand. This group of people soon arrived near, and a young man leaped down from his horse, clasped his hands in greeting to Ling Han and said, It was Bailey Tung Yun. Chapter 85. Bailey Tung Yun did not attract much attention, but the group of men dressed in the same attire behind him caused everyone to be shocked, because there were two words embroidered on each of their chests. Bailey. Within the territory of Deyuan City, there was only one party that dared to use the name Bailey, and that was the Bailey sect. One of the four most powerful parties under the royal house of Deyuan. Quite a number of people choked. Though they did not recognize Bailey Tung Yun, since he was able to recruit so many disciples of the Bailey sect, his status would definitely not be low. Yet he addressed Ling Han as his brother, so what did that mean? Ling Han and the Bailey sect were on very good terms. Cheng Ji-yu's expression changed again. No matter how much confidence he did not think that he had the ability to stand against the Bailey sect. They had an elite in the 9th layer of Gushing Spring tier, and even 100 of him would not be a match for them. His only hope now was that this seemingly awesome brat did not have a very high status in the Bailey sect. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave arose. Dust rose in the distance, and a group of people was quickly galloping over. Haha, so Brother Bailey has arrived first. A young man leaped off his horse. It was Jin Wuji. He raised his clasped hands in greeting at Ling Han and said, "Brother Ling, I've also brought some people from the Han clan to cheer for you. You actually dared to injure Uncle Ling. I'd like to see who would be so daring." He had already resolved his grudge with Ling Han, and their relationship was now quite good. Cheng Ji-yu could not help but humph and said, "And who are you? Such arrogance. How dare you?" A guard of the Jin clan jumped out. "Are you blind? This is our third young master, Jin Wuji." Pooh! The townspeople's mood that had just recovered instantly turned into a great wave of shock. Who was Jin Wuji? He was the third young master of the Jin clan, and also the most talented member of the younger generation of the Jin clan. He had a very high chance of inheriting the position of clan head in the future. If that was the case, then could the brother Bailey, that Jin Wuji spoke of, be Bailey Tingyun of the Bailey sect? Because the sect leader of the Bailey sect only had one son, and he should be about 16 or 17 years old. It could be said that the two strongest forces of Diyuan City had both come, and they were not just any random person. One was the young sect leader, and the other was the future clan leader. Moreover, both of them were brothers with Ling Han. Impersonated? How could that be possible? Who would dare to impersonate these two people in Diyuan City? Cheng Ji-yu finally showed an expression of unease. Ling Han was currently protected by two great forces, and even if he could really take Ling Han's life amidst an army of 10,000, in the future, he would definitely be hunted down by these two great forces. For a moment he was caught in a dilemma. Should he take revenge or give up? He did not realize that what happened today was not something that he could just give up. As early as when he attacked the Ling family, his fate had already been sealed. Death. Gallop, 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 galloped over from afar. The townsfolk were already numb. They wondered if another disciple of a super faction had come, right? Ha ha ha, Brother Jean, Brother Bailey, you really came quickly. With a long laugh, Li Dongyu leapt off his horse and strode over. He said, "Brother Ling, if you need my Stone Wolf sect, just say the word." When he said this, everyone was greatly shocked. Although the Jin clan and the Bailey sect were powerful, they were still too far away from them. However, the Stone Wolf sect was the true ruler of this place. Ma Lang, who had come previously, had already caused everyone to be filled with dread. Now that this person was able to call Jin Wuji and Bailey Tungyun brothers, his status was definitely above Ma Lang's. Chung Wen-kuan was about to cry. What was going on? Why did the super factions of Diyuan City come one after another? And they were all helping Ling Han. The Jin clan, the Bailey sect, the Stone Wolf sect. Any one of them would only need to lift a finger to exterminate the Chung family a dozen times over. Thank you, everyone. After I kill my enemies, I will drink with all of you. Ling Han cupped his hands and said, "You can help me exterminate the Chung family. I only want these two main culprits. Leave it to us." Jin Wuji and the other two readily agreed. Not to mention the fact that all three of them were working together. Any one of their forces could easily exterminate the Chung family. No. Chung Wen-kuan said, trembling. "You can't do this, you can't do this. When you were exterminating my Ling family, why were you so ruthless?" Ling Han asked darkly. "I have always been a fair person. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. But if anyone dares to harm even a single hair on my family, I will return the favor 100-fold. Jin Wuji and the other two waved their hands, and led their men and left with a whistling sound. Without an elite warrior like Cheng Ji-yu standing guard, what was the Chung family? "Stop!" Cheng Ji-yu shouted loudly. He naturally could not watch as his clan was exterminated. However, He had just taken a step when he saw Zhu Hexine and Zhang Weishan leaping out at the same time, blocking him from the front and back. Tung tung tung. It was at this moment that more and more people rushed over. There were the small clans of Deyuan City, as well as the forces of other towns. Some even had elite warriors of Gushing Spring tier among their ranks. They came in waves, practically drowning Grey Cloud Town. This was too terrifying. Now, aside from the royal house of the Deyuan king, almost all the forces that could be ranked were here. These people had all come because of Ling Han. Since when had this trash of a young master actually become so young? Cheng Wenkuan's face was ashen. It seemed that the Cheng family would not be able to escape this calamity today. He hated himself for not killing Ling Dongxing. That way, he would at least be able to drag his mortal enemy down with him, and he would not be lonely on the road to the netherworld. Pa! Ling Han's foot landed heavily on Cheng Wenkuan's face. Old dog, even at this time, you still dare to harbor evil thoughts. Ha 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 ha, so what if I die? There will still be the members of your Ling family to die with me. Cheng Wenkuan knew that it was impossible for him to escape death, so he might as well throw caution to the wind, glaring angrily at Ling Han. Pa! Ling Han's foot landed again, shattering all the teeth in Cheng Wenkuan's mouth. He was in so much pain that he flailed his arms and legs, but with Ling Han stepping on him, he could only continue to struggle on the ground. Brother Ling. A tall young man walked out from the crowd, his body exuding an astonishing aura. It was Qi Yongyi. We pay our respects to the fourth prince. The surrounding people all knelt down to pay their respects. Fourth prince. The people of Grey Cloud Town stared blankly for quite a while before they also knelt down to pay their respects, their hearts filled with shock. Now, all the factions of Deyuan City had gathered, and there was only one reason. Ling Han. What kind of magic did he actually possess? At this moment, Cheng Wenkuan had completely lost all hope. Even the royal house of the Deyuan king had come because of Ling Han, so what hope did the Cheng family still have? Are you all forcing me to put my life on the line? Cheng Jiyu shouted loudly, his eyes wide with rage. With the situation today, the Cheng family was destined to be annihilated. Since that was the case, he definitely had to escape with his life, and find a chance to kill off Ling Han in the future. Not just Ling Han, but also the surviving members of the Ling family. Only death awaits you, Zhu Hexine said coldly. Since Cheng Wen dared to harm his father, who was half his master, this caused the old man to be enraged. Chapter 86. Cheng Jiyu fought with his life on the line. He wanted to carve out a path of blood, and then return for revenge. Logically speaking, even if there were 3 of him, he would not be a match for either Zhu Hexine or Zhang Weishan, what more when the 2 of them joined forces, but a Gushing Spring tier warrior fighting with his life on the line was still quite terrifying. Even Zhu Hexine and Zhang Weishan did not dare to fight him head-on, and they did not want to be dragged down by him at all. Moreover, how long could he last if he fought with his life on the line? They only needed to delay him, and when he was done, Cheng Jiyu's battle prowess would naturally drop greatly, and it would be a piece of cake to deal with him then. Little bastard, you will definitely die. All of your Ling family will die. Cheng Wenkuan shouted harshly. As long as Cheng Jiyu managed to escape with his life, the Ling family was destined to be annihilated. Could it be that Zhu Hexine and Zhang Weishan would stay by the Ling family all day? Noisy. Ling Han humped coldly, and stomped down with his foot. Pa Cheng Wenkuan's entire head was crushed into a pulp, and a spray of blood gushed out. The headless body struggled for quite a while before it finally stopped. This scene caused everyone around to be speechless, thinking that this young man was really iron-blooded. It was impossible for him to kill someone, but what was frightening was that he was so callous, crushing a person's head with a single stomp. Yet his expression did not change at all. It was too terrifying. This brat from the Ling family has the right to become a ruler. He does not show mercy to his enemies, and kills without mercy. That's right. Those who are soft-hearted will not live long no matter how talented they are. But when I realized this, I was already in my early 30s, and this brat from the Ling family is only 17 years old now. Really incredible. Yet Hunyou's eyes lit up. She had the instincts of a wild beast, and could keenly sense the killing intent that Ling Han was exuding at this moment. This caused her to feel both fear and excitement, because she felt a sense of familiarity. Her body wriggled and she really wanted to throw herself at Ling Han's side, but both her hands and feet were bound, so she could only struggle in vain. Although Ling Han had killed one of the main culprits, his anger did not subside. The pitiful state of his father and his clansmen lingered in his mind, causing his killing intent to burn even more intensely. He stared fixedly at Chang Jiyu. This was the other main culprit, and could also be considered the main culprit. Because if not for Chang Jiyu's existence, how would the Chang family have dared to make a move against the Ling family? He had to end this with his own hands. Get out of the way. He roared loudly and shot out, charging towards Chang Jiyu. Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan were both shocked, and wanted to stop Ling Han so that he wouldn't be in danger. However, Ling Han shouted, "I want to take down this old dog with my own hands. Get out of my way." His expression was resolute, as if he wouldn't allow them to refuse. Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan could only retreat, but they were already prepared. The moment Ling Han was in danger, they would lend a helping hand, even if they would be reprimanded by Ling Han. Ling Han channeled Lone Wolf's blood, and his power, which was originally equivalent to the 8th layer of Pali, was further increased. However, since he was not injured, the increase in Lone Wolf's blood was not very great, and only allowed him to reach the peak period of the 8th layer of Pali. But with 5 flashes of sword chi, and added with the shocking electricity sword technique, the power was still terrifying. Chang Jiyu, however, was unafraid. With a light humph, he struck out with his palms repeatedly, which turned into several gigantic hands of origin power that slammed towards Ling Han. These gigantic hands of origin power were extremely solid, and easily shattered the sword chi, displaying the full might of an elite of gushing spring tier. Gagaga, little bastard, you are seeking your own death. Chang Jiyu was overjoyed. He could tell that whether it was Zhu Hexian or Zhang Weishan, as well as all the various forces of Diyuan City, they were actually all here because of Ling Han's reputation. Thus, as long as he could capture Ling Han, he would be able to use him as a hostage and escape from the encirclement. Once he was out of danger, he would naturally kill Ling Han with a single slap. That way, he would be able to exact his vengeance, and would never return in this lifetime. Today is the day of your death. Ling Han gave a long whistle and waved his sword repeatedly, his sword chi like a rainbow. However, his power was still much weaker than Chang Jiyu's. When he was struck by one of Chang Jiyu's gigantic hands of origin power, his internal organs were shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he had already cultivated the body of dead tree, and also had the indestructible heaven scroll to heal his wounds. Although he appeared to be in a terrible state, in truth, he had completely activated Lone Wolf's blood, and his power continued to increase. However, no matter how much his power increased, he would not be able to break through the barrier of gushing spring tier. Ling Han frowned. The space in his dantian was now extraordinarily large, and his ability to fight a prolonged battle was astonishing. Added with the recovery ability of the indestructible heaven scroll, he was completely capable of exhausting Chang Jiyu to death. But now he was doing this for the sake of revenge, and had to drag things out for such a long time. He could not wait, and neither could Ling Dongxing. Moreover, he did not want to make Ling Dongxing worry. Then Ling Han's eyes sharpened, and he did not hesitate to communicate with the Black Tower. He wanted to borrow the power of the Black Tower to strengthen himself, and increase his battle prowess by a whole tier. Black Tower, come give me power. Wang! Inside his dantian, the Black Tower trembled lightly, and released a mysterious power. Hong! This power surged within Ling Han's body, causing his cultivation level to rise rapidly. 5th layer of Pali, 6th layer, 7th layer in the time of a single breath, he had broken through to gushing spring tier, and continued to rise, only stopping when he reached the 4th layer of gushing spring tier. He had completely increased his cultivation level by a whole tier. What? Sensing the explosive increase in Ling Han's aura, Chang Jiyu, Zhu Hexian, and Zhang Weishan's eyes all widened in shock. How could this be possible? A martial artist in the 4th layer of Pali had actually instantly increased his power by a whole tier. As expected of a genius in alchemy, Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan were immediately sure that Ling Han had eaten some kind of alchemical pill to obtain such an increase in power, and could not help but feel even more admiration towards Ling Han's skill in alchemy. As for whether there was such an alchemical pill in this world, the two old men did not doubt it at all. They already had blind faith in Ling Han's ability in alchemy. Damn it! Chang Jiyu roared, and clapped his hands repeatedly. One after another, large hands of origin power appeared, slapping towards Ling Han. Ling Han humphed, clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. He had only increased his power to the level of gushing spring tier, and was unable to release his origin power outwards. But that did not matter. The power of the fourth layer of gushing spring tier completely suppressed the power of the first layer. And with a single punch, the green-colored large hands of origin power immediately shattered. Ling Han had already arrived. With a wave of his sword, 5 flashes of sword chi shot out. Pooh! 5 sword wounds instantly appeared on Chang Jiyu's chest, causing his flesh to become a bloody mess. Even his bones and internal organs could be vaguely seen. Old dog, hand over your life, Ling Han said darkly. Little bastard, you've only forcibly increased your power to gushing spring tier. How much power can you unleash? I'll definitely be able to kill you. Chang Jiyu released a furious roar of indignation. His hands moved, and he used the secret technique of the Chung family, full arm fist. Unfortunately, though he had broken through to gushing spring tier and could cultivate black-grade martial arts techniques, the problem was the Chung family did not even have a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique, so where would they get a black-grade martial arts technique? This full arm fist was only a yellow-grade middle-level martial arts technique, so its power was limited. It was completely insufficient to make up for the gap between the first layer of gushing spring tier and the fourth layer of gushing spring tier. Ling Han smirked coldly. If a normal martial artist forcibly increased the power of a whole tier, it would indeed be impossible for them to control such a shocking power, because the increase in power was really too great. But he was different. He had been in heaven tier in his last life, so what could the fourth layer of gushing spring tier do? Ling Han brandished his sword in a powerful attack. His sword chi was like a rainbow, completely suppressing Chang Jiyu. Fourth layer of gushing spring tier against first layer was already an absolute suppression. Pung! Ling Han's foot flew up and landed a kick on Chang Jiyu's chest. Ka ka ka! The sound of bones breaking was heard. At least 4 of Chang Jiyu's ribs were broken, and his dantian was directly shattered from the kick. He slid down to the ground in front of Ling Dongxing. Kneel! Ling Han said coldly. Bullshit! Chang Jiyu shouted angrily. Even if he died, he would never lower his head. It's not up to you to decide. Ling Han brandished his sword. Poo piu! 2 spurts of blood sprayed out. The tendons in Chang Jiyu's legs had been severed, and he had no choice but to kneel down in front of Ling Dongxing. Little beast, even if I become a ghost, I will not forgive you. Chang Jiyu spat out blood. He knew that he would not be able to escape death today, so he did not even have the thought of begging for mercy. His eyes were like knives, wanting nothing more than to stab Ling Han to death. Father, I'll leave this person to you. Ling Han calmed down. He knew that Ling Dongxing wanted to kill this enemy with his own hands even more. All right. Ling Dongxing's face was filled with killing intent. He thought of the clansmen who had been killed right in front of him, like livestock, their blood staining the entire Ling family's manor red, and corpses everywhere. His eyes immediately turned red, and he took the sword that Ling Han handed over and stabbed. Pooh! The sharp sword pierced into his chest, and Chang Jiyu glared at Ling Dongxing in indignation. His mouth opened and closed, as if he wanted to say something, but only blood gurgled out of his mouth. His head tilted to the side and he died just like that. Ling Dongxing kicked Chang Jiyu's corpse into the air, and let out a furious roar towards the skies. From now on, there would no longer be a Chung family in Grey Cloud Town. Chapter 87. There were a few female members of the discipline committee, and before they left, they all gazed at Ling Han with tenderness in their eyes. To them, this was definitely a wealthy son-in-law. Even the third imperial prince was able to order him around, and there were only a few like him in the whole of Rain Country. If they could get their hands on such a Prince Charming, then their life would be worth it. Brother Ling, I really did not think that you would actually have such achievements in alchemy. Even Grandmaster Fu is filled with admiration for you, the third imperial prince said to Ling Han with a smile after everyone had left. He had caught up to Ling Han yesterday, and had even given him a keepsake. That was because he thought that Fu Yuansheng valued Ling Han very much, but in truth he knew absolutely nothing about Ling Han. But after that, he had gone to visit Fu Yuansheng, and asked about Ling Han in a roundabout way. Though Fu Yuansheng did not explain in detail, just a few words were enough to make the third imperial prince's heart tremble. Thus, after a mere night, he immediately came to visit Ling Han. For someone like him who had aspired to become an emperor, Ling Han was really too valuable a resource. In truth, he still did not know that Wu Songlin had actually also been won over by Ling Han. Otherwise, he would definitely be even more shocked and would value Ling Han even more. Ling Han only smiled faintly. He was only a prince of a small country, so he was naturally not worthy of his attention. However, since his present abilities were still not very strong, there was no harm in borrowing the power of this prince. At most, he would help him ascend to the throne in future, and return this favor. A person like the third imperial prince was naturally eloquent. He adjusted the atmosphere, and kept the conversation between the two of them in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. At the end, he bid farewell and left. This friendship naturally could not be forged in a single day. At noon, Wu Songlin came running over, and handed over 10 silver notes with the denomination of 1,000,000 silver coins. Many thanks, young Master Han. Wu Songlin's face was filled with gratitude. If those who did not know better had heard this, they would definitely be completely confused, wondering if Wu Songlin's brain had gone haywire. What kind of person would give money and still say thanks? But to Wu Songlin, the value of that major origin spirit replenishing technique could not be measured with money. Even if the price was 100 million or a billion, he would still think of a way to gather the money. Ling Han unceremoniously put away the silver notes. He was indeed in need of money at present, and this major origin spirit replenishing technique was indeed worth this price. Moreover, money could only be used at a lower cultivation level. When one reached the flower blossom tier, who would still use worldly objects like gold and silver? However, money was still quite useful at present, so Ling Han smiled in satisfaction. Seeing this, Wu Songlin naturally took the opportunity to ask Ling Han for guidance. Ling Han casually gave him a few pointers. Being able to become a black-grade high-level alchemist, Wu Songlin's aptitude was not bad. There were many principles and crucial points that he could understand with just a few pointers. Otherwise, Ling Han really would not have the patience to teach him. Wu Songlin had just left when Lu Yutong arrived with Ling Zixian in tow. Ling Han did not bother to run out to eat, so he used the ingredients in the house to prepare lunch. Because there was a super glutton with them, the amount of food they cooked was also extremely shocking. Those who did not know would think that it was a happy occasion. "I'm sorry," Lu Yutong suddenly said. "Why do you suddenly say that?" Ling Han did not take it to heart, and asked casually. "That Chen Yunxiang has some background, so I was not able to take him down." "Who?" Ling Han turned his head and asked. Lu Yutong could not help but slap her forehead with her hand and said, "You are really a little forgetful. Could it be that you have forgotten that there was an old guy who wanted to snatch Xian Xian and Hu Niu 2 days ago?" Oh, Ling Han remembered. He had not taken this kind of minor character to heart at all. At that time, since Lu Yutong had said that he would leave it to her to deal with, he had naturally forgotten about this old lecher. He had never thought that even with the power of the Lu clan, they would not be able to deal with him. "Xiang has a daughter who is Sun Ziyan's concubine," Lu Yutong explained. "Sun Ziyan." Ling Han could not help but laugh. How could there be someone who would give himself such a name? Was he not afraid that others would call him grandson? The Sun clan is one of the 8 great clans of the imperial city, and Sun Ziyan is one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation of the Sun clan. He should be 25 years old this year, and has just broken through to Gushing Spring tier. He is very valued by the Sun clan, Lu Yutong said. Thus, the Lu clan does not want to become enemies with the Sun clan, and did not pursue the matter any further, Ling Han continued. Lu Yutong sighed and said, "That is indeed the case. Sun Ziyan dotes on Xiang's daughter very much, and the clan had just made a move against the Cheng clan when Chen Yunxiang went to look for the Sun clan. With Sun Ziyan personally appearing, Chen Yunxiang was saved." Ling Han gave an "oh." No wonder Chen Yunxiang dared to collude with the Earth and Water faction to kidnap someone. As it turned out, not only was he extremely daring and lust, he also had the support of the Sun Clan behind him. Even if something happened, there would be someone to cover for him. Since the Lu clan cannot touch him, then let me do it myself, Ling Han said. In any case, in his eyes, Chen Yunxiang was no different from a flea, and he could be killed with a casual stomp. Lu Yutong looked very ashamed. She had obviously taken charge of this matter, but in the end, she had not managed to accomplish it. Ha ha, don't be so dejected. You're obviously a great beauty, so give me a smile, Ling Han said with a laugh. Hee. Lu Yutong did not laugh, but Hu Niu did. Her mouth was currently stuffed full of meat, so when she laughed, she would not even be able to see her teeth. With a piu chi sound, seeing her like this, both Lu Yutong and Ling Zixian began to laugh loudly. You two are currently eating? A pleasant and gentle voice rang out, and an incredibly beautiful figure walked in. With every step she took, lotuses bloomed in her wake, and her beauty was astonishing. Li Si-chan. Lu Yutong was very surprised. She had never thought that she would meet her here. Lu Yutong. Li Si-chan was also a little surprised. The noble daughter of the Lu clan was actually sitting and eating together with Ling Han. If word of this spread out, no one would believe it. Who did not know that Lu Yutong was usually an icy beauty? It was really unimaginable that she would be so intimate with a man. Oh, so you two know each other. That's good, that saves me the trouble of introducing you, Ling Han said with a smile. Lu Yutong looked at Li Si-chan, and Li Si-chan also looked at Lu Yutong. In the eyes of these two exquisite beauties, there was a faint flame of battle flickering. Although they were called the twin pearls of exquisite beauty, in truth, they did not have much of a friendship. It was only because they were both too beautiful, and added with the fact that one had outstanding talent in martial arts, while the other had a shocking performance in alchemy, that they were called the same by others. They were both intelligent people, being able to sense each other's presence in Ling Han's residence. What did this mean? For some reason, they both felt a little sour in their hearts. Have you eaten? Ling Han asked Li Si-chan. No. Li Si-chan had obviously already eaten, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, they immediately changed. Then let's eat together, Ling Han said with a smile. Li Si-chan did not hesitate to sit down, took a pair of chopsticks and a bowl and slowly ate. Oh, that's right. Did you come looking for me? Ling Han asked. Oh, I specifically came to inform you. A few days ago there was a small earthquake, and an underground river appeared. There was actually an ancient spirit tool that floated out along the river. Li Si-chan told him a big piece of news. Reading on a cell phone was more refreshing. Chapter 88. This young man was in gushing spring tear. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. This man was only 23 or 24 years old, yet he had already broken through to gushing spring tear, and had even reached the peak of the first layer. In Rain Country he could definitely be called a genius. Could it be Feng Yan? In the vicinity of Deyuan City, if he had any enemies, then it could only be Feng Luo. He had suffered at his hands twice. Could it be that this guy had managed to invite his elder brother back? No, Feng Yan was said to be in the third layer of gushing spring tear. However, this man was too domineering. Obviously, he had barged his way in, and when he was stopped, he casually attacked and injured others. Young Master Han, this man said he wanted to see Lady Lu, and barged his way in. A few of our brothers tried to stop him, but were killed by him. One of the followers following behind the young man immediately said to Ling Han, his face filled with grief and indignation. Ling Han could not help but be angered. Barging in was already arrogant enough, and he actually killed others. This guy actually dared to be so lawless just because he was in gushing spring tear. Go invite Yutong out for me, the young man said to Ling Han, as if ordering a servant. Ling Han looked at him and said darkly, You killed my men. So what? They're just some lowly dogs, so what if 1,000 or 10,000 of them died? The young man said indifferently. Instantly the others were filled with righteous indignation, wanting to kill this guy 100 times with their gazes. Ling Han humped and said, In my eyes you're worse than a dog. The young man was startled, then laughed loudly and said, A mere 5th layer poly actually dares to insult me. Ha 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 ha, you probably don't know who Bo am? I don't care who you are. Ling Han leaped out, and with a ding his sword was unsheathed. The sword shot out as fast as lightning. How dare you? The young man who called himself Hu Bo instantly looked furious. He opened his right hand, and his origin power formed a golden palm, grabbing towards the sword. Ling Han's right hand shook, and 5 flashes of sword chi shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 6 swords slashed out simultaneously, and the giant origin power hand was instantly sliced into pieces. Ling Han continued forward, his long sword piercing straight towards Hu Bo's throat. 5 flashes of sword chi. Hu Bo couldn't help but let out a startled cry. He sent out another palm strike, and another large hand of origin energy shot out, blocking Ling Han. He couldn't help but sneer and say, "I really didn't expect that a tiny gray cloud town would have a genius who formed 5 flashes of sword chi. And you're clearly only at the 5th level of Poly, but your strength is comparable to the 9th level. Your combat ability should be 13 stars, right?" What combat capability? The people who followed him in were all confused. They had never heard of this term before. "Humph, but in front of me, no matter how high your combat ability is, it's useless." Hu Bo shook his head. "The gap between us is too great. If I go all out, I can kill you in one move." He paused for a moment, then continued, "I cherish talent, so I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you become my subordinate, not only will I spare your life, but I'll also bestow upon you a peerless divine technique." If Lu Yutong heard this, she would definitely laugh her head off. Who was Ling Han? He could casually take out a heaven-grade cultivation technique. What kind of cultivation technique would you take out to be worthy of being called a peerless divine technique? "Kneel and accept your death, and I can grant you a quick death," Ling Han said tit for tat. Hu Bo was enraged and said, "Brat, being arrogant because of your talent is not a good thing. Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll grant you your wish." He took the initiative to attack. As his hands moved, his attacks were like waves, and his battle prowess had increased greatly compared to before. However, it was still only 1 star. Of course, this 1 star was relative to Gushing Spring tier. Ling Han was unafraid. His battle prowess indeed couldn't reach the level of 1 star of Gushing Spring tier, but his defense was awesome. The body of Dead Tree allowed him to withstand powerful attacks without being injured, and the indestructible Heaven Scroll allowed him to instantly heal wounds, which was enough for him to fight. The two of them clashed, and sword chi soared into the sky, origin power overflowing. It can't be, young Master Han is actually so powerful that he can fight against an elite of Gushing Spring tier. That's nothing, didn't young Master Han just kill one a few days ago? But that old guy just broke through, so he definitely isn't as powerful as he is now. Everyone discussed animatedly, all shocked by Ling Han's strength. He was obviously only in the 5th layer of Poly, yet he could fight against an elite of Gushing Spring tier. It was practically unbelievable. However, Gushing Spring tier was Gushing Spring tier after all. After a few exchanges, not only was there blood at the corner of Ling Han's mouth, the skin all over his body was cracked, and blood seeped out. And this was because he had cultivated the body of Dead Tree, or else under such attacks, even his bones would have been shattered. Regarding this, everyone only felt deep admiration and worship. There was a difference of a whole tier between them, and yet Ling Han could still fight to such a state. If the two of them were at the same tier, it was very likely that Ling Han would be able to kill his opponent in a single move. Ling Han's condition was far from as bad as it seemed. With the circulation of the indestructible Heaven Scroll, the wounds in his body healed extremely quickly. Not only did his battle prowess not weaken, it instead became even stronger with the help of Lone Wolf's blood. After fighting for so long, he had already seen through most of his opponent's attacks, and there were practically no secrets left. Xiao! He suddenly struck out with his sword, and 5 flashes of sword chi shot out like a stroke of God, heading straight for Hu Bo's chest. Hu Bo was greatly shocked. Although there were flaws in each of his moves, how could a martial artist of Element Gathering tier be able to break through all of them? Yet this was the truth. Ling Han's sword had pierced right through the flaws in his moves and stabbed towards him. In a moment of desperation, he could only raise his hands to protect his chest. A spurt of blood shot out, and a wound appeared on his right palm, dripping with blood. The two of them had been fighting for so long, and Ling Han had finally managed to win back some ground. While the surrounding people all cried out in surprise, appearing to be extremely excited. Don't say that Hu Bo was only struck once and suffered a small loss, but the crucial thing was that he was in Gushing Spring Tier. A mighty warrior of Gushing Spring Tier was actually wounded by a Pali martial artist. No matter where this was, it could be considered a magnificent feat. Hu Bo, on the other hand, had a sinister expression on his face. The sword that entered his flesh didn't injure him, and he only lost a bit of blood. However, he hated Ling Han to the bone. A trifling commoner from the desolate border actually dared to injure him, the seventh young master of the Hu family, one of the capital's 8 great influential families. If news of this got out, would he still have the face to raise his head in his circle of friends? Moreover, Ling Han's talent was really too terrifying. If he was really allowed to grow into Gushing Spring Tier, just how strong would he be? Must not be left alive. Hu Bo truly wanted to kill. Although he had wanted to kill Ling Han before, it was like a human swatting a mosquito to death. He did not take it to heart at all. But now, he truly wanted to kill Ling Han. He was going to go all out. He slowly drew his sword and said, "You do have some strength, but this is as far as you can go." Because he was in Gushing Spring Tier, he could use black-grade martial arts techniques. Chapter 89. Hu Bo drew his sword. He had a noble status and was of the highest status below the imperial family of Rain Country, but now he was actually wounded by someone. This was something that his dignity could not accept no matter what, and he wanted to kill this future king. 5 flashes of sword chi could be considered strong even among king tiers. You can't kill me today, and you won't be able to kill me in the future. You will only die by my hands, Ling Han said darkly. From the moment Hu Bo started a massacre in the Ling family, it meant that this person's fate was already decided, and even his father couldn't change it, because this was the person he wanted to kill. Hu Bo, what are you doing here? Xiao, a figure flashed and Lu Yutong appeared. She was originally studying the 3rd level of 3 mysterious arts, but when she heard the commotion become louder and louder, she finally realized that something was wrong, and immediately jumped out. Her pretty face was filled with anger, because when she saw that Ling Han was covered in blood, her heart involuntarily tightened, and then a strong killing intent rose up. Anyone who harmed Ling Han was unforgivable. However, this Hu Bo was the 7th young master of the Hu clan, and his status was similar to hers. Moreover, he was stronger than her, so she couldn't be rash, or she might cause Ling Han's death. This was something she was even more unwilling to do. Yutong. Hu Bo immediately retracted his killing intent, smiled and said, "You left for a few months and I was very worried about you, so I specially came to take you back. I don't need you to meddle in other people's business." Lu Yutong said coldly, pointed at the door and said, "You can get lost. Yutong, you can't have fallen for this brat, right?" Hu Bo's eyes swept over, and when he looked at Ling Han, his gaze was filled with jealousy. "Then this brat is dead for sure. You dare to take a step forward and try." Lu Yutong stood in front of Ling Han, her pretty face icy cold. Don't tell me you've really been smitten by him?" Hu Bo was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He and Lu Yutong were both disciples of the 8 great clans of the imperial capital, and in order to not be oppressed by the imperial family, the 8 great clans would often form alliances through marriage. After Lu Yutong displayed her great talent in martial art, the other 7 aristocratic families were very interested in marrying her. Hu Bo was one of the pursuers. He was also very satisfied because Lu Yutong was not only talented in martial art, but she was also one of the twin beauties of the imperial city. Which man did not want to marry her? Never would she have thought that she would be captivated by a wild boy after going out for a spin. A mere country bumpkin. "I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill this little bastard," he roared, leaping toward Ling Han. Impudence. Lu Yutong moved to meet him. Hong, the aura of Gushing Spring Tier exploded. Hu Bo exclaimed in surprise, a look of surprise on his face. "Gushing Spring Tier. You've broken through to Gushing Spring Tier." He could not help but be surprised. Though everyone knew that Lu Yutong had outstanding talent in martial art, she would only be able to break through to Gushing Spring Tier after she was 20 years old. Moreover, a few months ago, Lu Yutong was only in the 8th layer of Pali. Logically speaking, it would already be very difficult for her to reach the peak of the 9th layer of Pali by now. If she wanted to break through to Gushing Spring Tier, she would need at least 1 or 2 years of accumulation. However, power could be forcibly increased through alchemical pills, but aura could not be faked. This was definitely gushing spring tear, and she had just broken through not too long ago. Genius, truly a genius. Yutong, I've wronged you, he quickly said. Lu Yutong was able to break through to gushing spring tear in such a short time. So how could she have had the time to talk about love? She must have had some fortuitous encounter here, and had been working hard to break through, which was why she had stayed here. Get lost. Lu Yutong ignored him and raised her palms, launching a terrifying attack. The symbol of gushing spring tear was origin power taking form. She clapped her palms together, forming one large hand after another of origin power that pressed down on Hubo. Hubo felt that he was in the wrong. So how could he dare to take the attack head-on? He only continued to dodge, begging for mercy. However, he was in the peak of the first layer of gushing spring tear, so his power was much higher than Lu Yutong's. Moreover, Lu Yutong had just broken through, so she could not use her own power skillfully, so he could naturally deal with her with ease. More importantly, gushing spring tear cultivators could cultivate black-grade martial arts techniques, but Lu Yutong had just broken through, so how could she have had the time to cultivate? It was even more impossible for her to pose a threat to Hubo. Yutong, calm down. I'll leave, alright? I'll come find you when we return to the Imperial City. Hubo retreated, but before he left, he gave Ling Han a cold look and said, Brat, don't think that you can get the moon from the pavilion closest to the water. Yutong is not someone you can have delusions about, or else I'll tear you into pieces. Without waiting for Lu Yutong to react, he leaped, and was already far away. Lu Yutong chased after him for a few steps before giving up. Hubo's speed was much faster than hers. I'm sorry, she said apologetically as she walked to Ling Han's side. She allowed him to come to the Ling family and start a massacre, but she had not been able to take him down. No need to be sorry, that guy is mine. Ling Han humphed coldly. Presently, he indeed did not have the ability to kill Hubo, but he would definitely not wait too long. Lu Yutong knew that Ling Han was a man of his word and hurriedly said, Hu clan is one of the 8 great clans of the Imperial City. Their power is not inferior to our Lu clan, and they have an elite of spiritual pedestal tier watching over them. You definitely cannot be impulsive. Ling Han had already guessed that Hubo's identity was definitely not ordinary, or else he would not have the right to pursue Lu Yutong. He nodded, smiled and said, Am I that kind of impulsive person? Lu Yutong could not help but mourn for the Hu clan. Although Ling Han was currently only in poly tier, his talent in martial art was 100 times stronger than her own. Added with his achievements in alchemy, the Hu clan had indeed made a great enemy this time. Although the Ling family still had many things to do, Ling Dongxing forcibly chased Ling Han out of the clan and ordered him to immediately report to Huyang University. Ling Han thought for a moment. He indeed could not be of much help, so he set off. He and Lu Yutong brought Ling Zixian and Hu Niu with them. However, Ling Zixian's parents had both been killed by the Cheng family in the previous massacre. So when Ling Han arrived at the Imperial City, he still had to ask someone to help take care of the 2 little girls. Now, Hu Niu had gradually gotten used to eating cooked meat, but she was still only interested in meat. She did not touch rice or vegetables. However, she was now especially clingy towards Ling Han. Whenever she had time, she would lean against him like a little kitten, resting her little head on his knee. However, this was not because she had retracted her wild nature, because she was still extremely fierce towards other people. However, because of her relationship with Ling Han, she had become more amiable towards Lu Yutong and Ling Zixian. At least, she no longer tried to bite the 2 of them. And Ling Han discovered to his surprise that this wild little girl seemed to never have enough to eat. No matter how much food he gave her, she would easily finish it off. And after eating some demonic beast meat, her cultivation level actually skyrocketed, and she very quickly broke through to the 4th layer of body refining tier. She obviously had not awakened her spirit base, and had never cultivated any kind of cultivation technique. This caused Ling Han to be extremely shocked. Power could not possibly appear for no reason. For example, the origin power in a martial artist's body was produced by refining the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Hu Niu did not cultivate it, so it was obviously not through this method. Then it must be because of the food she ate. Could it be that this little girl could directly transform food into origin power? Once this guess came to mind, Ling Han could not help but be shocked. What kind of shocking ability was that? In order to prove this point, Ling Han and Lu Yutong hunted demonic beasts along the way, allowing Hunyo to eat to her heart's content. As expected, the more she ate, the faster her strength grew. However, there was a limit to this, because her appetite was not a bottomless pit. When the four of them arrived at the Imperial City, Hunyo was already shockingly in the 6th layer of body refining tier. This was not as terrifying as Ling Han's cultivation speed, but it was already shocking enough, because she had not awakened her spirit base. Ling Han felt that he had picked up a treasure. Chapter 90. After so many days, Hunyo managed to learn a few words. The words she said the most were meet, then kill, and then Ling Han. These 3 words only added up to 4 words. However, she at least knew that Hunyo was her name. When this name was called, she would raise her head. She still did not like to walk on her feet, but Ling Han had a great influence on her, causing her to imitate him unconsciously. When the 4 of them arrived at the Imperial City, the wild little girl finally managed to get used to walking on her feet, but when there was no one around, she would still move with all 4 limbs. That was extremely fast, like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. Her bad habit of not wearing clothes had not changed. A new set of clothes would be torn and tattered after a few days, giving Ling Han and Lu Yutong a huge headache. However, Ling Zixian was very envious, because she could always change into new clothes. To enter the city, they actually had to pay a fee of 1 silver coin. For people meant 4 silver coins. For Ling Han, this was a small matter, but when he thought about how many people were entering and exiting the city every day, it would add up to an astonishing sum. As expected, it was good to be an emperor. This road was opened by me, so the moment I entered, I had to collect money. After the 4 of them entered the city, it was just noon. They decided to eat first, then go to the academy to register. Meat. Hunyo sat down seriously and began to drool. Ling Han did not look at the menu and said to the waiter, "Just serve whatever tastes good, but there must be plenty of meat." "Okay," the waiter replied and left. There were not many customers in the restaurant for now, but as the dishes were served, and it was nearing the time for most people to eat, the number of customers gradually increased, and the restaurant became more and more lively. Hunyo did not use chopsticks, and simply stretched out her small hands to grab an entire chicken or duck, finishing it in 2 or 3 bites. Her appetite was shockingly good. "Aren't you afraid of dirtying your hands?" Ling Han shook his head. He had taught her who knew how many times, but the wild little girl always found chopsticks troublesome. Hunyo giggled and continued to eat enthusiastically. In comparison, Ling Zixian was much more refined. She took small sips and smiled without showing her teeth. She already had the air of a young lady from a wealthy family. "What a beautiful daughter!" an old voice rang out, causing Ling Han and Lu Yutong to turn their heads. This was an old man in his 60s. He was dressed in embroidered clothes, and 8 of his 10 fingers had rings on them. He looked extremely wealthy. His eyes were fixated on Hunyo and Ling Zixian, and they were practically shining. "Are the 2 of you the little girl's parents?" The old man walked over and asked. However, he immediately introduced himself. "I'm Chan Yunxiang, the shopkeeper of 4 Seas Enterprise. I have a bit of a reputation." Lu Yutong shook her head. Ling Han said to Chan Yunxiang, "We're not their parents. We're just relatives." Ling Zixian very sensibly smiled at the old man, and called him Grandpa. Hunyo, on the other hand, only cared about eating. To her, eating meat was the most important thing in this world. Chen Yunxiang seemed to be very fond of these 2 little girls, and kept on talking, causing Ling Zixian to laugh incessantly. Hunyo, however, acted as if she had not heard anything. At first, Ling Han only thought that this old man was especially fond of children, and did not pay much attention to it. However, the old man's gaze became more and more strange, as if he was a wolf that had set its eyes on a lamb cub. His eyes were so green that they were almost about to emit light. He finally realized that he had encountered an old lecher, and one that specifically targeted little girls. "Come. Grandpa will give you a palm print." Xiang could not help but reach out to grab Ling Zixian's small hand, revealing the true face of a lecher. "Pa!" Ling Han reached out and grabbed the old man's wrist. His gaze sharpened and he said, "Old man, you're already so old, Yet you still refuse to behave. Xiang was not a martial artist, and being grabbed by Ling Han like this, he was instantly in so much pain that he cried out for his parents. Only when Ling Han flung him away did he stumble back. He raised his hand and shockingly, there were now 4 finger marks on his wrist, so green that they were about to turn black. His face was also a bit dark. He was wary of Ling Han, yet he was unwilling to give up on these 2 pretty little girls. He said, anyways, they're not your daughters, so why don't you name a price? A flash of killing intent flashed across Ling Han's face, and he said, old lecher, say one more word and I'll kill you. Xiang still wanted to increase the price to move Ling Han, but when he saw the killing intent on the latter's face, he could not help but shudder. He did not dare to cause any more trouble, and hurriedly turned around and left. However, he would not give up so easily. He thought, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I'll ask the people of Earth and Water faction to help me snatch these 2 little girls over. The old man stumbled away, and instantly caused the other customers in the restaurant to roar with laughter. Little brother, that old guy is a famous lecher, and he especially sets his eyes on little girls. If it were not for the fact that he has always only spent money, who knows how many times he would have been beaten to death. A customer who knew that old lecher said, shaking his head at the side. Ling Han did not take it to heart. The old man himself was not a martial artist, so his circle could only be that of mortals, and his power was limited. If Chen Yunxiang still did not know what was good for him just now, he would definitely not show any mercy. Hunyao ate very quickly, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch it from her. And when Ling Han and the others had already filled their stomachs, she was still eating, and her speed did not slow down in the slightest. This caused the customers in the restaurant to click their tongues in wonder. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand how the little girl's stomach could hold so much food. Only when it was past 2 in the afternoon did the little girl pat her stomach in satisfaction, burrow into Ling Han's arms, and very soon fell asleep. She could eat and sleep. Ling Han stood up to pay the bill. A single meal actually cost over 1,000 silver coins, and at least 90% of it was in Hunyao's stomach, which showed how much of a wastrel the little girl was. Fortunately, Ling Han had killed Hang Zhan, Ma Lang, and the others, so he did not lack money. The 4 of them left the restaurant and continued on their way to Huyang University. After walking for a while, Lu Yutong said to Ling Han, there are 2 people following us. Ling Han nodded and said, I noticed them long ago. I just don't know if they are after our money or our people. If it was a person, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Needless to say, it was definitely that old lecher Chen Yunxiang, so don't blame him for being merciless. They're coming, Lu Yutong said in a low voice. At this moment, the 2 of them were walking into a secluded alley. There was not a single person in the surroundings, so of course this was done on purpose by Ling Han. 2 sturdy men quickly walked up to Ling Han, and when they arrived at his side, one of them moved to hug Ling Zixian, while the other stretched out his hand towards Ling Han, wanting to forcefully snatch Hunyao from his arms. These 2 sturdy men were not martial artists, and were only slightly more sturdy than normal people. After all, out of 10 people, at most one would have a spirit base, so how could there be so many martial artists? Ling Han smiled, and not only did he not resist, he even raised his hands slightly, allowing the sturdy man to easily snatch Hunyao away. The sturdy man could not help but be startled. This kind of reaction was completely out of his expectations. Hunyao, however, was startled awake. She was like a wild beast, extremely vigilant. When she discovered that she was being hugged by an unfamiliar man, a fierce glint immediately appeared in her eyes. Chapter 91. The saber was so heavy, so why was it floating on the surface of the water? This was the wonder of spiritual tools. Some were as heavy as a mountain, while some were as light as a feather. What kind of martial intent had been fused with them? Ling Han did not pay much attention to it, but when his eyes swept over the saber and saw a mark on the hilt, his expression suddenly changed, and his whole body trembled. What's wrong? Lu Yutong and Li Sichan asked at the same time, and when they found that the other had synchronized with them again, the 2 girls both humphed at each other. They followed Ling Han's gaze, but when they found that the image of a naked girl was actually carved on the hilt of the saber, they both felt embarrassed, and could not help but spit. Men were indeed lustful, and even this young man Ling Han was no exception. Ling Han did not answer, and only stared at the saber as if there were flowers growing on it. In his last life, he had taken in a total of 4 disciples. 2 of them studied alchemy with him while the other 2 studied martial arts with him. Of the 2 who studied martial arts with him, one was called Chan Ruijing, and the other was called Zhang Yufeng. Of the 2, Chan Ruijing was very serious and mature, while Zhang Yufeng was extremely lively, and boasted that he was a playboy. Zhang Yufeng had a strange hobby. He liked to carve the image of a naked girl on his weapons, and what he was most proficient in was saber techniques. This was the spiritual tool that Zhang Yufeng had used before. Although Ling Han had never seen this saber before, there would definitely not be many people in this world who would be able to carve the image of a naked girl on their saber. Moreover, they would have to be at least in the deity transformation tier, which was even rarer. He could almost be sure that it was only that freak of a disciple of his who had done so. Most importantly, Ling Han recognized Zhang Yufeng's drawing style. There was definitely no mistake about it. After 10,000 years, he naturally knew that his 4 disciples must have long since died of old age. Thus, after he had been reborn, he had not thought too much about it. Humans, after all, were born, grow old, get sick, and die. Everyone had their own destiny. But the weapon that his disciple had used had floated out from an underground river, and it was even together with the other spiritual tools. This caused Ling Han to have countless suspicions. Why would Zhang Yufeng's weapon be here? Ling Han focused his gaze. This saber was extremely badly damaged. The blade was completely chipped, and the head of the saber had been snapped in half. However, the material that this saber was made from was indeed of the highest quality. After 10,000 years, it was still as shiny as water, and there was not the slightest hint of rust. Judging from this, Zhang Yufeng should have experienced a terrible battle, and even his spiritual tool had been destroyed in the battle. And for Zhang Yufeng, who loved sabers as much as his own life, even if his saber was damaged, he would still carefully take it back and bury it. But now, it had floated out from the underground river. An ominous premonition suddenly surged up in Ling Han's heart. Could it be that Zhang Yufeng had met with a mishap? But it should be known that in his last life, not only him, even his 4 disciples were all alchemists. They had followed him, the strongest alchemist in history, and kept on taking alchemical pills to advance their cultivation levels. Their power had soared at a very fast pace. At that time, though Zhang Yufeng had not broken through to heaven tier, he had still reached deity transformation tier. Ling Han believed that if he was given another 100 or 200 years' time, breaking through to heaven tier would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, they are 4 fellow disciples. If Zhang Yufeng had met with a mishap of life and death, how could the other 3 just stand by and watch? Could it be that there was still a problem that the 4 of them could not deal with even if they joined forces? What had actually happened? Ling Han suddenly felt a strong urge. He wanted to enter the source of the underground river and see if he could find some clues. It's mine! It's mine! Everyone made their moves. Because this saber was severely damaged, the tool spirit had probably already been extinguished, and its power was not obvious. It was easily captured by the fishing net, and thus caused everyone to fight over it. This was a spirit tool, so even if it was damaged, it still had a very high research value. If one could study and discover a sliver of martial intent within it, then it would definitely allow one's own power to advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Han's eyes grew cold and he said, "This saber is mine." Everyone paused slightly and then laughed loudly. Wasn't that right? A brat in element gathering tier actually dared to fight over the saber with them, elites of gushing spring tier? But laughing was laughing, and they immediately began to fight again. There were no rules here, and whoever managed to get their hands on the saber would get to keep it. Ling Han gave a long shout, and charged into the ring of battle. How dare you! Those elites of gushing spring tier were all furious. A mere martial artist in element gathering tier actually dared to fight over the saber with them? The world of martial arts had a strict hierarchy, just like alchemists. When a yellow-grade low-level alchemist met a yellow-grade medium-level alchemist, he would have to bow respectfully, as a junior should. And in front of gushing spring tier martial artists, even element gathering tier martial artists would have to act like obedient grandsons. They did not even have the right to stand together, what more to fight over the saber together. Get lost. One of them struck out with a palm, pushing towards Ling Han. Gushing Spring Tier martial artists were able to release their origin power, and their destructive power would increase explosively by an uncountable number of times. Thus, even if he had not used his full power, this attack was still extremely terrifying to Ling Han. Ling Han! Lu Yutong cried out in shock and hurriedly leapt out, wanting to save Ling Han. But she had just moved when Lu Buchang cut over and pressed down on her shoulder, forcefully restraining her. The 9th layer of Gushing Spring Tier against the 1st layer of Gushing Spring Tier. This was a completely one-sided battle. Yet Ling Han only stared at the saber, and circulated the indestructible heaven scroll with all his might. He used the exiting cloud steps and was as fast as lightning. Who? The Gushing Spring Tier elite who had attacked had not thought that Ling Han would have such a terrifying explosive speed, and in his carelessness, he had not used his full power, so Ling Han instantly managed to escape. The others were restraining each other, and similarly did not take a junior in element gathering tier seriously. Instead, it allowed Ling Han to take advantage of this gap and get closer and closer to the saber. How dare you? After a moment of shock, these people were all enraged, and they all struck out at Ling Han. They were all in high-level Gushing Spring Tier, and the weakest among them had reached the 7th layer. Now that they all attacked Ling Han at the same time, the impact was like a landslide or a tsunami, extremely terrifying. Pung! Ling Han was unsurprisingly sent flying. But what made everyone speechless was that this guy actually took the opportunity to grab the saber and hold it close to his chest. No matter, he's just a junior. Let's first determine the victor, and then decide who this saber belongs to, an elite of Gushing Spring Tier said. Bullshit, competing in strength? Is that fair? Then I'll invite my clan's ancestor to compete in strength with you. How about first come, first served? Whoever manages to get the saber will get to keep it. This is something that everyone has agreed on. Why has it become a competition of strength to snatch it? We're only in Gushing Spring Tier, and if it's a competition of strength, it's not us. Why don't we do it this way? We'll draw lots and it'll belong to whoever draws it. Everyone was making a ruckus, but they did not notice that Ling Han's body shook, and he had already slowly sat up. Everyone here had a powerful background, so in the midst of the battle, no one dared to make a killing move. And it was precisely because of this that Ling Han had the opportunity to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But even so, under the simultaneous attacks of so many elites, he had still broken quite a few bones, and his internal organs had been damaged. His injuries were extremely severe. Normally speaking, he could only be carried away to recuperate from his injuries, and would not be able to walk for at least a dozen days. But there was still a drop of indestructible true fluid in his body. After cultivating the body of dead tree, one would be able to condense a drop of indestructible true fluid, and the use of indestructible true fluid was to heal injuries. No matter how severe the injuries were, as long as they still had a breath left in them, they would be able to recover instantly. This was the terrifying aspect of the indestructible heaven scroll. Chapter 92. Lu Yutong was a true disciple, but she wasn't as strong as Qi Yongyi. Why? Because she was a noble daughter of the Lu family. Firstly, the academy had to give her some face, and secondly, during the tournament at the end of the year, she could obtain a treasure from the family to temporarily increase her battle prowess. Thus, she easily maintained her status as a true disciple. Of course, this kind of backdoor could only be opened once by every noble clan. The other clansmen had to rely on their own strength to fight. Above the true disciples, there were 3 core disciples. Core disciples were fostered by the academy as they were the strongest of the younger generation of Rain Country, representing the future level of martial art in Rain Country and the face of the country. To become a core disciple, Gushing Spring Tier was a must. A few hundred years ago, the strongest core disciple even reached Spiritual Ocean Tier. However, everyone had to leave the academy when they reached 30 years old because after 30 years old, they were considered to be in their prime. The current 3 core disciples were Qi Fengyun, the 3rd prince of Rain Country. Not only was he extremely talented, he also received the Rain Country royalty and Huyang University's focus on cultivation, so he was naturally very strong. He was 27 years old, but had already reached the 7th layer of Gushing Spring Tier. He was the strongest disciple of Huyang University, and was also known as the strongest prodigy of Rain Country. The second was Zhao Huan, a member of the Zhao clan of the 8 great clans. According to legend, there was a strange phenomenon where a golden light illuminated half of the imperial city. He was almost killed by the secret forces of the imperial family, who thought it could threaten the throne of the Qi clan. Thankfully, the current emperor was wise, and not only did he not harm Zhao Huan, he even conferred him the title of Golden Sky Lord. He was a marquis at birth, a first in Rain country. After Zhao Huan awakened his spirit base, he also displayed terrifying talent in martial art. He was 23 years old at the 5th layer of Gushing Spring tier, not inferior to Qi Fengyun. The third was Qin Yi, no surname. It was said that he was an orphan, found on the streets by the dean of Huyang University, and lost his right arm when he was young. On the path of martial arts, losing a right arm was practically a death sentence, and it was impossible for one to have any future prospects. However, Qin Yi still became a true disciple. His talent was truly terrifying. Qin Yi, 22 years old, in the 3rd layer of the Gushing Spring tier, but it was rumored that his battle prowess soared to 7 battle stars, and even Zhao Huan had to be wary of him. Interesting. Ling Han thought inwardly as he waited for the recruitment teacher. He did not take Qi Fengyun and Zhao Huan to heart, but this Qin Yi did pique his interest. Could it be that he was also a genius with a god-level spiritual root? Otherwise, how could he advance so quickly and have such high battle prowess? Yes, are you a new student? The teacher finally walked out and looked at Ling Han with a strange gaze. He had never seen anyone sign up with a little girl in their arms. Yes. Ling Han drew out the certificate issued by the royal house of the Da Yuan king, and handed it over to the teacher in charge of enrollment. The teacher was an elite martial artist in the 5th layer of Gushing Spring tier, and was not to be underestimated. The teacher in charge of student recruitment took it, and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He blurted out, "You are Ling Han." Ling Han scratched his head and said, "Am I very famous?" "Ha ha ha ha, with the prowess of the 4th layer of Pali, you defeated the 9th layer of Pali, and Qi Yongyi, whose battle prowess was not weak at all. Talent tsk, even the dean said that if you came to register, I should immediately take you to see him," the teacher in charge of enrollment said. Suddenly his eyes widened and he cried out in surprise, You broke through to the 5th layer of Pali." At first he was shocked, but then he remembered that Ling Han must have long since reached the peak of the 4th layer of Pali, and thus after so many days this guy managed to rush up to the 5th layer of Pali. With that thought, his shock lessened greatly. If he knew that a few months ago, Ling Han was only in the 2nd layer of body refining tier, he would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop. However, when he called out to her, Hunyo instantly woke up. She was very displeased, and bared her teeth at the teacher in charge of enrollment, showing her ferocious side. "Come, I'll take you to see the dean." The teacher in charge of enrollment waved at Ling Han. Although he was still very weak now in time, he might become the strongest core disciple and bring glory to Rain country. Ling Han nodded, and followed the teacher in charge of enrollment out, walking on the path of the academy. They soon arrived in front of a group of buildings. The people who lived here were all the higher-ups of the academy. However, the dean was not in his own courtyard, so the teacher in charge of enrollment told him to wait for a while he went to look for the dean who had disappeared to who knew where. Ling Han waited for a while, and then felt bored, so he began to walk around the area. He suddenly smelled a familiar scent, and his feet involuntarily moved, following the trail. This was a quiet and elegant courtyard. The door was ajar and was not closed. Ling Han pushed open the door and entered. Very quickly, he saw a girl sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. In her hand was a small alchemy furnace, and her entire right hand was spitting out flames. She was concocting the storm pill. The storm pill could increase a martial artist's speed in a short period of time, like a gust of wind blowing past. It was a very practical alchemical pill. However, this scent did not seem right. Ling Han wrinkled his nose and sniffed. Immediately realization dawned on him. One of the supplementary ingredients was wrong. Although he could still successfully concoct the storm pill, it would affect the effect of the pill, and increase the chance of the furnace exploding. He opened his mouth and said, "I advise you to stop immediately. Otherwise, in less than 3 breaths the furnace will definitely explode." The girl did not pay any attention to him. This was the crucial time to concoct the storm pill, So how could she be distracted? In the second breath, the furnace lid was suddenly sent flying, and a bunch of fine debris sprayed out from inside. Although she managed to avoid most of it, her face was still smeared with some. The furnace had exploded. The girl finally raised her head and walked towards Ling Han, a hint of surprise in her eyes. How did this guy know that the furnace was about to explode? With her control, she would not be affected by external factors at all. Vermilion wolf bone is one of the ingredients that is most likely to cause a furnace to explode. Furthermore, if it's placed in the storm pill, it will also affect the quality of the finished pill. I don't know which idiot came up with this idea. Ling Han shook his head. How dare you insult my master? The girl flew into a rage, and her figure flashed as she leapt towards Ling Han. Her right hand struck out with a palm, and a flame appeared on it, causing the air around it to ripple. Poly 7th layer. Ling Han immediately saw through his opponent's cultivation base, and from the power of her palm, he could tell that her battle prowess had not even reached 7 stars. In truth, this was normal. Alchemists spent all their energy on alchemy, so where would they find the time to study martial techniques? This girl's cultivation base at the 7th layer of poly had most likely been raised by alchemical pills, so it was understandable that her battle prowess was low. When she stood up, Ling Han discovered to his surprise that this girl's figure was really slender. She was about as tall as he was, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She was actually ridiculously beautiful, and was not the slightest bit inferior to Lu Yutong. Hee, did I say something wrong? Ling Han said as he dodged. Meanwhile, Hunyo was squatting on one side, her face filled with excitement. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on him and take a few bites. Chapter 93. The woman snorted. As she continued to attack, she said, "This storm pill's recipe is incomplete. My master spent several years to complete it. That's a huge contribution to the alchemy world. You dare insult my master? Don't tell me you don't deserve a beating?" The storm pill is also lost. Ling Han couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Why were there so many pill recipes from his era that had been lost? The reversal pill, the storm pill, and the dark moongrass were actually used to refine the purple yuan pill, wasting them to such an extent. Logically speaking, even if the alchemy world hadn't made much progress in the past 10,000 years, it shouldn't have regressed to such an extent, right? He fiercely waved his palm and forced the other party back. He smiled and said, "Based on what you've said, your master does indeed have some skill. However, if I can refine an even better storm pill, then what?" "Impossible. How could you possibly surpass my master?" The woman didn't believe him at all. "Let me try. At worst, we can fight again later," Ling Han said. "All right," the woman agreed. Ling Han picked up the pill furnace that had fallen to the ground and said, "Prepare the medicinal ingredients for me." In one breath, he listed out over 20 medicinal ingredients. If it had been an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't have been able to remember it. However, since this woman was an alchemist, she definitely had a powerful memory in this area. Very quickly, she retrieved the ingredients that Ling Han needed from the house. Ling Han sat down on the ground, his right hand holding the alchemy furnace. Hong, a ball of flame suddenly soared from his hand. A look of displeasure appeared on the woman's pretty face, because when alchemists concocted pills, their expressions were solemn, and they used the posture of sitting cross-legged. This was a kind of ceremony, but Ling Han was sitting on the ground, which was simply outrageous. However, when she saw that Ling Han had already started concocting the pill, she could only forcefully swallow the reprimand that was on the tip of her tongue. Disturbing someone else's pill concoction was a great taboo for alchemists, so she naturally would not knowingly violate it. She was very disdainful. It should be known that although her master did not belong to Tianyiji, his skill in alchemy was very high. He was a black-grade high-level alchemist, the same level as the highest person in charge of Tianyiji in Rain Country. Currently, he was the headmaster of the alchemy department of Huyang University. When Wu Songlin's name was mentioned, who wouldn't respectfully address him as grandmaster? Even the emperor of Rain Country had to be polite to him. This brat actually dared to call her master an idiot. If this were to spread out, he would definitely be beaten to death within 3 steps. Once Ling Han started concocting, his expression immediately changed, and the aura of a great grandmaster circulated around him. His left hand flew, throwing one medicinal ingredient after another into the pill furnace, while his right hand continued to spin the pill furnace. The flames were sometimes red, sometimes green, and sometimes white. The changes were extremely fast, causing people to be dazzled. The woman's disdainful expression quickly receded and was replaced by a look of shock. Her name was Li Si-chan, and she herself was a genius in alchemy, which was why she had been accepted as a disciple by Wu Songlin. She was very conceited, but when compared to Ling Han, she had to admit that his skills were far more experienced and skilled than hers. That kind of natural ease was as if he had immersed himself in alchemy for a few hundred years, and had already reached a level where he could control the pill furnace even with his eyes closed. This kind of achievement, not to mention her, even her master would be left in the dust. How was this possible? How was this possible? Wasn't he supposed to be a profligate young master? How could he have such shocking ability in alchemy? In just a short while, the medicinal ingredients in front of Ling Han had all disappeared, and there was a slight bead of sweat on his forehead. After all, the storm pill was a yellow-grade middle-level alchemical pill, and it was one of the more difficult ones to concoct. He could concoct it now, but because his cultivation level was a bit low, it was a bit difficult for him. Good disciple, you finally concocted the storm pill. It was at this moment that a pleasantly surprised voice was heard from the door. A short old man walked in, his face full of smiles, and in his hand was a food container. There was another old man behind him, and the two of them were standing side by side. If one looked closely, they would be able to see that both of them were wearing 3 silver badges on their chests. Black-grade high-level alchemist in the whole of Rain Country. There were only 2 black-grade high-level alchemists. One was the pavilion lord of Tianyiji, Fu Yuansheng, and the other was the headmaster of the alchemy department of Huyang University, Wu Songlin. It was these two. When Wu Songlin saw that the woman was standing, his old face was instantly filled with shock. He had never imagined that the person concocting the pill was not his own disciple. Fu Yuansheng also looked surprised. He knew that Wu Songlin had taken in a good disciple. He was only 18 years old, but had already become a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist. The storm pill was one of the most difficult pills to concoct among yellow-grade middle-level alchemical pills, and now it was actually another young man who was concocting it. This naturally caused him to be shocked. This old man Wu couldn't have taken in another genius alchemist disciple, right? Damn it, why was it that all the geniuses were snatched away by him? Hu Niu had originally been extremely bored, and was lying on the ground sleeping. But when Wu Songlin entered, she immediately wrinkled her nose and squatted down. Her eyes were fixed on the food container in his hands, and with a sudden roar, she leapt out and pounced onto the food container. Ling Han's right hand moved continuously, and 3 different flames, red, green, and white, shot out from his 5 fingers at the same time, which were then suddenly extinguished. 3 Fire Guide. This was a creative invention of his last life, and had revolutionized the world of alchemy. Not only could it increase the quality of alchemical pills, it could even save dead pills that would have exploded. Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng were both stunned, their eyes bulging out of their sockets and their mouths agape, looking as if they were about to explode from shock. Hu Niu took the opportunity to snatch away Wu Songlin's food container, immediately opened it, and began to enjoy it happily. Could this be the legendary 3 Fire Guide that has long been lost in history? To be able to explode 3 balls of flames of different temperatures at the same time, greatly increasing the effect of the completed pill, and even saving dead pills. This is a legend among legends, and I have always thought it to be a myth. It shouldn't be real, right? It's just an imitation. The 2 old men said one after another, their expressions filled with shock. Who? Ling Han exhaled through the alchemy furnace at Li Si-chan and said, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Have a look." Shua? The 2 old men rushed out at the same time, and began to fight over the furnace like 2 little children. They were both powerful warriors of spiritual pedestal tier, and their attacks were as fast as lightning, dazzling the onlookers' eyes. Li Si-chan was dumbfounded. These were the 2 most respected alchemists of Rain Country, and now they actually acted like little children. How could she believe her own eyes? Finally, the 2 old men stopped. One held the alchemy furnace, while the other opened the lid of the furnace, and carefully took out a vermilion-colored alchemical pill. This color, this smell. That's right, this is the real storm pill. Wu Songlin dug out a piece, put it into his mouth and tasted it. He could not help but look even more shocked and said, "This is definitely the real storm pill, and its effect has reached 12 stars, no 13 stars. What?" Fu Yuansheng instantly jumped up. Chapter 94. In the world of alchemy, if the quality of a completed pill reached the standard, then it would be rated as 10 stars. If the effect exceeded the standard, then it would be rated as 11 stars, 12 stars, and normally it would not exceed 20 stars. If the quality did not reach the standard, then it would be rated as 1 to 9 stars, and any pill below 1 star would be considered a useless pill, completely useless. Even if I concoct low-level alchemical pills, I can at most reach 12 stars. Fu Yuansheng exclaimed in shock. Li Xichan's face was filled with disbelief. She could also be considered a genius in alchemy, or else she would not have been taken in as Wu Songlin's personal disciple. However, the majority of the completed pills she concocted were only 10 stars, barely passing. A small number were 9 stars and a small number were 11 stars. And the storm pill was considered extremely difficult to concoct among yellow-grade middle-level alchemical pills. For example, she had already concocted it for a month, but every time she concocted it, the furnace would explode. It was clear how difficult it was. For this kind of alchemical pill, as long as it could be concocted, it would be considered a success. Even if it was 3 or 4 stars, there would be a huge market for it. 13 stars would be fought over. This guy really did not boast. He really concocted the storm pill, and the quality of the completed pill was even higher than Wu Songlin's. The storm pill that Wu Songlin concocted was only 8 stars, at most 9 stars. Could it be that master was really wrong? Young man. Wu Songlin's eyes shone with a golden light. His expression was completely on par with Hu Niu's. In an instant he dashed in front of Ling Han, grabbed his hand and said, "You used the 3-fire guide just now?" Ling Han nodded. Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng both inhaled sharply. This was something that only existed in legends. What did a young man who knew how to use the 3-fire guide mean? "Young man, take me as your master, and I guarantee that you will at least become an earth-grade alchemist," Wu Songlin immediately said. Hearing his words, Fu Yuansheng naturally understood that Ling Han had nothing to do with Wu Songlin at all. He hurriedly squeezed his way forward and said, No, take me as your master. I am the pavilion master of Tianji in Rain Country, and have countless resources in my hands. You can concoct whatever pill you want." "Bullshit. Old man Fu, you have to know that this is my Huyang University's territory. You're trying to steal from me?" Wu Songlin was instantly enraged. This youth was obviously a rare genius in the Tao of alchemy. Just by looking at the storm pill, he could tell that it was a 13-star alchemy pill. "What do you mean by dig into your head? You don't even know what this young man's name is, and you still say he's your man?" Fu Yuansheng snorted. Turning around, his face was full of smiles. "Young man, what's your name?" Li Xichan was completely stupefied. These two were the strongest alchemists in Rain Country. No matter which of them announced that they wanted to take in a disciple, it was guaranteed that there would be a line of people lining up from the east gate to the west gate of the imperial city. But now, the two of them were actually fighting over who wanted to take in Ling Han as their disciple, and had even almost gotten into a fight. How could she not be shocked? Moreover, she was even feeling a little jealous. "I am Ling Han," Ling Han said. "I'm a new student who has joined Huyang University this year. Did you hear that? This is a disciple of my academy." Wu Songlin was very proud of himself, and waved his hand at Fu Yuansheng. "I'm not going to drink with you today. You'd better hurry back to your Tianji." "So what if he's a student of your Huyang University? There's no conflict with him taking me as his master." Fu Yuansheng did not mind at all, and continued to speak to Ling Han. "Young man, what do you say? This is my disciple. Old man Fu, do you want to fight with me?" Wu Songlin was seething with anger. "This disciple, I'm definitely going to fight for him." Fu Yuansheng was not to be outdone. "Are you going to ignore our friendship of more than 10 years? Pei, you're the one who insists on fighting with me." The two old men's necks were thick, and it looked like they were about to get into a fight. Master, you two can take him as your disciple together. Li Sichuan interrupted. That's right. The two old men were startled at the same time. Why hadn't they thought of such a simple solution? They both walked towards Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, I think the two of you are still unable to teach me. This, what a bold claim. Li Sichuan was so shocked that her small mouth gaped open. Who were Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng? The two strongest alchemists of Rain Country were still unable to teach him? Although he had concocted a 13-star storm pill, the storm pill was only a yellow-grade mid-level pill after all. Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng also looked displeased. Although this young man was a genius, he was really too proud. This kind of person might shine for a while, but he would definitely not achieve too much. Ling Han smiled and said, The two of you, we can discuss and compare notes with each other. These words of his were actually spoken very modestly. As the former alchemy emperor, not to mention that these two were only black-grade high-level alchemists, even earth-grade high-level alchemists would only be able to stand respectfully in front of him and listen to him respectfully. But Wu Songlin and Fu Yuansheng did not know this, and the displeasure on their faces became even stronger. Ling Han acted as if he did not see them, and began to speak casually, all of which were some general knowledge of alchemy. However, his current cultivation level had indeed dropped, and it was impossible for him to concoct high-level alchemical pills, but in terms of theoretical knowledge, who could compare with him? The two alchemists had been indifferent in the beginning, but they gradually became more cautious. Occasionally, they would also speak up to discuss, but as they spoke, they became the one asking for advice, and continuously asked Ling Han some difficult questions about alchemy. Li Sichuan watched from the side, her face already numb from shock. This young man was obviously even younger than her, so how could he have such shocking understanding of alchemy? If one did not know him and did not hear his voice, anyone would think that he was an old alchemist. She also had shocking talent in alchemy, which was why Wu Songlin had taken her as a disciple. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful, and together with Lu Yutong they were known as the twin beauties of the imperial capital. The number of people who pursued her could line up several times around the imperial capital. But compared to the two of them, she was practically like an alchemy apprentice who had not even started. As she listened from the side, her admiration for Ling Han grew stronger and stronger, and she could not help but sigh. There were indeed geniuses in this world. If not for that, how could he possibly surpass her master in alchemy at such a young age? As expected, there is no such thing as advice from one's elders, and those who are capable are the teachers. Fu Yuansheng was the first to sigh. At first, I had thought that young friend was arrogant and conceited, but I never thought that the arrogant and conceited one would be me. Young friend's understanding of alchemy has already far surpassed mine, and in future, you will definitely become an earth-grade alchemist, or even a heaven-grade alchemist. After hearing young friend's words, I feel that the door to becoming an earth-grade alchemist is already wide open. If you completely understand young friend's understanding just now, you will definitely be able to step into the next level. Wu Songlin also sighed. He stood up, bowed deeply towards Ling Han and said, Many thanks, young friend. Many thanks, young friend. Fu Yuansheng also stood up, and bowed towards Ling Han. Li Sichuan was completely numb. Because of the special nature of alchemists, these two could be said to be the most important people in Rain Country, second only to the Rain Emperor. But now they were actually bowing together towards a young man. This was a treatment that even the Rain Emperor had not enjoyed before. If word of this spread out, probably no one would believe it. Chapter 95. In these few days, Ling Han and the other two had all broken through. Lu Yutong had accumulated a lot of experience. She had 3 in absolute meridians in the first place, and coupled with 3 in mysterious art, the speed of her cultivation was naturally ridiculously fast. Now that she had obtained the 4 transformations pill, she naturally advanced even faster. Most importantly, the 4 transformations pill could help her break through to the second layer of the gushing spring tier. For the majority of people, the barrier between tiers was the most difficult, because as long as one was willing to put in the effort and cultivate diligently, or had enough alchemical pills, one could advance very smoothly from the early stage of any tier to the peak stage. But completing the breakthrough was a problem. Even if it was from the first layer of the gushing spring tier to the second layer of the gushing spring tier, this step was very difficult. Why were there so few powerful warriors of the spiritual pedestal tier in Rain Country? It was because they did not have enough comprehension of their tier, so they were all stuck in the spiritual ocean tier. And below the spiritual ocean tier, there was still a large number of people stuck in the gushing spring tier and element gathering tier. The 4 transformations pill could help martial artists gain comprehension of their tier. If this was known to others, it would be so shocking that their scalps would go numb. Lu Yutong was a smart person in the first place, and with the help of the 4 transformations pill, she herself was almost at the peak stage of the first layer of the gushing spring tier. After a few days of trying to break through, the conditions were naturally ripe, and she advanced a step further. She did not continue to increase her cultivation level, but instead worked hard to strengthen her foundation. After all, she had relied on alchemical pills to increase her cultivation level, and if she continued to be greedy, it would cause her foundation to become unstable, and she would not be able to reach a higher tier in the future. Ling Han had also taught her a set of 4 seasoned sword technique. This was a black-grade high-level martial arts technique, and probably even the Lu clan would not be able to obtain it. Perhaps only the imperial family would be able to obtain it. Thus, after Lu Yutong had broken through the day before yesterday, she had been studying the secrets of the 4 seasoned sword technique for the past 2 days. If there was anything she did not understand, she would ask Ling Han for guidance. Thus, her power had increased very quickly. An elite warrior of gushing spring tier asking for guidance on a martial arts technique of element gathering tier sounded extremely absurd. But Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan felt that it was only natural, and there was nothing out of place about it. Ling Han was too much of a monster. If he was said to be able to use a heaven-grade martial arts technique now, the 2 girls would probably only make an ah sound, and then accept reality. Li Sichuan had also advanced from the 3rd layer of element gathering tier to the 4th layer of element gathering tier. Most alchemists were alchemists, and had always relied on alchemical pills to forcibly increase their cultivation level. Naturally, her body had a very strong resistance to alchemical pills. Thankfully, her cultivation level was still low after all, so this resistance to alchemical pills was not very strong. Thus, she had also advanced a small tier. Meanwhile, Ling Han had broken through to the 6th layer of element gathering tier. His cultivation level was still very low, but in terms of battle prowess it was extremely terrifying. 5 elements origin nuclei, 6 flashes of sword chi, indestructible heaven scroll, body of dead tree. All these added together caused his attack power to soar to 15 stars, and his defense was even stronger. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could reach 20 stars. It's still not enough. Ling Han shook his head. Only by breaking through to gushing spring tier would he be able to use black-grade martial arts techniques, and the increase in battle prowess from black-grade martial arts techniques was definitely not something that yellow-grade martial arts techniques could compare with. He was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but could only sigh in vain. This kind of feeling made him very displeased. Lu Yutong, however, rolled her eyes at him. This guy had only been in the 2nd layer of body refining tier half a year ago, but now he had already reached the 6th layer of element gathering tier, and he still complained that it was too slow. How were others supposed to live with him? They walked out of the tent and met up with the others. Yutong, so you've arrived long ago. A man immediately walked up to Lu Yutong when he saw her. It was Wu Bo Jian. When Lu Yutong saw him, she did not say another word, but directly drew her sword and thrust it forward. That day, in order to find her, Wu Bo had come to the Ling clan residence to cause a ruckus, killing and injuring quite a number of people, causing her to feel guilty all this time. Now it could be said that they had met again, and her eyes were burning with anger. How could she possibly hold herself back? Naturally, she attacked at the first instant. What? When Lu Yutong made her move, Wu Bo's expression immediately changed. 2nd layer of gushing spring tier. She was actually in the 2nd layer of gushing spring tier. In all honesty, when he had seen Lu Yutong in Grey Cloud Town previously, she had only just broken through to gushing spring tier. But only half a month had passed, and she had already reached the 2nd layer of gushing spring tier. This could no longer be described as a genius, could it? Take him for example. He had also received the full support of the clan, but now he was still in the peak period of the 1st layer of gushing spring tier. He would need at least another month before he could break through to gushing spring tier, but this was already something that had been greatly praised by the clan, and had been praised as a rare talent. But compared to Lu Yutong, he was completely an idiot. Under the furious attacks of an elite in the second layer of Gushing Spring tier, how could Wu Bo dare to be the slightest bit careless? He hurriedly drew his sword as well. At this time, if he held back even a little bit, he could very well lose. If he lost to the woman he was pursuing, then would he still have the face to see Lu Yutong in the future? Ding 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 ding. The two swords continuously clashed and intense sparks flew. Logically speaking, an elite in the second layer of Gushing Spring tier should be able to crush an elite in the first layer, but Lu Yutong had just broken through, after all. Moreover, she had broken through with the help of alchemical pills, so her foundation was not stable, which naturally affected her battle prowess. As for Wu Bo, though the increase in his cultivation level could not be separated from the help of alchemical pills, he had been stuck at the peak period of the first layer for a very long time after all. Naturally, he had long since solidified his foundation. Thus, in this exchange, the battle prowess that the two of them displayed was about the same, and it was difficult to determine who was stronger in a short period of time. Isn't this the Pearl of the Lu clan? How could she be so strong? That's right, I remember that half a year ago she was only in the 8th layer of Element Gathering tier. Logically speaking, she would need at least 2 years to break through to Gushing Spring tier. But now she's actually already in the 2nd layer of Gushing Spring tier. This is practically unimaginable. TSK, this delicate flower is really getting harder and harder to pluck. However, she's also becoming more and more likable. With such talent, TSK, this woman is mine. Bullshit, you think you're worthy? The surrounding people were all discussing fervently. They were either from the imperial family or from the other 8 great clans, and the power of every single one of them was no weaker than the Lu clan. Moreover, being able to be brought here meant that their power and talent were all top-notch, so they were naturally all proud of themselves. Lu Yutong's attacks continued for a long time, but she was unable to take down Yutong, and the fury in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She suddenly flicked her sword, and a powerful sword intent circulated around her, and her entire person became extremely solemn. 4 Seasons Sword Technique, Black Grade High-Level Martial Arts Technique. This sword technique was divided into 4 parts, which respectively represented spring, summer, autumn, and winter. In truth, it could be said that it was 4 sets of sword techniques that combined into one sword formation. It would be best if 4 people used it simultaneously, as its power would be even greater. However, it was not impossible for a single person to use it at the same time. This required an extremely high level of control over the sword. One move after another, summer followed spring, autumn followed summer, forming a cycle of the 4 seasons, which was similarly powerful. Lu Yutong had only learned a few moves of the spring rain sword technique, so she naturally could not link the 4 seasons together to form the sword intents of spring rain, summer thunder, autumn wind, and winter snow. However, a black grade high-level martial arts technique was still a black grade high-level martial arts technique after all. Just one move alone was already extremely powerful. Shwa! The sword flashed coldly, and there were actually raindrops floating in the air, dancing along with the sword moves. It was a marvelous sight. The beauty was like a painting, and the sword moves were like the scenery, causing everyone to feel intoxicated. Even if there were some people who had set their hearts on the path of martial arts, they could not help but feel their hearts waver, intoxicated by Lu Yutong's elegance. The beauty was like jade, and the sword was like a rainbow, causing many people to want to recite poems and sing. One word, too beautiful, is even more refreshing. Chapter 96. All right. The 2 old men nodded at the same time. They were friends of many years after all, and though they argued fiercely before, they didn't want to damage their friendship. This was a solution to the problem. Here, this is my alchemy department's token. In the future, you can enter the alchemy department with this token. Wu Songlin handed an iron token to Ling Han. Old man Wu, this brat just came to the academy to report today. I'll take him to the martial arts department to register and arrange his accommodation, Lian Guangzhu said as he pulled Ling Han and ran. Lian Guangzhu dragged Ling Han and ran quite a distance before stopping and saying to the teacher, "Why did you let this brat run to old man Wu's place?" The teacher was very innocent. How would he know that Ling Han loved to run so much, running out of sight in just a short while? But he didn't dare to talk back to the headmaster, so he could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Thankfully, Lian Guangzu was just venting his displeasure, and didn't really blame him. Good brat. Only in the 4th layer of Poly and defeated Qi Yongyi. His battle prowess should be about 12 stars, surpassing his tier by a whole 8 stars. Even that brat can't compare. Lian Guangzu's eyes lit up as he mumbled. Such a genius of martial art, how can he waste his time on alchemy? If Wu Songlin heard this with his understanding of Lian Guangzu, he would definitely guess that the old man was thinking of something. Arrange a remote residence for him. Also, arrange a teacher without disciples for him. Don't let old man Wu find him. As expected, he was two-faced. The teacher couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and nodded hesitantly. This was the headmaster, so he obviously had to listen to him. But Wu Songlin was also the headmaster of the alchemy department, and a black-grade high-level alchemist at that. In Rain Country, his status was only below that of the Rain Emperor. If Wu Songlin blamed him, he could bear it. Lian Guangzu naturally realized and said, "After you finish this, go and rest for half a year. Your monthly salary will be paid as usual." When the teacher heard this, he was instantly overjoyed. This way he could avoid the limelight and also get a free salary, which was naturally the best. Which teacher should I look for? After Lian Guangzu left, the teacher thought hard. I got it. He smiled. Old Mo. Old Mo. Ling Han carried Hunyou in one hand and carried a simple luggage in the other, which was just a change of clothes. The recruitment teacher said, "Old Mo's name is Mo Gao. He used to be a genius of our academy, but I don't know what possessed him, but he actually said that he wanted to create the #1 sword art in the world. As a result, his cultivation stagnated. If it weren't for the dean taking pity on him and accepting him as a teacher in the academy, sigh. Anyway, the dean will teach you in person, so you don't have to worry about old Mo's cultivation." Ling Han was brought to an extremely remote place by the recruitment teacher. There were only a few scattered courtyards here, and it was really run down. The weeds on the side of the road had grown to waist height. It was likely that no one had lived here for a long time. Bang bang bang. The teacher went up to knock on the door. After a while, a voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Old Mo, it's me," the recruitment teacher said. The two of them should be very familiar with each other. The door opened, and a man of medium build walked out. He should be less than 40 years old, but his face was covered with a beard. His hair was disheveled and he was slovenly. He looked like a man in his 60s or 70s. "What's the matter?" "If there's nothing else, I'll go practice the sword," the man said. He was obviously Mo Gao. "I've brought you a student." The recruitment teacher pointed at Ling Han and said, "He's called Ling Han." "All right, I've brought him here, I'll be leaving now." His butt was on fire and he broke into a run, afraid that Wu Songlin would catch up to him. Otherwise, he would be in a difficult position. Ling Han looked at Mo Gao, and Mo Gao looked at Ling Han. For a moment, neither of them spoke. After a while, Mo Gao nodded and said, "Since I'm a teacher here, I can't refuse the mission given by the academy. In the future, you can practice the sword with me." "Okay." Ling Han did not mind. "The courtyards nearby are all empty, so you can find one to stay in." Mo Gao turned and walked back. "I won't close this door. In the future, you can come in by yourself, but do not disturb me when I'm practicing the sword." Ling Han shrugged, and brought Hunyou to choose a place to stay. Needless to say, the courtyards here were all in tatters, and dust had accumulated all over the ground. He chose a slightly better courtyard, and began to clean it up. It had to be able to accommodate someone, right? Hunyou was also helping, but she naturally only made things worse. She flopped around, causing dust to fill the air, and her little face to look like a dirty cat. Ling Han could not help but laugh loudly. After busying himself for most of the day, he had at least tidied up a clean room. Ling Han did not immediately go to find Lu Yutong, as he trusted that she would take good care of Ling Zixian. "Is anyone there?" A voice came from the door. Ling Han walked over and saw a teenager pushing a small cart. Inside was a bag of rice, some dried meat, and vegetables. "Meat, meat, meat." Hunyou's eyes immediately lit up, and with a leap she pounced over, scaring the teenager so much that he fell on his butt. This was to deliver rations, and in the future he would have to cook his own meals. Ling Han smiled and walked over to pull the teenager up. He said, "Is this food for a few days?" 10 days, the teenager said. 10 days later, I'll deliver rations again. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Not enough, 1 day is more like it." 1 day. The teenager was shocked and looked Ling Han up and down. He did not think that Ling Han would have such a big appetite. "It's fine, just send it over. Money is not a problem," Ling Han said with a smile. "The academy did not set a limit on how much you can eat, but can you really finish it?" The teenager did not dare to believe it. Ling Han did not explain. Actually, the one who could eat wasn't him but Hu Niu. After the teenager unloaded the food from the cart, he pushed the cart and left. Hu Niu immediately jumped around Ling Han, looking impatient. "Don't rush, it's not night yet," Ling Han said with a smile. Hu Niu was instantly displeased and pouted, baring her teeth at Ling Han. Ling Han laughed and said, "We won't cook today. Let's go stroll around the city. We have to buy new blankets and other things and prepare a few more clothes. After strolling, we'll go eat. Meat, 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 meat." Hearing the word eat, the little girl immediately started jumping again, her displeasure completely swept away. Ling Han brought the little girl out. He had already applied to Lian Guangzhu that the little girl could stay with him in the future. Otherwise, if she were to stay outside the academy, he really did not know who would be able to take care of her. He held Hu Niu's hand, letting the little girl get more used to walking on 2 legs, and not always thinking of crawling on the ground. "Come quickly, Zhu Wujiu is challenging Nan Gongji." They had not even walked out of the academy when they heard a student rushing around, looking extremely excited. Chapter 97. Ling Han couldn't help but be tempted and followed the crowd. There were more and more people, all discussing the battle between Zhu Wujiu and Nan Gongji, allowing Ling Han to quickly understand the two's information. Zhu Wujiu and Nan Gongji were both normal disciples of the academy, but Nan Gongji's ability ranked in the top 10, and he was qualified to challenge for the position of true disciple at the end of the year. Zhu Wujiu was slightly inferior, but his ability ranked in the top 20 among normal disciples, which was quite good. Why is Zhu Wujiu still fighting to the death with Nan Gongji? It can't be helped. Who asked senior brother Nangong to abandon senior sister Han Wan to save his own life when he was training? Senior sister Han Wan was Zhu Wujiu's lover, so how could he not go crazy? I heard that senior sister Zhu Wan was actually killed by senior brother Nangong. She was hit by his sword, so she fell behind and was forced to fight to the death with the silver light beast, buying time for senior brother Nangong to escape. Sure, don't say such things. Be careful. Nangongji won't make trouble for you. He's the 5th young master of the Nangong clan, and his 3rd brother, Nangong Xing, is a true disciple with the cultivation of the 3rd spring of the gushing spring tier. But Zhu Wujiu is really infatuated. He obviously knows that the Nangong clan is not to be trifled with, but he still challenges Nangongji to a bloody battle every year. Last year, he was severely wounded and almost lost his life. Who would have thought that he'd challenge Nangongji again this year? Unfortunately, Zhu Wujiu's talent is not very high, and he only has a low-level Earth-grade spirit base. Moreover, his family is poor, and he can't get any extra training. The gap between him and Nangongji will only grow. Someone was talking about the grudge between Zhu Wujiu and Nangongji. When Ling Han heard it, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious about Zhu Wujiu. The crowd soon arrived at the academy's training field. There was already one person standing there, and the others very consciously did not step in. In Huyang University, sparring was allowed. As long as both parties agreed, they could fight in the training field. In principle, they would try to be as merciful as possible, but if they really couldn't hold back, they wouldn't be punished too severely. After all, swords had no eyes. However, if they intentionally hurt someone, the academy would severely punish them. For example, if one side had already admitted defeat, fainted, or completely lost the ability to fight, but the other side still continued to attack, this was a forbidden behavior. Ling Han walked towards the man in the training field. He was about 25 or 26 years old and carried a long sword on his back. He was tall and slender, but his looks were not handsome. However, his eyes were very sharp. Ordinary people probably wouldn't dare to look him in the eye. Why isn't Nangongji here yet? He was challenged, so of course he would put on airs. By the way, how many times has Zhu Wujiu challenged Nangongji? This is the 5th time, right? It's only been 4 years. This guy's willpower is really scary. Every time he gets seriously injured, he almost dies, but he always clenches his teeth and holds on. I can't help but admire him. Everyone spoke as they waited, expressing their sympathy and admiration for Zhu Wujiu. A smile appeared on Ling Han's face as he thought to himself, I really didn't expect to meet someone with a special constitution. His body is glowing with a faint silver light, and others said that he didn't die even after being seriously injured 4 times, and that he can quickly recover. This person should be from the Silver Moon clan, right? The Silver Moon clan was born with the Silver Moon Constitution, which was a constitution with powerful recovery abilities. It could be said to be a kind of healing panacea, and it was precisely because of this that the number of people from this clan was pitifully small. They were hunted down and refined into a panacea. I thought that after 10,000 years this clan had gone extinct. I didn't expect to meet one today. Fine, for the sake of the Silver Moon King, I'll help him out. 10,000 years ago, Ling Han had entered the Silver Moon clan's territory in order to gather medicinal ingredients. He had received the warm hospitality of the Silver Moon King, the Silver Moon clan's leader at the time. However, the Silver Moon clan had been exterminated not long after that. Ling Han's cultivation level was still too low at that time, and he was unable to help them at all. Later on, when he entered the Heaven tier, those villains had also died of old age. That was one of Ling Han's regrets. Ha ha ha, Zhu Wujiu, how many times do you have to fail before you understand that you will never be a match for me? A youth strode over, a powerful aura emanating from his body. 9th layer poly and at the peak. If he did not have such strength, how could he have been able to sit in the top 10 of the normal disciples? In comparison, Zhu Wujiu was much inferior, only at the 7th layer poly. However, everyone knew that cultivation level did not represent battle prowess. For Zhu Wujiu to be able to rank in the top 20 meant that his battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation level. Enough nonsense, make your move. Zhu Wujiu immediately drew his sword and formed a sword seal. Nangongji's face was filled with arrogance. He also formed a sword seal, which meant that both sides had agreed to begin this battle. Zhu Wujiu charged out, his sword slashing out cold light flashing. Nangongji did not care at all. He was an expert in the top 10 and compared to him what was Zhu Wujiu? Ding 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 ding. The two of them clashed fiercely, and Nangongji clearly had the absolute upper hand. He was extremely relaxed and he was even mocking Zhu Wujiu, trying to lower Zhu Wujiu's morale. But in truth he was very wary of Zhu Wujiu. In the previous 4 battles, he had dealt a fatal blow every time. Though Zhu Wujiu would not die on the spot, he would definitely die if the battle dragged on for 2 or 3 days. With Zhu Wujiu's wealth, he would not be able to afford a high-grade healing panacea. But this guy just did not die, and he did not even have a lingering illness. This had happened 4 times in a row, so Nangongji naturally became wary. He had a guilty conscience and Zhu Wujiu was the only one who still had a relationship with Zhu Wan. As long as Zhu Wujiu did not die, he would not be able to rest easy. This could possibly cause the day when he broke through to Gushing Spring tier to take forever to come. Thus he was determined to kill Zhu Wujiu on the spot today. Losing and killing were 2 completely different things, and the difficulty level was completely different. Thus, if he wanted to kill Zhu Wujiu, he would need to create an opportunity to kill him in a single strike. After that, he would be able to say that he could not stop himself. The two of them battled for a while longer, and Nangongji, relying on his stronger abilities, finally found a perfect opportunity. His sword pierced out and 3 flashes of cold light shot out, piercing straight towards Zhu Wujiu's heart. This was not sword chi, but rather his sword was too fast, so it created 2 afterimages. Earth-grade high-level martial arts technique, shadow dance sword technique. He had used up all his accumulated points to exchange for this martial arts technique, and it was all for the sake of today's battle, to kill Zhu Wujiu. Die! He said in his heart, and activated the strongest move of the shadow dance sword technique, launching a merciless attack. Zhu Wujiu also attacked and actually shot out 2 flashes of cold light. Could it be that he was also using a fast sword? No. Sword chi. The surrounding people all exclaimed in shock. This was sword qi, the sign of a ruler. Pu-piu. Two flashes of blood appeared at the same time. Nangongji's sword had pierced into Zhu Wujiu's lower abdomen, and the sword qi that Zhu Wujiu had shot out had also sliced across Nangongji's throat, leaving behind a bloody gash. Nangongji's eyes shone with a cold light, and he immediately drew his sword and stabbed out again. He was going to kill this opponent. Shua, another flash of cold light flashed. Ling Han moved, brandishing his sword to meet Zhu Wujiu's attack. Chapter 98. With a ding, Nangongji was pushed back by the sword. He glared angrily at Ling Han and said, "Who are you to meddle in other people's business? Do you know that meddling in a battle is a very serious offense?" Ling Han smiled calmly and said, "He has already lost the ability to battle, so this battle is already over. However, if you want to spar with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." Nangongji couldn't help but glare angrily. Zhu Wujiu had actually formed a flash of sword qi, and had the bearing of a king. In the future he might become a great threat to him, and he had originally planned to completely finish off this opponent today. He had never thought that Ling Han would actually interfere. "Brat, meddlesome people never have a good ending," he threatened. Now that he had no chance to kill Zhu Wujiu, his heart was filled with fury. Either go all out and fight or get lost. "Don't talk so much," Ling Han said disdainfully. Nangongji's face was filled with anger, but he still waved his hand and swaggered off. Previously, when he had exchanged blows with Ling Han, he knew that the latter's ability was not inferior to his, and he had always been careful, not fighting a battle unprepared. Thus, since he could not kill Zhu Wujiu, he might as well leave. However, with his character, he would definitely not let this matter rest. He would first investigate Ling Han's background, and then decide what to do next. Who is this guy, actually fighting with Nangongji? He should be this year's new student. His aura is only at the 5th layer of Poly, and he actually managed to scare Nangongji away. How rare. However, the Nangong clan is not to be trifled with, and Nangong Xing is a true disciple of the academy. Forget it. Let's not get involved with him, lest we bring trouble to ourselves. Everyone discussed animatedly, and soon left the martial arts field. Zhu Wujiu slowly got up. The physique of the silver light race was really not for show. After suffering such a heavy injury, he had recovered a lot in just a short while. Of course, the healing effect was completely incomparable to that of the indestructible Heaven Scroll. Firstly, the level of the indestructible Heaven Scroll was too high, and secondly, Zhu Wujiu's ability was too weak, and he was completely unable to unleash the true might of his physique. "Why are you helping me?" Zhu Wujiu asked. "Aren't you afraid of offending the Nangong family? When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. Can't I?" Ling Han smiled. "I don't believe that there are still people as naive as you." Zhu Wujiu shook his head. "However, I was born poor. You won't be able to get any benefits from me. I advise you not to waste your energy." "In that case," Ling Han thought for a moment, "you can be my subordinate. I'll definitely repay you for your help today." Zhu Wujiu turned to leave, obviously unwilling to agree to be Ling Han's subordinate. Those who could enter Huyang University could be called geniuses. How could they be willing to be inferior to others? Ling Han didn't chase after him. He just said leisurely, "You don't want revenge anymore?" Zhu Wujiu immediately stopped and slowed down. "I can teach you," Ling Han continued. "In half a year, I'll definitely help you surpass Nangongji, and let you take revenge with your own hands." Zhu Wujiu suddenly turned around and said, "Really? You already said that you were born poor. What benefits would I get from lying to you?" Ling Han smiled. Zhu Wujiu hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, I agree to be your follower. If you can't help me surpass Nangongji in half a year, then I'll repay you for your help. If possible, I'll sell my life to you in the future." This guy really valued relationships. Just being Ling Han's follower wasn't a bad thing for him. On the contrary, it was a great opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Han had a friendship with the Silver Moon King, he definitely wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. Ling Han nodded and said, "I'll teach you a technique. In the future, you'll change to this technique." He lowered his voice and taught Zhu Wujiu a technique called the Silver Moon Technique. That's right, this technique was tailor-made for the people of the Silver Moon clan. In the past, the Silver Moon clan was destroyed, and after Ling Han's cultivation reached a certain level, he searched everywhere for the survivors of the Silver Moon clan. He didn't find them, but he obtained the clan guarding technique of the Silver Moon clan, which was this Silver Moon technique. His memory was superb, and he only flipped through it once before memorizing it completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take it out now. The Silver Moon technique paired with the people of the Silver Moon clan could completely unleash the power of Zhu Wujiu's physique, increasing his battle prowess by at least 1 star. The level of the Silver Moon technique was also Earth Grade high level, enough for Zhu Wujiu to quickly catch up to Nangongji in terms of cultivation level. Silver Moon physique and sword chi with these two added together, if Zhu Wujiu still couldn't defeat Nangongji, then he was too useless. Zhu Wujiu didn't know that this was an Earth Grade high level technique, nor did he know that it could completely unleash the power of his physique. After asking for Ling Han's name and where he lived, he left in a daze. After all, he was injured and needed to recuperate. Little. Hunyo tugged at Ling Han's sleeve in dissatisfaction. All right, let's go eat some meat, Ling Han said with a smile. Ling Han! Brother Ling! He heard shouts coming from afar. Ling Han looked over and saw that it was Qi Yongyi, Jin Wuji, Qi Yongyi, and Li Dongyu, his 4 old friends from Diyuan City. Brother Ling, you're really late. Today you must punish yourself by drinking 3 cups of wine, Bailey Tungyun said. How can 3 cups be enough? At least 10 cups. Li Dongyu also joined in the fun. Meat. Hunyo jumped up and down. Ling Han laughed heartily and said, let's go please. It's my treat today. We won't go home until we're drunk. We won't leave until we're drunk. Qi Yongyi and the others all laughed. 5 adults and 1 child left the academy and found a restaurant to drink. However, Qi Yongyi and the others soon discovered to their dismay that as long as a dish was served, as long as there was meat, it would be instantly annihilated by Hunyo. It was like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Thus, they also joined in the fight for food. But when it came to eating, who could compete with Hunyo? The little girl did not use chopsticks, so after a single slap, who would be able to bear to eat? Is this little girl's stomach a bottomless pit? Qi Yongyi and the others were all curious, but even Qi Yongyi did not recognize her. This little girl was the one from the wrestling ring in Diyuan City. After all, Hunyo's hair was a mess at that time, and her entire body was dirty. Unlike now, though she was still very wild, she was as delicate as a porcelain doll. I really envy Brother Ling. You've become a true disciple the moment you enter the academy, and can obtain countless cultivation resources, Li Dongyu said ruefully. Qi Yongyi nodded and said, the gap between a true disciple and a normal disciple is really too big. Originally, the gap between me and Fengyan was not very big, but now Fourth Prince, at least you still have the support of the royal house of Diyuan, which is much better than us, Jin Wuji immediately said. That's right, the royal house of Diyuan has more resources than the 4 of us combined. If you still cry about being poor, then how are we supposed to live? Bailey Tungyun also called out. Ling Han, I heard that you have some grudges with Feng Luo. Now that he has also entered the academy, you have to be careful of him inviting Fengyan to deal with you, Qi Yongyi suddenly said. Chapter 99. Is there anyone else who is unconvinced? Ling Han stopped and asked the others with a slight smile. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. This guy was too fierce. Unless one was in gushing spring tear, there was no one who had the right to exchange blows with him. The few gushing spring tear martial artists humphed. They were not afraid of Ling Han, but were rather wary of Lu Yutong. Now this girl had drawn her sword and was standing guard by Ling Han's side, so no one dared to act rashly. Most importantly, they were not in the mood to bicker with Ling Han. That stock of spiritual medicine had run into that mysterious area, and the most important thing now was to figure out how to get it out. More and more people surged over, completely surrounding the area. This could possibly be the central area of the whole underground space. It formed a circle, and the area it occupied was quite large. Most importantly, that pitch-black area swallowed all light, as if it was a solid object that could block one's line of sight. If one stood at one end, they would not be able to see the other end. Thankfully, there were enough people who had entered, and they could just barely surround this area. At least, if that stock of spiritual medicine ran out, they would be able to discover it immediately. What do we do now? After surrounding the area, everyone was in a dilemma. Trap it, I don't believe it won't come out, someone said. Are you stupid? That's a stalk of grass in the first place, and it can completely take root in there for a few years or even a few hundred years. But what about us? At most 3 days we have to leave. Someone scolded. That's true, that person said sheepishly. Everyone frowned. That was definitely a stalk of spiritual medicine, and had even reached the level of the legendary spiritual medicine, yet they could only stare at it. This practically drove them crazy. Someone went out to contact the old monsters outside, hoping that they could have some sort of solution. The others stood guard here. Ling Han slowly approached that invisible wall. He stretched out his hand to sense it. What a familiar feeling. A sliver of a smile appeared at the corners of Ling Han's lips. All those years ago he had entered many historical sites, and had seen many similar situations. This was also the reason why he had been warned in advance. This was not some kind of wall but rather a kind of aura that was above the heaven tier. If he still had the cultivation level of the heaven tier, then with his research on this kind of aura, he could do his best to break through and let himself pass. But now he was completely unqualified to do so. Could it be that he had no choice but to use that? Ling Han took out that broken saber. This was his disciple's treasured saber, and could possibly be the only relic that could be found now. If he fully released the remaining might of the spirit tool, he should be able to barely activate the power of the heaven tier. But the problem was, if he released it like that, this treasured saber would be completely destroyed. Ling Han hesitated, and there was still another problem. This saber could only release it once, so how was he going to come out after he entered? But after only an instant, he made up his mind. He was going to enter, because there was not only a godly medicine inside, but also the secret of the great battle of the past. He wanted to know why. Moreover, if there really was the remains of a shattering void tier elite inside that formed this aura, then he might have a way to break through. You two cover for me, Ling Han said to Lu Yutong and Li Xichan. Because this area was very big, everyone stood about 10 meters apart from each other surrounding this area. Thus, Ling Han stood in the middle of the two girls, and if the people on the two sides did not pay attention, it would be very difficult for them to notice him. The two girls did not know what he wanted to do, but they both nodded. They knew that this guy had abilities that normal people did not have. Ling Han began to awaken the treasured saber. Jiang Yufeng's martial intent was inherited from him, and although he was still very weak now, they were of the same lineage. Under the guidance of his divine sense, the martial intent within the treasured saber also began to awaken. Wang, the seals on the treasured saber lit up one by one, and were extremely bright. But this was the final flash, and very soon it would completely return to normal. Ling Han did not have the slightest bit of hesitation, and used the treasured saber to break through the aura, opening a path for himself. Even so, his nerves were still extremely tense, and the treasured saber in his hand trembled like a swimming fish. His figure also swayed, and he walked out a zigzag path. His figure disappeared into the dark area in an instant, never to be seen again. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were both at a loss for words. They exchanged a look, and could see the deep shock in each other's eyes, as well as a deep sense of respect. This young man, no, this man, what else could he not do? They very quickly withdrew their gazes and gathered their spirits, covering for Ling Han to prevent others from discovering his disappearance. Otherwise, if Ling Han really obtained some kind of treasure with his current abilities, he would definitely not be able to keep it. Ling Han's whole body was covered with sweat. This chi field was filled with danger at every step. All those years ago, when he was still a powerful warrior of heaven tier, he would only need to take one wrong step to be severely injured. And with his current cultivation level of the 6th layer of element gathering tier, this was practically like trying to pull a chestnut out of the fire. The slightest mistake would mean that he would be smashed into smithereens, and he would definitely not have a second chance. But this caused him to become even more excited. His expression became extremely focused, and his eyes became incomparably bright. There was usually no difference between a genius and a madman. In his last life he had focused on alchemy, and the moment he began to concoct pills, he would be like a madman. But in this life he had placed his focus on martial arts, and similarly had a crazy side to him. It was just that he had not had the chance to show it before. This kind of heavy danger naturally caused his whole body to shiver, but it also made him even more excited. Hovering between life and death made him feel the meaning of life, and his divine sense surged like the waves of the sea. He even had a feeling that perhaps he could train his divine sense in this kind of dangerous place. The treasured saber's light began to flicker, and Ling Han was shocked. The state of this saber's damage had exceeded his imagination. It had actually only lasted for this long, and it was about to collapse. Although he liked to take risks, taking risks and throwing away one's life were two different things. He hurriedly increased his speed. Because he had to calculate the changes in the aura field, his spirit was also highly focused, and it was also highly exhausting. His whole body's sweat flowed down like water, instantly drenching his clothes, and even leaving a water stain under his feet. Yet he did not feel it at all. His eyes were bright, and he continued to advance. Wang, the treasured saber, flickered one last time, and all the symbols disappeared at the same time, shattering one after another. This represented that the martial intent within the saber had been completely annihilated. Ling Han took a step and charged out. He had finally walked out of the area that had been sealed off by the aura field. Light once again appeared in front of him. This was an area that had a circumference of only 30 meters. In the center, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground, and that stalk of godly medicine was doing its best to dig its roots into the soil. However, the ground here seemed to be especially sturdy. After so much time had passed, this stalk of godly medicine had actually only dug its roots halfway into the ground. Ling Han's eyes lit up, and he quietly walked towards this stalk of godly medicine. He did not know if there was a positive side to godly medicine, but it was obvious that this stalk of godly medicine had not discovered him yet. 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Ling Han suddenly leaped out, and stretched out a hand to grab that stalk of godly medicine. Chapter 100. Qi Yongyi and the others all looked furious. Kneeling down to lick someone's shoes, what kind of humiliation was that? If this Wei He Lu was in Gushing Spring Tier or a black-grade alchemist, then perhaps he would have had the right to do so, but he was only a low-level yellow-grade alchemist, a small martial artist in the first layer of Pali. How could he be so arrogant? Those born in the imperial city really had a sense of superiority. You've gone too far. Jin Wuji immediately shouted. Wei He Lu, you're only a low-level yellow-grade alchemist now, don't you think you're too arrogant? You dare to oppose me? Wei He Lu laughed coldly, appearing extremely confident. Presently, he was indeed only a yellow-grade low-level alchemist, but his future was limitless. Otherwise, why would Feng Luo deliberately befriend him? Of course, the reason why he and Feng Luo called each other brother was also because of Feng Yan. Otherwise, how could a mere martial artist of element gathering tier enter his sight? He had astonishing potential in alchemy, and Feng Yan had the potential to become a king in martial art. After all, this world was a world where the strong were respected. No matter how awesome an alchemist was, they still needed the help of a strong martial art cultivator. Jin Wuji instantly had the urge to beat someone up. Wei He Lu was only in the first layer of Pali, and his appearance was also improved by alchemical pills. He could suppress him with one hand, and a low-level yellow-grade alchemist was even less worth mentioning. He would never ask for one. The problem was, he might be taken as a disciple by Wu Songlin, who was a high-level black-grade alchemist. Back then, Ling Han only had 2 low-level black-grade alchemists behind him, yet everyone in Diyuan City was willing to do him a favor, what more Wu Songlin. Jin Wuji's expression darkened, but he did not speak again. What are you being so arrogant for? Bailey Tengyun was young and impetuous. Remembering that he was a citizen of Diyuan City, even if Wei He Lu really became a black-grade alchemist in the future, it had nothing to do with him, so he naturally would not show any respect. Wei He Lu could not help but look displeased and said, "Are you provoking me? So what if I am? Do you dare to fight me?" Bailey Tengyun said proudly. "Young Master Wei." At this moment another 3 people walked over. The aura they exuded was extremely powerful, reaching the 9th layer of Pali. "So it's you guys." Wei He Lu walked over, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Young Master Wei, we've run into trouble. someone said with a smile. He was dressed in azure battle clothes and had a tall and slender figure. Wei Hilu revealed a disdainful smile. He pointed at Bailey Tingyun and said, "This guy wants to challenge me. Ha ha ha, where did this foolish boy come from? He actually dares to challenge young Master Wei." The green-robed man laughed. He crooked his finger at Bailey Tingyun and said, Come, I'll be your opponent." How could Bailey Tingyun endure such provocation? Just as he was about to agree, he was pulled back by Qi Yongyi. He heard Qi Yongyi say, "When Haixing, when did you become so useless? An expert ranked in the top 100 actually wants to bully a junior who has just entered the academy. So it's the Eternal Night King." The green-robed man seemed to have just noticed Qi Yongyi. He raised his head and cupped his hands, saying, "No wonder you dare to oppose young Master Wei. The fourth prince of Diyuan City is indeed domineering." On the surface he was praising Qi Yongyi, but in reality he was attracting hatred. Wei Hili's expression immediately darkened and he said, "So he's a relative of the emperor. No wonder he's so arrogant." He had displayed outstanding talent in alchemy since he was young, and there was no one his age who didn't fawn over him, wanting to have a good relationship with this future alchemy grandmaster. When Haixing's words naturally caused him to feel a strong dissatisfaction towards Qi Yongyi. "Ling Han, are you going to kneel or not?" Feng Luo interrupted. The person he hated the most was naturally Ling Han, and Qi Yongyi was the fourth prince of Diyuan City, and it was extremely likely that he would inherit the throne in the future. Feng Luo naturally did not want to offend him. So it's senior brother Feng Yan's younger brother. After when Haixing and the others found out about Feng Luo's identity, they immediately revealed smiles. Although they did not respect Feng Luo, Feng Yan was too strong. It was said that he had the strength to become a core disciple. One person immediately said to Ling Han, "Brat, I Shen Yuxuan will say something today. If you can't satisfy junior brother Feng Luo today, then you can only return to the academy horizontally." "I Mi Zhongguang am the same," the third person said. Feng Luo was incomparably proud of himself and laughed loudly as he said, "Ling Han, you're still being unreasonable? Who do you think you are to actually dare to put on airs in front of me and humiliate me time and time again? Who do you think I am? Even a single finger of mine is worth 10,000 times more than you." Wei Hilu and the other three all revealed cold smiles. A mere new student from another city would naturally not be taken seriously by them. The only people they would be wary of were the direct descendants of the 8 great clans of the imperial capital. At the entrance, the 4 guards of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion only watched coldly from the sidelines. As long as they did not cause trouble within the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, even if the sky collapsed, they would not care. "Hurry up and kneel." Feng Luo roared loudly. "Kneel your sister." Ling Han attacked, charging towards Feng Luo. "How dare you!" When Haixing, Mi Zhongguang and Shen Yuxuan all attacked at the same time. They were all at the 9th layer of Pali, and their battle prowess was extremely strong. None of them were weaker than Qi Yongyi. The 3 of them attacked together, and their momentum was astonishing. "Get lost." Ling Han used the exiting cloud steps, and actually dashed out from the encirclement of the 3. When Haixing and the other 2 were all shocked. When they saw that Ling Han was only at the 5th layer of Pali, they did not take him seriously at all. Who would have thought that his speed would be so fast, and his footsteps would be so strange? Thus, they did not even use their full strength, and Ling Han easily broke through their encirclement. Ling Han had already appeared in front of Feng Luo, and stretched out his hand to grab him. "You dare!" Wei Hilu moved to block in front of Feng Luo. He was confident that he was a yellow-grade low-level alchemist, and also the disciple of the future headmaster of the alchemy department, so he did not think that Ling Han would dare to touch a single hair on his head. Pa! However, before he could finish his thought, he was sent flying by a slap from Ling Han. "Fuck, this guy really dared to hit me." With a paw, Ling Han slapped Feng Luo onto the ground again, and before he could get up, Ling Han had already stepped on Feng Luo's face. "Bastard, you actually dare to step on me. You must be tired of living. My brother will definitely kill you. He will." Feng Luo screamed as he threatened Ling Han. Only a profligate young master like him would dare to make such a threat in front of so many people. What kind of place was the imperial city? Murder was a serious crime. On the other side, Wei He-li's face was also filled with rage. He had actually been sent flying with a single slap. Too insolent, too despicable. He would definitely not forgive this audacious guy. Junior brother Wei. Right at this moment, a young man and woman happened to walk over. When the woman saw Wei He-li's appearance, she could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Senior Sister Li. Wei He-lu hurriedly crawled up, his hands hanging by his legs, appearing extremely respectful. This woman was Li Si-chan. In front of others, Wei He-lu could put on a high and mighty attitude, but in front of Li Si-chan, he had to obediently put away his arrogance, because the latter's talent in alchemy far surpassed his own. Wu Songlin only admired his talent, but Li Si-chan was Wu Songlin's most beloved disciple. Even if he really became Wu Songlin's disciple, he would still have to be respectful in front of Li Si-chan. Chapter 101. The man with Li Si-chan revealed a hint of anger and said, "Who is so daring to be so rude to an alchemist? It's he Jun-chun." Shi Yongyi immediately frowned. True disciple, second layer of gushing spring tear. He did not speak softly, intentionally reminding Ling Han. Wei He-lu smiled. With an elite in the second layer of gushing spring tear here, no matter how powerful Ling Han was, what could he do? He said, "Brother He, this brat is too arrogant. He bullied senior brother Feng Yan's younger brother, Feng Luo. I just didn't go over and said a few words of justice, and he slapped me to the ground." "Oh, I'd like to see who's so awesome," He Jun-chun said coldly. "Ling Han." Li Si-chan finally noticed Ling Han. She involuntarily took a few steps forward and said, "Where do you live now? I've been looking for you everywhere." What was the relationship between the two? Hearing Li Si-chan's words, everyone became curious. Could it be? He Jun-chen's expression immediately darkened. He was Li Si-chan's pursuer, and now the girl of his dreams actually said such ambiguous words, making him feel as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. No, it's my master who's looking for you." Li Si-chan also realized her mistake, and hurriedly corrected herself. "Oh, why is your master looking for me?" Ling Han asked very casually. "Master wants to invite you to tea." "Who?" everyone spluttered. Who was Li Si-chan's master? Who was Wu Songlin, a black-grade high-level alchemist, the headmaster of the alchemy department, a super important person who could make Rain Country tremble with a stomp of his foot? This important person actually wanted to invite Ling Han to tea? How many people could drink tea with Wu Songlin? The clan heads of the 8 great clans, the pavilion masters of Tianyi, the headmaster of the martial arts department, perhaps only a few, but Ling Han, a minor character who had just entered Huyang University, could he be on the same level as these important people of Rain Country? "I don't have time," Ling Han said calmly. "Who?" Instantly, everyone choked again and revealed expressions of disbelief. If Wu Songlin invited him to tea, perhaps even the clan heads of the 8 great clans wouldn't dare to say that they weren't free. This kid was too awesome, and he even rejected him so cleanly. On the other hand, Shi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyuan, and the others revealed joyful expressions. Their hearts were thumping madly as they knew that their previous bet was correct. However, they had never imagined that Ling Han, who had only just entered Huyang University, would be able to form a friendship with the headmaster of the alchemy department and a black-grade high-level alchemist. Moreover, it was an extremely deep friendship. If they knew that the other black-grade alchemist of Rain Country, the pavilion master of Tianyi, also had to address Ling Han as young Master Han, what kind of expressions would these people have? "Let go of me. Fuck your mother, how dare you step on me. This young master will definitely not forgive you." Feng Luo was still yelling. His face was being stepped on by Ling Han, and he could not hear what the others were saying at all. However, even if he could hear them with his limited knowledge, he could not possibly know what the 3 words Wu Songlin represented. Everyone's attitude changed at the same time. Ling Han was someone who even Wu Songlin had to treat to tea with, so who would dare to make things difficult for him? Feng Yan indeed had a very promising future. But there was no need to even mention Wei He-lu, a black-grade high-level alchemist. Right now, he was not even Wu Songlin's disciple. "My apologies, we have offended you earlier. Please forgive us, junior brother Ling. We will definitely pay you a visit another day to apologize." When Hai Xing and the others immediately clasped their hands in greeting towards Ling Han, In their hearts they hated Wei He-lu and Feng Luo so much that they gritted their teeth. If it were not for the two of them, would the three of them have offended Ling Han? Ling Han only waved his hand, not taking the three of them to heart at all. When Hai Xing and the others were initially angered, but when they remembered that the other party was someone who even Wu Songlin had to treat to tea with, their anger instantly dissipated. If it was Wu Songlin who had treated them like this, would they dare to be angry? Wasn't this the end of it? Meanwhile, Qi Yongyi and the others could finally vent their anger. Previously they had been so arrogant, but now they were as cowardly as dogs. They all crossed their arms over their chests and raised their heads high, a look of disdain on their faces. When Hai Xing and the others did not dare to say anything more, they hurriedly turned around and left, not even intending to participate in the auction. How could they be in such a mood? They were all thinking about how to apologize to Ling Han in the future. Wei He-li's expression changed again and again like a chameleon. In the end he gritted his teeth, walked towards Ling Han and said, "Young Master Han, I have eyes but failed to see. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once." "Who are you?" Ling Han asked calmly. Wei He-lu instantly wanted to bite someone, thinking, "You did not suffer any loss. I was the one who suffered a slap from you, and now I've taken the initiative to apologize, so why are you still not willing to let the matter rest? Junior brother, could it be that you have some misunderstanding with Ling Han?" Li Sichan saw this, and her pretty face immediately darkened. She was very clear about the position Ling Han held in Master's heart. Master really respected him as a grandmaster alchemist. You actually dared to get into a conflict with Ling Han? That was really seeking your own death. It's nothing much. It's just that Brother Ling and young Master Luo have some misunderstanding. I wanted to mediate on their behalf, but I did not think that both parties' tempers would be a bit rushed, so a little misunderstanding occurred, Wei He-lu said lightly. He looked at Ling Han darkly, and his heart was filled with extreme hatred. However, he had also recovered from his initial shock. He did not believe that Wu Songlin would seek out Ling Han for tea. Who was he trying to fool? Who was Wu Songlin and who was Ling Han? There was almost no possibility that the two of them knew each other, much less had a cup of tea together. It must be that Li Sichan herself wanted to seek out Ling Han, but was afraid that others would find out, so she pushed the blame onto Wu Songlin. Because who would dare to seek out Wu Songlin for proof of such a thing? He was indeed very respectful of Li Sichan, but now that he felt that he had something on her, he was naturally full of courage. "Brother Wei, aren't you making it sound too easy?" Jin Wuji laughed coldly. "Just now you wanted Ling Han to kneel down and lick Feng Luo's shoes. What?" Li Sichan's beautiful face instantly turned as cold as water. She walked towards Wei He-lu, as if she was looking at a dead man. She would definitely report this matter to Wu Songlin, and with Wu Songlin's respect for Ling Han, Wei He-lu would not even be able to stay in the Alchemy Academy, much less be Wu Songlin's disciple. "Senior Sister Li, don't listen to their one-sided story." Wei He-lu had already steeled his heart to continue down this path, so he naturally would not relent. "Ling Han, you're still not going to let go." Feng Luo was both angry and embarrassed, and he shouted gloomily, "You guys really don't feel any pain when you're standing here. He's lying on the ground, and there's even a foot stepping on his face." Ling Han snorted, and exerted some force with his foot. Feng Luo instantly let out a tragic cry, and his face was already severely deformed. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill him here." Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard this. Ling Han meant that he was still going to kill Feng Luo in the future. It was more refreshing to read on one's phone. Chapter 102. Hunyo stared at Feng Luo. This human had shown strong enmity towards Ling Han just now, causing her to want to kill him. She stared at Feng Luo's neck, thinking of taking a bite out of it and finishing this human off. Ling Han picked Hunyo up and said, "He's too dirty." Hunyo reluctantly curled up in Ling Han's arms, her eyes still showing strong killing intent. "Pa!" Ling Han stomped down, and Feng Luo suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. His mouth was full of blood, and when he opened his mouth, he spat out over a dozen broken teeth. It turned out that all his teeth had been crushed by this stomp. Feng Luo was in so much pain that tears and snot flowed out. The pain was truly excruciating, But because Ling Han had let go of his foot, he was finally able to climb up. His gaze swept over the crowd, and he felt that everyone here looked repulsive. Wasn't it so? They all watched as Ling Han crushed all his teeth, and they actually didn't help. Damn it, damn it. But he also knew that he was powerless to make an enemy out of these people. He only glared hatefully at the crowd, then abruptly turned and left. Of course, the one he hated the most was definitely Ling Han. He would definitely not let this matter rest. Wei Heelu could not stay any longer, and hurriedly left with Feng Luo. Qi Yongyi and the others all frowned. Ling Han's actions were equivalent to forming a death grudge with the Feng brothers, which was not easy to deal with. But Ling Han had previously trampled on Feng Luo, so this grudge had already been formed, and they were already enemies. They believed that as long as Ling Han stayed in the imperial city, Feng Yin would not dare to make a move no matter how domineering he was. Ling Han was unafraid. He was a powerful warrior of heaven tier in his last life, and although he had to start from scratch now, he still needed to be wary of these two small fries. He would crush them to death sooner or later. Haha, the auction is about to start, let's go in, Qi Yongyi said with a smile. This time he had borrowed Ling Han's fame to suppress Wen Haixing and the others, making him very happy. Let's go together, Li Xichan suggested. He Junshen, Qi Yongyi, and the others all revealed expressions of disbelief. Was this really Li Xichan? One of the two beauties of the imperial city was Lu Yutong, and the other was Li Xichan. Unlike Lu Yutong, she had always presented herself as an iceberg beauty. She also kept people at arm's length, and no one could even dream of getting close to her. Li Xichan was very gentle, but hidden under that gentleness was also coldness. She was polite to everyone and would not let anyone get close to her. Now she'd actually taken the initiative to invite Ling Han, and this was naturally inconceivable to Qi Yongyi and the others to the extreme. All of them wondered if they'd heard wrongly, or if their eyes were playing tricks on them, or if they'd recognized the wrong person. However, He Junshen's expression immediately became gloomy. He had never been used to Ling Han, and now that the woman he admired seemed to be related to Ling Han, he felt a strong sense of jealousy. Sure, Ling Han agreed casually. The group entered the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. In a place like the Imperial City, Qi Yongye's reputation was obviously not as powerful as Li Xichan's, because Li Xichan actually had a private room and brought everyone inside. This room could accommodate 10 people, so it wasn't too crowded. He Junshen began to ask about Ling Han's identity in a roundabout way. Which force did such an awesome person come from? However, when he found out that Ling Han actually came from Grey Cloud Town of Diyuan City, he was instantly stunned. How was that possible? He could not understand why such an important figure like Wu Songlin would invite Ling Han to tea. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand it. Conversely, Qi Yongyi and the others were more confident, because when they were in Diyuan City, there were already 3 black grade alchemists by Ling Han's side. Although Wu Songlin's status was far from what Zhu He Xian and the others could compare to, it was still a little easier to accept. Ling Han did not care what others thought. He only wanted to know what good things would appear in the auction. After 10,000 years, there seemed to be many pill recipes that had been lost. Something as good as the dark moon grass had actually fallen to the level of being used to concoct purple origin pills. Then, it was extremely likely that an extremely valuable but cheap spirit medicine would appear in the auction. Not long after, the auction began. Because today was only a monthly small-scale auction, although there were many people who came, there were not many who could bring out large amounts of money. The prices of the majority of the auction items were within a reasonable range. However, Ling Han was extremely shocked because some alchemical pills that were incomparably low level in his eyes could actually be sold for a very high price. People who were stupid had a lot of money. He secretly decided that it was time to concoct some alchemical pills. Although he still had over 100,000 silver notes in his pocket, the people here had the extravagance of throwing away large amounts of money, so 100,000 silver really could not buy many things. Who knows how many alchemists are here today? Next up is a true precious medicine. The auctioneer put all his effort into his performance on the stage. He waved his hand, and a beautiful female attendant carried a tray onto the stage. There were 3 medicinal herbs on it, and if one looked closely, they would actually be able to see rays of starlight shining on them. Second star grass. Someone immediately called out. It's actually second star grass. To alchemists, it is indeed very precious, but to martial artists, it is too useless. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, That's right, this is indeed the second star grass, and it can be used to concoct the spirit refreshing pill. Everyone knows the use of the spirit refreshing pill. It can replenish the mind. To martial artists, this is indeed not very valuable, but to alchemists its value is immeasurable. To martial artists, if their mind was completely exhausted, they would no longer be able to use their origin power to cultivate. Thus, the significance of the spirit refreshing pill to martial artists was to allow them to cultivate for a little more time each day. But who would have so many spirit refreshing pills to squander like this? Even if they had 10 of them, it would only be equivalent to cultivating for 10 more days, so what use were they? But to alchemists it was completely different. Controlling fire was extremely taxing on one's mind, but refining some alchemical pills also required a very, very long time. What if one's mind was exhausted midway, and their soul power was insufficient? The spirit refreshing pill could then be used to replenish one's soul power, recover one's mind, and successfully refine alchemical pills that were originally impossible to refine. Thus Li Xichan's eyes instantly lit up. Which alchemists would dare to say that their own mind was strong enough to refine all kinds of alchemical pills? Ling Han's eyes also lit up, and he even had the urge to curse. That was the second star grass, and it could be used to concoct the second star pill. The effect of the second star pill was to strengthen the mind. One was replenishment and the other was to strengthen. Could they be the same? If it was replenishment, it would be gone after eating it once, but if it was strengthening, then the effect would exist forever. Moreover, even martial artists would flock to it like ducks, so its value could not be mentioned in the same breath. Ling Han shook his head in his heart. The Tao of alchemy now was really too declining. Previously, there was the dark moon grass that was used to concoct the purple origin pill, and now the second star grass was wasted on the spirit refreshing pill. He said to Li Xichan, Girl, let me have this second star grass. Li Xichan knew that Ling Han was also an alchemist, so it was not strange that he would have the second star grass, but she needed it as well. She could not help but reveal a troubled expression. If she were to reject him, this was a person that even her master had to respect. But if she were to agree, then wouldn't she lose such a precious medicine? Ling Han saw this and moved his head closer, saying in a low voice, I'll sell you a cultivation technique that can speed up the recovery of your soul power. What? Li Xichan instantly lost her composure and cried out. Chapter 103. A glutton actually forgot to eat. The sun must have risen from the west today. Ling Han thought that there was definitely something wrong with the little girl. Something must have happened to her. Yesterday, she had eaten a godly medicine. With her cultivation level of body refining tier, eating such a tonic would definitely be too much. Ling Han ran to the little girl's room. Originally, she had slept by Ling Han's feet, but Lu Yutong thought that no matter how small a girl was, she was still a girl, so she prepared a room for her. He entered the room, swept his eyes over the room and was instantly shocked, because there was no sign of the little girl. Instead, there was actually an egg on the bed. That's right, it was an egg. Moreover, it was extraordinarily large, as thick as a man's arms, and as tall as half a man's height. The body of the egg was snow white, but there were multiple golden-colored patterns that covered the entire body of the egg. Ling Han was dumbfounded. Even if the little girl had undergone a great transformation and turned into a beautiful fairy in the prime of her youth, he would still be able to accept it after being shocked for a moment. But a living person had actually turned into an egg? What did that mean? He did not doubt in the slightest that Hunyo was currently inside the egg, because the array he had set up had not been touched in the slightest. Obviously, no one had entered or left. Hunyo's origins were very strange in the first place. She could increase her cultivation level by eating large amounts of food, which was an extremely shocking fact. Thus, although the power of the godly medicine was endless, it was not impossible for the little girl to refine it. This was also the reason why Ling Han had not been too worried yesterday. But an old hen turning into a duck, and a little girl turning into an egg, this was very strange. Ling Han walked in front of the egg and first observed it, but could not find a single clue. He stretched out a hand and pressed it on the eggshell, and shockingly discovered that the eggshell was actually burning hot, as if it was about to burn. This was really possible. He moved the egg up and placed it on the ground to prevent the bedding from burning and burning the whole courtyard to ashes. What exactly was this little girl's origin? Ling Han became more and more curious. In his last life, he had stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, and had also entered a considerable number of historical sites, so it could be said that he had a very good understanding of special constitutions. However, he had never heard of any race that could increase their cultivation level by eating, and furthermore that could produce an egg. He did not dare to open the eggshell either. What exactly was Hunyo's situation? Although he had never seen it before, he only had to refer to birds to know. Eggs had to be broken by themselves, and if he cracked open the eggshell, that would definitely be pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and would only harm others. How long had it been since he had reincarnated into this life? And he had actually encountered so many strange and bizarre things. Thankfully, his heart was big enough or he would really be scared to death. Forget it, it seems to be quite peaceful now, so the little girl should be fine. I'll just let her continue to incubate. When he said the word incubate, he could not help but reveal a strange expression. Every morning when he woke up, discussing sword arts with Mo Gao had already become his daily routine. A few days ago, he had no way to do so outside, but now that he had returned, he naturally went to Mo Gao's courtyard. The two of them discussed the art of the sword, and verified each other's theories. Both of them had improved greatly. In less than 3 days I should be able to break through. Tomorrow I will have to go into seclusion, Mo Gao suddenly said. Ling Han was startled, then clasped his hands in obeisance and said, "Then congratulations, teacher." This sword maniac was a genius in the first place, but his goal was too high, and he had set his sights on sword heart, which had caused him to be unable to advance at all for over 10 years. It was just like how others only needed to obtain 10 points to level up, but he needed to obtain 1,000 points to directly level up to 100. Naturally, he had been stuck at the same level all this time. But after verifying each other's theories with Ling Han, the door to the art of the sword, which had originally only been slightly opened, was completely open to him, and he suddenly obtained a huge leap in improvement. As the saying went, thick accumulation leads to thin release, which allowed him to instantly obtain the comprehension needed for a breakthrough. Ling Han did not find it strange in the slightest. Compared to the difficulty of forming sword heart, gushing spring tear was really nothing. This sword maniac was already on the right track. At least before the spiritual infant tear, he would not encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation. He could completely use that sliver of sword heart to cut through them, and his achievements would be limitless. Ling Han was also happy for him, and secretly decided that when this teacher of his reached the spiritual pedestal tier, he would choose a cultivation technique to gift to him. Because basically all the cultivation techniques in Rain Country only had 5 layers, there was no way to pry into the profound mysteries of the Flower Blossom tier. Otherwise, the 8 great clans would have at least produced 1 or 2 geniuses who had broken through to the Flower Blossom tier in all these years, right? He just didn't know what kind of fateful encounter the Qi clan had that allowed an ultimate warrior of the Flower Blossom tier to appear and stand guard over their territory. It couldn't be the power of the nation, right? Ling Han had never been an emperor before, so he was not very familiar with this. But when he thought about how only the imperial family of the 9 nations of the desolate north had an ultimate warrior of the Flower Blossom tier standing guard, then it should have something to do with the position of the emperor. Before this, Ling Han only knew that drawing upon the power of the nation could increase one's battle prowess. For example, Qi Yongyi was the son of a king, and could only draw upon the power of a city, but the power of the Son of Heaven Fist technique was still extremely powerful. If the ruler of a nation used the Son of Heaven Fist technique and drew upon the power of the nation, then the power would definitely be even stronger. But could the power of the nation also increase one's cultivation level, break through to the Flower Blossom tier, and complete the step of leaping out of the mortal body? Ling Han shook his head. Who cared? It wasn't like he had to worry about cultivation techniques anyway. When he left Mo Gao's place, it was already noon. Ling Han was too lazy to cook alone, so he left the academy and went to a restaurant to have a meal. He had only been in the imperial city for a few days, so every time he went to a different restaurant, he would try out which one had the best food. However, he was obviously someone who had a troublesome aura activated. He had just finished ordering his food and was waiting when he saw a group of 4 people come upstairs. It was mealtime at this time and the business of this restaurant was quite good. At this time there were no empty seats left, so the 4 people stood at the foot of the stairs, scanning the place with their eyes, as if they were trying to find an empty table. A waiter had already gone up to greet them, and was explaining something to the 4 people. But after a short while, he ran over to Ling Han's side and said, "Sir, could you give up your seat?" Ling Han frowned and said, "Why should I give up my seat? Sir, could it be that you don't recognize the 4 of them? They are young Master Kong and his friends, and are not to be trifled with. I am only doing this for your sake." The waiter looked at Ling Han with a surprised expression, as if he was surprised that Ling Han did not recognize this young Master Kong. "I don't know him and I have no intention of knowing him." Ling Han shook his head. "Hurry up and serve the dishes. Who knows, I might leave after eating for about an hour, and there would naturally be a seat." "About an hour?" The waiter smiled bitterly. If he had to wait for about an hour, young Master Kong would probably tear down their restaurant. But first come, first served. This was the most basic rule. If the restaurant could not even guarantee this, who would come to eat in the future? He could only brace himself and go see that young Master Kong. After another while, he saw young Master Kong and his friends walk over together. "Pauper, take this 100 silver coins and get lost," young Master Kong said, his face full of disdain. Chapter 104. Li Sichuan left happily, while Ling Han lay down on the bed to rest. It wasn't that he didn't want to concoct the 2nd-star pill immediately, but he really didn't think that he would be able to obtain such a spirit medicine on his first day in the Imperial City. Where would he get the supplementary medicinal ingredients from? Thus, he naturally had to go to Tianjie tomorrow to buy all the medicinal ingredients before he could proceed to the next step. At the same time, he also had to decorate his own courtyard. After all, he was going to live here for a few years, so it was necessary to set up some restrictions in the surroundings as one of his trump cards. Meanwhile, Hunyo lay at his feet like a big cat, and soon emitted long and thin breathing sounds. However, if there was even the slightest sign of movement, she would immediately be startled awake, baring her sharp teeth and growling in a low voice. He believed that with Lu Yutong's influence in the academy, it would be very easy for her to find him. Ling Han didn't think about anything else and peacefully fell asleep. The night passed uneventfully, and early the next morning, Ling Han cooked breakfast. After feeding himself and Hunyo, he first went to pay his respects to his teacher. This was the basic quality of a student. He pushed open the door and entered, only to see that Mo Gao was currently practicing the sword, but very strangely, he only held the sword in his right hand, while his left hand formed a sword seal. He didn't move for a long time. Was he practicing the sword or cultivating qi? Hunyo, however, revealed a very guarded expression. She supported herself with both hands on the ground, her whole body slightly arched, and her small mouth opened. There was a fierce glint in her eyes, and she was ready to attack at any moment. Ling Han was surprised. The little girl would only show such an expression when she felt threatened, but the question was Mo Gao's simple action really that threatening? Wait, Ling Han's pupils dilated slightly. His divine sense caught a hint of something inconceivable. It was the aura emitted from Mo Gao's body. It was extremely mysterious and vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. A pair of swords, and it was related to swords. "You've come," Mo Gao said. "Then come practice the sword with me." "What sword technique is this?" Ling Han asked. "It's not a sword technique, but an invincible sword technique." Mo Gao's explanation was very mysterious. Ling Han, on the other hand, felt that Mo Gao's aura was very mysterious. Now that he heard Mo Gao's words were even more mysterious, he seemed to have grasped something, but it wasn't very clear. "Is there an invincible sword in the world?" he asked. "In the hands of an unrivaled swordsman, it is an unrivaled sword," said Mo Gao. "I am the sword, my sword heart is bright, piercing through all attacks, breaking all attacks." Boom! Ling Han's mind was shaken, and raging waves were set off. Kenshin, no wonder he felt a mysterious and familiar feeling. It turned out that Mo Gao was actually cultivating his sword heart. He did not doubt in the slightest that Mo Gao was deliberately mystifying things. That was because the level of martial art in Rain Country was too low. Just by forming sword chi, one could be called a ruler. There was absolutely no one who had formed sword ray, so how could one even talk about sword heart? The enlightened sword heart was the highest realm of the sword Tao. Under the enlightened sword heart, all attacks in the world could be understood like the palm of one's hand, and a swing of the sword would naturally destroy all techniques. Who would have thought that a swordsman in the 9th layer of Pali could actually faintly touch upon sword heart? No wonder Mo Gao was obviously a genius when he was young. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted into Huyang University, but had suddenly gone mad. Actually, it was not that he had gone mad, but rather that he had already begun cultivating sword heart at that time. But how difficult was it to grasp sword heart? Thus, his cultivation had stagnated for these 10 years, and he had focused all his energy on comprehending sword heart. Ling Han was filled with deep veneration. Sword heart. Even in his last life, there were not many swordsmen who had managed to cultivate it. But as long as one managed to cultivate it, not to mention being invincible among those of the same cultivation level, one could even defeat powerful enemies who were of a higher cultivation level. It was extremely terrifying. He clasped his hands in obeisance and said, "Please guide me, teacher." Mo Gao was a little surprised. Aside from himself, there was no one in the academy who did not think that he was crazy. In fact, in these 10 years, he had occasionally doubted whether the path he had taken was the right one, and whether he could create an invincible sword. This young man actually did not hesitate to ask him to practice with the sword. What kind of trust did he have in him? Thinking of this, Mo Gao actually felt a little moved. He, alone with his sword, had completely isolated himself. For more than 10 years, he had been practicing the sword, practicing the sword, practicing the sword, and practicing the sword. Now there was actually a young man who admired and believed in him so much, which made him instantly excited. This was a good student and he would definitely teach him well. Mo Gao thought in his heart, and immediately began to talk incessantly. The way of the sword is like a gentleman, magnanimous, and one must not have the heart of a petty person. These were all his comprehensions over the past 10 years, and regardless of whether Ling Han understood or not, he poured them all out in one go. Ling Han, on the other hand, became more and more astonished. His cultivation level had dropped, but his comprehension of martial art was still that of a former heaven-tier elite. Naturally, he could completely understand Mo Gao's description. It was precisely because he understood that he was so astonished. Mo Gao's understanding of the way of the sword had completely surpassed his own cultivation level. Even if he had not reached the level of sword heart illumination, he was only a step away from grasping sword heart. The level of martial art was so backward, and he himself was only a mere 9th layer Pali, yet he had already touched the edge of sword heart. How could this not shock Ling Han? When Mo Gao finished speaking, Ling Han stood still, digesting what he had just heard. For a swordsman, this kind of explanation was priceless. This was not a sword technique, nor was it a martial arts technique as high as heaven grade or earth grade. It was only a kind of understanding and elaboration of the way of the sword, yet it was close to the source and reached straight to the essence. Of course, even if one had formed sword heart, what each swordsman grasped would not be the same, because sword heart was every swordsman's understanding of the way of the sword. However, listening to this kind of explanation for Ling Han, who had only formed 5 flashes of sword chi, was too much of a help. It was equivalent to paving a golden path in front of him, guiding him forward. Hunyo instantly felt bored, and used her hands to scratch her ears, looking very sleepy. "Hey!" Ling Han suddenly leaped up, the sword at his waist unsheathed, and quickly turned and danced. 5 flashes of sword chi crisscrossed. Shwa shwa shwa, a cold light flashed. However, after a while, another needle-like sword chi actually formed and joined the 5 flashes of sword chi. The 6th flash of sword chi, this flash of sword chi very quickly strengthened, becoming longer, thicker, and finally no different from the other 5 flashes of sword chi. "Many thanks, teacher." Ling Han clasped his hands in thanks towards Mo Gao. This was not as simple as forming 1 flash of sword chi. He would benefit from Mo Gao's understanding for the rest of his life. If he could grasp sword heart in this life, then Mo Gao's previous explanation would at least save him half the time. He really did not think that coming to Huyang Academy was only to make Ling Dongxing happy, but he would actually gain such an unexpected benefit. He had profited greatly. Chapter 105. Mo Gao was similarly shocked. In his mind, a student that would be given to him must have entered through the back door, and had no future to develop, so he would waste time following him. Previously, he had spoken so much, but rather than saying that he was teaching Ling Han, it was more like he had been bored for too long, and wanted to pour out his heart's content. As for whether Ling Han could understand or not, he did not consider it at all. He never thought that Ling Han would really understand, and after digesting it, he very quickly formed a flash of sword chi. If it was only one flash of sword chi, he could accept it, but the problem was Ling Han originally had 5 flashes of sword chi. 5 flashes of sword chi, what kind of concept was that? 3 flashes of sword chi could make one a ruler, and 5 flashes was a small accomplishment. He was definitely a genius and possibly surpassed any of his peers in Rain Country, but why would such a genius be given to him to teach? Mo Gao really could not understand, but on second thought he was very happy because Ling Han was now his student. In the future, the higher his student's achievements, the more glory he would have. Teacher, there are some things I don't quite understand. Ling Han sheathed his sword and asked Mo Gao for guidance. In terms of comprehension of martial art, he could be Mo Gao's grandmaster, but in terms of comprehension of sword arts, Mo Gao was above him. Firstly, Mo Gao had immersed himself in sword arts for more than 10 years, and secondly, he was indeed a genius in sword arts. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask, Mo Gao immediately said. It had been more than 10 years, and when had he ever been consulted by a student? Ling Han asked some questions, and Mo Gao immediately explained according to his own understanding. In the process, he was greatly enlightened. One had to know that although Ling Han did not spend much time on sword arts, the knowledge of a heaven-tier warrior was there for all to see, and the questions he asked all pointed to the core. Mo Gao kept saying yeah. Oh, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He scratched his ears and cheeks, looking like he could not contain his joy. Unknowingly, it was already noon. He let out a long sigh and said, "Your natural talent in the sword Dao is even higher than mine, and I don't have the face to be your teacher. How about this, we'll be friends of the same generation and discuss each other." Ling Han shook his head and said, "In terms of sword Dao, Teacher Mo is indeed qualified to be my teacher. Even if I surpass Teacher Mo in sword Dao in the future, I will never forget Teacher Mo's kindness in teaching me today." Mo Gao sighed with emotion. To think that he would actually encounter such a talented student. Unfortunately, he did not have the qualifications to take Ling Han as his disciple. The relationship between teacher and student was only formed because of the academy. "Hungry," Hunyo said pitifully as she pulled on Ling Han's clothes. Okay. Let's go eat." Ling Han excused himself from Mo Gao and left the academy. He randomly found a restaurant, ordered a sumptuous meal, and ate with Hunyo. He had to be fast enough to eat with this little girl. Otherwise, the dishes would be gone in 2 or 3 bites. A single meal actually cost over 1,000 silver coins, causing Ling Han to exclaim that he had no money to spend. This was because the imperial city's expenses were high enough, and the little girl had too much of a glutton. He had to concoct alchemical pills to earn money. Otherwise, it would be difficult just to feed Hunyo, not to mention buy materials to cultivate. It couldn't be helped. He had just arrived in the imperial city yesterday, and there were 1,000 things waiting to be done. Everything had to start from scratch. Ling Han held Hunyo's small hand, asked a few people on the way, and found Tianyiji. As expected of the imperial city's Tianyiji, merely a flight of over 1,000 steps was enough to make one gasp in amazement. It was 100 meters wide and slanted all the way up. At a height of 300 meters, there stood a large hall that was incomparably magnificent. Ling Han and Hunyo followed the steps into Tianyiji. The moment they entered, they saw a maidservant who was a sales guide come up to greet them. Her appearance was very sweet, and she said, "Customer, hello. My name is Xiaoying. What alchemical pills do you need?" "I don't need alchemical pills, I only need some materials," Ling Han said with a smile. "Customer, what kind of materials do you need?" Xiaoying asked again. Ling Han listed out the materials he needed. Xiaoying was obviously well trained, as she memorized the names and quantities of the materials, and even listed out the price of each material. Customer, the total is 320,000 silver coins, Xiaoying said with a smile. Tianyiji mainly relied on concocting pills to earn money. As for the materials, unless they were especially precious such as the second star grass, the price would only be slightly higher than the cost. Thus, although this was a big deal, Tianyiji did not earn much, so the commission she could get would naturally not be much. 320,000 Ling Han sighed. He only had a little over 100,000 on him, which was far from enough. But he also wanted to concoct the second star pill as soon as possible, so he said, "Please go and inform Fu Yuansheng that Ling Han is looking for him." Fuang, Lord Pavilion Master. Xiaoying was startled for a moment, and then came to a sudden realization. She was so shocked that she could not even speak coherently. How high and mighty was the Lord Pavilion Master? Aside from the Rain Emperor, there was no one else in the whole of Rain Country who had a higher status than the Lord Pavilion Master. Even the clan heads of the 8 great clans could only sit on equal footing with the Lord Pavilion Master. A young man asking to see the Lord Pavilion Master naturally put her in a difficult position. There was no reason for her to go and inform him. "It's fine. You only have to tell him that I am Ling Han, and I believe Fu Yuansheng will reward you," Ling Han said with a smile. That was natural. He, the Alchemy Emperor, had personally come, so Fu Yuansheng would definitely be overjoyed. Xiaoying would not believe it. After all, Ling Han was only a young man of 17 or 18 years old, so how could he possibly be acquainted with the Lord Pavilion Master? Even if the clan heads of the 8 great clans came personally, whether they would meet or not would depend on the mood of the Lord Pavilion Master. However, in the training that she had received, not offending a guest was the #1 priority. Thus she excused herself and said, "With my status, it is impossible for me to meet the Lord Pavilion Master. Please wait a moment, guest. Allow me to go and report to the person in charge." Ling Han naturally would not make things difficult for her, so he nodded and sat down at the side. Hu Niu followed suit, climbing onto Ling Han's lap and also sitting down with a serious expression. After a while, Xiaoying could be seen walking over behind a man who looked to be in his 40s, looking a little panicked. "Brat, so you are the one who wants to see the Lord Pavilion Master?" The middle-aged man looked at Ling Han with disdain in his eyes. He had already heard from Xiaoying what had happened earlier. Before he came, Ling Han was definitely short of money, and that was why he had deliberately said that he was acquainted with the Lord Pavilion Master, wanting to use this kind of method to bargain. He was really too naive. Ling Han frowned and said, "Be more polite with your words. If you have no money, then you have no money. What are you pretending to be capable for?" The middle-aged man humphed, then laughed loudly and said, "If you know the Lord Pavilion Master, I will eat this table." He pointed at a long table at the side. Ling Han revealed a smile and said, "I had not thought that you would actually have such a hobby. If I did not satisfy you, I would be too unreasonable." "Full of nonsense," the middle-aged man said coldly. Chapter 106. Manager Yuan. Xiaoying whispered to the middle-aged man. Tianyiji had its own rules. One could not be rude to a guest. This was written in the first rule. The middle-aged man glanced at Xiaoying in displeasure, waved his hand and said, "Men, chase this pauper out." Xiaoying did not dare to say anything, and only looked sympathetically at Ling Han and Hu Niu. This middle-aged man's name was Yuan Gang, and he used to be a servant here. He did not think that his younger brother would suddenly advance to become a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist a few months ago, causing Yuan Gang's status to rise, and he became a small manager. Because he had not achieved his ambitions for a long time, now that he was in a high position, Yuan Gang became extremely arrogant, always thinking of ways to show off his superiority. Ling Han was very unlucky, and just happened to be in this guy's crosshairs. 2 burly men walked over and stood behind Ling Han. One of them said, "Guest, please follow us out." Ling Han sighed. Did he really have to use violence? Ling Han! Ling Han! At this moment, a sweet voice was heard from behind. Ling Han turned around and saw that the other party was actually Qi Zhantai. Why had this 7th princess of the royal house of the Deyuan king come all the way here? Moreover, it turned out that Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan had also come. Then it was only natural that this girl had come along. Yo, who would have thought that this pauper would have such a beautiful wife? Yuan Gang looked envious, then said to Ling Han, "Pauper, let me play with your wife for a night, and I'll give you a 20% discount. How about haha? Pa?" His face was instantly slapped and he staggered, falling to the ground. The one who had slapped him was obviously Ling Han. "Bastard, you actually dared to hit me." Yuan Gang crawled up, his face filled with rage. "What, you can't hit me?" Zhang Weishan laughed coldly as he walked over. "What are you?" Yuan Gang didn't even think, and immediately pointed a finger in front of Zhang Weishan's face. What? He let out a cry of surprise, because there was a silver badge hanging on Zhang Weishan's chest. Perhaps some people might not recognize him, but it was definitely not him, the old man who had worked in Tianji for more than 10 years. Black-grade low-level alchemist, my lord. He hurriedly bent his knees and bowed, his face full of fawning. He had relied on his younger brother to sit in the position of minor manager, but his younger brother was only a yellow-grade middle-level alchemist, while the other was a black-grade low-level alchemist. They were not on the same level at all. "Master, this guy is really bad," Qijan Tai immediately said. Puff Yuan Gang immediately spluttered. This beauty was actually the disciple of a black-grade alchemist, and he had actually dared to flirt with her just now. Was he seeking his own death? He scowled miserably and said, "Miss, look at this foul mouth of mine. I only know how to spout nonsense. I deserve a beating, I deserve a beating." He began to slap himself across the face. Young friend Ling. Young friend Ling. Zhu Hexian also walked over, and together with Zhang Weishan, she clasped her hands in greeting towards Ling Han. "Ma, Grandmaster Zhu." Yuan Gang had only just noticed Zhu Hexian, and could not help but turn pale with fright. Unlike Zhang Weishan, who had always been stationed in Yuan City, Zhu Hexian had always been in the Imperial City, so how could he not recognize her? But two black-grade alchemists were actually greeting Ling Han together, so how could he not turn pale with fright? "You've come at just the right time. Help me call Fu Yuansheng over," Ling Han said with a smile. Zhu Hexian glanced at Yuan Gang and said, "Young friend Ling, there is no need to trouble the pavilion master to deal with this kind of vile character, right?" He was a black-grade low-level alchemist, and dealing with a minor manager was only a matter of opening his mouth. "Grandmaster Zhu, I have eyes but failed to see." Yuan Gang hurriedly begged for mercy, but after saying this, he knew that the main culprit of this matter was Ling Han, so he hurriedly turned around and said, Young Master Ling, please be magnanimous and spare me this once. You've forgotten we still have a bet between us." Ling Han said with a smile, "Grandmaster Zhu, help me inform Fu Yuansheng and ask him to come over." "Young Master Ling." Zhu Hexian took a step forward, and said in a small voice, "You know Grandmaster Fu?" "I do, help me call him over, I have something to discuss with him." Ling Han nodded. "Then I'll immediately call him over for young Master Ling," Zhu Hexian said hurriedly, and turned to leave. After a while, Zhu Hexian and Fu Yuansheng were seen walking over quickly, one after the other. Of course it was Fu Yuansheng who was walking in front. "Haha, young Master Han has arrived. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you," Fu Yuansheng said hurriedly. Yuan Gang's face turned even paler. So not only was Zhu Hexian extremely respectful to Ling Han, even Fu Yuansheng was very respectful to Ling Han. Where did this brat come from? He was too awesome, wasn't he? Ling Han smiled at Fu Yuansheng, then turned to Yuan Gang and said, "I win this bet, right?" "Of course young Master Ling wins." Yuan Gang changed his tune, his face full of flattery. Ling Han nodded and said, "All right, you can eat now." "Ah." Yuan Gang was instantly tongue-tied. "What, you still want me to add some seasonings to cook it? Do you want to braise it or steam it?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Young Master Ling really knows how to joke," Yuan Gang said awkwardly. "I joke with my friends, but you're not my friend," Ling Han said calmly. "What's going on here?" Fu Yuansheng interrupted, his tone already filled with strong displeasure. He and Wu Songlin had both received guidance from Ling Han the day before, giving them hope of breaking through to Earth-grade alchemists. To them, Ling Han could even be considered half a master. Now that Ling Han was obviously expressing his displeasure, he was naturally very unhappy. It was not appropriate for him to ask Ling Han, nor would he ask Yuan Gang, so he turned his gaze to Xiaoying. Yuan Gang instantly signaled Xiaoying with his eyes, hoping that she would be merciful in her words and say a few good words for him. But Xiaoying acted as if she had not seen him, and recounted everything that had happened just now. Fu Yuansheng was furious and pointed at Yuan Gang's nose as he said, "How dare you? You can even speak for me. Since you said it yourself, then eat." Yuan Gang's face twitched violently. This time it was a pavilion master of Rain Country's Tianyiji who had spoken, and even the current Rain Emperor had to give him face. Come, he had to eat today even if he didn't want to. But how could he eat in front of a table? He braced himself, tore off a table leg and began chewing on it. Kacha, he was in the 9th layer of body refining tier, so his teeth and strength were not weak. Chewing the table leg to pieces was nothing difficult. When the other employees arrived, they all snickered. Yuan Gang was a scoundrel, and there were many who were not used to his style. It was just that they did not dare to openly oppose him. Now that it was his turn to suffer, they were naturally happy to watch the show. Ling Han, however, was not interested in Yuan Gang eating the entire table. He said to Fu Yuansheng, "It's better to dismiss this kind of person. This little girl is not bad. Let her take over the vacant position. I will listen to young Master Han's arrangements." Fu Yuansheng was very humble. Xiaoying instantly looked overjoyed, and her gaze towards Ling Han was filled with gratitude. Chapter 107. Oh. Ling Han only needed to think for a moment to guess the crux of the matter. Li Hao was able to enter Huyang Academy, and would definitely have a bright future. The Zhu clan was worried that Li Hao would have a change of heart after experiencing the extravagant lifestyle of the imperial city, so they allowed Zhu Shui to follow him. However, this couple seemed to have already broken through that layer of window paper, and their relationship was already ripe. Ling Han nodded internally, feeling happy for them. "Big brother Ling, I've been looking for you ever since I entered the academy, but I haven't been able to find you," Li Hao said a little guiltily. Ling Han laughed loudly and teased, "You probably didn't spend too much time with Shui. That's why you haven't been able to find me, right?" Li Hao's face instantly flushed red. In the past, he and Zhu Shui only had a hazy feeling for each other, and neither of them had pointed it out. After arriving at the imperial city, they were a single man and a single woman, and they had also left their hometown, so naturally their feelings for each other had increased greatly, and they wanted nothing more than to stick together at all times. "Big brother Ling, you only know how to tease people," Zhu Shui said coquettishly, helping Li Hao to dispel the awkwardness. Ling Han smiled. Li Hao was a little stiff while Zhu Shui was much more flexible. The two of them complemented each other perfectly. "Popper." It was at this moment that they heard a soft voice of surprise from behind them, and a young man walked quickly towards them. It was actually the young master of the Kong clan. When he saw Ling Han, he could not help but smirk coldly and said, "What a coincidence to actually let me meet you here." He had been swindled out of 100 silver coins by Ling Han, and this bit of money was naturally nothing to him. More importantly, he was very displeased. However, later on, Suku Xen had barged in, so he did not have the time to settle the score with Ling Han. "Young Master Kong, who is this guy?" A gorgeously dressed woman came over and leaned into the arms of the young master of the Kong clan, her eyes flirtatious. "Oh, he's just a pauper." The young master of the Kong clan waved his hand, appearing extremely disdainful. "Who are you calling a pauper?" Li Hao was young and hot-blooded, so he could not help but retort. The young master of the Kong clan swept his gaze over Li Hao and Zhu Shui, and instantly revealed an expression of disdain as he said, "You two must have just arrived in the imperial city recently? How do you know?" Li Hao blurted out, "Haha, you two look like country bumpkins, so you must have run out from some rural backwater." The expression of disdain on the young master of the Kong clan's face became even more pronounced. His eyes were fixed on Zhu Shui as he said, "However, this country bumpkin girl is quite pretty. If she were to dress herself up properly, she might have a bit of fun." Bullshit. How could Li Hao allow his lover to be humiliated? He immediately raised his fist and punched towards the young master of the Kong clan. "Ah!" The bewitching woman immediately screamed. Go to one side and wait. The young master of the Kong clan pushed the bewitching woman to one side, and with a wave of his hands charged towards Li Hao. Pung pung pung. The two of them began to fight. Li Hao was in the 4th layer of element gathering tier, while the young master of the Kong clan was in the 5th layer of element gathering tier. In theory he should be stronger, but it was obvious that he had been pushed to this level by various resources. His foundation in martial arts was not stable at all, and his battle prowess was only limited to 4 stars. Thus the two of them ended up in a tie. For a moment the battle was intense, and neither of them had the upper hand. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that a country bumpkin would have some ability? The young master of the Kong clan laughed and said, Country bumpkin, how about lending your woman to me to play with for a few days? Don't think that you're losing out. Under my guidance, your woman will be able to learn a lot of techniques, and let a country bumpkin like you have a taste of something new. Hearing him insult his woman once again, Li Hao's eyes turned red. In a fit of rage, he drew his saber and slashed towards the young master of the Kong clan. You brat, you dare to use a weapon against me? The young master of the Kong clan humphed, and similarly drew his sword, beginning to clash with Li Hao. Li Hao roared in rage and finally unleashed his saber chi. Like a furious dragon, it danced towards the young master of the Kong clan. The young master of the Kong clan had forcibly advanced to the 5th layer of element gathering tier, so how could he possibly be able to withstand the saber chi? Instantly, a panicked expression appeared on his face. In just 2 or 3 moves, a few wounds had already appeared on his body from the saber chi, causing him to cry out in pain. Stop! Stop! He exclaimed in shock and hurriedly stopped the battle. He was not a man with a strong will. Apologize! Li Hao sheathed his saber and shouted at the young master of the Kong clan. The young master of the Kong clan's face was livid, asking him to apologize to a country bumpkin. If others found out about this, where would his face be? But this country bumpkin was obviously a rash brat, and if he resisted forcefully, it was very possible that he would suffer a calamity. He was just about to temporarily lower his head when his eyes swept over the surroundings. Instantly, a joyful expression appeared on his face and he said, Big Brother Tan, save me! A tall and slender young man was walking slowly towards him. His appearance was handsome, and every movement he made exuded a strong sense of confidence. His name was Tan Wei Qi, and he was a member of the younger generation of a mid-level clan in the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, there were only 8 great clans, and they all needed to have a powerful warrior of spiritual pedestal tier to keep watch. There were many more mid-level clans, because they only needed a powerful warrior of spiritual ocean tier to keep watch. At least, there were even more small clans, and only a warrior of gushing spring tier was enough. For example, though the young master of the Kong clan was respectfully addressed as young master, in truth, he was only from a small clan. However, the Kong clan had been in business for generations, and though they had not produced many powerful warriors, their clan was well off, and they were even wealthier than many mid-level clans. Thus, the young master of the Kong clan was acquainted with a considerable number of young masters from mid-level clans. This was also his capital. At first, Tan Wei Qi did not recognize the young master of the Kong clan, because the latter was currently in a very sorry state. He only managed to recognize him after taking a closer look. He could not help but be surprised and said, Kong Wenhui. Big Brother Tan, it's me. Kong Wenhui said with a long face. Why are you in such a sorry state? Tan Wei Qi could not help but laugh, because he had discovered that Kong Wenhui's opponent was only in the 4th layer of element gathering tier. Kong Wenhui glared fiercely at Li Hao and said, It's this country bumpkin. Just because he has formed a flash of saber chi, he actually dares to act so arrogantly in the Imperial City. Oh! Tan Wei Qi swept his gaze over Li Hao's body, and could not help but reveal a look of disdain. He could naturally tell with one glance that this was an outsider. That country bumpkin aura was practically overwhelming. As a member of a great clan of the Imperial City, whether it was Kong Wenhui or Tan Wei Qi, they both had a natural sense of pride, and could not tolerate people who came from other places. Country bumpkin, kneel down and kowtow in apology. Tan Wei Qi did not ask how the two of them had gotten into a conflict, and immediately spoke in a menacing tone to Li Hao. Of course he would not have any misgivings. He was only a country bumpkin, so what kind of background could he have in the imperial city? Li Hao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The pressure that this person gave him was far greater than that of Kong Wenhui. At the very least, his cultivation level was in the late stage of element gathering tier. His saber chi could barely increase his battle prowess by 1 battle star, but it would definitely not be able to match an opponent in the 7th layer of element gathering tier. Unless Tan Wei Qi was also a fake like Kong Wenhui, who only had an empty cultivation level, a mere martial artist in the 4th layer of element gathering tier, I would be able to suppress him with a single finger. Tan Wei Qi humped coldly and said proudly, I am in the 9th layer of element gathering tier. Li Hao's expression changed greatly. Even if his opponent was also a fake 9th layer of element gathering tier, would still have battle prowess of 7 battle stars, and still be able to completely suppress him. Brother Hao, forget it, Zhu Shui said as she moved closer. His opponent was too strong, and with Ling Han's ability, although he did not have to fear martial artists in the 9th layer of element gathering tier, this was the imperial city after all, and who knew what kind of background each and every one of them had. Chapter 108. Fu Yuanshang's expression changed again and again, and finally turned into a long sigh. He said, though this person is a bit arrogant, he has considerable talent in alchemy. I originally wanted to gift him an opportunity, but who would have thought Sai? He raised his clasped hands at Ling Han and said, Young Master Han, please don't take it to heart. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, It's fine. This time he did not want to pursue the matter further because of Fu Yuanshang, but if that He Lin dared to be arrogant again, he would definitely beat all of his teeth out. Then let's begin. Fu Yuanshang had already retrieved the medicinal ingredients that Ling Han needed, and Ling Han had also retrieved the 2nd star grass. Everyone here was a black-grade alchemist, so how could they not recognize the 2nd star grass? A few of them instantly looked furious. They were actually asked to observe a junior concoct a refreshing pill. This was practically an insult to them. However, they did not have a black-grade high-level alchemist as their father, so even if they were displeased with Fu Yuanshang, they did not dare to say it out loud. However, the expressions on their faces were naturally difficult. In their eyes, Zhu Hexian and Zhang Weishan both had the urge to draw their weapons and chase them out. They actually dared to doubt young Master Han, and Zhang Weishan even felt a bit ashamed, because he had also doubted Ling Han previously. Ling Han did not care what others thought. With his status as the alchemy emperor, did he need the respect of other alchemists? He picked up the alchemy furnace and began to throw the medicinal ingredients into it. Does this brat actually know alchemy? How could he put in so many medicinal ingredients at once? That's right, the first step of alchemy is purification, and different medicinal ingredients require different temperatures for purification. Putting them together would only cause them to be destroyed. Forget it, just treat it as a waste of time. A few alchemists could not help but whisper amongst themselves. It was not that they did not believe Fu Yuanshang, but that Ling Han was really too young and too reckless. Not to mention them, even Fu Yuanshang, Zhu Hexian, and Zhang Weishan were extremely shocked, because purifying the medicinal ingredients was the first step of concocting pills, and it was also an extremely important step. Could it be that Ling Han was going to mess it up the moment he started? It was a pity that Li Xichan wasn't here. She had seen the entire process of Ling Han's alchemy. Purification was a piece of cake for her. After putting in the 7 medicinal ingredients, Ling Han's hand shook, and flames surged out. His figure began to circle around the alchemy furnace, and he struck palm after palm onto the alchemy furnace. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz 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 buzz. Immediately, hot air rushed out of the furnace, and the fragrance of the medicine floated out. What? All the alchemists present widened their eyes in disbelief. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Master, what's wrong? Qi Zhantai asked in confusion. She had just entered the world of alchemy, and had only learned some theoretical knowledge. She did not know what was so shocking about this. Heavens, 7 medicinal ingredients can actually be purified at the same time. Am I dreaming? Before Zhang Weishan could reply, someone exclaimed in shock. These 7 medicinal ingredients require different temperatures to be purified. Originally, it was impossible to concoct them all at the same time, but this brat used a miraculous technique. It was as if he had split the pill furnace into 7 parts, and the temperature of each part was different. This allowed the 7 medicinal ingredients to be purified at the same time. Impressive! These people slowly came to their senses, and their faces were filled with undisguised admiration. However, this doesn't seem to have much meaning. After a while, an alchemist said hesitantly. After all, he could not do it, so his evaluation was not very convincing. Indeed. Even Fu Yuansheng nodded. Purifying 7 medicinal ingredients at the same time. Although this ability is shocking, purifying the medicinal ingredients separately will only waste a little more time. He gave his evaluation. This was what it meant to be flashy but not practical. Because purifying 7 medicinal ingredients at the same time, one mistake would mean wasting 7 portions of medicinal ingredients. That's not right. Fu Yuansheng suddenly shook his head, his eyes widening. Why is this medicinal fragrance so thick? Reminded by him, the others also came to a sudden realization, and revealed expressions of shock. As black-grade alchemists, they had purified medicinal ingredients countless times, and were very familiar with the medicinal ingredients that were commonly used. But smelling this medicinal fragrance, it was obviously different from the ones they purified. The thicker the medicinal fragrance, the purer the extracted medicinal ingredient essence, and the higher the success rate when concocting the pill later. It was very simple. The fewer the impurities, the less interference. But the problem was for black-grade alchemists like them, they had already reached the pinnacle of purification, and it was already impossible for them to have the slightest bit of improvement. So why was it that the essence of the medicinal ingredients that Ling Han had extracted was purer than theirs? Could it be that this is because he purified 7 medicinal ingredients at the same time? That's the only way to understand it. That's right, I heard from a senior that in ancient times, there was a great alchemist who purified many medicinal ingredients at the same time. Using the interaction between the ingredients, he could make the extracted medicinal ingredients even purer. Could it be that this is actually true? Hiss! This time, everyone could no longer remain calm. Purifying medicinal ingredients faster or slower was not a big deal, and no one cared about that little bit of time. But to be able to increase the purity of medicinal ingredients, that was shocking and had an incomparably huge value. They all secretly sighed in pity, because they had previously thought that there was no point in doing this, and they had missed out on many of Ling Han's techniques. Thankfully, Ling Han still had many medicinal ingredients with him, so he would obviously continue. The 9 of them stared with wide eyes, not daring to miss any of Ling Han's movements. Qi Zhantai, on the other hand, became bored, but there were too many important people here, so she did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Ling Han was completely focused, and after purifying all the medicinal ingredients one by one, he began to concoct the 2nd star pill. The technique he used was called the Forformed Seal, and was extremely effective in controlling fire. In his last life, this control technique was also quite impressive, and was widely known in the world of alchemy. Because he had been an alchemist in his last life, Ling Han could not bear to see alchemy wither away. Thus, he did not mind passing on some appropriate knowledge of alchemy to raise the level of alchemy in this life. As he concocted the pill, he explained the key points of the Forformed Seal. Including Fu Yuansheng, every alchemist was like a beginner, listening attentively, their faces filled with awe. If outsiders were here, they would definitely go crazy. It could be said that the most awesome alchemists of Rain Country were all here, yet they were all seriously observing a young man concocting alchemical pills. There was no seniority in learning, and those who were capable were the teachers. When Ling Han finished concocting the 2nd star pill, the 9 alchemists were all immersed in the Forformed Seal, unable to extricate themselves. All of them sat cross-legged on the ground, sometimes looking pensive, sometimes stretching out their hands to clap. They were all trying their best to digest the explanation that Ling Han had just given them. Let's go eat some meat." Ling Han smiled faintly and picked up Hunyeo. There was a satisfied expression on his face. This time he had concocted 7 2nd star pills, which would allow his divine sense to grow considerably. Hunyeo instantly became happy. Eating was her favorite thing to do. "I'll go too," Qi Zhantai quickly said. She was really too bored. Chapter 109. Ling Han carried Hunyeo and exited the room with Qi Zhantai. However, Fu Yuansheng was a powerful warrior of spiritual pedestal tier after all. When the three of them exited the room, he immediately realized and hurriedly leapt out the door, saying, "Young Master Han, you're leaving? And the mission is complete, so of course I'm leaving." Ling Han shook the 7-second star pills that had already been stored in the pill bottle, looking very satisfied. "Allow me to see young Master Han off," Fu Yuansheng said in a sincere tone. He had already been completely convinced by Ling Han's alchemy skills. Ling Han smiled and nodded. If he wanted to see him off, then let him. They went downstairs, and just as they reached the staircase, a servant came up to them and said, "Pavilion Master, the third Imperial Prince requests an audience." "Oh." Fu Yuansheng paused, then said, "I was just about to go down, so you don't have to worry about me." "Yes." The servant quickly nodded. Only then did he arrive at Ling Han and Qi Zhantai. He could not help but be speechless, because it was actually Fu Yuansheng who was leading the way, which made him extremely shocked. Fu Yuansheng, one of the few people with the highest status in Rain Country. The three of them arrived at the ground floor, and saw a young man and woman waiting there. Both of them stood straight, without any hint of impatience on their faces. The man and woman were about 25 or 26 years old. The man was tall and had thick hair. His eyes were bright and full of penetrating power. It was as if he could see through anyone's innermost secrets with just a glance. The woman's figure was voluptuous and alluring, enough to make one drool. Her beautiful face was like a flower, her skin like white jade, and her hair was crimson red like fire, giving her a different kind of allure. This man was naturally the third Imperial Prince, Qi Fengyun, but who was this woman? Ling Han was a little surprised, because this woman was also in Gushing Spring tier. In a small place like Rain Country, a martial artist in Gushing Spring tier below 30 years old was indeed quite shocking, and could definitely be considered a genius. "Pavilion Master." The third Imperial Prince clasped his hands in greeting. Putting aside the fact that he was only an Imperial Prince now, even if he inherited the throne in future, he still had to be polite to Fu Yuansheng. "Zhantai greets third Imperial brother." Qi Zhantai also bowed, and paid her respects to the third Imperial Prince. "All right, wait here for a moment. I'll send this esteemed guest off." Fu Yuansheng nodded at the third prince. A distinguished guest, the third Imperial Prince's gaze involuntarily turned towards Ling Han, because there were only 3 people behind Fu Yuansheng. Qi Zhantai was from the royal family of the Dayuan king, so naturally she was not worthy of such treatment from Fu Yuansheng, and Hunyo was too young. What was the background of this young man that Fu Yuansheng could treat as an honored guest and personally see him off? Strange, he clearly had all the intelligence of the entire imperial city, so how could such an awesome character suddenly appear out of nowhere? "Pavilion Master, please go ahead," he hurriedly said. Fu Yuansheng sent Ling Han to the door and earnestly invited Ling Han to visit frequently. Only after that did he turn around and leave. He seemed to be in a hurry because he was also in a hurry to study the 4 images seal. Ling Han and Qi Zhantai walked side by side, while Hunyo waved her little hands excitedly and said, "Meet, meet, meet, brother." The third Imperial Prince caught up to them. Ling Han stopped in his tracks, walked towards him and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't this Imperial Prince have some business with Fu Yuansheng? Why had he suddenly appeared?" The answer was very simple. A character that even Fu Yuansheng had to respectfully send off had suddenly appeared in the imperial city, so as the third Imperial Prince, he naturally had to get to know him at first notice. One had to know that the current Rain Emperor had a total of 17 sons, and there were at least 5 who were qualified to compete for the throne. The third Imperial Prince would naturally make friends with those with talent, so that he could accumulate enough strength to fight for the throne in the future. "I am Qi Fengyun, dare I ask for brother's name?" The third Imperial Prince appeared to be very polite. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Ling Han. "Brother Ling, I still have important matters to attend to, so it is not convenient for me to discuss them in detail now. Please accept this item, Brother Ling. I believe that in this imperial city, most people will give Brother Ling face on this item." The third Imperial Prince handed over an item. It was a violet-shaped badge. "Thank you." Ling Han did not stand on ceremony, and accepted the badge. "Brother Ling, after I have dealt with some trivial matters, I will definitely look for Brother Ling for a chat. the third imperial prince said with clasped hands, and hurriedly left with the beautiful woman. Ling Han smiled as he weighed the badge in his hand, and put it away in his pocket. Ling Han, this is a token of the third imperial prince. It is said that if you hold this item, you don't even have to pay to eat or stay in the imperial city. All the expenses will be covered by the third imperial prince, Qi Zhantai said enviously. Ling Han was slightly startled, and then suddenly laughed loudly. Qi Zhantai felt that this was strange, and naturally asked for more details. I think that this third imperial prince will definitely regret it, Ling Han said. Why? Because there is a real glutton here. Ling Han rubbed Hunyo's head. Qi Zhantai still did not understand. She was just a little girl, so even if she ate from day to night, how much could she possibly eat? There are really good people in this world, Ling Han said ruefully. The three of them went to a restaurant to eat. After witnessing Hunyo's terrifying appetite, Qi Zhantai finally began to worry for that brother of hers. Qi Fengyun might really be eaten until he went broke by Hunyo. Huyang University, Feng Luo's residence. Bastard, bastard, bastard! Wei Hilu paced back and forth in his room like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, and he looked extremely manic. He stopped and said to Feng Luo, Do you believe that Headmaster Wu actually expelled me from the alchemy department? The corner of Feng Luo's mouth twitched a few times. This was not the first time that Wei Hilu had complained to him. He counted in his heart, and it should have been 37 or 38 times already. Previously, he would still play along and comfort Wei Hilu a little, but now he had completely lost the mood to do so. Having lost the importance of Wu Songlin, a mere yellow-grade low-level alchemist naturally would not be of much importance to him. It's all because of that bastard, that goddamn brat. Wei Hilu's eyes were about to spit fire. He had once been extremely glorious, with the halo of an alchemy genius. Even the descendants of the nobles and the imperial family would be polite when they saw him, but now it was as if he had fallen straight from the sky, his future bleak. What alchemist would dare to take someone that Wu Songlin had chased away as a disciple? And alchemy was most particular about inheritance. How could one achieve anything by relying on one's own ability? In other words, he was completely done for. Feng Luo saw this, and his lips curled up in a cold smile. He said, Young Master Wei, I have an idea that can ruthlessly punish that brat Ling Han. Quite a few of his teeth had been knocked out, and his words were now leaking air. He needed to listen carefully to understand what he was saying. Oh, what idea! Wei Hilu immediately turned around. He had practically lost everything, and had become extremely crazy. As long as he could take revenge on Ling Han, he was willing to do anything. Here it's this. Feng Luo took out a badge in the shape of a violet flower. What is this? Wei Hilu could not help but be startled. This is the third imperial prince's keepsake. Feng Luo smiled very sinisterly. This was given to my brother by the third imperial prince. Tell me, if I say that this badge was lost, but was found in Ling Han's residence, how would the academy deal with him? And what would the third imperial prince's reaction be? Wei Hilu's eyes lit up and he understood. Planting slander was more refreshing. Chapter 110. Ha 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 ha. Stealing is a shameless and evil act. Not to mention that it involves the third prince. Wei Hilu could not help but laugh loudly. At that time, even if the academy did not want to pursue the matter, now that it involved the royal family, even Wu Songlin's face would not be of any use. The royal family was not a small matter, and Ling Han dared to steal something from the third prince. That was definitely a dead end. However, there has to be a reason, right? Otherwise, why would the thief steal this thing? Wei Hidong very quickly stopped laughing and asked Feng Luo. Feng Luo snickered and said, This is the third prince's keepsake, and is only gifted to a very few people. Holding such a keepsake means that one is a close friend of the third prince. Not only is it a symbol of identity and status, but all the expenses in the various restaurants and inns of the imperial city can be recorded, and the third prince will be responsible for paying. Yeah. Wei Hilu revealed an envious expression. Although he was a genius alchemist, he did not receive the third prince's favor and was gifted with such a keepsake. Now, a profligate young master actually had one in his hands. How could he not be envious? Feng Luo smiled proudly. This was specially gifted to him by Feng Yan, fearing that he would cause trouble in the imperial city. With the keepsake of the third prince, everyone would have to give him face. He patted Wei Hili's shoulder and said, "Young Master Wei, I'll leave the matter of framing him to you." Wei Hilu revealed an awkward expression. He only knew alchemy and was good at eating, drinking, and playing around, but he had never done something like framing someone before. Moreover, there were too many people who wanted to suck up to him in the past. He only had to say the word, and there would naturally be people who would do it for him. Why would he need to do it himself? "What, you're not willing?" Feng Luo laughed coldly and pretended to put away the keepsake. "Then forget it. I originally only wanted to help you vent your anger, but since you're not willing, I won't force you." "Wait," Wei Hilu hurriedly called out. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I'll do it." His heart was filled with hatred. The reason why he had offended Ling Han was because he wanted to help Feng Luo, but now this guy actually said that he wanted to help him vent his anger. He was really turning his back on him. But after being abandoned by Wu Songlin, he was no longer the young Master Wei of the past. He was only a yellow-grade low-level alchemist, so did he have the right to oppose Feng Luo? Behind him stood a martial art genius, who faintly showed signs of approaching the level of the third imperial prince, Ken Yi, and other peerless geniuses. His future was limitless, and how could a down-and-out alchemist like him compare? If he were to reject Feng Luo now, that would mean that he would be cutting off his only possible future. If he followed Wu Songlin, he might be able to leave Rain Country in the future, and thus escape from Wu Songlin's shadow. He took the violet badge and silently walked to Feng Luo's side. He stood with his hands by his side and lowered his position. "Ha ha ha ha." Feng Luo laughed loudly, his face filled with pride. Even his elder brother would not have thought that he would actually be able to subdue a slightly talented alchemist. Who would still dare to say that he was a profligate young master? Try subduing a yellow-grade alchemist. Wei Hilu lowered his head, his eyes filled with remorse. But now that things had come to this, how could he still turn back? After a free meal, Shi Zhantai naturally returned to Tianyi, while Ling Han brought Hunyo around for a while to buy some materials to set up a formation. Only then did he return to the academy. He was not in a hurry to take the second star pill. Instead, he began to set up a formation around the courtyard. This was an early warning formation. Anyone who entered the courtyard would be alerted by the formation, and it would send out a warning that only he could receive. Even if he was not in the courtyard, there would still be some clues left behind, telling him that an outsider had barged into this courtyard. There was nothing he could do about it. The materials he had on hand were limited, so he could only set up a simple formation like this. Otherwise, if it had been in his last life, even a powerful warrior of Heaven tier might not have dared to barge into the formation he set up. "I'll just make do with it. I don't have any enemies now anyways," he mumbled. If these words were heard by Lu Yutong, Qi Yongyi, and the others, they would definitely jump out to object. He actually dared to say that he didn't have any enemies. Wu Bo was one, Feng Yan was another, He Junchun was another, and so were Nangongji. These people were not to be trifled with, especially Wu Bo and Feng Yan. One was a young master of the Wu clan, while the other was a genius of martial art who had the potential to become a king tier. If these two were not enemies, then who was? Unfortunately, they did not know that although Ling Han's cultivation level was weak now, he had the pride of a powerful warrior of Heaven tier in his bones. How could he possibly care about these small fries? Moreover, he had been like this in his last life. His heart was incomparably proud, and he would definitely not lower his head to anyone. This formation was very simple, so it did not take Ling Han long to finish setting it up. Then, he began to take the second star pill to strengthen his spirit. As far as Ling Han knew, there was no cultivation technique in this world that could strengthen the spirit. Only when one's cultivation level increased would the spirit correspondingly strengthen by a level. This was passive, just like when he was in Heaven tier in his last life. The power of his spirit only needed to wave slightly, and he could even directly erase the spirit of a powerful warrior of spiritual infant tier. However, he always suspected that since the spirit could be recovered through cultivation techniques and strengthened through alchemical pills and godly medicines, then it should also be possible to cultivate through cultivation techniques. It was just that there was no such cultivation technique in circulation now. This was not impossible, because if he had not come from 10,000 years ago, how would he know that so many pill recipes had been lost? Obviously, there were many good things that had been lost in history. It was so in this life, so could it be that his last life would not be an exception? A true example was that in the last period of his last life, he had once entered many historical sites and obtained some ancient pill recipes, which similarly belonged to the category of lost. Thus, many years ago, there might have been cultivation techniques that could temper the spirit. As he thought, he absorbed the medicinal effects of the second star pill. His whole body instantly felt extremely comfortable, because the spirit was responsible for all the sensations in the body. Now that his spirit had become stronger, he naturally felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. One after another, he very soon swallowed all 7 second star pills. The power of my spirit has almost doubled. Ling Han opened his eyes, and his gaze became even deeper, like a bottomless pit, causing others to involuntarily sink into it. He smiled. This is the benefit of having a strong spirit. I can use my spirit to oppress my opponent, and this can be used as a special move. If others are not on guard, it is very possible that they will be instantly killed by me. The strength of my spirit now should be equivalent to that of gushing spring tear. His smile involuntarily widened. This means that I can cultivate at the speed of gushing spring tear's spiritual chi absorption. Added with my immortal grade spirit base I'm afraid that even I would be shocked by the speed of my cultivation. Hurry up and reach gushing spring tear. Only when I reach gushing spring tear can I cultivate black grade martial arts techniques. This is the true beginning of martial art. Now I have all my skills but am unable to use them. This kind of feeling is really terrible. There's a mouse that ran in. Chapter 111. Madam, please speak. If I can do it, I naturally will not refuse. If I cannot, then I would not dare to accept this gift, Ling Han said very calmly. The young girl looked surprised. After hearing about the effects of this pair of gloves, he could still be so calm. Was this guy really a young man? No matter how he looked like an old man who had been through many hardships. Lady Yan smiled and said, "Since I have asked for young Master Ling's help, then young Master Ling will definitely be able to do it. I would like to ask for young Master Ling's help. I would like to ask the expert behind young Master Ling to concoct a permanent pill for me." Permanent pill? Ling Han looked surprised. Madam has a friend who has fallen into a state of suspended animation? How did you know? Mrs. Yen abruptly stood up, her face full of excitement. The permanent pill was a black grade high-level alchemical pill, but it was infinitely close to earth grade. The number of black grade high-level alchemists that could concoct it could be counted on one's fingers. At that time, Lady Yen had also begged Fu Yuanshang and Wu Songlin to concoct it, but the two of them did not have the slightest confidence that they could succeed, so they had rejected Lady Yan's request. Now Ling Han had guessed the effects of the permanent pill the moment he heard its name, so how could she not believe that there was a grandmaster alchemist behind Ling Han, who was even more awesome than Fu Yuanshang and Wu Songlin? An earth-grade alchemist. Everything that happened in the Cherishing Flower Pavilion naturally could not escape her eyes and ears. Thus, when she found out that Ling Han had a very close relationship with the two big bosses of alchemy, she guessed that there should be an even stronger alchemist behind Ling Han's back. Otherwise, there was no way that Wu Songlin and Wu Songlin would lower themselves to befriend him. This made her decide to befriend Ling Han, and see if she could ask that grandmaster behind Ling Han to help her concoct the permanent pill. "I guessed," Ling Han said calmly. He naturally would not tell her that he had been the alchemy emperor in his last life, so there was no pill recipe that he had not heard of or seen before. The calmer he appeared, the higher his position in Lady Yan's heart would be. This was called having confidence. "Young Master Ling, does that grandmaster behind you have the confidence to concoct this permanent pill?" Lady Yan asked, trembling slightly. "Yes," Ling Han nodded and showed a faint smile. In truth, if it had been a few days ago, he really would not have the confidence to succeed because this was an alchemical pill that was infinitely close to earth grade, and he was only capable of concocting yellow grade high-level alchemical pills. But after fusing with the strange fire, he had enough confidence to concoct all alchemical pills below earth grade. Who asked him to be the former alchemy emperor? Really? Happiness had come too suddenly, and Lady Yen actually had a feeling that it was surreal. Ling Han nodded. Thank you, young master. Lady Yin bowed, her eyes brimming with tears. Ling Han said, give me the ingredients and come to Huyang Academy 3 days later to retrieve them. 3 days. A problem that had troubled her for 10 years. Only 3 days was needed to solve it. Lady Yin revealed a pleasantly surprised and dazed expression. After being stunned for a moment, she finally said, Shuang, help me retrieve the ingredients. Yes, Lady Yin. The young girl at the side hurriedly answered. Her name was Yun Shuang, and she was an orphan adopted by Lady Yin. Since she was young, she had been pampered and raised by Lady Yin as if she were her own daughter. Very soon, Yun Shuang returned with a wooden box. This box was much larger than the one she had just received. Then I'll take my leave, Ling Han said, stretching out his hand to receive the wooden box. Let me send a carriage to send young master back. Lady Yin pointed at the wooden box in Ling Han's hand. With these 2 items in his hand, it would be very inconvenient for him to move around. Ling Han actually had a spatial ring, but he naturally could not use it in front of Lady Yin, so he nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble Lady Yin. Young Master Ling need not be so polite. Lady Yin had solved a big problem, and could not help but be in a good mood. A bright smile blossomed on her face and she said, Shuang, help me send young Master Ling back. Yes, Lady Yin. Yun Shuang answered respectfully. With Yun Shuang accompanying him, Ling Han exited the Cherishing Flower Pavilion. There was already a carriage parked in front of the entrance, and the mount was a fine horse that was pure white in color. However, there was a pair of antlers on its forehead. This was a cloud deer horse, a type of demonic beast. It was not very powerful, but because of its good appearance it was usually used as a mount, so its price was very high. The inside of the carriage was even more luxurious. There were even soft couches that one could lie down on and rest on. There were also fresh fruits and fine wine, so one could enjoy all the luxuries one could enjoy while traveling. Young Master Han, please, Yun Shuang said. She was very curious about Ling Han. Such a young man was actually able to solve the problem that had troubled Lady Yin for so many years. Ling Han entered the carriage, took out the pair of gloves and began to refine them. Yun Shuang, who was sitting at one side, was very depressed. She was an extremely beautiful woman, and any man who saw her would want nothing more than to stick their eyes on her body. Yet this brat, he was only paying attention to that pair of gloves. She admitted that this pair of gloves was indeed very valuable, but it was already his, so he could not use it at any time. But was she someone that could be seen by just anyone? What a silly brat. How could Ling Han know that in this girl's heart? He had already become a young man who did not know how to flirt. He studied this pair of gloves, his palm brushing against the patterns that were engraved on the surface of the gloves, looking pensive. The use of a spirit tool was to increase one's battle prowess, but normally, it was achieved through the user's own power. For example, if a spirit tool was sealed with the power of cold ice, then once it was used, 1,000 miles of ice would be sealed, and 10,000 miles of snow would fall. It was extremely powerful. This was not a direct increase in a martial artist's own battle prowess. However, this pair of gloves could directly increase a martial artist's battle prowess by 1 battle star. This piqued Ling Han's interest, and he wanted to find out how it worked. If it could be used directly within one's body, then wouldn't that be even more amazing? He was calm and composed, like an eminent monk who had attained the Tao. Even though there was a beautiful woman sitting in front of him, he acted as if he did not see her. Yun Shuang's beautiful face could not help but twitch, appearing to be extremely indignant. This was too despicable, she was a beauty. Pung, a sudden change occurred. The carriage actually split open from the middle. That was a flash of saber light, and as if it could sever the heavens and destroy the earth, it split the carriage into 2 halves. Who would be so daring to actually make a move in the imperial city? Ling Han and Yun Shuang both leaped out of the tumbling carriage and stood firmly on the ground. The coachman, on the other hand, was not injured. He drove the horse and the half-destroyed carriage, galloping far away before finally stopping. Ling Han and Yun Shuang raised their heads and looked towards a nearby place. On a wall, there was a young man standing with a saber in hand, exuding an endless domineering aura. Feng Yin, Ling Han, I've said it before. Today I will give you a beating. He cracked a smile, but his expression was cold, and the pressure he exuded was extremely frightening. This was a person who liked to break the rules. In his last life he had also been such a person. He was not bound by any of the rules, and that was because he had enough ability to become one of the 7 great warriors of heaven tier in the world. Was that not awesome enough? Feng Yan was definitely not an idiot. Previously, he had confronted the 3rd Imperial Prince head-on, and now he was openly cutting off the carriage. This was not just any kind of arrogance. Naturally, he had his own reasons for doing so. Feng Yan, you've gone too far. Are you not even giving face to Madam? Yun Shuang said angrily. Was he openly challenging the Cherishing Flower Pavilion to a duel? Chapter 112. And who are you? Ling Han looked at the green-robed young man, his gaze becoming sharp. How dare you speak to me like this? Hung, you are indeed a traitor, the green-robed young man said coldly. His gaze was sharp as a sword as he stared at Ling Han, a terrifying aura circulating around his body. He was an elite of Gushing Spring tier, and now that he used his aura, it was a suppression on the spiritual level. Ling Han acted as if nothing had happened. He had just taken 7-second star pills yesterday, greatly increasing the strength of his divine sense. To suppress him with his aura, one would have to be in spiritual ocean tier. The green-robed young man could not help but be surprised. He had already circulated his aura, so why did Ling Han not have the slightest reaction? This is senior brother in Xue Ming, the captain of the 7th small team of the discipline committee, a black-robed young man said, introducing the green-robed young man. And one more thing, he is Big Brother's loyal subordinate, Feng Luo added secretly. Since there was such a good opportunity, he would of course make full use of the resources around him to nail Ling Han down completely. The evidence of his crime had already been arranged, and there was even his brother's subordinate acting as the executioner. How could Ling Han escape this calamity? I am very busy and have no time to waste with you. Bring me to your residence, I want to search it. And Xue Ming said. Ling Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, On what basis? Are you refusing to cooperate with the discipline committee? And Xue Ming said darkly. He had received Feng Luo's request, so he naturally treated Ling Han as an enemy, so there was no need for him to be polite. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Are you saying that you discipline committee can search anyone's residence just because you suspect something? I seem to have lost a bar of soap and I suspect it was stolen by Wu Songlin. Please go search his place. Who? Everyone choked. Wu Songlin was the headmaster of the Alchemy department, a black-grade high-level alchemist. In terms of status, he was even more awesome than the headmaster of the martial arts department, Lian Guangzhu. To search his place, wasn't that seeking death? Ling Han really dared to speak, even daring to make a joke about Wu Songlin. Did he not want his life anymore? And Xue Ming's face twitched violently as he felt that Ling Han was practically a madman. One had to know that if the words that Ling Han had ridiculed Wu Songlin just now were to be spread out, he would definitely be beaten to death. How could an elite of spiritual pedestal tier be casually used as a joke? What's more, Wu Songlin had the halo of a black-grade high-level alchemist. You're courting death, he said coldly. Since Ling Han was such a madman, he didn't have any more misgivings. You dare insult Sir Wu? Arrest him. Oh, who dares to make a move? Ling Han looked at them disdainfully. He broke into a smile and said, You'd better think carefully. Don't be used by others. Otherwise, if you make a move against me, I won't show any mercy. Everyone could not help but hesitate. Actually, aside from Xue Ming, the others did not have much of a relationship with Feng Yan. As for Ling Han's fearless appearance, he seemed to have a powerful background. When the time comes, don't let the King of Hell fight and bring disaster to them. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. Insolence. Not only do you speak without thinking, you even dare to threaten a member of the discipline committee. You're practically lawless. And Xue Ming said darkly. He pointed a finger at Ling Han. Zhonglin, arrest him. Yes, yes. A young man walked out reluctantly. He naturally knew that Xue Ming was Feng Yan's man, and now that Feng Luo was involved in this matter, it was very obvious that this was a clash between Feng Luo and Ling Han, or it could be said that it was a clash between Feng Yan and the person behind Ling Han. Now that he was caught in the middle, no matter who won, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Naturally, he was very displeased. But Shueming was the team leader. Unless he planned to withdraw from the discipline committee, he had to obey his orders. Junior Ling Han, just surrender. Zhonglin assumed an attacking stance. He was in the 9th layer of Poly, while Ling Han was only in the 5th layer. He had absolute confidence that he could take down Ling Han within 10 moves. Ling Han shook his head and said, "You don't have the right to do that." Zhonglin could not help but become angry. He did not have a powerful background, but he was in the 9th layer of Poly. Otherwise, he would not have the right to join the discipline committee. Now, a junior at the 5th layer of Poly actually said that he did not have the right to take down his opponent. This undoubtedly hurt his pride. What's with all this nonsense? Hurry up and take him down. Shueming urged. Sorry. Zhonglin attacked, charging towards Ling Han. Emogao wanted to attack. He knew that his only student had outstanding comprehension of the sword, but his cultivation was a major flaw. 6 flashes of sword chi could at most increase his battle prowess by 3 stars, but that was only equivalent to the 8th layer of Poly. He was still not a match for a 9th layer of Poly, but Ling Han had already charged forward. He did not even draw his sword, and instead directly punched out. Bang! The two of them clashed, and a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out. The two figures retreated at the same time. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhonglin was at the 9th layer of Poly, but he actually did not gain the upper hand in a head-on clash. How was this possible? How could there be such a powerful 5th layer of Poly? Were you really a 5th layer Poly? I underestimated you. Zhonglin revealed a serious expression. Although he did not want to be used as a tool, martial artists naturally had their own pride. As a 9th layer Poly, if he still could not take down a 5th layer Poly, how could he still have any face left? He took a deep breath, and his hands turned into claws that spread out to the sides. His left leg arched like an eagle spreading its wings. Eagle soars the sky. With an angry roar, his figure shot out, and his battle prowess instantly soared. Battle prowess was not the same thing as one's cultivation level. After using his martial technique, his battle prowess instantly soared to 10 stars. Ling Han only smiled slightly and opened his eyes, emitting a powerful aura. What? Zhonglin only felt fear in his heart, as if he was a sheep that had been targeted by a fierce tiger. There was only endless fear left, and this eagle soars the sky instantly lost its aim. The deviation was ridiculously large. Ling Han casually kicked out and landed a kick on Zhonglin's butt. With a pong, Zhonglin instantly fell heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The whole place was silent. In Huyang University, Zhonglin definitely could not be considered an elite, but in the level of Poly tier, he was enough to rank in the top 100. But now, he was actually defeated by a 5th layer Poly in one move. Who could believe this? Good brat, no wonder you're so arrogant. So you have some ability. Shueming's eyes shone coldly as he stepped out. He decided to personally make a move. Ling Han revealed a slightly cautious expression. Zhonglin was in gushing spring tier, and if he materialized his battle prowess to Poly tier, it would at least be 20 stars. Moreover, this did not include the increase in black-grade martial arts techniques. Of course, Shueming might not possess a black-grade martial arts technique. Stand down. Emogao stood in front of Ling Han, glaring angrily. He could forget about what had happened before, but as Ling Han's teacher, he definitely could not watch as his student was bullied and humiliated by others. Chapter 113. Oh. Shueming hesitated slightly. No matter how useless Emogao was, he was still a teacher of the academy. How could he be so easily humiliated? To deal with Ling Han, he had a good reason to do so. Moreover, the thief had already been planted, so Ling Han would not be able to escape no matter what. Then, even if he had used some crude methods in the process, so what? Who would cry out for the injustice of a person who had lost all standing and reputation? Emogao was different. Teacher, let me. Ling Han lightly pushed Emogao away. Shueming was very strong, but he could barely handle the 2nd layer of gushing spring tier. Ling Han. Emogao was shocked. He stepped forward because he expected that Shueming wouldn't dare to do anything to him. But Ling Han didn't have any trump card to protect himself. No matter how freakish he was, he couldn't fight the second layer of gushing spring tear, right? Don't worry, teacher. Ling Han said with a smile and strode out. Ha ha ha, I have to admit you've got guts. And Xueming saw that he'd solved a difficult problem and couldn't help but be in a good mood. Ling Han shook his head and said, You're just a lackey, what right do you have to bark? I'll break all your teeth. Impudence. And Xueming glared angrily and was about to attack. Making such a ruckus in the academy, what a scandal. A dissatisfied voice was heard, full of authority. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was a tall man dressed in embroidered robes. He exuded a powerful aura that would cause anyone who laid eyes on him to feel admiration. The third imperial prince, Qi Fengyun. Behind him, there was a red-haired beauty who followed his every step. She had a hot figure and fiery red lips. However, this was the third imperial prince's woman. So who would dare to take a second glance at her full and perky bottom? Greetings, third imperial prince. Everyone half knelt, paying their respects to this man who could possibly inherit the throne in the future. Ling Han, however, stood straight like a spear. In this world, there was no one who had the right to make him kneel. This was the pride of being a powerful warrior of heaven tier. And even now that he'd changed his body and his cultivation level had fallen, it couldn't be changed. He would only control his temper but definitely not his pride. Get up. The third prince raised his hand slightly and asked, What's going on? Your Highness. And Xueming secretly applauded in his heart. The violet badge had originally been given to Ling Han by the third prince. Now that the person involved had arrived, it could further aggravate Ling Han's crime. The point was that once the violet emblem was found, Ling Han would not be able to deny it even if he wanted to, because the third prince would not recognize it. And Xueming immediately recounted the entire story. Of course, according to him, he had received a report from Feng Luo, and had then used the clues to suspect that Ling Han was the culprit. Hence, he had come over to search and arrest him. The third prince had a strange expression on his face after hearing this. Others might not know, but how could he not know? He'd just given a violet emblem to Ling Han yesterday, so why would he need to steal it? With his intelligence, he naturally realized at the first moment that someone was trying to frame Ling Han, and it was very likely that it was Feng Luo. Feng Luo stood at the side, and seeing the third prince's strange expression, he thought that he was angry. He hurriedly added fuel to the fire, saying, Your Highness, it's all my fault. After requesting Your Highness's keepsake from my elder brother, I didn't take good care of it, and it was stolen by a thief. Your Highness, please punish me. He lowered his head and clasped his hands in greeting to the third prince, but the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. If he was punished for not being able to control it, then what kind of punishment would Ling Han, this thief, receive? Who said that he was stupid? He was the best at playing these kinds of tricks. In the past, it was just that there was no need to use them as he could just open his mouth and do it. The third prince looked meaningfully at Ling Han, and then turned his gaze to Xueming, saying, Then what do you plan to do? Naturally, we will search Ling Han's residence. We have very conclusive evidence that Your Highness's keepsake is definitely in his residence. And Xueming said confidently. He naturally did not think that Feng Yan's brother would trick him. The third prince revealed a smile, and looked towards the other members of the discipline committee, saying, You all think so? The dozen or so people were all hesitant. In reality, they were all very confused, and they had only run out because of Xueming's orders. How could they know what had happened? But they all knew the relationship between Feng Yan and Xueming, and when it came to Feng Luo, they could even guess a little. Now that the third prince had asked them this question, they couldn't help but hesitate. Because if the matter was blown out of proportion, what they were saying right now would all be testimonies, and it would be extremely easy for others to use them against them. The position of a member of the discipline committee was quite attractive, as they could obtain points without having to leave the academy to train. Naturally, everyone was envious. We are not very clear. In the end, they decided to tell the truth. And Xueming immediately snorted in his heart, but this did not matter. As long as they found the violet emblem in Ling Han's room, they would be able to pin him to death on the pillar of shame. He said, Your Highness, this person has been resisting stubbornly. Wait for me to take him down. Wait. Ling Han opened his mouth and said with a smile, Don't spout nonsense. A good student like me is naturally willing to cooperate with the academy. It's just that you are an eyesore. Since the third prince is here, fine, go search my place. And Xueming was startled. He did not think that Ling Han would actually commit such a crime. If I don't do anything against my conscience, I won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on my door, Ling Han said again. And Xueming instantly understood, laughing at Ling Han's naivety in his heart. This was not something that could be solved with just your innocence. This was good as well. When the time came, all the dirt would be caught, and this brat would not be able to explain himself. At the very least, he would be expelled from the academy, and at the very worst, even the third prince would personally take action. Go to hell, idiot. Ling Han proudly walked forward, and everyone followed behind him, including the third prince. Those who did not know better would have thought that Ling Han was leading all these people. And Xueming quickly realized this, and hurriedly rushed in front of Ling Han, glaring angrily at him. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "What are you glaring at? There must be something wrong with your eyes. Also, you're just a lowly commoner. Why do you dare to walk in front of the third prince? Are you trying to rebel?" I rubbed. What a serious crime. And Xueming felt slightly dizzy. He had only wanted to stop Ling Han from being so awe-inspiring, so why was he suddenly being accused of such a crime? He quietly glanced at the third prince, and saw that the latter's expression was indeed somewhat gloomy, which made him even more dizzy. He hurriedly said, "Weren't you also walking in front of us just now?" "Nonsense, I'm bringing you to my place of residence. If I don't walk in front, then should I walk behind? Has your head been kicked by a donkey?" Ling Han mercilessly mocked. This. Cold sweat beaded on Xueming's forehead. "Surnamed An, what kind of intentions do you have? Not respecting the third imperial prince, this is treason," Ling Han said unhurriedly, but this only added insult to injury. "Don't slander me." And Xueming had not thought that his unintentional action would actually be dug out by Ling Han into such a big problem, and he hurriedly defended himself loudly. He was really afraid that Ling Han would be able to use this against him. "All right, since Ling Han told you to search, then hurry up and search," the third prince said, his face full of impatience. "Yes." And Xueming let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the third prince had no intention of delving too deeply into his disrespectful action. Chapter 114. Search. And Xueming turned around and pointed, his face once again full of confidence. "Wait," Ling Han said. "What? Feeling guilty and scared?" And Xueming laughed coldly. Ling Han pushed open the door and said, "Hunyo." Xiao, a small figure, flew over and leapt into Ling Han's arms. It was Hunyo. The little girl was extremely impatient, so she had stayed in the room to play by herself. For Hunyo, who had an extremely strong sense of territory, the entrance of these outsiders was tantamount to a declaration of war against her. The little girl did not care whether she could defeat them or not. She would definitely wave her little claws and open her mouth to pounce on them. "All right, you guys search," Ling Han said with a smile. And Xueming could not help but look at Hunyo suspiciously. He was worried that Hunyo had hidden the dirty thing on her body, but on second thought, Ling Han had no chance to communicate with her at all, and did not even know what the dirty thing was, so it should not be the case. "Search," he said to the people of the discipline committee. "Yes," they all answered, and like a tide, they surged into the courtyard. Ling Han stood outside with Hunyo in his arms, while the third imperial prince, the red-haired beauty, Mo Gao, Feng Luo, and Wei He Lu were also waiting outside. They were not members of the discipline committee, so naturally they could not casually enter a student's residence. Sounds of rummaging could be heard from inside. Ling Han simply brought out a chair from the courtyard and sat down with Hunyo in his arms. Seeing this, the red-haired beauty also brought out a chair from the courtyard and invited the third imperial prince to sit down. Feng Luo was naturally unwilling to just stand there. "You guys are all sitting and I'm standing, then wouldn't I become your servant?" "Wait." He had just taken a step when he was stopped by Ling Han's shout, "Dogs are not allowed in my courtyard." What? Feng Luo instantly jumped up. "You dare call me a dog? You've already been stepped on by me so many times. Why are you still so confused?" Ling Han shook his head and sighed. "Being entangled with a nobody like you will only lower my taste. There's no meaning in stepping on you. If it was your brother, I would feel a sense of achievement. This was not him boasting. Back then, he was a heaven-tier elite, and those who could be trampled by him were at least deity transformation tier elites. Ling Han, Feng Luo said word by word, his eyes almost spitting fire. Pointing at Ling Han, he said, "You can be stubborn now, but you will definitely die later." Ling Han's lips curled into a smile as he said, "I'm tired of your face too. You should get lost from Huyang University." Found it. Right at this moment, a cry of surprise rang out from within the courtyard. Afterwards, Shueming and a dozen or so others walked out from the courtyard. At the head of the group, Shueming held a badge in his hand, a cold smile on his face. "Ling Han, what else do you have to say now?" Shueming thrust the badge forward. "This is not mine," Ling Han said casually after sweeping a glance over it. "Of course it's not yours." Feng Luo continued. "This is a gift that the third imperial prince gave to my brother. A few days ago it suddenly went missing and as expected it was stolen by you." Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "I say your intelligence is a bit low. You have to know that I just arrived at the imperial city the day before yesterday. Before you want to frame me, you should at least make sure of the facts first." Feng Luo was startled. He had never thought that Ling Han would coincidentally bump into him on the first night he arrived at the imperial city. He hurriedly explained, "I remembered wrongly. It should have happened yesterday or the day before yesterday." Ling Han clicked his tongue in praise and said, "There is indeed something wrong with your brain. You can't even remember when you lost it. And this person from the Law Enforcement Association, your eyes are truly sharp, to be able to lock onto me in such a short period of time. Humph, now that you've been caught, everything you've said is just sophistry." And Shueming knew that the more he said, the more flaws there would be in his story. He only needed to firmly hold on to the fact that Ling Han was a thief, and that would be enough. "I have a question." Ling Han smiled and said, "I would like to ask, why did I steal this thing?" Haha. Feng Luo obviously knew that Ling Han would ask such a question, and he immediately said, "This is a keepsake of the third imperial prince. It represents that you are a friend of the third imperial prince. Everyone in the imperial city desires to possess it." These words were rather well spoken, not only confirming Ling Han's crime, but also flattering the third imperial prince. "Ling Han, what else do you have to say now?" And Shueming laughed coldly. Ling Han leisurely said, "I don't have anything else to say, but I do have something that I would like your Imperial Highness to take a look at." "Oh, what is it?" the third imperial prince asked very cooperatively. "Here it's here." Ling Han took out his violet badge. What? Everyone's gaze was fixed on that tiny badge. Even though most of them had only heard of it before, but why did the two badges seem to be exactly the same? You actually stole another badge." Feng Luo stammered. In all honesty, he definitely only had one badge in his possession. Some people had already reacted, and they looked at Feng Luo as if he was an idiot. From the beginning to the end, Ling Han had been too calm. Previously, they had thought that he was arrogant to the point of not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, but now that they thought about it, he was actually very confident. "Oh, this is the present that I gave to Brother Ling yesterday." The third imperial prince also revealed a smile. Someone as intelligent as him naturally knew how to cooperate with Ling Han, and there was no need for him to inform him beforehand. Wipe, wipe, wipe. Everyone present wanted to curse and swear. "The two of you were playing us like monkeys." Ling Han weighed the token in his hand and said, "I really did not think that your Imperial Highness would be so generous. I heard that you don't even need to pay to enter a restaurant to eat with this thing." The third imperial prince could not help but twitch slightly. Could it be that Ling Han was only interested in this token of his? His face as the third imperial prince was only worth this much? If the other party was a normal person, he would naturally have long since flown into a rage. But later on, he went to see Fu Yuansheng, and from the latter's words, he found out that this great alchemist held Ling Han in high esteem. Who was Fu Yuansheng? Amongst the most powerful people in Rain Country, he was definitely one of the most powerful people. Moreover, he was ranked at the very top. Putting aside the fact that he was only an imperial prince now, even if he inherited the throne in future, he would not dare to do anything to Yuansheng. If he dared to be careless in dealing with someone that even Fu Yuansheng had to respect, Wouldn't he be forcing Fu Yuanshang to become his enemy? He was not the only son of the current reign emperor who had great talent and strategy. The competition for the throne was extremely fierce. It was fine if he could not obtain Fu Yuanshang's support, but if he forced Fu Yuanshang to the side of his competitor, then that would really be a foolish move. Haha, I can be considered half a master here, so of course I have to take care of your meals, he said with a loud laugh, easily dispelling the awkwardness. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, I hope your Imperial Highness will not regret this in future. How could that be possible? The third Imperial Prince shook his head resolutely. He definitely would not have imagined how difficult his expression would be when he went to settle the bill next month. Chapter 115. The soul was a person's root. If one's divine sense was destroyed, then only an empty shell would remain. Just now Ling Han had taken a detour around the gates of hell. Curiosity really killed the cat. Ling Han shook his head. If it were not for the fact that there was also a monster hidden inside his body, he would really have suffered a terrible fate just now. Without a doubt, the godly medicine had activated some kind of ability in Hunyo, or perhaps caused her to awaken, and this could possibly only happen 4 or 5 years later. Yet Ling Han felt a strong sense of strangeness, because that spirit base inside Hunyo's body, that peerless beauty, gave him a feeling that she was even stronger than heaven-tier elites. In his last life, whether it was the Sword Emperor or the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, these two strongest existences in heaven-tier, they had not been able to give him this kind of pressure. He reckoned that even if he recovered his cultivation level of heaven-tier, he would still be completely powerless against this kind of existence, just like how his body had been easily shattered by the Black Tower in his last life. This was definitely not a power from the mortal realm. The Black Tower was already mysterious enough, treating his body as its home, but Hunyo was even more extreme. A seemingly supreme existence had actually transformed into her spirit base. She was obviously only a little girl in body refining tier. But when he thought about it again, weren't the two of them a bit similar? Could that peerless beauty also be formed from some kind of supreme treasured tool? If one had reached this kind of level, transforming into an incomparably real human form did not seem to be strange at all. What the hell? Ling Han slapped his forehead with his hand. This life was really strange. Not long ago, an ultimate warrior of Shattering Void tier had arrived, and he was suspected to have died after being surrounded and attacked by countless ultimate warriors of Heaven tier. A large number of level 9 spirit tools flowed out with the flow, and there was even a rogue godly medicine that formed a strange fire. And now, within Hunyo's body there was another existence that was above Heaven tier, and within his body there was also a supreme Black Tower. It was as if all of a sudden, Shattering Void tier had become worthless. Hunyo obviously did not have much patience, and stopped after cultivating for a while. Seeing that Ling Han was looking at her, she could not help but break into a smile, and with a paw pounced into Ling Han's arms. She rubbed her little belly and said, "Hungry?" True, this little girl had not eaten for quite a few days. You cultivate obediently, and I'll go and cook for you. If you don't cultivate properly, then you won't have any meat to eat, Ling Han stated his conditions. Oh. Hunyo pouted, obviously very unhappy. She did not like cultivating as it was too dry and boring. Ling Han ran to the kitchen to cook. Since the glutton had returned, the mountainous pile of food here would probably be completely consumed in a few days' time, because he could guess that after this round of transformation, Hunyo's appetite would definitely increase considerably. He was already mentally prepared, but Hunyo's explosively increased appetite still gave him a fright. Her appetite had more than doubled. Thankfully, I have money now, and can take advantage of the third Imperial Prince. Otherwise, I really would not be able to feed this little girl. He shook his head. Halfway through their meal, the Lu sisters also woke up. When they entered the kitchen, they were immediately given a fright, and their beautiful faces could not help but twitch. Is this really a little girl? When it came to the two girls, Hunyo immediately put on a protective expression, and glared fiercely at the two girls. A low growl escaped from her throat, and she looked as if she would bite off their necks if they dared to stretch out their hands. Damn pervert, you are indeed a pervert. Lu Ru'er's beautiful face paled. A young man actually kept a little lowly in his house. This was obviously a big problem. I'm not a pervert, I'm just a bad guy. Ling Han changed Gu Fenghua's famous words. Little girl, come here quickly, we will protect you. Lu Ru'er waved at Hu Niu, but this kind of action was seen as a provocation by Hu Niu, causing the little girl to leap onto the table. She placed all 4 limbs on the table, and was ready to attack. Forget it, don't lower yourself to their level. Ling Han pulled Hu Niu down from the table, and conveniently stuffed a piece of meat into the little girl's mouth, causing the little girl to immediately start eating happily. Who are you calling ignorant? Lu Ru'er said, unconvinced. Ling Han only laughed mischievously and said, the 2 of you have been recuperating at my place for quite a few days, right? Shouldn't you pay some rent or something? Don't you want money? Lu Ru'er said disdainfully. How much do you want? Then it's just this amount for each of you. Ling Han raised a finger. 1 million. Lu Ru'er gave another humph. Deal. However, since you have accepted our money, we are your employers, and we have the right to ask you to do things for us. 1 million. Ling Han shook his head. You have to know that if I hand you over, the 2 of you would be dead. So, what we are talking about now is the value of the 2 of you selling yourselves. Do you think 1 million is appropriate? Sell yourself. You're the one selling yourself. Lu Ru'er's beautiful face instantly paled, but she immediately said, then how much do you want? 10 million, 20 million. When she said 10 million, even she herself was shocked. It was not that they could not earn that much money, but they had just started their career after all, so where would they find so much savings? You're wrong. For people as beautiful as you are, no matter what, you would be worth at least 100 million. Don't be modest with me. Otherwise, I will send the 2 of you to the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, and ask how popular the business of 2 beauties in Gushing Spring Tier would be. Ling Han appeared to be very passionate. Lu Ru'er blinked. She felt that it was not a good idea to agree, but it was also not a good idea to refuse. If she agreed, where would she find so much money? If she refused, wouldn't that be the same as devaluing herself? Her adaptability was not good enough, and she instantly stuttered, appearing to be at a loss as to what to do. Brother Ling, don't bully little sister anymore. Lu Feng'er smiled faintly. All right, damn scoundrel, you're deliberately playing with me. Lu Ru'er finally came to her senses, her face filled with anger. Silly girl. Ling Han shook his head. If you want to stay here, then you have to abide by my rules. Those who do things like entering without knocking are the real scoundrels. Lu Ru'er knew that he was talking about how she had peeped on him bathing last night, and could not help but feel very embarrassed. She could not help but pout. She was not a scoundrel. Who would have thought that there would be someone bathing in the kitchen in the middle of the night? Were you washing pig's trotters or cooking pig's trotters? When she thought of this, she could not help but reveal a strange smile. This was the so-called spiritual victory technique. In the future, I'll give you 2-3 meals a day, Ling Han said. He told Hu Niu not to get into conflict with the 2 girls, and then told her to focus on her cultivation. At first, he had wanted to go to Mogao's place, but when he thought that the latter had already started cultivating in seclusion to break through to Gushing Spring Tier, he could only give up. Ling Han moved to a place further away and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He did not want to stay too close to the little girl and fight for spiritual qi, which would instead make it impossible for him to fully display the advantage of having an immortal-grade spirit base. This cultivation session lasted for almost half a day, and Ling Han revealed a satisfied smile. Now, he would be able to advance a small tier every 5 or 6 days, so it would not be long before he would be able to give Feng Yan a very big surprise. When it was noon, Lu Yutong and Li Xichan both came over, bringing with them a piece of big news. It was more refreshing to read on his phone. Chapter 116. There were a few female members of the discipline committee, and before they left, they all looked at Ling Han lovingly. To them, this was definitely a wealthy son-in-law. Even the 3rd imperial prince could order around him, and there were only a few like him in the whole of Rain country. If they could get their hands on such a Prince Charming, then their life would be worth it. Brother Ling, I really did not think that you would have such achievements in alchemy. Even Grandmaster Fu is full of admiration for you, the 3rd imperial prince said to Ling Han with a smile after everyone had left. He had caught up with Ling Han yesterday and gave him a keepsake, but that was because Fu Yuansheng valued Ling Han very much. In truth, He knew nothing about Ling Han. But after that, he went to visit Fu Yuansheng and asked him about Ling Han in a roundabout way. Though Fu Yuansheng did not explain in detail, just a few words were enough to make the third imperial prince's heart tremble. Thus, after only one night, he immediately came to visit Ling Han. For someone like him who aspired to become an emperor, Ling Han was really too valuable a resource. In truth, he did not know that Wu Songlin had also been won over by Ling Han. Otherwise, he would definitely be even more shocked and value Ling Han even more. Ling Han only smiled faintly. A mere prince of a small country was naturally not worth his attention. But since he was not very powerful now, there was no harm in borrowing the power of this prince. At most, he would help him ascend the throne in the future, and return this favor. A person like the third imperial prince was naturally good at talking, and adjusted the atmosphere so that the conversation between the two of them remained in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. At the end, he bid farewell and left. This friendship naturally could not be forged in a day. At noon, Wu Songlin ran over and gave him 10 banknotes worth 1,000,000 coins. "Thank you, young Master Han." Wu Songlin's face was filled with gratitude. Those who did not know would definitely be confused, wondering if Wu Songlin's brain had gone haywire. What kind of person would give money and still say thanks? But to Wu Songlin, the value of the Dayuan soul-nourishing technique could not be measured with money. Even if the price was 100 million or 1,000,000,000, he would still find a way to gather the money. Ling Han unceremoniously put away the banknotes. He was indeed in need of money, and this Dayuan spirit-nourishing technique was indeed worth the price. Moreover, money could only be used at lower cultivation levels. When one reached the flower blossom tier, who would still use worldly objects like gold and silver? However, money was still quite useful now, so Ling Han showed a satisfied smile. Seeing this, Wu Songlin naturally took the opportunity to ask Ling Han for guidance. Ling Han casually gave him a few pointers. Wu Songlin was able to become a black-grade high-level alchemist, so his aptitude was not bad. There were many principles and crucial points that he could understand with just a few pointers. Otherwise, Ling Han really would not have such patience. As soon as Wu Songlin left, Lu Yutong came over with Ling Zixian. Ling Han was too lazy to go out to eat, so he used the ingredients in the house to prepare lunch. Because there was a super glutton, the amount they cooked was also extremely shocking. Those who didn't know would think that it was a happy occasion. "I'm sorry," Lu Yutong suddenly said. "Why do you suddenly say that?" Ling Han did not take it to heart and asked casually. "That Chen Yunxiang has some background, so I wasn't able to take him down." "Who?" Ling Han turned to ask. Lu Yutong could not help but slap her forehead and said, "You're really a bit forgetful. Could it be that you've forgotten that there was an old guy who wanted to snatch Xian Xian, and who knew 2 days ago?" "Oh," Ling Han remembered. He did not take this kind of minor character to heart at all. At that time, since Lu Yutong said that he would leave it to her to handle, he naturally forgot about this old lecher. He did not think that even with the power of the Lu family, they would not be able to deal with him. "Xiang has a daughter who is Sun Ziyan's concubine," Lu Yutong explained. "Sun Ziyan." Ling Han could not help but laugh. How could there be someone with such a name? Was he not afraid that others would call him grandson? The Sun clan is one of the 8 great clans of the imperial city, and Sun Ziyan is one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation of the Sun clan. He should be 25 years old this year, and has just broken through to Gushing Spring tier. He is very valued by the Sun clan, Lu Yutong said. So, the Lu family does not want to become enemies with the Sun clan, and did not pursue the matter further. Ling Han continued. Lu Yutong sighed and said, "That is indeed the case. Sun Ziyan dotes on Chen Yunxiang's daughter very much, and right after the clan made a move against the Chen clan, Chen Yunxiang went to look for the Sun clan, and with Sun Ziyan personally coming out to protect Chen Yunxiang." Ling Han gave an "oh." No wonder Chen Yunxiang dared to collude with the Earth and Water faction to kidnap someone. So not only was he extremely daring and lust, he also had the support of the Sun clan, so even if something happened, there would be someone to cover for him. "Since the Lu family cannot touch him, then I'll do it myself," Ling Han said. In any case, in his eyes, Chen Yunxiang was no different from a flea, and could be easily trampled to death with a casual step. Lu Yutong looked very ashamed. She had obviously taken charge of this matter, but in the end, she had not managed to accomplish it. Ha ha, don't be so dejected. You're obviously a great beauty. Come give me a smile, Ling Han said with a laugh. Hee hee. Lu Yutong did not laugh, but Hu Niu did. Her mouth was stuffed full of meat, so when she laughed, she could not even see her teeth. With a pu chi sound, seeing her like this, both Lu Yutong and Ling Zixian began to laugh loudly. You two are currently eating. A pleasant and gentle voice was heard, and an incredibly beautiful figure walked in. With every step she took, lotuses bloomed, and was shockingly beautiful. Li Si-chan. Lu Yutong was very surprised. She had never thought that she would meet her here. Lu Yutong. Li Si-chan was also a little surprised. The noble daughter of the Lu family would actually sit and eat together with Ling Han. If this was spread out, no one would believe it. Who did not know that Lu Yutong was usually an icy beauty? It was really unimaginable that she would be so intimate with a man. Oh, you two know each other? That's good, then I won't have to introduce you, Ling Han said with a smile. Lu Yutong looked at Li Si-chan, and Li Si-chan also looked at Lu Yutong. The eyes of these two stunning beauties flickered with the flames of war. Although they were known as the twin beauties, in reality, they did not have much of a relationship. It was just that they were both too beautiful, and one had outstanding talent in martial art, while the other had a shocking performance in the field of alchemy. That was why they were known as the twin beauties. They were both intelligent people, being able to sense the other's presence in Ling Han's residence. What did this mean? They did not know why, but they all felt a little sour in their hearts. Have you eaten yet? Ling Han asked Li Si-chan. No. Li Si-chan had clearly eaten, but the words immediately changed when they were about to come out of her mouth. Then let's eat together, Ling Han said with a smile. Li Si-chan sat down without hesitation, took a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, and slowly ate. Oh, that's right. You were looking for me for something? Ling Han asked. Oh, I specifically came to inform you. A few days ago there was a small earthquake, and an underground river appeared. There was actually an ancient spiritual artifact floating out along the river. Li Si-chan told him a big piece of news. Chapter 117. What? Lu Yutong immediately jumped up. There's actually such a thing? A spirit tool required at least a spiritual ocean tier warrior to nourish it with his own power. Over time, the warrior's martial art would be engraved into the weapon in a special form, possessing power similar to the warrior's own. It was easy to form a spirit tool, but a martial artist's lifespan was limited. To nourish a spirit tool would require at least 20 to 30 years. Moreover, spirit tools also had high requirements for materials, so there wouldn't be many spirit tools. Of course, this was in a small place like Rain Country. In Ling Han's previous life, which warrior didn't have a few spirit tools? Some who specialized in the path of tool even had dozens, or even hundreds of spirit tools. When they were used together against an enemy, it was indeed a bit fierce. But in Rain Country, the biggest limitation was the materials for spirit tools. How could there be so many precious materials? Now, there was an underground river that produced a spirit tool. What kind of concept was that? Ling Han, on the other hand, did not have much interest. His goal was to return to the heaven tier. With great power, what spirit tool could he not obtain? Not to mention that the black tower resting in his dantian was definitely a spirit tool, and its grade was indescribably high. Because he was in heaven tier, no matter how weak he was still countless times stronger than deity transformation tier. But the black tower only shook and killed him. Now, he only needed to focus on breaking through to gushing spring tier and he could enter the black tower. Maybe he could know the secrets of the black tower, and even control it. Since that was the case, why would he waste his effort and rush about for other spirit tools? Why are you still sitting there? Li Si-chan looked at Ling Han strangely. One had to know that when she had first found out about this news, she had also lost her composure just like Lu Yutong, but Ling Han, it was as if he had not heard anything at all. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Isn't it just some spirit tools? What's so special about it? Some spirit tools. Li Si-chan hissed. This guy really talked big spirit tools. If small martial artists like them could get a spirit tool, even if they wouldn't be reborn, their battle prowess would definitely increase by 3 or even 5 stars. Isn't that awesome enough? She tilted her head and stared at Ling Han. She had a feeling that this guy was pretending, But Ling Han remained calm, which made her disappointed. Why didn't I get the news? Lu Yutong asked curiously. This was too inconceivable. She was the strongest member of the new generation of the Lu family. If even Li Xichan knew about it, it was impossible for the family not to inform her. Li Xichan deliberately sighed and glanced at her with a pitiful look. Lu Yutong was flustered by her sigh and glance. She couldn't help but doubt her own value. However, Ling Han smiled and said, Yutong, you don't need to be sad. This girl will know because Wu Songlin wants to do me a favor, so he asked her to come and inform me. The news of a spirit artifact suddenly floating out of an underground river will definitely be strictly sealed. Only the upper echelons are qualified to go there. He paused for a moment and continued, at the end of the underground river, there might be an ancient site. Because time has changed, a spirit artifact will float out of the underground river. Right now, the upper echelons are thinking of developing this ancient site, but it's extremely dangerous inside. Naturally, they won't bring you juniors to take the risk. Li Xichan was dumbfounded. After a while, she said, Are you really a 17-year-old youth? What you said is exactly the same as what my master said. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Actually, I've lived for more than 200 years. The two girls immediately rolled their eyes at his words. Who would believe him? Ling Han sighed. When he told the truth, people always took it as a joke. It hurt him very much. If that's the case, why did Dean Wu come to inform us? Lu Yutong very consciously put herself and Ling Han together. Li Xichan suddenly felt a faint sense of displeasure in her heart. She emphasized, Master wanted me to inform Ling Han alone. This time Lu Yutong didn't get angry. Instead, she just smiled and seemed to have a deeper meaning. Li Xichan's displeasure grew. She turned her head and said, Master said that those spirit artifacts seem to have a mind of their own and can't be collected at all. After leaving the underground river, it'll be fine if no one alarmed them. Once they're alarmed, they'll immediately fly away. Huh. Ling Han suddenly stood up. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. Spirit artifacts could be divided into two types. The first type was very ordinary, but strong practitioners had their own martial art intent engraved on them. It was like a brand. As long as it was activated, it would become a powerful weapon. But no matter what, it was just a weapon, an inanimate object. As time passed, the martial art intent contained in this kind of spirit artifact would slowly dissipate. In the end, it would degenerate into an ordinary artifact. This was very normal. Martial artists needed to absorb spiritual qi to replenish their power. Once a spirit artifact left the hands of a strong practitioner and was used by a weak practitioner, it wouldn't be able to make ends meet, and the power within would naturally be slowly consumed. However, there was another type of spirit artifact. Because the materials used were too special, it would even develop a mind of its own during the process of becoming a tool. This was called a tool spirit. A spirit artifact with a tool spirit would automatically absorb the spiritual qi between heaven and earth to replenish the consumed power. Like a martial artist cultivating, no matter how many years passed, its power wouldn't fade. To forge such a spirit artifact, the materials themselves were indescribably precious. Rain Country, perhaps it could produce such materials, but it didn't have the ability to forge it into a tool. Even spiritual pedestal tier and spiritual infant tier elites couldn't damage the slightest bit of this material with their full power, so how could it be forged into a tool? Moreover, to nurture a tool spirit, the requirement for a martial artist was even higher. It had to be at least in the deity transformation tier. Thinking of this, how could Ling Han not be shocked? An underground river floated out large amounts of 8th tier, even 9th tier spirit artifacts. Damn, in his last life, there were only 7 heaven tier elites in the whole world. Ling Han's interest was instantly piqued and he asked, Where is that underground river? Che, I thought you really transcended everything. Aren't you just tempted and pretending to be mature? Li Xichan muttered. Less nonsense, where is that place? Lu Yutong didn't have the slightest favorable impression of her, and immediately rebuked. Apologies, Master told me to only tell Ling Han. Li Xichan went tit for tat, not showing any weakness. I'm Ling Han's servant. If you want to speak to my master, you have to go through me first. Lu Yutong said a bit proudly. What? Li Xichan was shocked. and looked at Lu Yutong with an incredulous gaze. This was a noble daughter of the Lu family, and those who pursued her could line up several times around the imperial city, but she actually became Ling Han's servant. But thinking about it again, even Wu Songlin had to address Ling Han as young Master Han. The noble daughter of the Lu family didn't seem to be that valuable anymore. Moreover, from this girl's expression, you're clearly showing off. Infuriating. Chapter 118. All right, we're all on the same side, stop arguing. Ling Han came out to smooth things over. He was now very interested in that underground river, so he naturally did not wish for the two girls to waste their time on some random matter. Who's on the same side as her? The two girls said at the same time, and when they realized that the other actually said the exact same thing as them, they said together, "Don't copy my words." Ha 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 ha. Ling Zixian instantly laughed loudly, and Hunyo laughed along with her, though she did not know what was so funny about it, and was purely enjoying the show. Finish eating, right? Once you're done, we'll leave. Ling Han stood up with a leap. Not. Hunyo hurriedly mumbled. The little girl's learning ability was very strong, and she was able to speak more and more words. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, Yutong, you stay here and take care of these two girls. Lu Yutong hurriedly shook her head and said, I want to help you. She was in gushing spring tear, so she could be of help to Ling Han. Ling Han was a bit troubled. This trip would definitely not be just one day, so who would take care of these two girls? Ling Zixian was fine, but Hunyo was practically a man-eating little tiger, so Ling Han would not feel at ease leaving it in anyone's hands. But the ancient site was very likely to be filled with dangers, so he definitely could not bring these two little girls along. Then leave it to Wu Songlin. Ling Han thought for a moment. Li Sichan instantly rolled her eyes. Her master was a black-grade high-level alchemist, and also the headmaster of the alchemy department, yet he was actually reduced to taking care of children for someone else? Who knew if he would faint if he heard this? Yet Ling Han felt that this was a good idea, because Hunyo was not someone who would stay put. If she caused any trouble with Wu Songlin's status, he would be able to easily deal with it. Thus, when Hunyo was full, he brought the two little girls and Li Sichan with him to Wu Songlin's place. This time Wu Songlin happened to be at home. When he saw Ling Han, he quickly came out to greet him like a disciple. When Ling Han said that he wanted the two little girls to stay here temporarily, the old man readily agreed. He also asked Ling Han for guidance on the Dayuan soul replenishing technique. After all, such a technique was unique in this world, so there were many things that the old man did not understand. Ling Han lectured attentively, and also inquired about the situation of the underground river before leaving with Li Sichan. After leaving Wu Songlin's courtyard, he didn't walk far before he saw a young man in front of him walking over. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. His looks were not bad, but his face was full of ruffian aura. He even opened the front of his shirt, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was a hooligan. Li Sichan's eyes were sharp, and her pretty face immediately revealed a displeased expression. She should have recognized this guy, but she also didn't like him. Sichan. The man also saw Li Sichan and couldn't help but show a happy expression. He immediately walked out quickly and acted like he was going to hold her hand, a lecherous expression on his face. Li Sichan moved to the side, frowned and said, Wu Zhongyi, be more respectful. Also, I've told you many times you have to call me Martial Uncle. Damn woman. The man called Wu Zhongyi muttered, a cold smile rising on his face, and said, Do you want to be ungrateful? Don't forget, if it weren't for my grandfather taking you as a disciple, you'd have long since had your pants taken off and been fucked to death. You. Li Sichan's pretty face instantly paled. The man's words were really too vulgar, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly and almost spit out blood. Isn't that so? Wu Zhongyi humphed. It's not like you haven't heard of that brat from the He clan's character. Not only does he like to torture beautiful women, but he also specially chooses public places to do it. If it weren't for my grandfather protecting you, you'd have long since been played to the point where not even a scrap would be left. Now you think that your wings have hardened and you want to be ungrateful? Ling Han listened on the side and naturally quickly sorted out the context. This Wu Zhongyi was Wu Songlin's grandson, and he had slept with Li Sichan, but Li Sichan didn't like him. Sometimes being too beautiful wasn't a good thing. From this point, Lu Yutong was much luckier. As a noble daughter of the Lu clan, who would dare to covet her? Master's kindness, I will naturally repay it, Li Sichan said through gritted teeth. All right then, repay it. Wu Zhongyi smiled lecherously. My parents also think that we're very compatible. Why don't you marry into my family tomorrow? My parents will definitely be very happy. Hey, you clearly look like a pig, what are you thinking? Ling Han took a step forward and blocked in front of Li Sichan. Your name isn't good either, no loyalty, Sai, it sounds like scum. What are you? Wu Zhongyi was stunned. Slap. Ling Han's hand rose and fell, giving him a slap. He slowly withdrew his hand and said leisurely, I hate it when people curse in front of me. Wu Zhongyi felt extremely wronged. Weren't you the one who called me a pig first? Oh, I wasn't scolding you just now, I was just stating a fact. How do you think you don't look like a pig? Ling Han explained. He was still very easy to talk to. Still calling me a pig? Wu Zhongyi immediately jumped up and pointed at Ling Han's nose. How dare you? Not only did you scold me, but you also hit me. Slap. Ling Han slapped him again, and Wu Zhongyi spun 4 times on the spot before falling on his butt. He waved his hand and said, I also hate it when people point their fingers at me. Don't you know that it's very uncultured and impolite? You hit someone and you're polite and cultured? Wu Zhongyi cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He crawled away for fun, then stood up and pointed at Li Sichan, saying, You ungrateful bitch, hooking up with an outsider to bully me. Just you wait, one day you'll marry me, and then I'll... These words made Li Sichan's pretty face turn even paler, and even Ling Han couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Wu Zhongyi. Aya! Wu Zhongyi screamed and fell to the ground, no longer moving. Li Sichan's pretty face changed and she said, You didn't kill him, did you? Although she didn't like this person, Wu Zhongyi was Wu Songlin's only grandson. If he died, the Wu family's line would be broken. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At most, I'll let him lie in bed for a dozen or so days and he'll have some memory problems. For example, he won't remember anything that happened in the last 1 or 2 days, or even 1 or 2 months. Ling Han wasn't very sure. Li Sichan rolled her eyes. He didn't hit hard enough, but Ling Han did it for her, which made her feel a little touched. Don't worry about him. There are people coming and going here, and it won't be long before someone finds him. Ling Han pulled Li Sichan up and left. That Wu Zhongyi was really annoying, so he naturally didn't mind letting him lie for a while longer. Li Sichan couldn't beat Ling Han's strength, and could only be pulled along by him. When you guys returned to their residence, Lu Yutong saw that the 2 of them were holding hands, and her pretty face couldn't help but have a murderous look. Chapter 119. Ling Han only nodded at Xiaoying, and then, accompanied by Yuan Chu, arrived at the 3rd floor of the palace hall. This was the place where high-level alchemists concocted alchemical pills and rested. How about this, we won't limit the number of people today. I will concoct alchemical pills and you all can watch and learn. Everyone will just have to reluctantly accept a fee of 1 million silver coins. Ling Han said to Yuan Chu. Pooh! Yuan Chu's 4 disciples once again spluttered. You want to charge 1 million silver taels just to concoct pills? Are you trying to rob me? Even the corners of Lu Yutong's lips twitched. A fee of 1 million silver coins in one go? Even if there were only 10 people concocting alchemical pills in one go, they would be able to earn a net profit of 10 million silver coins. 10 concoctions would mean a fee of 100 million silver coins. 100 million. The Lu clan was a large clan, and their monthly income would definitely be more than 100 million silver coins. But in terms of pure profit, it was definitely not that much. In fact, it was far from that much. A single person could rival an entire clan. No wonder Ling Han was so confident that he would be able to ruin the finances of the Chan clan. It was really too easy for him to earn money. However, would Yuan Chu agree? Really? Yuan Chu's eyes widened, and an expression of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. It will only cost 1 million silver coins. Damn! Lu Yutong and his 4 disciples all felt like they were about to faint. Yuan Chu actually thought that 1 million silver coins was too cheap? Of course, Ling Han would only need to concoct alchemical pills a few more times, and he would be able to advance in level. How could a few million silver coins compare to that? Moreover, as long as he advanced in level, he would be able to concoct even higher-grade alchemical pills. And every time an alchemical pill advanced in level, the price would also skyrocket exponentially. It could be said that every high-level alchemist was wealthy enough to rival an entire nation. However, the majority of alchemists were not misers, and would use this huge sum of money to improve their own alchemy skills. But as long as one had reached black grade, which alchemists did not have a net worth of several tens of millions, 1 million was really nothing. Ling Han did not care about money at all. This was only a worldly item. When one's prowess had advanced into the flower blossom tier, money would not be able to buy the cultivation resources that one needed at all. One would have to barter for what they needed. Of course, money was still of some use now. Otherwise, Ling Han would not have asked for a viewing fee. Yuan Chu immediately went to call for more people. Very soon, the various black-grade alchemists arrived one after another. However, there were pitifully few yellow-grade alchemists. There were only Li Xichan, Qi Zhantai, and a few others. The last one was Fu Yuansheng. "Old Fu, you've come at just the right time. Help me collect the money," Ling Han said without holding back. This time Yuan Chu's 4 disciples really fainted. That was Fu Yuansheng, one of the 2 big shots of alchemy in Rain Country. Yet in Ling Han's mouth, he had become Old Fu. Yet Fu Yuansheng immediately came forward with a smile on his face. To be able to serve a Grandmaster alchemist was an honor for him. Speaking of which alchemist here had not started out as an alchemy boy? They had all done a lot of work as assistants for others. Thus, not only did they not feel the slightest bit of disdain towards him, they were instead filled with envy. To be able to serve a Grandmaster alchemist, it really made them feel envious. Everyone happily handed over the money. Only Li Xichan and Qi Zhantai were exempted. Black-grade alchemists really did not lack money. "Today, I will be concocting the foundation-building pill. Everyone should know that this is a black-grade high-level alchemical pill. So I will also take the opportunity to be certified as a black-grade high-level alchemist," Ling Han said. Foundation-building pill. When they heard Ling Han mention the 3 words foundation-building pill, everyone looked astonished. There were many different kinds of black-grade high-level alchemical pills, and the difficulty of concocting them naturally varied greatly. Normally they were divided into 4 categories: easy, difficult, extremely difficult, and practically impossible. The so-called practically impossible was actually an alchemical pill close to earth grade. Being able to concoct such an alchemical pill meant that one would definitely be able to advance into earth grade. The foundation-building pill was precisely the practically impossible to concoct. This kind of alchemical pill could help a martial artist of spiritual ocean tier build his foundation and make preparations for building his spiritual pedestal tier. It was one of the rarest types of alchemical pills for breaking through to the next level. The first was the difficulty of concocting it, and the second was the effectiveness of the completed pill, which allowed the foundation-building pill to become an alchemical pill close to earth grade. To a martial artist, there were 3 types of alchemical pills that were the most valuable. The first was to increase one's cultivation level, the second was to help one comprehend martial arts, and the third was to break through to the next level. And if these 3 types of alchemical pills were to be ranked, then it would be exactly the opposite. Alchemical pills for breaking through to the next level were the most valuable, and also the rarest. Alchemical pills that could prolong one's life were not included, because only natural spirit medicines could have such an effect. Once they were concocted, it would instead have the opposite effect. Everyone here had heard of the foundation-building pill, but in a small place like Rain Country, not a single person could concoct it, including the 2 big bosses of alchemy. And if this kind of alchemical pill could be sold in large quantities, one could imagine how many powerful warriors of spiritual pedestal tier would appear in Rain Country because of this. This could very possibly overturn the power structure of Rain Country. Just thinking about it caused these people's scalps to go numb. An alchemist that could change the power structure of a country sounded like a dream. "I want these ingredients," Ling Han said to Fu Yuansheng. The foundation-building pill was ranked close to earth grade because of its difficulty in concocting and its effects, but the ingredients required were not much different from normal black-grade high-level alchemical pills, so the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion would definitely have them. Indeed, Fu Yuansheng immediately nodded. With a wave of his hand, he ordered someone to open up the storeroom and retrieve the ingredients that Ling Han needed. "Calculate it. How much is it?" Ling Han asked with a smile. How can we accept young Master Han's money? Fu Yuansheng hurriedly waved his hand. Yet Ling Han insisted and said, "You must accept it." Once he accepted the money, the foundation-building pill that was concocted would belong to him. How much were the ingredients for this thing worth? 1 million or 2 million could be used to complete the pill, so don't think it was too expensive to bid for it. It was guaranteed that there would be a large number of people fighting over it. Fu Yuansheng could only smile sheepishly. He had wanted to retrieve a completed pill to study it carefully. One had to know that the success rate of concocting alchemical pills that were close to Earth grade was shockingly low. If a cauldron was filled with 10 ingredients, then it would already be very good to have one completed pill, and 2 was practically nature-defying. Black-grade high-level ingredients were still very expensive. A single cauldron of ingredients was worth as much as 3 million. And if the cauldron exploded, that would mean that 3 million silver coins would be wasted for nothing. However, as long as he could refine one, not only would he be able to break even, he would also be able to make a huge profit. This was a high-grade alchemical pill, and a rare type of high-grade alchemical pill, so it was worth this price. Ling Han was completely empty-handed. He had come empty-handed, and when he sold the observation fee, he earned 18 million, and now he had only paid 3 million. And with his ability, what did alchemical pills that were close to Earth grade count for? Even if he could only concoct 3 pills, just thinking about it, the value would still be terrifyingly shocking. "Everyone, please be careful. I'm about to begin," Ling Han said. Because these people had all paid, and he had received a favor from others, he also gave them a reminder. Everyone's eyes widened. Not only would they be able to observe the alchemy skills of a grandmaster, they would also be able to witness the birth of a cauldron of alchemical pills that were close to Earth grade. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. Ling Han's expression gradually became solemn. When it came to alchemy, he would never be careless. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly began to move. Instantly, his movements were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Extremely smooth. It was very pleasing to the eye, as if it conformed to some kind of principle of heaven and earth. Reading on one's phone was even more refreshing. Chapter 120. Lu Bucheng swept a glance at Ling Han, a sliver of displeasure on his face. A youngster actually dared to question him. Did he still have any respect for his niece? But for the sake of his niece, he did not immediately fly into a rage. Instead, with a dark expression, he said, "There were indeed a few gains, but they were all spiritual treasures that were more seriously damaged. The spirit within them had already been extinguished, so they were intercepted." "Can you let me have them?" Ling Han asked. Lu Bucheng finally couldn't hold himself back any longer. These spiritual tools were extremely valuable. Even if they were badly damaged, they were still treasures among treasures. The inscriptions engraved on them had an extremely valuable research value, because those were the martial intent left behind by a powerful warrior in the past. Who knew, perhaps in the future, a few powerful warriors of the spiritual infant tier would appear in Rain Country, greatly increasing the level of martial arts in Rain Country. How could a youngster like you have such valuable things? Pei, even he did not have the right. Hung, don't daydream, he reprimanded. He was not too strict, and this could be considered as a warning for the sake of Lu Yutong. Seventh uncle. Lu Yutong was a bit anxious, but when she saw that there was no displeasure on Ling Han's face, she was slightly relieved. She hurriedly said, "What's so important? It's not bad." Lu Bucheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this really his talented and extraordinarily intelligent niece? Why did it seem like her brain had short-circuited and she said such low-level words? What did she mean by not bad? The emperor was not bad either, but could you see him whenever you wanted? This was a question of qualifications. "I can't make the decision on this matter. Let's go see the lords first," he said. This was the truth. He was only in the 9th layer of Gushing Spring tier. In the clan, he could be considered a pillar of strength, but definitely not a core figure. What's more, there was more than just the Lu family here. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You can't make the decision, so what are you so smug about?" Ling Han shook his head. Damn. Lu Bucheng almost spat out another mouthful of blood. This youngster really held a grudge. He only reprimanded him a little, and he bore it in his heart. He immediately wanted to fly into a rage, But when he recalled that although Ling Han had come together with Lu Yutong, he was holding Wu Songlin's keepsake. If he made a move, it would be equivalent to making Wu Songlin lose face. To be honest, he absolutely did not have such qualifications. If his family found out about this, they would definitely make him beg for forgiveness and kneel in front of Wu Songlin to await punishment. He had to pay such a price just to vent his anger. Lu Bucheng wasn't that stupid. He would have to pay such a price just for a moment of anger. Of him, Ling Han revealed a faint smile. He naturally would not lower himself to the same level as Lu Bucheng. He was only teasing him. Who asked him to be so blind? Seventh brother Lu, why did you bring these youngsters here? When a middle-aged man saw them, a strange and puzzled expression appeared on his face. This was the most important place among important places. Was it a place that could be casually brought in? They have Master Wu Songlin's token and letter, and have full authority to represent Master Wu, Lu Bucheng said irritably. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. Wu Songlin's position in Rain Country was second only to the Rain Emperor, and was on equal footing with the clan heads of the 8 great clans. In any case, I'll bring them to see the lords first. Lu Bucheng saw the man's shocked expression, and a sense of joy rose up in his heart. He was also shocked just now, and now that there was someone to share it with, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He brought Ling Han and the others into the largest tent. This was the place where the great parties discussed matters, and there were 3 powerful figures present at the moment. What? They represent Master Wu. The 3 powerful figures were also dumbfounded. This place involved a high-level spirit tool, but Wu Songlin sent 3 youngsters here, and 2 of them were even in the poly tier. This was something that they could not accept. Yes, this is my master's token and letter, Li Sichan said. The 3 powerful figures read it together. This was indeed Wu Songlin's token, and the handwriting matched perfectly. Of course, even if there was a token and letter, because this was a serious matter, they would immediately send a letter back to the Imperial City to confirm with Wu Songlin. All right, you guys can stay here first, and you can participate in the harvesting of spirit tools, one of the powerful figures said. Harvesting of spirit tools, why did this sound so strange? Because there were limited tents here. Ling Han occupied one to himself, but Lu Yutong and Li Sichan would have to squeeze together. Because Ling Han now represented Wu Songlin, he had the right to know more information. There were a total of 10 parties here, and aside from the imperial family, there were the 8 great clans in Huyang University. Of course, only the 2 headmasters of Huyang University had the right to participate, and the others did not know that there was such a thing. As for Tianyi, they were refused entry because this was not a party of Rain Country, but a large organization that spanned across several countries. If they knew, then it wouldn't be long before the surrounding countries would also send their elites to steal the spirit tools. The key was, where was the source of this underground river, and why were there so many spirit tools flowing out? Could it be an armory, or the ruins of an ancient great sect? If it was the latter, then aside from spirit tools there could be cultivation techniques, alchemical pills, and godly medicine. So, this matter had to be kept secret as much as possible. Why didn't they go against the river, and head to the source of the underground river? Simple, they couldn't go there. As long as they entered the underground river, they would soon encounter an invisible barrier that prevented them from continuing. This was discovered by the powerful warriors of Spiritual Ocean Tier. Because the danger was unknown, they naturally wouldn't let those in Gushing Spring Tier or weaker take the risk. In Rain Country, Gushing Spring Tier martial artists were the backbone of their power, and Spiritual Ocean Tier martial artists were the absolute elites, because there were really too few Spiritual Pedestal Tier martial artists. Only the Imperial family, the 8 great clans, and Huyang University would be able to produce such a martial artist. As for Tianyi, because it was an external force, it was naturally not counted. Moreover, the number of Spiritual Pedestal Tier elites of the various great clans was pitifully small. All of them were in seclusion, attempting to break through to the Flower Blossom Tier in order to break through the limit of their lifespan and become a true ultimate elite. Thus, even if there was a spirit tool here, it did not attract any Spiritual Pedestal Tier elites. Unless this place proved the existence of high-level cultivation techniques, godly medicine, and so on. Then, Spiritual Pedestal Tier elites would definitely not be able to sit still. After Ling Han obtained all the information, He and the two girls went to the riverside. They could also use the net to catch the spirit tools, but it was strictly forbidden to directly make a move. They could also make a move, but they had to run to the downstream. This was because these spiritual tools would automatically activate and fly away as soon as they came into contact with humans. Therefore, this could only be tested at the last moment. The situation here was a little comical. One after another, the elites of Gushing Spring Tier were like fishermen spreading out their nets, waiting for the spiritual tools to float past them so that they could catch them. "Here it comes again!" someone suddenly shouted. A knife floated in front of them. Chapter 121. If the saber was so heavy, why was it floating on the surface of the water? This was the wonder of spiritual tools. Some were as heavy as a mountain, while others were as light as a feather. What kind of martial art had been infused into them? Ling Han did not pay much attention to it, but when his gaze swept over it and saw a mark on the hilt of the saber, his expression abruptly changed and his entire body trembled. "What's wrong?" Lu Yutong and Li Xichan asked at the same time. And when they realized that the other had synchronized with them again, the two girls both harumphed at each other. They also followed Ling Han's gaze. But when they discovered that the saber hilt was actually engraved with the image of a naked woman, they both felt embarrassed and could not help but spit. As expected, men were all lustful. Even this youth Ling Han was no exception. Ling Han did not reply. He only stared at the saber, as if flowers had sprouted from it. In his previous life, he had accepted a total of 4 disciples. 2 of them learned alchemy from him, while the other 2 learned martial arts from him. Of the 2 who learned martial arts from him, one was called Chan Ruijing, and the other was called Zhang Yufeng. Of the 2, Chan Ruijing was serious and mature, while Zhang Yufeng was extremely lively, and boasted of himself as a playboy. Zhang Yufeng had a strange hobby. He liked to engrave the image of a naked woman on his weapons, and he was most proficient in saber techniques. This was the spiritual tool that Zhang Yufeng had used before. Although Ling Han had never seen this saber before, there were definitely not many people in this world who would engrave the image of a naked woman on a saber. Moreover, that person had to be at least in the deity transformation tier, which was even rarer. He was almost certain that it was only that abnormal disciple of his. Most importantly, Ling Han could recognize Zhang Yufeng's drawing style. There was definitely no mistake about this. After 10,000 years, he naturally knew that his 4 disciples must have long since died of old age. Thus, after his rebirth, he did not think too much about it. People, after all, had their own destiny. But the weapon that his disciple had used had floated out from an underground river, and it was even with the other spiritual tools. This caused countless doubts to arise in Ling Han's mind. Why is Zhang Yufeng's weapon here? Ling Han focused his eyes. This saber was severely damaged. The blade was full of nicks, and the head of the saber was broken. However, the material of this saber was indeed of the highest quality. After 10,000 years, it was still as shiny as water, without any signs of rust. From this, it could be deduced that Zhang Yufeng must have experienced a desperate battle, where even his spiritual artifact had been destroyed. And to Zhang Yufeng, who loved sabers as much as his life, even if his battle saber was damaged, he would still carefully bring it back to bury it. But now, it had floated out with the flow of the river. An ominous premonition instantly surged in Ling Han's heart. Could it be that Zhang Yufeng had met with misfortune? But it should be known that in his previous life, it wasn't just him. Even his 4 disciples were all pill jars. Following him, the strongest alchemist in history, they kept on popping pills to advance their cultivation, and their strength rose rapidly. At that time, although Zhang Yufeng had yet to break through to the heaven tier, he had still reached the deity transformation tier. Zhang Yufeng believed that as long as he was given another 100 or 200 years, breaking through to the heaven tier would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, they are 4 fellow disciples. If Zhang Yufeng met with a life-or-death crisis, how could the other 3 just stand by and watch? Could there be any problem that the 4 of them could not solve even if they joined hands? What had actually happened? Ling Han suddenly felt a strong urge. He wanted to enter the source of the underground river and see if he could find some clues. It's mine! It's mine! Everyone moved. Because this saber was severely damaged, the spirit of the weapon had probably been extinguished, and its power was not obvious. It was easily captured by the fishing net, and thus caused everyone to fight over it. That was a spiritual tool. Even if it was damaged, it still had a very high research value. If one could discover the intent of martial art within it, then it would definitely allow one's own power to advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Han's eyes turned cold and he said, "This saber is mine." Everyone paused slightly and then burst out laughing. Wasn't that right? A brat and Polytear actually dared to fight over the saber with them, elites of Gushing Spring Tier? But laughing aside, they immediately started fighting again. There were no rules here. Whoever managed to get their hands on the saber could keep it. Ling Han gave a long shout and charged into the ring of battle. How dare you! Those elites of Gushing Spring Tier were all furious. A mere Polytear actually dared to fight over the saber with them? The world of martial art had a strict hierarchy, just like alchemists. When a yellow-grade low-level alchemist met a yellow-grade medium-level alchemist, he would have to bow respectfully, acting like a junior. And in front of Gushing Spring Tier, Polytear cultivators had to act like obedient grandsons. They didn't even have the right to stand together, let alone fight over the saber together. Get lost. One of them struck out with his palm, pushing towards Ling Han. Gushing Spring Tier cultivators could release their origin power, and their destructive power would increase by countless times. Thus, even if he didn't use his full power, this strike was still extremely terrifying for Ling Han. Ling Han! Lu Yutong cried out in shock and hurriedly leapt out, wanting to save Ling Han. But she had just moved when Lu Buchang cut over and pressed down on her shoulder, forcefully restraining her. The 9th layer of Gushing Spring Tier against the 1st layer of Gushing Spring Tier. This was a crushing defeat without any suspense. Yet Ling Han only stared at the saber, channeling the indestructible heaven scroll with all his might. He used exiting cloud steps, moving as fast as lightning. Who? That Gushing Spring Tier elite didn't think that Ling Han would have such a terrifying explosive speed, and in his carelessness, he didn't use his full power. Instantly Ling Han dashed past. The others restrained each other, similarly not taking a junior of Polytear seriously. Instead, Ling Han took advantage of the gap and got closer and closer to the saber. How dare you! After a moment of shock, these people were all enraged, and all struck towards Ling Han. This was bad. They were all in high-level Gushing Spring Tier, and the weakest among them was in the 7th layer. Now that they all attacked Ling Han at the same time, the momentum was like a landslide or tsunami, extremely terrifying. Ling Han was unsurprisingly sent flying, but what made everyone speechless was that this guy actually took the opportunity to grab the saber and hold it in his arms. No matter, he's just a junior. Let's first decide who wins, then decide who this saber belongs to. One of the Gushing Spring Tier elites said. Bullshit, competing in strength, is that fair? Then I'll invite my clan's ancestor to compete in strength with you. How about first come, first served? Whoever gets the saber, that's what everyone agreed. How did it become a competition of strength? We're only in Gushing Spring Tier. And if it's a competition of strength, it's not us. Why don't we do it this way? We'll draw lots, and it belongs to whoever draws it. Everyone made a ruckus, but they didn't notice that Ling Han's body shook, and he slowly sat up. Everyone had a powerful background, so in the fight, no one dared to kill. It was precisely because of this that Ling Han had the chance to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But even so, under the simultaneous attacks of so many elites, he still broke quite a few bones, and his internal organs were damaged. His injuries were extremely severe. Normally, he could only be carried away to recuperate, and wouldn't be able to walk for at least a dozen days. But he still had a drop of indestructible true fluid in his body. After cultivating the body of dead tree, one could condense a drop of indestructible true fluid, and the use of indestructible true fluid was to heal injuries. No matter how severe the injury was, as long as it still had a breath left, it could instantly heal. This was the terrifying aspect of the indestructible heaven scroll. Chapter 122. With a thought from Ling Han, this drop of indestructible true fluid instantly dissolved like a sweet dew, nourishing every part of his body. His damaged internal organs and broken bones were all healing at a terrifying speed. With Ling Han's talent, he had spent 10,000 years to comprehend the first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll. So how could this drop of indestructible true fluid not be awesome? It was practically regenerating flesh from the dead. and could even be called an exceptional precious medicine. Someone noticed that Ling Han had sat up straight, and couldn't help but look surprised. They were all clear that they definitely hadn't used a killing blow just now, but with so many people attacking together, it was enough to severely injure Ling Han. It couldn't be helped. This brat didn't know what was good for him, so it could be considered a lesson. But this brat actually climbed back up so quickly, it was practically shocking. How was this possible? Could it be that this brat was wearing some kind of precious armor that could dissolve the attacks he received? That should be the case, or else how could there be a second possibility? Brat, hand over the treasured saber, it's not something you can have, a middle-aged man shouted. Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes. The indestructible true fluid had already come into full effect, and his injuries were already more or less healed. He didn't answer, but instead infused his divine sense into the treasured saber in his hand to activate the spirit within. He wasn't stupid. Indestructible true fluid could heal once, but it definitely couldn't heal a second time. He dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth because he wanted to revive this treasured saber. So how could mere gushing spring tier martial artists stand a chance? He was Zhang Yufeng's master, and the latter's martial art was taught by him. The two were of the same origin, so there was a high possibility that he could use the treasured saber that Zhang Yufeng had left behind. This was a risk, but he couldn't care less. How dare you, Junior, you dare not answer me. The middle-aged man who spoke before was furious. The people here were either from the imperial family, or the descendants of the 8 great clans. They were all arrogant people, so how could they tolerate a junior putting on airs in front of them? He moved and his origin power took shape, forming a giant palm that grabbed towards Ling Han. Li Yuan, you're dreaming. Someone immediately tried to stop him. He wasn't trying to help Ling Han, but he was afraid that Li Yuan would use this as a pretext to steal his treasured saber. Bastard! Li Yuan was indeed thinking this way. Naturally, he was enraged by the other party's obstruction and couldn't help but fight. Brat, hand over your treasured blade. Another person tried to snatch it away. It's mine. Mine. The group battle started again. Everyone was fighting to grab Ling Han. Capturing this kid was equivalent to having a treasured blade. As for Ling Han's own strength, they had completely ignored it. He was merely a poly-level 5 kid. All of you, have you had enough? Ling Han suddenly stood up. His eyes swept over the crowd, and there was an awe-inspiring might in them. Everyone was shocked. It was as if the person standing in front of them wasn't a poly-realm martial artist, but a supreme expert who was countless times stronger than their own patriarch. In front of him, they were indescribably insignificant. However, they immediately came back to their senses. He was just a little brat. How could he make them feel like this? This was too embarrassing. Hand over your treasured blade. Li Yuan attacked, grabbing at Ling Han. Get lost. Ling Han slashed with his saber. Shua, a dazzling saber ray streaked past like a shooting star. Pooh! Li Yuan instantly staggered backwards, clutching his chest with one hand. Blood seeped out from between his fingers, and his face instantly turned pale. What? Everyone else was shocked. One had to know that Li Yuan was in the 9th layer of gushing spring tier. Yet he was wounded by a single strike from Ling Han. How could they accept this? Treasured blade, it must be the treasured blade showing its might. However, it wasn't that they hadn't obtained damaged spirit tools before, but every single one of them was as good as dead. Their value lay in the martial art intent engraved on them. But Ling Han had just obtained this treasured blade and it showed its might. How inconceivable was this? Ling Han stood with his saber and said, "You guys had a good time beating me up just now, didn't you?" Hiss, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Who would have thought that a junior in the 5th layer of poly would suddenly have the ability to threaten a high-level gushing spring tier martial artist? Ling Han wouldn't be polite. He pounced forward, the treasured blade in his hand continuously spitting out saber ray. This power was not something a gushing spring tier martial artist could block. As the saber ray streaked past, everyone was easily sent flying. How is this possible? This brat can actually revive spirit tools. I don't believe that all spirit tools that can be picked up have their spirits extinguished. Even powerful warriors of spiritual ocean tier can't activate its might. How could a mere brat in poly tier be able to use the might of a spirit tool? Everyone cried out in shock. There were 120 who didn't believe it. But so what if they didn't believe it? Now they could only be beaten up by Ling Han. Ah! They all screamed. Just now, Ling Han had been heavily injured by them, and now the tables had turned. How could he be merciful? Saber Ray streaked past, torturing these people like they were his grandsons. Lu Bucheng's face twitched in anger. Thankfully, he had moved to stop Lu Yutong just now and didn't participate in the group fight. Otherwise, it would definitely be difficult for him to escape. Being trampled on by a junior was too embarrassing. But was this brat a monster? How could he use an ancient spirit tool? After Ling Han beat up Li Yuan and the others until they wanted to cry, he stared at Lu Bucheng for a while. When Lu Bucheng felt a chill in his heart, he finally lowered the hilt of the saber and sighed inwardly. This saber was too heavily injured. The spirit had long since died, and only a sliver of consciousness was left. He had only activated this sliver of consciousness by relying on the willpower of martial art that he had inherited from Zhang Yufeng, but it would completely dissipate after a few uses. At that time, aside from being a little sharper, this saber would be no different from a normal weapon. Ling Han, are you alright? Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan went up to greet him at the same time. How could this brat be alright? Didn't you see that the others were almost going to shit from being tortured? Lu Bucheng ridiculed inwardly. Ling Han had a lot on his mind. He only nodded at the two girls, and then took the saber and returned to his own tent. Although he had injured so many people, it was very normal for people to be injured in fights over treasures. Moreover, with Wu Songlin's face there, who would dare to say anything? Moreover, a large group of gushing spring-tier martial artists couldn't even defeat a fifth-layer poly, so how could they have the nerve to talk about revenge? Ling Han sat in his tent, placed the treasured saber on his lap, and observed it closely. If the spirit had not died with his current strength, he would not be able to control this saber at all. It would only need to release a tiny bit of its aura to kill him. Now, however, he had the chance to study it carefully. Zhang Yufeng had broken through to heaven tier. Ling Han was the first to confirm this, because the willpower of martial art that was branded on the saber had reached a level that was on par with his own in his last life. Then there was no doubt that this was a spirit tool that Zhang Yufeng had forged after breaking through to heaven tier. But the weapon of heaven tier had been damaged in a fierce battle, and even the spirit of the weapon had died. What kind of enemy had Zhang Yufeng encountered? Chapter 123. When they returned to Huyang Academy, Ling Han and Lu Yutong parted ways. He had just returned to his own courtyard when he was nagged by Lu Ru'er. "You're such a failure as a landlord, you didn't even prepare food for us," she said angrily. Ling Han's expression involuntarily became strange and he asked, "Don't tell me you guys don't know how to cook?" Lu Ru'er's almond-shaped eyes instantly widened, and she blurted out, "How did you know?" "I can tell just by looking at your incompetent appearance." Ling Han sighed. This pair of assassin sisters was really too much of a failure. They were not good at killing people and did not even know how to cook. They were really too incompetent. "Hung, who are you calling incompetent?" Lu Ru'er's expression was instantly filled with indignation. "When my cultivation has recovered, I will definitely beat you up." Ling Han could not help but laugh in spite of himself and said, "Then why would I still keep you two enemies?" I've been short on money recently, so I'll just report the information about these two criminals. I should be able to get quite a bit of reward money from them." Lu Ru'er's beautiful face instantly paled, and she exclaimed in shock, "You're trying to scare me." "Is that so?" Ling Han crossed one leg over the other, putting on an expression of profound mystery. Lu Ru'er could not decide what to do. She had always lived under the protection of her elder sister, so there was absolutely no need for her to worry about the wickedness of others. Now that she had to face Ling Han, who had lived two lives on his own, she was naturally being played around by him. "Come, sing a little song for me. If you sing well, I'll let you go," Ling Han said with a smile. Only now did Lu Ru'er realize that Ling Han was purposely trying to scare her. She could not help but pat her perky breasts and said, "You really are a bad person." But she immediately raised her head and said, "All right, I'll sing a song. However, it's not that I'm afraid of you, but rather that I haven't sung for a long time, and my throat is itchy." She began to sing softly, and the sound of the song was mellow, moving one's heart. Ling Han nodded internally. This girl was a bit muddle-headed. but she was actually quite good at singing. She had really chosen the wrong profession. So noisy. Hunyo was startled awake by the song, and glared at Lu Ru'er with a displeased gaze, her ferocity completely exposed. Lu Ru'er was very displeased and said, "Such a beautiful song, and you actually say it's noisy? You really don't have the slightest bit of elegance in you." Hung. Hunyo glared at her, unconvinced. The two girls glared at each other, looking as if they were going to stare at each other until the end of time. Ling Han yawned, stood up, and walked towards the bedroom to sleep. Xiao. Hunyo immediately leaped up and hung onto Ling Han's body. Then she turned around and made a face at Lu Ru'er. What a failure, she actually couldn't even handle a little child. Lu Ru'er grabbed at her hair in distress. A great assassin actually couldn't even win in a battle of gazes with a little girl. Was she really suitable to be an assassin? When he woke up, the eastern sky had just begun to brighten. Ling Han sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He had deliberately woken up earlier now, so that he wouldn't have to run all over the place to cultivate with Hunyo. Not bad. There are still 3 more days before I can break through to the 8th layer of element gathering tier. Ling Han revealed a smile. What he desired the most now was to break through to Gushing Spring tier, and explore the secrets of the Black Tower. At this time the sun had already risen. Ling Han woke Hunyo up, and though the little girl was very unwilling, she still began to cultivate at Ling Han's request. Hunyo's potential was extremely terrifying, and her future achievements might not be inferior to his. Ling Han prepared breakfast, and this made him very depressed. In the past he only had 1 little girl, so be it, but now that he had 2 big girls he still had to cook. There was really no justice in this world. At this moment there was a knock on the main door. Who was it this time? Ling Han walked over and opened the door. It was actually Jin Wuji. Why has this guy come here? Brother Jin, why have you come so early? Ling Han said with a smile. Jin Wuji smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Ling, I want to ask you for a favor." "What kind of favor?" Ling Han asked. He did not take on everything himself. Jin Wuji hesitated for a moment, then said, "I wonder if Brother Ling is able to reserve a seat in the Cherishing Flower Pavilion?" Ling Han could not help but cast a strange look at Jin Wuji. Could it be that this guy had an agreement with Lady Yan? He had just received the Cherishing Flower token yesterday, and today, someone had already asked him to help reserve a seat in the Cherishing Flower Pavilion. "Brother Ling, I have no other choice. You know a lot of people and I am really at my wit's end. That's why I am shamelessly asking for your help," Jin Wuji said with a sigh. Ling Han smiled and said, "What exactly is going on? Why do you need a seat in the Cherishing Flower Pavilion? If I tell you, don't laugh at me." Jin Wuji actually blushed. Ling Han said seriously, "I definitely won't laugh at you." Jin Wuji organized his thoughts and began to tell his story. As it turned out, a year ago, he had met the daughter of a small clan in the imperial city. Her name was Zhang Fei Yan. The two of them were in love with each other, and had already reached the stage where they were discussing marriage. However, the Jin clan was a great clan in Yuan City, but in the imperial city it was only equivalent to the level of a small clan. Moreover, this was the territory of the emperor, so the people here naturally felt that they were superior to others. The Zhang clan was not satisfied with Jin Wuji, their future son-in-law, and had always wanted to separate this young couple. Thus, Jin Wuji had been racking his brains, trying to change the way the Zhang clan treated him. Treating everyone in the Zhang clan to a meal at the Cherishing Flower Pavilion was undoubtedly an extremely good idea, because the threshold to enter the Cherishing Flower Pavilion was too high. If one wanted to reserve a table, they would at least need to be from a mid-tier clan. But the problem was, he was currently only an element gathering tier. Even if he had broken through to Gushing Spring tier, how could the Cherishing Flower Pavilion pay him any heed? In the recent few days, the Zhang clan had the intention of marrying Zhang Fei Yan off to the 7th young master of a mid-tier great clan. Thus, Jin Wuji really had no other choice, so he came to try his luck at Ling Han's place. After all, Ling Han had just arrived in the imperial city, and he had already become acquainted with Wu Songlin's disciple, so it was even more likely that he would be a guest of Grandmaster Wu. Thus, even if Ling Han could not reserve a table at the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, he could still use Wu Songlin's connections. When he heard this, Ling Han could not help but laugh loudly and said, I had never thought that Brother Jean would be such a sentimental person. Brother Ling, I said I wouldn't laugh. Jean Wuji sighed endlessly, his face filled with distress. Ling Han still laughed and patted Jean Wuji's shoulder, saying, Brother Jean, I am indeed unable to reserve a table at the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, but… When Jean Wuji heard the first part of Ling Han's words, he had already looked disappointed, but there was another twist at the end, causing his heart to involuntarily beat faster. Brother Ling, do you have any ideas? I can't reserve a normal table, but what about a side courtyard? Ling Han said with a smile. Pooh! Jean Wuji instantly spluttered. If one wanted to reserve a table at the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, one had to have the ability or background of spiritual ocean tier. For example, a direct descendant of a middle-class clan would be able to head to the Cherishing Flower Pavilion to reserve a table. However, one had to make a reservation in advance, because the business of the Cherishing Flower Pavilion was really too good. If one did not make a reservation in advance, it would be impossible to get a table. And if it was a side courtyard, then one had to have the ability and background of spiritual pedestal tier to be qualified to reserve a table there. Brother Ling, you're not joking, are you? The surprise was too great, and Jean Wuji's voice was trembling. Chapter 124. In his previous life, Ling Han had ventured deep into many ancient sites, and some of them had the light of God. Above the heaven tier was the Shattering Void tier. Legend had it that when the Shattering Void tier was perfected, one could shatter the void and become a god. Thus, the means set up by Shattering Void tier elites were called the Light of God. In his previous life, in order to find a way to break through to the Shattering Void tier, Ling Han could be said to have searched all ancient sites, so he had seen many of these Light of God. Legends were mostly unreliable. According to his speculation, the Light of God wasn't set up by a Shattering Void tier elite, but rather the divine light emitted by the remains of such an elite. Thinking up to this point, Ling Han couldn't help but be moved. Could it be that the birth of a Shattering Void tier elite triggered the siege of Jiang Fengyue and the others? A Shattering Void tier elite's display of invincible might cause countless heaven tier elites to die, so it wouldn't be strange. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that many heaven tier elites discovered the grave of a Shattering Void tier elite, and in order to fight over his remains, a great battle erupted. In the end, there were no casualties and even their spiritual tools were destroyed. In comparison, Ling Han would rather believe the former. Young friend, do you have a way to break it? Zhao Wuxia asked. Yes. Ling Han nodded. If it was any other restriction, he really couldn't do anything, but it was the Light of God. In his previous life, he had broken it countless times. This had nothing to do with cultivation, but what he needed were materials. What? Zhao Wuxia and the others exclaimed at the same time. Zhao Wuxia had only asked casually, and didn't expect Ling Han to really be able to break it. He never thought that Ling Han would give them an unexpected answer. Really? Hearing him say so, many people became suspicious. After all, Ling Han's cultivation was only at the poly tier, too weak. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but if you want me to break this seal, I need some materials. Get them for me, and I can immediately break the seal, Ling Han said. Young friend, please tell us, what materials do you need? Zhao Wuxia asked. Ling Han opened his mouth and named a bunch of materials, making Zhao Wuxia and the others' faces turn green, and some even spit fire. This was going to make them bankrupt. I will remove the seal when you bring me the materials. If you have not obtained them, then do not come and disturb me. After Ling Han tossed out these words, he turned around with the two women, leaving the dozen or so old men looking at each other in dismay. What do you guys think? Can this brat's words be trusted? Zhao Wuxia broke the silence. Since he's Master Wu's representative, I don't think he's talking nonsense. But this kid is only 16 or 17 years old. Does he really have such ability? Maybe he is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become Master Wu's representative. Everyone, there's no need to fret. The materials that this kid needs are so many, and they're so precious. It's not something that we can make a decision on. It's better to immediately send a messenger bird back to the imperial capital and report to the ancestors. That's true. They all nodded and immediately used messenger birds to contact the imperial capital after returning the way they came. Messenger birds were a kind of demonic beast, After training, they could be used as messengers. Their speed was ridiculously fast and they could fly a few thousand miles in a single day. Thus, on the second day, they received a reply, telling them to agree to Ling Han's request. Every clan would send out a powerful warrior of spiritual pedestal tier to personally escort the materials. After all, this batch of materials was too precious. It was likely that even the national treasury would be emptied. A mere 4 days later, a few powerful figures of spiritual pedestal tier arrived, delivering the materials that Ling Han needed. "Little brat, you're so young, but you know quite a lot." An old man who looked kind and amiable came to Ling Han's tent, a friendly smile on his face as if he was looking at his own grandson. But Lu Yutong revealed a shocked expression. This old man was the ancestor of the Li clan, and his name was Li Zhongyi. He was a genuine spiritual pedestal tier warrior. Don't look like he was kind and amiable, but in truth, this old man was cruel and merciless. In the imperial capital he was famous for killing, and when he was young his hands were stained with who knew how much blood. Now that he was older, he spent more time on breaking through to the flower blossom tier, which was why his fierce reputation was somewhat restrained. Only those of the older generation knew of this great god of death. Ling Han laughed and said, "I have learned a wide variety of things, and have dabbled in a little of everything." The light of God was not something that could be broken through with brute force. Even powerful warriors of heaven tier could do nothing about it. Thus, Ling Han had tried many methods in his last life, and finally developed a method that could open a door on the light of God. It's good to be young. There's plenty of time and you can learn anything, unlike me, who already has one foot in the coffin. If I close my eyes tonight, I don't even know if I'll be able to open them again tomorrow morning, Li Zhongyi said with a smile. However, his laughter was a little frightening, causing goosebumps to rise on both Lu Yutong and Li Xichan's skin. However, Ling Han did not mind at all. In his last life, he was a powerful warrior of heaven tier, so it would be a joke for him to be frightened by a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator. "Please return. This junior needs to make some preparations. I'll be done in about a day's time and break through that restriction," Ling Han said. Li Zhongyi could not help but be surprised. This brat actually dared to ask him to leave. However, he had a request to make now, so he really did not dare to refuse. He could only shuffle his behind and leave the tent. Phew, the old man has finally left. Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly rummaged through the large amount of materials to find a few sets of precious medicinal ingredients, and immediately began to concoct alchemical pills. This Lu Yutong and Li Xichan's faces were completely numb. They felt that Ling Han had abused his authority for personal gain, and falsely reported a lot of materials to concoct alchemical pills for them. Daring to have designs on the Rain Country royalty and the 8 great clans, Ling Han was probably the only one who dared to do so. Of course, if an alchemy emperor like him were to make a move, how could he not give some compensation? Ling Han worked at full speed, and did not rest for a whole day and night, concocting a large amount of alchemical pills. When the next morning arrived, he laughed mischievously, and threw a bottle of alchemical pills to Lu Yutong and Li Xichan respectively, and said, "This is your hush money in compensation." Previously, the 2 girls had been assisting him the whole day, sorting out the medicinal ingredients and such. Otherwise, Ling Han would really be too busy. 4 transformations pill, ancient clear pill. Li Xichan's beautiful eyes swept over the pills, and she immediately cried out in surprise. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. There is actually someone in this world who can concoct such a pill. What 4 transformations pill, ancient clear pill? Lu Yutong did not understand alchemy, and her face was filled with confusion. They are both spiritual pills that increase cultivation level, and their effects are 10 times better than the same type of alchemical pills that exist now. However, the 4 transformations pill is for gushing spring tier martial artists, while the ancient clear pill is for poly tier martial artists, Li Xichan explained. This time Lu Yutong's beautiful face also changed. 10 times the effect. What kind of concept was that? She could reach the 9th layer of gushing spring tier within a year, and begin to break through to spiritual ocean tier. Just thinking about a 20-year-old spiritual ocean tier martial artist was enough to make her feel like fainting. Ling Han laughed mischievously. 10 times the effect was something that other people had concocted. The pills concocted by him would at least have an effect of 13 stars, and an additional 30% effect would be at least. He would not boast about that, lest he would scare the two girls to death. Chapter 125. Ling Han didn't have the slightest hint of a good guy. Since he was asked to open the light of God, then how could he not take the chance to gain some benefits? On the other hand, to ask a heaven-tier elite to act, this little bit of reward was really too little. "Let's go, don't make them wait too long, it's not polite," he said. The two girls instantly rolled their eyes. In reality, he had been concocting pills for the whole day and night, so how could he have made any preparations? He was the one who made them wait for nothing, and he still had the face to say that. What a scoundrel. The three of them walked out of the tent. Those spiritual pedestal tier old monsters had been waiting for a long time, but old monsters were old monsters after all. There was no impatience on their faces, and they were all smiling. All of them are old foxes, scheming and sly. Ling Han ridiculed in his mind as he said, "I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Young friend, you've worked hard." Those spiritual pedestal tier old monsters said with a smile. "Then let's go." Ling Han went straight to the point. He'd reaped all the benefits, so he wanted to quickly reach the end of the underground river to see what was going on inside. All the old monsters were slightly surprised, because Ling Han was too calm. They were all spiritual pedestal tier warriors, the strongest people in Rain Country. Any one of them could change the color of the mountains and rivers with a stomp of their feet. But now that they appeared together, Ling Han didn't even bat an eyelid, so how could they not feel strange? They didn't know that with Ling Han's strength in his last life, spiritual pedestal tier pay, they didn't even have the right to be his guard. The group once again arrived at the depths of the underground river, in front of the light of God. Ling Han began to arrange them. One after another, the materials were spread out in his hands like floating clouds in flowing water. They were so numerous that it was dazzling to the eyes, yet there was an indescribable sense of beauty to them, and they couldn't help but be immersed in it. I actually sensed a hint of beauty from this brat's technique. So you're the same. This brat is so strange, as if every move he makes is in harmony with nature. How can there be such a person? Could it be that there was a record in the ancient books that when one was born, comprehending the secrets of martial art was as easy as drinking water? Innate martial body. The old monster's eyes lit up. If Ling Han was really born with a martial body, he would definitely be a treasure. As long as they observed his movements every day, they would be able to gain insights into martial art. It could be said that he was a living spirit stone of martial art. This brat had gained Wu Songlin's appreciation, so it was not good to forcefully kidnap him. Why not marry him? As long as he was able to marry into the family, then he could legitimately allow Ling Han to live in his residence, and Wu Songlin wouldn't be able to say anything. Ling Han was completely unaware that he had suddenly become a hot steamed bun. He was focused on fiddling with the materials in his hands, and as he waved them out one by one, he actually broke a hole in the light of God, forming a door that could allow one person to pass through. He's really succeeded. The old monsters were all rendered speechless. They had personally tested the light of Heavenly God a few days ago, but how could they resist the might of the light of Heavenly God? They could only watch helplessly. They had never imagined that Ling Han would actually succeed. This naturally increased their desire to make Ling Han their son-in-law. An old monster was anxious and wanted to pass through immediately, but Ling Han stretched out a hand to stop him, saying, "Wait. Brat, what do you mean by this?" That old monster was a spiritual pedestal tier elite of the Qian clan, one of the 8 great clans. He was impatient and hot-tempered. He immediately glared at Ling Han, and an oppressive pressure instantly rolled out. Ling Han smiled faintly, retracted his hand and said, "If you want to die, I won't stop you. Please." Hearing him say so, the old monster of the Qian clan didn't dare to act rashly and said, "Didn't you already break through the barrier? Can only be said to be a little successful. Now this door can allow normal people to enter, but body refining tier will be repelled. The stronger one is, the greater the repelling force. Forcibly passing through would only be seeking death," Ling Han said. "So that was how it was. Damn brat, you didn't say such a big thing earlier, you almost caused me trouble," the old monster of the Qian clan said embarrassedly, appearing a bit embarrassed. Ling Han smiled and said, "Didn't you notice that I still have so many materials that haven't been used up? Isn't this embezzlement? All the old monsters laughed loudly, while Lu Yutong and Li Xichan ridiculed in their hearts. This guy was extremely daring, and had long been greedy. Ling Han continued to toss in various materials, causing the door to become even more stable. Now body refining tier should be able to enter. And poly tier is also fine now. Gushing spring tier. Ling Han stopped abruptly because he'd used up all the materials. He sighed and said, Junior's ability is limited, and can only set up a door that can at most allow gushing spring tier warriors to pass through. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only gushing spring tier warriors could pass through. You did it on purpose, didn't you? That's right, Ling Han did it on purpose. At first he wanted to limit the ability to pass through this door to poly tier, but thinking that it was too obvious he increased it by a level. But on the other hand, the resources of Rain Country were limited, so even if he didn't have any selfish motives, the door he set up would at most allow spiritual ocean tier warriors to pass through. Only gushing spring tier? The old monsters all frowned. How about this? Immediately send a message back and have all the gushing spring tier warriors of the clan come over, someone suggested. Behind this door, there could be a huge secret treasure, and everyone wanted to obtain it. In these few days, seal off this place and no one is allowed to pass through, Li Zongyi said. That should be the case. Everyone was worried that someone would enter first and snatch away the good fortune, so they all agreed to seal off this place. Only when the prodigies of gushing spring tier arrived would they all enter. Little guy, you don't have any objections, right? Li Zongyi smiled at Ling Han. Of course not, Ling Han said with a smile. But everyone, you have to hurry. This door can only be maintained for 10 days at most. Fuck, the old monsters all rolled their eyes. Then why didn't you say so earlier? They could have sent the prodigies of their clans over, and now they were in such a hurry. Who knew how many people they could summon? The crowd once again retreated. Naturally, messenger birds flew out one after another to send news back to the imperial city. Ling Han cultivated peacefully in his tent. This was equivalent to robbing the 8 great clans and the imperial family, and concocting many precious alchemical pills that were enough for him to squander for a while. Robbing is so satisfying, he thought as he swallowed an alchemical pill. 4 days passed quietly, and young people arrived one after another. They were the younger generation of the 8 great clans and the imperial family, and they were either in gushing spring tier or poly tier. Obviously, many old monsters thought that there was a secret treasure hidden behind the door, and hoped that it would be obtained by the descendants of their clans. Naturally, the more people they sent, the better. On the 7th day, there were as many as 200 people of the younger generation who had arrived. The old monsters also felt that they could not stay any longer, because there were only 3 days left for them. Set off. Going to the third river. Chapter 126. In these few days, Ling Han and the others all broke through. Lu Yutong was well prepared. She herself had 3 absolute veins, and with the help of 3 mysterious art, her cultivation speed was naturally ridiculously fast. Now that she obtained the 4 transformations pill, her cultivation speed was naturally even faster. Most importantly, the 4 transformations pill could help her break through to the second layer of gushing spring tier. For most people, the barrier between tiers was the most difficult, because as long as one was willing to put in the effort to cultivate, or had enough alchemical pills, it would be very easy to advance from the early stage of any tier to the peak stage. But completing the breakthrough was a problem. Even if it was from the first layer of gushing spring tier to the second layer, this step was very difficult. Why were there so few spiritual pedestal tier warriors in Rain Country? It was because they didn't have enough comprehension of the tier, so they were all stuck in spiritual ocean tier. And below spiritual ocean tier, there were still a large number of people stuck in gushing spring tier and poly tier. The 4 transformations pill could help martial artists gain comprehension of the tier. This would make people's scalps go numb with shock. Lu Yutong was a smart person in the first place, and with the help of the 4 transformations pill, she herself was almost at the peak of the first layer of gushing spring tier. After a few days of trying, she naturally succeeded and advanced further. She didn't continue to increase her cultivation level, but instead worked hard to strengthen her foundation. After all, she relied on alchemical pills to increase her cultivation level, and if she continued to be greedy, it would cause her foundation to be unstable, and she wouldn't be able to reach higher tiers in the future. And Ling Han also taught her the four-season sword technique. This was a black-grade high-level martial arts technique. Probably even the Lu family couldn't take it out, perhaps only the imperial family could. Thus, after Lu Yutong broke through the day before yesterday, she spent these 2 days trying to figure out the secrets of the four-season sword technique. If there was anything she didn't understand, she would ask Ling Han for guidance, and her strength increased very quickly. A gushing spring tier elite asking a poly-tier martial arts technique for guidance sounded extremely absurd. But Lu Yutong and Li Xichan felt that it was natural, and didn't feel anything out of place. Ling Han was too monstrous. If he were to say that he could use a heaven-grade martial skill right now, the two girls would probably just say, "Ah," and then accept the reality. Li Xichan had also advanced from the 3rd level of poly to the 4th level of poly. Most alchemists were medicinal pots, and they had always relied on medicinal pills to forcefully raise their cultivation. Naturally, her body had a strong resistance to medicinal pills. Fortunately, her cultivation was still low, so this resistance was not very strong. Thus, she had also advanced a small realm. Ling Han, on the other hand, had broken through to the 6th layer of poly. His level was still very low, but his battle prowess was extremely terrifying. 5-element origin nuclei, 6 flashes of sword chi, indestructible heaven scroll, and body of dead tree. All these added together caused his attack power to soar to 15 stars, and his defense was even stronger. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could reach 20 stars. Still not enough. Ling Han shook his head. Only those who had broken through to gushing spring tier would be able to use black-grade martial arts techniques, and the increase in battle prowess from black-grade martial arts techniques was definitely not something that yellow-grade martial arts techniques could compare to. He was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but could only sigh in vain. This kind of feeling made him very displeased. Lu Yutong, however, rolled her eyes at him. This guy had only been in the 2nd layer of body refining tier half a year ago, but now he had already reached the 6th layer of poly, and he still complained that it was too slow. How were others supposed to live with him? They walked out of the tent and met up with the others. Yutong, so you've arrived long ago." A man immediately came up to greet Lu Yutong when he saw her. It was Wu Bo Jian. When Lu Yutong saw him, she did not say another word and directly drew her sword to stab him. That day, in order to find her, Wu Bo had run to the Ling family and caused a ruckus. He had killed and injured quite a number of people, causing her to feel guilty all this time. Now, it could be said that she had met her enemy, and her eyes were red with anger. How could she hold herself back? Naturally, she attacked at the first instant. What? When Lu Yutong made her move, Wu Bo's expression immediately changed. 2nd layer of gushing spring tier. She was actually in the 2nd layer of gushing spring tier. In all honesty, when he had seen Lu Yutong in Grey Cloud Town previously, she had only just broken through to gushing spring tier. But only half a month had passed, and she had already reached the 2nd layer of gushing spring tier. This could no longer be described as a genius, could it? Take him for example. He had also received the full support of his clan, but was now still in the peak period of the 1st layer of gushing spring tier. He would need at least another month to break through, but this was already something that had been greatly praised by his clan, and had been praised as a rare talent. But compared to Lu Yutong, he was completely an idiot. Under the furious attacks of an elite in the 2nd layer of gushing spring tier, Wu Bo did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He hurriedly drew his sword as well. At this time, if he held back even a little, he could very well lose. If he lost to the woman he was pursuing, then would he still have the face to see Lu Yutong in the future? Ding 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 ding, the two swords continuously clashed, exploding with intense sparks. Logically speaking, the 2nd layer of gushing spring tier should be able to crush the 1st layer, but Lu Yutong had just broken through, after all. Moreover, she had broken through with the help of medicinal pills, so her foundation was not stable, which naturally affected her battle prowess. And though Wu Bo's cultivation could not have increased without the help of medicinal pills, he had been stuck at the peak period of the 1st layer for a long time, so naturally, he had long since solidified his foundation. Thus, with one above and one below, the battle prowess that the two exploded with was about the same, and it was difficult to determine who was stronger in a short period of time. Isn't this the pearl of the Lu family? How can she be so strong? That's right, I remember that half a year ago she was only in the 8th layer of Poly. Logically speaking, she would need at least 2 years to break through to Gushing Spring tier. But now she's actually in the 2nd layer of Gushing Spring tier. This is practically unimaginable. TSK, this delicate flower is really getting harder and harder to pluck. However, she's also becoming more and more likable. Such talent. TSK, this woman is mine. Bullshit, you think you're worthy. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. They were either from the imperial family or the other 8 great clans, and the power of each clan was no weaker than the Lu family. Moreover, being able to be brought here meant that their power and talent were all top-notch, so they were naturally all proud of themselves. Lu Yutong attacked for a long time without succeeding, and the fury in her heart burned more and more fiercely. She suddenly flicked her sword, and a powerful sword intent circulated around her, and her entire person became extremely solemn. 4 Seasons Sword Technique, Black Grade High-Level Martial Arts Technique. This sword technique was divided into 4 parts, which respectively represented spring, summer, autumn, and winter. In truth, it could be said that it was 4 sets of sword techniques that combined into one sword formation. It would be best if 4 people used it simultaneously, as its power would be even greater. However, it wasn't that a single person couldn't use it simultaneously. This required an extremely high level of control over the sword. One move after another, summer followed spring, autumn followed summer, forming a cycle of the 4 seasons, which was similarly extremely powerful. Lu Yutong had only learned a few moves of the spring rain sword technique, so naturally, she couldn't link the 4 seasons together to form the sword intent of spring rain, summer thunder, autumn wind, and winter snow. However, a black grade high-level martial arts technique was, after all, a profound grade high-level martial arts technique. Just one move alone was already shockingly powerful. Swoosh, the sword light was cold, and there were actually raindrops floating in the air, dancing along with the sword moves. It was a marvelous sight. The beauty was like a painting, and the sword moves were like a scenery. There wasn't anyone who wasn't intoxicated. Even if there were some people who were determined to study martial art, their hearts couldn't help but be swayed by Lu Yutong's elegance. The beauty was like jade, and the sword was like a rainbow. Many people wanted to recite poems and sing loudly. There was only one word to describe it: too beautiful. Chapter 127. Ling Han was too far away to help. He watched as the man in Cyan's fist was about to land on Hunyo's body when the little girl's figure suddenly flashed strangely and appeared behind the man in Cyan's back. Her hands turned into claws and with a shwa shwa shwa, she struck out. Pong pong pong. The concentrated sounds of attacks were heard, and the man in Cyan once again paid the price for his carelessness. His back was continuously struck, and his clothes fluttered like butterflies, accompanied by streaks of blood. Who would have thought that a little girl of 5 or 6 years old would actually have such power? However, the gap between Element Gathering tier and Gushing Spring tier was still too big. Although the man in Cyan looked very wretched, he had already used his origin power to protect his body, so his injuries were not too serious. His bones and internal organs were all undamaged. Even so, it still caused him to let out a furious roar of humiliation. A mighty warrior in the 2nd layer of Gushing Spring tier was actually injured so badly by a little girl. Die! He turned his hand and threw a punch at Hunyo, who was on his back. Hunyo immediately moved and circled around to the front of the man in Cyan's chest. Pung! He did not manage to stop his punch in time, and it actually landed on his own body. It was so painful that his face turned green, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Ling Han's cultivation level had indeed dropped, but his judgment was still as sharp as ever. After a short while he relaxed. There was definitely no problem with the little girl. Get lost. The man in Cyan threw another punch at his own chest, but Hunyo was like a monkey. With a Z sound, she once again hung onto his thigh. This time, the man in Cyan finally learned his lesson. He managed to stop his punch in time, but Hunyo delivered a kick to his groin, directly landing a kick on his fragile peach. Even if he was in Gushing Spring tier, so what? There were still many weak points on his body, such as the eyes, the dantian, and the root of a man. This kick landed solidly. The man in Cyan instantly covered his crotch with both hands, his legs swaying. His face was flushed red, and his teeth were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. One could clearly feel the blue veins on his neck throbbing, but he could not utter a single word. All the men present could not help but clamp their legs together, feeling a chill that made them break out in a cold sweat. Hunyo leapt back and hung onto Ling Han's body. She turned around and made a face at the man in cyan, looking very innocent and innocent. "Pa!" The man in cyan half knelt on the ground, his body twitching. It was obvious that this kick had really injured him very badly. Who would have thought that a mighty warrior of gushing spring tear would actually be defeated by a little girl in such a humiliating manner? That's right, this kind of technique would be looked down upon no matter where it was used, but when it was used by Hunyo, it was only natural. You, a grown man, bullied a little girl, so you deserve to be kicked until you exploded. Moreover, you were in gushing spring tear, while the other party was only a child of 5 or 6 years old. This was really too embarrassing. Well done. Ling Han gave Hunyo a big thumbs up. In future, if anyone wants to bully you, just go ahead and kick them until they explode. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you. Nyo understands. Hunyo broke into a wide smile, a smile that was even sweeter than before. Fine, there was actually such a way of educating a child. Wasn't he afraid that he would lead her astray and raise a female ruffian? You've caused a huge disaster. We are members of the Wu clan. Have you heard of the Wu clan, one of the 8 great clans? The other 2 members of the Wu clan said with a stern expression. They too were only an element gathering tier. Don't assume that every member of the 8 great clans was an elite warrior. Every clan would have people with high talent, and there would also be people with low talent. Then the 2 of you should stay behind as well. Ling Han moved and attacked the 2 men. When he was in the 4th layer of element gathering tier, he was already able to rival Qi Yongyi, who was in the 9th layer of element gathering tier. Now that his prowess had soared to the 7th layer, what could these 2 weaklings of the 5th layer of element gathering tier count for? With just one move, the 2 of them were taken down. Hunyo moved and gave the 2 of them a good beating. The members of the Zhang clan were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. Those were members of the Wu clan, and now they were actually being beaten up as if they were dead dogs. They were finished this time, and no one would be able to survive. Even eldest aunt and second aunt could not be bothered to cry in pain, and hurriedly rushed forward, wanting to restrain the 2 madmen, Ling Han and Hunyo. Ling Han naturally would not get entangled with these 2 shrews, so he took a few steps back. In any case, he had already beaten them to his heart's content. You're all dead. The green-robed man finally managed to catch his breath, his face filled with shame and anger. As a mighty warrior of gushing spring tear, he should have been able to easily take down everyone here, but in the end, he was easily defeated by a little girl. This humiliation would never be washed away. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Ling Han sent a kick over, and with a paw, half of the man's teeth fell out. He was in so much pain that he once again screamed in agony. This time he was truly injured from head to toe. The members of the Zhang clan all looked at Ling Han as if he was a madman. In their minds, it was definitely impossible for Ling Han to have a background that surpassed that of the 8 great clans, yet he had actually violently beaten up a member of the Wu clan. Wasn't this the equivalent of hanging himself? Was he tired of living? Even Jin Wuji felt a chill run through his limbs. He was very clear that Ling Han, like him, had come from Deyuan City. At most, Ling Han only knew a few black-grade low-level alchemists. I'm in trouble. I'm really in big trouble this time. We don't know you. Eldest aunt and second aunt hurriedly said in a trembling voice. Then they turned to Zhangbo Xian's father and said, Zhangbo Xian, we will also make a clean break with you. From now on you will be you and we will be us. This trouble was caused by you too, so don't drag us into it. Zhangbo Xian's father and mother, as well as Zhang Feiyin and Jin Wuji, were all enraged. It was clearly this pair of mother and son who had recklessly gone to find Grandmaster Yuan Shu, and had even insulted him as an old dog. But now this matter had nothing to do with them. How could there be such shameless people? None of you can even think of escaping, the green-robed man said fiercely. At this moment he only felt that his lower body was completely numb, and there was not the slightest bit of sensation. He did not know if he had been crippled or not. If he had really been crippled, he would kill everyone here 3 times to vent his hatred. You still dare to speak? Ling Han was very surprised and raised his foot again. No. The green-robed man was extremely shocked. This young man was practically a madman. He clearly knew that he was a member of the Wu clan, and still dared to make a move on him. Moreover, he was extremely ruthless. He was really afraid. Who asked him to be too heavily injured now, and not be able to display the battle prowess that he should have. But he swore that he would definitely crush Ling Han's bones and scatter his ashes. You are not honest in your heart, Ling Han said slowly. Hunyo immediately bared her teeth and roared, showing her ferocious side. The green-robed man instantly felt his ass clench. Compared to Ling Han, he was actually more afraid of Hunyo. This little girl was practically like a demonic beast. Humans could still reason with them, threaten them, and even tempt them with benefits, but what about demonic beasts? No matter what they said, it would be useless. Just give up. Even if I beat you half to death, your master will only say that I did a good job, Ling Han said calmly. Bullshit. The green-robed man immediately swore in his mind. Even the members of the Jiang clan shook their heads internally. This was something that was completely impossible, unless Ling Han was the illegitimate son of the current reign emperor. In that case, there was indeed a possibility that the Wu clan would lower their heads. Zifeng, have you still not settled the matter? It was at this moment that an old voice traveled over from outside. Chapter 128. Let's go. One of the old monsters waved his hand. Previously, the juniors of his clan had not come, so of course he could not let anyone enter that door ahead of time. Now, things were naturally different. Those that needed to be warned had naturally been warned long ago. At this time, no one wasted any time chattering, and they all entered the river. They passed through one by one, and entered the area behind the light of God. Ling Han's expression immediately became serious. In places with the light of God, even he, as a heaven-tier elite in his previous life, had to be careful as he could easily die. The reason why he was willing to open the door and let so many people in was that he even had the thought of letting these people act as spies. Of course, danger and opportunity coexisted, and if one wanted to obtain great rewards, they could encounter great risks. This was fair to everyone. Behind this door was still the underground river. They continued to advance, and before long, a piece of land appeared in front of them. At this time they should have already entered deep into the gushing blood mountain, but this place was actually hollow with a huge space. Everyone stepped onto the land. It was not dark here, and there was a mysterious light moving about, illuminating the belly of the mountain. However, their vision could not see too far, as if there was something obstructing their vision. Many people left the group, and even those who came from the same clan split into several groups. Firstly, they should not put all their eggs in the same basket. Secondly, even if they were from the same clan, they might not be very close, so it was better not to stick together. If they encountered danger, not only would they not help each other, they might even drag each other down. Very quickly, the crowd dispersed in all directions. Brother Ling, I will take my leave first. The third imperial prince cupped his hands towards Ling Han, and only the red-haired beauty accompanied him. Ling Han nodded, and watched as the third imperial prince left. In an instant, this place became deserted, and only Ling Han and the other two were left. Which direction should we go? Lu Yutong asked. This place seemed to be a plain, and aside from the underground river behind them, there was nothing else in all directions. They had no idea which direction they should go in, which was the right choice. Ling Han took out that treasured blade, and used his divine sense to try and trigger the treasured blade's instinctive reaction to find Jiang Yufeng's remains. However, the treasured blade did not react. Strange. Ling Han frowned slightly. If Jiang Yufeng had advanced into the heaven tier, then even if he had been dead for over 10,000 years, his corpse would definitely not have decayed. Heaven tier elites had already gone very far on the path of martial art, and the will of martial art was definitely deeply engraved in every piece of their flesh, blood, and bones. In a sense, the remains of a powerhouse were also a spirit tool. In fact, many spirit tools were made from the bones of powerful beasts. Of course, human bones were also fine, but they were too frightening, so not many people dared to use them. Therefore, the remains and the spiritual weapon inherited the same martial art will, so they should be able to resonate with each other. Why was there no reaction at all? Unless Ling Han's expression changed. Unless Zhang Yufeng's corpse was completely destroyed, the spiritual tool would definitely not have any reaction. But just what had happened back then that even a heaven-tier elite was about to disappear without a trace? Just walk around, he said. He didn't know the direction anyway. The three of them advanced. After walking for a while, Ling Han suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lu Yutong asked. Ling Han didn't say anything. He deviated from the direction they were heading and came to the side of a large boulder. The two girls followed him and saw that there was nothing special about this boulder. There was only a stalk of grass growing at the bottom, and it was deathly white all over. If one didn't look carefully, they might even mistake it for a piece of broken bone. What kind of grass is this? They were both very surprised. This is bone-eating grass and it only grows on corpses, Ling Han said. There was one more thing he didn't say, and that was that only the remains of a powerhouse in the deity transformation tier or higher could give birth to bone-eating grass. Ah! The two girls' pretty faces paled. Although they were all people of martial art, and life and death seemed to be a common thing, women were women after all. When they heard that they might be stepping on the bones of a dead person, their hearts skipped a beat. Ling Han struck out with his palm, and that huge boulder was sent flying. Ah! The two girls both cried out in surprise, because a skeletal hand was reaching out from the ground. The deathly white finger bones emitted an eerie aura. Don't be afraid. He's been dead for tens of thousands of years, Ling Han said. The two girls rolled their eyes. This young man was extremely intelligent, talented in martial art, and had nature-defying alchemy skills. However, he was an idiot when it came to relationships. Were they afraid that this dead person would jump up and hurt them? Of course not. Ling Han took out his sword and carefully dug up the soil near the skeletal hand. With the strength of a warrior in the Pali realm, digging was of course a piece of cake. Soon, a bony arm appeared under the bone, and then an upright skeleton appeared at the shoulder. Why isn't he lying down? The two girls asked curiously. After a person died, it was naturally impossible to maintain a standing posture. Could it be that someone buried him vertically in the ground after he died? As long as the strength of a warrior reaches a certain level, the will of martial art will permeate the whole body. Even after death, they can still stand for hundreds of years. Ling Han said, I reckon that this person died in battle here and maintained this posture. Later, after countless years, perhaps the earth's crust changed and a layer of gravel and soil fell from the top of the cave, covering his body. The two girls were very shocked. A person could still stand after death, at least. They had never heard of any spiritual pedestal tier warrior being able to do so. Ling Han continued to dig, and not long after, a complete set of remains appeared in front of them. This was obviously a male. There was still a purple brocade robe on him that hadn't rotted, but there was a hole on his chest. This should be his fatal wound. His ribs were also broken right where the heart was. It could be imagined that when he fought with someone, his heart was directly blown apart with a punch, annihilating his life force. However, Ling Han took off the brocade robe, causing the two girls to exclaim in disgust. This was something on a dead person. Pity, such a pity. Ling Han sighed repeatedly. This is a treasure woven from purple jade silk. Unfortunately, its all spirituality was destroyed by an extremely powerful force, AI. He pulled lightly, and the brocade robe was easily torn apart. What purple jade silk? Lu Yutong asked. Purple jade heaven silkworm, a 9th-tier beast, and purple jade silk is the silk it spits out, Ling Han said simply. Hiss! The two girls gasped at the same time. A 9th-tier beast. Wasn't that heaven tier? Silk spit out by a 9th-tier beast, woven clothing. This should be a super treasure. This kind of armor can withstand at least 100 continuous attacks from a heaven-tier warrior before it's broken, but from the marks on the hole, it was directly pierced by a punch. Ling Han raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes burning. This proves that shattering void-tier warriors do exist in this world. Chapter 129. In his last life, Ling Han died in pursuit of the secrets of the shattering void tier. And now that he had concrete evidence of the existence of the shattering void tier, he couldn't help but feel excited. But after the excitement, there was unease and confusion. Zhang Yufeng obviously participated in this great battle, but why? Everyone knew that the higher the tier of martial art, the greater the difference in ability between each tier. For example, when he was in the 4th layer of Poly, he could even stand on equal footing with the 1st layer of Gushing Spring tier. But when it came to the Heaven tier, each layer was a world of its own, and the 1st layer of Heaven tier and the 2nd layer of Heaven tier was an insurmountable chasm. If this world gave birth to a shattering Void tier elite, he would definitely be an invincible existence. So why did Zhang Yufeng fight even though he knew he was no match? It was one thing for such a fool to appear, but there were too many of them, and they were all elites of the Heaven tier, so how could anyone believe it? Beside this corpse was a treasured sword. The intent of martial art formed multiple symbols. This was a supreme secret treasure that could inherit the martial arts of this elite. Unfortunately, once it was unearthed, this treasured sword revived on its own, turning into a long rainbow that floated along the water, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Ling Han shook his head and sighed. He was too weak now, and even if a treasure was placed in front of him he couldn't collect it. It was really depressing. His eyes lit up. This skeleton was actually wearing a ring on its finger. If such an elite still wore such an ornament, then it could only mean one thing. This ring was a treasure. Perhaps it was a spirit tool, or perhaps it was a supplementary treasure that could calm one's mind and recuperate, but the most likely was a spatial ring. A world of its own containing space. Ling Han took off the ring, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he was sure that this was the spatial ring he'd always wanted. Profit, he thought. Even if he didn't gain anything else from this trip, obtaining this spatial ring was already a great profit. Why are you smiling so wickedly? What are you doing? Li Sichan asked, a little creeped out. Ling Han's smile was really too scary. Ling Han chuckled and said, I'll show you a magic trick. He put on the ring and then took out a pill bottle from his pocket. He shook it twice in his hand to let the two women see clearly. Then with a whoosh the pill bottle disappeared. The two women exclaimed at the same time. How could a perfectly good pill bottle disappear just like that? Aren't you going to give me a round of applause? Ling Han laughed. Hey, how did you make things disappear? Li Sichan's beautiful eyes widened. If it weren't for the fact that she was a man and a woman, she really wanted to search Ling Han from head to toe. There's no point in telling the truth. Ling Han laughed heartily and took out the pill bottles and silver notes from his pocket, storing them into his spatial ring. As expected of a Heaven tier elite spatial ring, the space inside was about the size of a house, and it could store a lot of things. The benefits of this spatial ring lay not only in its convenience, but also in its ability to hide good things. Unless someone forcefully snatched it away, it would be impossible to discover it. In the tiny rain country, probably no one knew how to operate a spatial ring, so Ling Han was very reassured. What caused Ling Han to be slightly disappointed was that the spatial ring was completely empty. There was actually nothing inside at all. It was naturally impossible for a powerful warrior of Heaven tier to be so poor. Ling Han guessed that this powerful warrior of Heaven tier also knew that he was in a situation of certain death, so he left all the good things he had on him to his descendants. In his spatial ring, it was possible that there were some medicinal pills that could replenish origin power and heal wounds, as well as his spirit tool. Thus, the spirit medicine was finished, and the spirit tool was taken out for battle. Naturally, there was nothing left in the spatial ring. Whatever, one shouldn't be too greedy. Ling Han buried the remains of this elite, feeling a bit sad. How rare and powerful were Heaven tier elites. But in the end, there wasn't even a person to collect their corpse. It really made one sigh. Let's go. They continued forward. The people walking in front of them also found some remains, but they weren't as lucky as Ling Han, who found a spatial ring. They only found white bones that turned into dust upon touch. The remains of a Heaven tier elite should not have been so fragile, but the appearance of the bone-eating grass changed everything. The essence in these bones had been absorbed by the grass, becoming like ordinary bones, so it was naturally difficult for them to resist the erosion of time. If Ling Han came a bit later, the remains that he found before probably wouldn't be so intact. Now, the essence of the bones hadn't been completely absorbed by the bone-eating grass, so naturally they could still maintain their hardness. The bone-eating grass was a very strange plant. It obviously grew on the remains of at least deity transformation tier elites, but it itself was worthless. The essence it extracted was returned to heaven and earth. It could be said that it was the scavenger of heaven and earth. Ling Han's expression became more and more cautious. Just on his way here, he found no less than 20 remains of elites. 20? When did heaven-tier elites become so worthless? Huh, what's that? Lu Yutong suddenly pointed to a place. Ling Han walked over. It was a white flower that grew alone. Its stem was like jade, and there was a stamen the size of a fist at the top. There were actually rays of light flowing around it. He was instantly tongue-tied, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Even he, a former heaven-tier elite, was so shocked. It was obvious that this flower was definitely extraordinary. Of course, because this light came from the same source as the light of God. A level 10 spirit medicine could be called a divine medicine. I've made a profit. I've really made a profit this time. Ling Han's eyes shone with a strange light. In his previous life, he'd only heard of level 9 treasured medicines, but he'd only seen them once in a while. He hadn't expected to actually see a level 10 divine medicine in this life. If he took this divine medicine, would he be able to immediately become a deity, directly shattering the void and becoming a god? Ling Han didn't know, but with the divine medicine in front of him, there was no reason for him to miss it. He immediately walked towards the divine medicine, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. Stop! With a cold humph, 4 men quickly ran over. Obviously, they'd also discovered this divine medicine, though they didn't know the true value of this divine medicine. Ling Han didn't pay them any attention, but these 4 people not only ran very quickly, they also attacked from a distance. Xiao, a saber light swept past, overflowing with dominance. Lu Yutong drew her sword and ding, she blocked this saber light. A treasure of heaven and earth. Everyone who sees it has a share. Let's first discuss how to divide it, a man close to middle-aged said. Huang Zi Tao. Lu Yutong frowned slightly, revealing a hint of wariness. This man was a member of the Huang clan, one of the 8 great clans. According to age, he was older than Lu Yutong by half a generation. He was in his early 30s, and his cultivation level was in the 5th layer of Gushing Spring tier, so he couldn't be underestimated. We'll take 9 and you guys take 1. No objections, right? Huang Zitao said proudly. If he'd known that this was a divine medicine, he probably wouldn't have said something like 9 to 1. Instead, he'd have killed them to keep the secret and take the divine medicine for himself. No objections, your sister. Ling Han directly gave him the middle finger. Chapter 130. Fuck. Huang Zitao and the others were stunned for a moment before coming to their senses. They all brandished their weapons aggressively. They had long since found Ling Han to be an eyesore. A single person had actually occupied 2 of the most exquisite beauties of the imperial city. Now that they heard his provocation, how could they possibly endure it? They all brandished their weapons and charged at him. Bullying the weak, don't you think it's embarrassing? Ling Han sneered. He used exiting cloud steps and waved his sword, shooting out flashes of cold light. Huang Zitao and the others weren't all strong. The other 3 were only in the poly tier, and dared to charge because they had Huang Zitao to hold the line. Ling Han stared at the 3 and attacked. Exiting cloud steps was fast and strange, dodging all of Huang Zitao's attacks. Sword Chi shot out, heading towards the 3. His power was already enough to crush a normal 9th layer poly tier, and he'd formed 6 flashes of Sword Chi, so his attack power was extremely domineering. Shwa shwa shwa, shreds of cloth fluttered like butterflies. The 3 cried out as their clothes were continuously shredded, leaving behind multiple wounds. Brat, fight me head-on if you dare. Huang Zitao shouted. Is there something wrong with your head? Ling Han sneered. I'm only in the 6th layer poly tier, but you're in the 5th layer gushing spring tier, and you still want me to fight you head-on? You've cultivated so much that you've become an idiot, haven't you? Fuck. Huang Zitao swore again and shouted. All of you back down. These 3 people not only couldn't help him, but also hindered him, making him unable to use his full power. They were even used by Ling Han as a shield, forcing him to withdraw his saber several times. When the 3 retreated, Huang Zitao brandished his saber, and sure enough, his attack power increased dramatically. The saber flashed coldly, and like splashing water surrounded Ling Han. In this way, he indeed gained the upper hand, suppressing Ling Han to the point that he couldn't fight back at all, and could only keep dodging. However, Lu Yutong did not attack. Instead, she took advantage of the fact that no one was prepared and continued to approach the stock of godly medicine. This was the plan that Ling Han had come up with from the very beginning. He would restrain Huang Zitao, while Lu Yutong would be in charge of picking the herb. As long as Huang Zitao was busy, how could a few poly realms be a match for Lu Yutong? Oh no! The three men weren't idiots. They quickly noticed what Lu Yutong was doing and rushed over to stop her. However, they had started late and were only in the poly realm. How could they stop them? Lu Yutong left a trail of dust in her wake as she rapidly approached the stock of godly medicine. When she was only 10 meters away from him, shua, a streak of sword chi flashed past and forced her to stop. A white-robed young man walked over with a sword in hand. His face was as clear as jade and his hair was jet black. Every step he took was like he was stepping on some kind of mystical rhythm, uncontrollably attracting everyone's gazes and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Sun Buran. Lu Yutong's eyes narrowed, and she looked even more wary. Sun Buran, the most outstanding member of this generation of the Sun Clan. Though he wasn't one of the 3 core disciples of Huyang University, he was a true disciple ranked in the top 10, and had the ability to become a core disciple. His original name was Sun Ren, but he changed his name to Sun Buran. It was said that he admired the ruthless, unjust, and unscrupulous way of doing things since he was young, and thus came to be known as Sun Buran, the 3rd layer of gushing spring tier, and his battle prowess was unfathomable, reaching at least 5 stars. Sister Yutong, how about giving this stock of godly medicine to me? Sun Buran had a smile on his face, as warm as the spring breeze. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was a fickle person. One moment he was all smiles and the next moment he could turn hostile and kill. I don't agree. A light laugh was heard, and another person appeared. He was tall and slender, and had a handsome appearance. In terms of aura, he was not the slightest bit inferior to Sun Buren's. Hu Fengyu. Sun Buren's expression tensed. Hu Fengyu was also a true disciple ranked in the top 10 of Huyang University. What about me? Another young elite appeared, but it was a little fatty. His figure was as round as a wine barrel, and it caused both Sun Buren and Hu Fengyu to frown at the same time. Qian Wuyong was also a true disciple ranked in the top 10. All right, this place had been quite empty just now, but who would have thought that so many elites would suddenly appear? Ling Han and Huang Zitao naturally stopped. There were too many elites here now, and whoever made the first move would be an idiot. None of you are willing to make a move? Then this stock of spiritual medicine belongs to me. Qian Wuyong's figure shot out. Though he was extremely fat, his speed was extraordinarily fast, and in an instant, he had arrived in front of that stock of godly medicine. How dare you? Sun Buran, Hu Fengyu, and Huang Zitao attacked at the same time, and blade and sword chi flew out in unison, incomparably frightening. Qian Wuyong had no choice but to somersault in the air, dodging the attacks of the 3. Even he did not dare to take the combined attack of 3 great elites head-on. However, the stalemate had already been broken. The 4 of them were all fighting back and forth. On one side they were preventing others from snatching the precious herb, while on the other, they were doing their best to snatch the precious herb themselves. The scene was instantly incomparably chaotic. Ling Han did not make a move, and simply stood to the side. Later, whoever won, he would directly take out his treasured blade and snatch it back. At first, Huang Zitao and the other 3 were worried that the aftermath of the battle would be too great, and would damage that stock of treasure. But after fighting for a while, they discovered that when all the attacks reached the front of the treasure, they would be blocked by the layers of splendor, unable to advance any further. This time they all became more daring, and no longer had any misgivings when they attacked. Blade and sword flashed and Yuan power surged. Ling Han nodded slightly. Among the 4 of them, apart from Huang Zitao, the other 3 were all very strong. If not for the fact that Huang Zitao had an advantage in terms of cultivation level, he would have long since been sent flying by the 3 of them. Even so, Huang Zitao was still the weakest link in the battle, and was not much different from being a bystander. Sun Buren had cultivated 3 flashes of sword chi, Hu Fengyu had 3 flashes of blade chi, and Little Fatty was good at using claws, and similarly had 3 flashes of chi. It could be said that they were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine who was superior. They are all direct disciples ranked in the top 10 in the academy. As for who is stronger, none of them have revealed their true strength, so it is impossible to judge. Lu Yutong whispered into Ling Han's ear. Ling Han smiled slightly and said, "In less than 3 months, you will definitely be able to surpass them." If anyone else had heard these words, they would probably have laughed their heads off. One had to know that Hu Fengyu and the other two's reputation in Huyang University had been built through battle after battle, and they had also spent a good number of years to reach their current position. How could they possibly surpass them just because they wanted to? Yet Lu Yutong was full of confidence. Her talent was there for all to see, and if she were to cultivate a heaven-grade cultivation technique, take the alchemical pill that Ling Han had concocted, and add on to that black-grade high-level martial arts technique, she would definitely be able to be reborn completely within 3 months. The battle between the 4 martial artists of Gushing Spring Tier became more and more intense, and they were all enraged. Seeing that the stalemate could not be broken, they actually all reached out to grab that stock of godly medicine, obviously intending to get some benefits first. Fuck! Ling Han cursed, and hurriedly brandished his saber to block the attack. This was a godly medicine, so how could it be destroyed so easily? But it was at this moment that something that no one had expected happened. This stalk of godly medicine actually rose from the ground by itself, and with a slurp, its roots became like legs. Pa pa pa. It began to fly on the ground, and in an instant, it had rushed out of the encirclement of the 4 martial artists, fleeing very quickly. Fuck. Reading on one's phone is much more refreshing. Chapter 131. Even with the abilities of the setting Sun Saber Emperor, he had only managed to obtain a piece of blood-sucking origin gold the size of a human head, and forged it into the slashing Sun Saber that he had relied on to become famous. He had become the 3rd most powerful being among the 7 great heavenly realms. But a towering giant had actually appeared here, and it was completely formed from blood-sucking origin gold. How could this not be shocking? Previously, Ling Han had guessed that this blood-sucking origin gold would be able to transform into a living being after absorbing enough blood, but he had never imagined that such a terrifying giant would actually appear. There were millions of cultivators surrounding and attacking the giant of blood-sucking origin gold. One after another, their attacks transformed into meteors that continuously bombarded the giant's body, but there were only a few that could break through his defenses. Even if they did, they would only leave behind an extremely shallow wound. But the giant of blood-sucking origin gold's counterattack was too terrifying. It only needed to open its mouth, and with a whoosh, it was able to swallow a great many cultivators. As it chewed, a crisp cracking sound could be heard, and it had actually swallowed people whole. These cultivators could fly, so they had at least advanced into the flower blossom tier, and with Ling Han's observation, some of them were far above this level. They could completely rival his last life, and there were even a few powerful cultivators who were above him, beings of the shattering void tier. It was at this moment that the scene suddenly stopped. Ling Han's vision changed, and he had once again returned to his room. That part just now should be a memory fragment that was left behind in this piece of blood-sucking origin gold, but because it was only a fragment, there was only that one part. Ling Han could not help but speculate. The giant of blood-sucking origin gold had finally been defeated and destroyed under the siege of countless elites, so its fragments were scattered all over the world. This blood-sucking origin gold was filled with the instinct to suck blood. So could it be that it wanted to make a comeback? Although he had only caught a glimpse of some scenes, just thinking about the fact that the giant of blood-sucking origin gold could attract the siege of so many cultivators, this kind of power was definitely world-shaking. Even more than one elite of the shattering void tier had been mobilized. If this thing could still be revived, who in the present world could stop it? It would definitely be the end of all living things. However, this should have happened an incomparably long time ago. Merely in the scene that Ling Han had seen, there were hundreds of elites of the heaven tier, and the number of ultimate elites of the shattering void tier could be counted on one hand. What kind of prosperity of martial arts was this? Wait a minute, Zhang Yufeng and at least 100 or so elites of the heaven tier had forcefully fought to the death of an elite of the shattering void tier. That was not too far from his time. It was as if martial arts had suddenly welcomed a great explosion, and suddenly a great many people had completed a great breakthrough. Ling Han was even more curious, and wanted to know the history of that time. However, Rain Country had only been established for a few thousand years, And before that, there seemed to have been a gap in history. No one knew what the world before that was like. He would have to leave Rain Country and enter into a wider world. Only then would he be able to search for that lost history. Ling Han stopped thinking about it. It was useless for him to think too much about it now. With only the cultivation level of the 7th layer of element gathering tier, what could he do? If some great calamity really happened, there would naturally be someone stronger to deal with it. Rain Country was only a small place, so the number of Flower Blossom tier warriors was the highest. Perhaps when he left this place, it would not be strange for him to hear about the existence of Shattering Void tier warriors. The world changed and martial arts also changed. There were ups and downs. With a thought, the blood-sucking origin gold instantly changed according to his will. It could turn into a metal thread that was thinner than a spider's thread, or it could turn into a metal sheet that was thinner than paper, and it could even turn into pigs, sheep, chickens, and dogs. However, it was just a minuscule version. Moreover, after being smelted by the strange fire, the blood-sucking origin gold had become even more durable. Perhaps even a spiritual pedestal tier warrior would find it difficult to tear it apart. If it was suddenly wrapped around a person's neck and pulled, even a spiritual pedestal tier warrior could be killed if he was caught off guard. He transformed the blood-sucking origin gold into a bracelet and wore it on his left hand. He walked out of the house, and Hunyo immediately latched onto him. She rubbed her little head against his chest and said, "Bad, Ling Han, bad?" "How am I bad?" Ling Han asked with a smile. "You're not playing with Nyo?" the little girl said with a pout. Ling Han could not help but smile and said, "Fine, fine, fine. I'll play with you, okay?" What Hunyo meant by playing was actually fighting. It must have been taught to her by her tiger mother, when they were still in the tiger's den. Every move, every advance and retreat. They were all the moves of a fierce tiger when it came to hunting its prey. However, Hunyo had a terrifying comprehension ability in the field of martial arts. She had forcibly adapted moves that were not suitable for humans to be used by her. The little girl was like a little tiger. Pouncing, smacking, biting, and throwing, she possessed astonishing power. Ling Han could not help but be entranced. Martial arts were formless in the first place. Who had made the rule that one could not learn from beasts? On the contrary, weren't the ape arm, fist, and tiger form palm all martial arts techniques that had been created by predecessors with reference to the attack methods of other living beings? All of a sudden, his thoughts scattered, and his mind opened up, boundless and boundless. He had entered into a state of sudden enlightenment. Sudden enlightenment was a special state that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. In this kind of state, it was possible for them to comprehend difficulties that they would not be able to comprehend normally, and it was possible for them to advance by leaps and bounds in martial arts. However, this kind of state could only be encountered by chance and not sought. According to speculation, it was necessary for a cultivator's consciousness to resonate with heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. In a cultivator's lifetime, being able to experience sudden enlightenment once was already enough for them to burn incense and pray to the Buddha. Moreover, most cultivators would start from the flower blossom tier, because only by breaking away from their mortal bodies would they have the right to resonate with the Tao of heaven and earth. In his last life, Ling Han had a total of 3 instances of sudden enlightenment, but all of them were breakthroughs in alchemy. The first time he experienced sudden enlightenment was also when he was in the spiritual ocean tier. At that time he was extremely shocked. He had never thought that it would happen even earlier in this life. All around him spiritual chi gathered and formed into multiple dragons that crazily squeezed into his body. His cultivation level immediately began to soar. From the middle period of the 7th layer of element gathering tier to the late period to the peak period, there was no problem with him comprehending his cultivation level. He only paused for a moment, and the door to the 8th layer of element gathering tier opened up for him. Breaking through was just that simple. Ling Han was completely oblivious. His mind and spirit were soaring in the world of martial arts. One after another, streams of comprehension bloomed like flowers, but when he stretched out his hand to catch them, they immediately turned into broken shadows. Illusory flowers, so I smell. In the skies there were also streams of profound mysteries of martial arts streaking past like shooting stars, but they were even more difficult to catch. This was the Tao of heaven and earth, and it was not something that Ling Han could comprehend at the moment. If it were not for the fact that he had the foundation of being in the heaven tier in his last life, he would only be at a loss in this kind of world of martial arts. But now he had managed to catch a tiny bit of its profound mysteries. From the early period of the 8th layer of element gathering tier, to the middle period, to the late period, to the peak period, he only used a few hours to complete the accumulation that should have taken him many days. He did not even need to take any alchemical pills. It was as if the heavens and earth were creating him. As the saying goes, once you comprehend the Tao, you will immediately become a Buddha. Of course, Ling Han was far from reaching such a level, but it was already enough to make others jealous. Hong! His figure shook lightly, and he advanced into the 9th layer of element gathering tier. Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes. At first there was a hint of confusion, and then he came to his senses. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. Turning around, he saw that Hunyo was also sitting by his side in a dignified manner. It seemed like she was also cultivating, and there was actually a hint of solemnity on her small face. Pung pung pung. It was at this moment that there was a hurried knocking on the door. Chapter 132. Who else is unconvinced? Ling Han stopped and asked with a smile. Everyone shook their heads in unison. This guy was too fierce, and anyone below Gushing Spring tier was not qualified to fight him. A few Gushing Spring tier martial artists humphed. They were not afraid of Ling Han, but they were wary of Lu Yutong. Now this girl had a sword in her hand and was guarding Ling Han, so no one dared to act rashly. Most importantly, they were not in the mood to argue with Ling Han. That stock of spiritual medicine ran into that mysterious area, and the most important thing now was how to get it out. More and more people surged over and surrounded the area. This could be the central area of the whole underground space. It formed a circle and occupied quite a large area. Most importantly, that pitch-black area swallowed all light as if it was solid, blocking one's line of sight. Standing on one end, one couldn't see the other. Thankfully, there were enough people that came in and could barely surround this area. At least, if that stock of spiritual medicine ran out, they would be able to discover it immediately. What do we do now? After surrounding it, everyone was in a dilemma. Trap it, I don't believe it won't come out, someone said. Are you stupid? That was originally a stalk of grass, and could definitely take root in there for a few years or even a few hundred years. But what about us? We have to leave in at most 3 days, someone scolded. That's true, that person said sheepishly. Everyone frowned. That was definitely a stock of spiritual medicine, even reaching the legendary level of spiritual medicine, but they could only stare at it, which made them feel like they were going crazy. Someone went out to contact the old monsters outside, hoping that they would have some solution, while the others stayed here to guard. Ling Han slowly approached that invisible wall and stretched out his hand to feel it. What a familiar feeling. A smile appeared on Ling Han's lips. In the past, he had entered many historical sites and seen many similar situations. This was also why he had warned in advance. This was not a wall but a kind of aura that surpassed heaven tier. If he was still in heaven tier, then with his research on this kind of aura, he could do his best to break through and let himself pass, but now he did not have the right to do so. Could it be that I can only use that? Ling Han took out the broken blade. This was his disciple's treasured blade, and it might also be the only relic that could be found at present. If the remaining power of the spiritual tool was fully unleashed, it should be able to just barely activate the power of the heaven tier. However, the problem was that this treasured saber would be completely destroyed. Ling Han hesitated, and there was another problem. This saber could only be used once, so how was he going to get out after going in? But after a moment, he made up his mind to go in. It was because not only were there divine medicines here, it should also hide the secrets of the great battle of the past. He wanted to know why. Moreover, if there really was the remains of a shattering void tier elite inside that formed this aura, then he might have a way to dispel it. You two cover for me, Ling Han said to Lu Yutong and Li Xichan. Because this area was very big, everyone stood about 10 meters apart surrounding this area. Thus, Ling Han stood in the middle of the two girls, and if the people on the two sides didn't pay attention, it would be very difficult to notice him. The two girls didn't know what he wanted to do, but they both nodded, knowing that this guy had abilities that normal people couldn't. Ling Han began to revive the treasured saber. Jiang Yufeng's martial art intent was inherited from him, And although he was still very weak now, they were of the same origin. Under the guidance of his divine sense, the martial art intent in the treasured saber also began to awaken. Wang, the patterns on the treasured saber lit up one by one, extremely resplendent. But this was the last flash, and it would soon completely return to normal. Ling Han didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation, and used the treasured saber to break through the aura, opening a path for himself. Even so, his nerves were still extremely tense, and the treasured saber in his hand trembled like a swimming fish. His figure also swayed and he walked out a zigzag path. His figure instantly disappeared into that gloomy area, and was no longer seen. Lu Yutong and Li Sichuan were both tongue-tied, and looked at each other. They could see the deep astonishment in each other's eyes, as well as deep admiration. This youth, no, this man, was there anything that he couldn't do? They quickly retracted their gazes and braced themselves, covering for Ling Han to prevent others from discovering his disappearance. Otherwise, if Ling Han really obtained some treasure with his current strength, he would definitely not be able to keep it. Ling Han's entire body was covered in sweat. This aura was filled with danger at every step. In the past, when he was still an elite of heaven tier, he only needed to take a single wrong step, and he would be severely injured. And with his current cultivation level of the 6th layer of poly, this was practically like taking a grain out of a fire. The slightest mistake would cause his body to shatter, and he definitely wouldn't have another chance. But this made him even more excited. His expression was highly focused, and his eyes became incredibly bright. There was usually no difference between a genius and a lunatic. In his previous life he focused on alchemy, and once he started he would be like a lunatic. But in this life he put his focus on martial art, and similarly he also had a crazy side to him. It was just that he didn't have the chance to show it before. This kind of danger made his entire body shiver, but it also made him even more excited. Wandering between life and death, he felt the meaning of life, and his divine sense surged like the sea. He even had a feeling that perhaps he could train his divine sense in this kind of dangerous place. The treasured saber's radiance began to flicker, and Ling Han was shocked. The state of this saber's damage was beyond his imagination. Could only last for so long, and it was about to collapse. Although he liked to take risks, taking risks and throwing away one's life were two different things. He hurriedly sped up. Because he had to calculate the changes in the aura, his spirit was also highly focused, and it was also highly exhausting. Sweat flowed down his entire body like water, instantly drenching his clothes, and even leaving a water stain under his feet. But he didn't feel it at all. His eyes were bright, and he continued to advance. Wang, the treasured saber, flickered one last time, and all the glyphs disappeared at the same time, shattering one after another. This represented the complete annihilation of the martial art willpower in the saber. Ling Han rushed out with a stride, and he finally walked out of the area sealed by the aura. Light once again appeared in front of him. This was an area with a circumference of only 100 feet. In the center, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground, and that stalk of godly medicine was doing its best to take root in the soil. But the ground here seemed to be especially sturdy, and after so long, this stalk of godly medicine had actually only taken root halfway. Ling Han's eyes brightened, and he quietly walked towards this stalk of godly medicine. He didn't know if godly medicines had sides, but it was obvious that this stalk of godly medicine hadn't discovered him yet. 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Ling Han suddenly leaped out, and stretched out his hand to grab that stalk of godly medicine. Chapter 133. The godly medicine was trying its best to take root, and didn't think that someone would break through the blockade of the aura field and enter. Instantly, it was caught off guard by Ling Han, and hurriedly pulled out its roots to flee. However, it was a step too slow this time. Though its speed was indeed very fast, and it had already pulled out its roots, Ling Han's hand had also managed to grab hold of its roots in one move. The godly medicine seemed to have received a great shock. The blossoming flower instantly retracted all its petals, and even its stem was twisted and crooked. However, in the next instant it suddenly struggled and its figure actually flew out. It scuttled into the aura field, and instantly disappeared into the darkness. Ling Han was surprised and loosened his hand. 3 broken roots were left in his hand, and milky white liquid emerged from the broken parts. Instantly, an indescribable fragrance filled the air, making his whole body feel comfortable, as if he was about to ascend to heaven. This was a godly medicine. Ling Han didn't dare to waste it, and hurriedly stuck out his tongue to suck the liquid dry. Wasting even a drop would be an unforgivable sin. It felt so good. Just smelling this godly medicine made him feel as if he was about to ascend to heaven, and after eating it, this feeling was naturally even stronger, making all the pores on his body open up. Spiritual qi automatically poured in, nourishing his body, and it was indescribably wonderful. Especially his divine sense, which received great nourishment, and his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones also improved to a considerable extent. Conversely, it was his cultivation that improved the slowest. The value of the godly medicine didn't lie in improving cultivation, Ling Han thought. He spread out his divine sense, and carefully observed the changes in his body. Vitality. He came to a conclusion. Under the nourishment of the godly medicine, his body's vitality was greatly improved. All martial artists knew that humans only had a lifespan of 100 years. Unless one reached the flower blossom tier, they could break through the limits of mortals and obtain an extra 200 years of lifespan. Otherwise, even if they ate some thousand-year-old ginseng, it would at most slow down their aging and allow them to live a few more years. The reason why flower blossom tier cultivators could obtain an extra 200 years of lifespan was because their body's vitality was strengthened. After breaking through to the flower blossom tier, every time one broke through to the next major tier, it would be a transformation of one's life. One would continuously obtain life force, and from there, the upper limit of one's lifespan would be continuously increased. Most importantly, there was a gap in martial art after the heaven tier. Since no one could reach the shattering void tier, then the maximum lifespan of a martial artist was limited to less than 1,000 years. Miraculous drugs have the same effect. He had only ingested a few drops of divine fluid, yet Ling Han's life force had already received a massive boost. As a former elite of the heaven tier, he could estimate that he had obtained an additional 20 years of lifespan, only a few drops in 18 years. If he could consume the entire stock of godly medicine, then how much lifespan would he be able to obtain? 1,000 years was at the very least. It was equivalent to letting an elite of the heaven tier live another lifetime, and for mortals that was 10 lifetimes. What is the most precious thing in this world? Not cultivation techniques, not martial techniques, not wealth, but life. An additional 1,000 years of lifespan. This would make even heaven tier elites go crazy. Ling Han stored the 3 stalks of godly medicine into his spatial ring. Increasing lifespan was only one of the effects of the godly medicine, and of course, it was also its greatest effect. However, there were other effects, such as improving one's physique and cleansing one's marrow. He possessed an immortal grade spirit base, but this did not mean that his physique was also immortal grade. On the contrary, his physique was very normal. It was only after cultivating the indestructible heaven scroll that his physique leaped to the body of dead tree, which instantly rivaled those with special physiques. In other words, his physique was still far from reaching a perfect state. There were at least 3 tiers of body of rock cliff, body of iron sheet, and body of diamond, and this was only the first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll. Godly medicine can have the effect of improving one's physique. Maybe I can use this to cultivate the body of rock cliff. Ling Han's eyes shone. If he could cultivate the body of rock cliff, not only would his defense be improved, he would also be able to condense an additional 2 drops of indestructible true fluid. With a total of 3 drops, he would have even more trump cards. What a pity, if there was a complete godly medicine, maybe I could instantly soar to the body of iron sheet, or even the body of diamond. He couldn't help but feel very regretful, but then he laughed and said to himself, one cannot be too greedy. In my last life, I didn't even see a level 9 precious medicine. Now, in the 6th layer of the poly, I not only saw a level 10 godly medicine, but also obtained 3 stalks of root hair. If I am still not satisfied with this, then I should be struck by lightning. He turned his gaze to the skeleton in the middle, and faintly felt that this was the source of everything. This skeleton had obviously experienced a great battle. At least 100 or so bones on its body were broken. It was hard to imagine how it could continue fighting with so many broken bones. He slowly approached and looked carefully, and couldn't help but be shocked. Among these bones there were actually golden characters. However, perhaps it was too long ago, or perhaps the injuries this person had suffered at that time were really too heavy, as these characters were almost completely dim and without light. But this didn't prevent Ling Han from comprehending the mighty power of these golden characters. Rather than saying they were characters, it would be better to say they were patterns, a kind of pattern that expressed the power of heaven and earth in the form of patterns and characters. Wait! Ling Han was startled. Actually, the indestructible heaven scroll is also like this, because I can't use words to repeat it. He suddenly came to a realization. No wonder he needed 10,000 years to comprehend the first layer of cultivation technique. That was because this completely surpassed the limits of words, and reached another level. However, although I only took a glance, I can be sure that these golden characters on the bones are not comparable to the indestructible heaven scroll. The complexity of the two was completely different. But I can say with certainty that this is that elite of the Shattering Void tier. If I can get a glimpse of his martial art intent, it will definitely be greatly beneficial for me to break through to the Shattering Void tier in the future. Ling Han said to himself. He opened his eyes wide, trying to forcibly memorize these golden characters. Hong! A ball of red light suddenly surged out from the skeleton. It was extremely dazzling, and there was also a wave of heat that attacked, causing Ling Han to involuntarily take a few steps back. A ball of red flame appeared on top of the skeleton, forming various shapes as if it had a life of its own. Strange fire! Ling Han blurted out in surprise. Strange fire was a strange substance in the world, and could also be called energy. For martial artists and alchemists, its value was indescribably high, because after martial artists refined strange fire, they could temper their physique, increase their cultivation, and even cultivate some kind of powerful fire element martial arts technique. And after alchemists fused with strange fire, they would have a strong advantage in alchemical pill concoction. Why? Because the most important thing in alchemical pill concoction was controlling fire, but martial artist power was limited, and there was a limit to the temperature of flames. Strange fire could increase this limit by a few times, allowing alchemists to have a wider space. For example, with Ling Han's ability, he could concoct alchemical pills up to heaven grade, but limited by his cultivation level, he couldn't do it, because he couldn't activate such a high temperature. But if he fused with a ball of strange fire, wanting to concoct heaven-grade alchemical pills now would still be just words, but it was very possible to concoct earth-grade alchemical pills. Even if he couldn't do it now, when he broke through to Gushing Spring tier, it would probably be enough. His eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 134. Ling Han felt that his luck in this life was definitely nature-defying. In his last life he was a heaven-tier elite, but no matter if it was godly medicine or strange fire, he didn't even see them. In this life, he was only in the 6th layer of Pali, yet he saw these two things and even obtained 3 roots of godly medicine. If he could also collect this strange fire, Ling Han's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Strange fire could allow him to surpass his tier in pill concoction, and the strange fire's high temperature could also be used as a trump card. He was a bit curious as to how this strange fire was born. One had to know that there were many types of strange fire, but each had its own birth requirements. The most common strange fire was obviously born in volcanoes, but there were some special strange fires that were born in cold and gloomy places, or even in ice. They were called cold ice fire and could freeze and kill living things. But here, Ling Han couldn't think of any suitable conditions for the birth of strange fire here, aside from the skeleton in front of him. This skeleton was a Shattering Void tier elite when alive. Could it be that Shattering Void tier elites could also nurture strange fire? Ling Han thought, his eyes staring unblinkingly at that strange fire, thinking of how to collect it. If he still had heaven tier cultivation, then it obviously wouldn't be difficult and he could just forcibly suppress it. But now, with his cultivation of the 6th layer of Pali, if he forcibly went up to collect it, he'd probably be directly burned to ashes. Small fire, come, follow me from now on. Ling Han seemed to be beckoning a puppy. The strange fire changed shape, ignoring him completely. This was natural. How could a strange fire understand human speech? Ling Han gritted his teeth. If he used divine sense to communicate, he could surpass the language barrier, but the problem was, did he dare to use divine sense to touch the strange fire? The strange fire's might was enough to burn his divine sense to ashes. At least, the first layer of the indestructible heaven scroll couldn't repair divine sense. But for him to just give up on the strange fire, he couldn't do it. He racked his brains and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could he get the Black Tower to help? He felt that the level of the Black Tower was above this shattering void tier elite, and was enough to suppress this strange fire. The problem was, though the Black Tower was residing in his body, it was an absolute boss, and was cold and indifferent to him. So could he be invited? Try it. He used his divine sense to guide the Black Tower, but Uncle Black was unperturbed, completely ignoring him. Ling Han was not discouraged in the slightest, and continued to use his divine sense to harass the Black Tower. Previously he had experience, and the Black Tower was not something that had no consciousness. Finally, the Black Tower trembled lightly, emitting a fluctuation. He didn't feel much, but more cracks appeared on the skeleton's bones, unable to endure the fluctuation of the Black Tower in the slightest. The strange flame was like a frightened little girl. It suddenly curled up into a ball and trembled. Ling Han's heart skipped a beat. He waved his hand at the heavenly flame and a shocking scene appeared. The heavenly flame actually jumped into his hand. What was even stranger was that Ling Han didn't feel like his hand was scalded at all. The strange flame indeed had a spirit. Ling Han gathered his courage and communicated with the heavenly flame, using his divine sense to transmit his thoughts, and said, "Little guy, follow me in the future. I will find more heavenly flames for you to fuse, and finally become the strongest flame in the world." Communicating through divine sense, this surpassed the limitations of language and race. As long as it had intelligence, it could be understood. Ya. The heavenly flame transmitted a vague thought, like a babe learning how to speak, indistinct. Ling Han understood. This heavenly flame had indeed developed intelligence, but its intelligence was too low, like a newborn baby. A child should be easy to fool, right? Ling Han only released his goodwill, and let the heavenly flame carry on with full consideration. In reality, he wasn't lying. If he encountered another heavenly flame in the future, he would definitely make a move and continuously fuse the heavenly flames he obtained, increasing the power of the heavenly flame. In the world, all living creatures had an instinctive desire to become stronger and more perfect, and heavenly flames were obviously no exception. They couldn't be cultivated, but they could fuse together, increasing their intelligence and power. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry, and continued to communicate with the heavenly flame. He had confidence because the Black Tower had shown its might just now, letting the heavenly flame feel his strength. A fine bird chose a tree to nest in, and the heavenly flame's intelligence was simple, and could be said to be extremely pure. Then, if it wanted to choose a master, whether it was strong or not would definitely be the first consideration. It didn't matter if Ling Han's tier wasn't high, as long as the Black Tower was awesome. Ya. The heavenly flame transmitted a vague thought, and suddenly burrowed into Ling Han's palm. Like water splashed into sand, it was immediately absorbed, and entered into Ling Han's body. Ling Han had never fused heavenly flames before, but in his last life, he had obtained the method of refining and fusing, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the next step. Now that the heavenly flame had entered his body, he had two choices. The first was to refine the heavenly flame, and erase the heavenly flame's intelligence, turning it into energy and nourishment to nourish him and improve him. The second was to fuse with the heavenly flame, and retain the heavenly flame's intelligence, as if turning his body into the heavenly flame's residence. For a martial artist, they would obviously choose the first method without hesitation, but how could Ling Han go back on his word? Even if it was against a ball of heavenly flame, what's more, he still needed to concoct alchemical pills, so of course keeping the heavenly flame intact was the best choice. He fused with the heavenly flame, and the little guy coiled in Ling Han's left hand, connecting with Ling Han through their souls. The Black Tower shook lightly, and had a might that could suppress the heavens, making the whole process exceptionally smooth. In less than half an hour, the fusion process was already completed. Ling Han opened his eyes and opened his left hand. Hong, a blazing red flame burned in his hand, but it was not activated by his origin power, but rather by the heavenly flame. Ya. The heavenly flame also emitted a cheerful thought, and seemed to be very satisfied with Ling Han's body. Go. Ling Han's left hand shook again, and the heavenly flame instantly flew out of his hand. Under the command of his divine sense, It continuously leaped and danced on the ground. He waved his hand again, and the heavenly flame flew back, merging into his left hand. Ha 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 ha, now my battle prowess has increased by another level. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, not to mention gushing spring tier warriors, even spiritual ocean tier warriors can be killed. However, how to get close is a problem. No one would be so idiotic as to let the heavenly flame get close to them. However, if I twine the heavenly flame around my fists or the edge of my sword, and others are careless and underestimate the enemy, then there's really a possibility that they'll be killed on the spot. Whoever's that unlucky. Ling Han once again looked towards that skeleton. With a few shocks from the Black Tower, there were more and more cracks on the bones, and even the golden characters were indistinguishable, causing him to cry out in pain. That was the willpower of martial art on the level of Shattering Void tier. Forget it, I'm too greedy, Ling Han said. This time my gains are already indescribably great. Moreover, what's the use of giving me the willpower of martial art on the level of Shattering Void tier now? I can soar straight to the Heaven tier in the first place. The problem now is, how do I leave? Chapter 135. Old Man Wu, you do not need to concern yourself with this matter. Lian Guangzhu waved his hand. This old man does not wish to destroy the many years of friendship between us. Bullshit. Wu Songlin directly rebuked. This brat has crippled someone after all, and must be punished by the Academy's rules. Lian Guangzhu's attitude also became unyielding. Isn't it just crippling a piece of trash? Wu Songlin said casually. Sir Wu, be careful with your words. Feng Yan interrupted, his tone actually carrying a threat. Who do you think you are to actually dare to rebuke this old man? Wu Songlin snorted, his right hand striking out, smashing towards Feng Yan. He was an elite of spiritual pedestal tier, and though this strike was a casual one, its power was extremely great. His origin power transformed into a large hand and smashed towards Feng Yan's face. Peng! Lian Guangzhu moved in time, dispersing Wu Songlin's attack. He frowned and said, Old Man Wu, do you really want to go against this old man? As long as you don't touch him, this old man naturally can't be bothered to fight with you. Wu Songlin took a step back. Lian Guangzhu stared at Wu Songlin, and Wu Songlin stared back at Lian Guangzhu. The two old men, whose ages added up to more than 150 years old, glared at each other. All right, Old Man Wu, I'll give you face this time. Lian Guangzhu nodded. Headmaster. Feng Yan said in dissatisfaction. Hung, take your younger brother and let's go. Can you still reattach your arms? Lian Guangzhu frowned a little impatiently. Feng Yan did not dare to say another word. He could only pick up Feng Luo and leave with Lian Guangzhu. Those two severed arms were naturally picked up by two of the four guardian deities, and they followed behind Lian Guangzhu. A chaotic conflict came to an end just like that. Wu Songlin nodded slightly at Ling Han, and immediately left. There were too many people around, and he did not want to expose his relationship with Ling Han. He only wanted to let others know that Ling Han was under his protection. Brother Ling, if you don't mind, have a cup of tea with me? The eldest imperial prince asked, smiling at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled and said, Many thanks to the eldest imperial prince for lending a hand just now. Ling Han is very grateful. Please? Please. The two of them left side by side. When they passed by Li Hao and Zhu Shuiyi, Ling Han said, The two of you first go to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion to look for Yuan Chu. Just tell him that it was I who asked you to go, and stay at his place for a while. Thank you, big brother Ling. Li Hao and Zhu Shuiyi both said gratefully. Ling Han nodded. The reason why these two people had been targeted by Feng Luo was also because of him, so he definitely could not just stand by and watch. The eldest imperial prince brought Ling Han to a tea house and asked for a private room. That middle-aged man naturally stood guard outside the door, and there were only the eldest imperial prince and Ling Han inside the room. I've heard that Brother Ling is on very good terms with the various grandmasters of alchemy. Now that I've seen it for myself, it is indeed so, the eldest imperial prince said. There was a hint of wariness in his eyes, but there was also a hint of passion. Ling Han knew that because the third imperial prince had borrowed his limelight, he had managed to make a great many neutral parties who had been hesitating to side with him. The eldest imperial prince naturally could not sit still any longer, and wanted to extend an olive branch to him. Before this, alchemists were an extremely aloof group, and would definitely not interfere in the struggle for imperial power. But with Ling Han's appearance, a great many variables had suddenly appeared. Obtaining Ling Han's support was equivalent to obtaining the support of the entire group of alchemists in Rain Country. This was an incredibly terrifying power. Even if the current Rain Emperor wanted to pass on his position, he would have to think thrice before doing so. After all, this could possibly shake the very foundation of the empire. Thus, the eldest imperial prince also hoped to maintain a good relationship with Ling Han. Wu Songlin's previous attitude had further strengthened his resolve on this matter. Ling Han smiled and said, "Does eldest imperial prince know what kind of methods that Feng Yan has mastered to be able to make Headmaster Lien be so biased towards him?" The eldest imperial prince instantly frowned and revealed a furious expression. He could not help but slam the table and said, "That rebellious official." He did not necessarily hate Feng Yan that much, but it was obvious that Feng Yan and Ling Han were sworn enemies. Thus, he naturally did not mind acting a little more exaggerated in order to draw closer to Ling Han. This person's physique is special, and his battle prowess is also considerably strong. But if it was just that, he would at most be able to obtain Lian Guangzu's recognition, and would definitely not be able to command him. But Feng Yan's attitude, though respectful on the surface, is actually as if he is Lian Guangzu's superior. "How strange," Ling Han mumbled. The eldest imperial prince also sank into deep thought. What kind of power did Feng Yan have that he could actually make an elite of spiritual pedestal tier, a highly respected old headmaster, practically listen to his commands? As the eldest imperial prince of Rain Country, he actually knew absolutely nothing about this matter, which made him feel a faint sense of unease. "I will investigate this matter," the eldest imperial prince said. Then he turned to Ling Han, and with a serious expression he said, "Brother Ling is a smart man, so I will not beat around the bush and waste everyone's time. What does the eldest imperial prince want to say?" Ling Han asked with a smile, though he already knew the eldest imperial prince's intentions. "I would like to ask Brother Ling to help me ascend the throne," the eldest imperial prince said. Instantly, the air of a ruler burst forth, and his eyes shone with a dazzling light. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "What virtue or ability do I have to actually be able to help the eldest imperial prince ascend the throne? Ha ha ha. Brother Ling is too modest." The eldest imperial prince laughed loudly, and then immediately changed the topic. "If I ascend the throne, the Ling clan will be a great contributor, and can be conferred the title of king with a different surname." King with a different surname? If these words were heard by the courtiers, they would definitely be so shocked that their scalps would go numb. In the history of Rain Country, there had never been a king with a different surname. This was definitely the highest honor that a courtier could receive. Thus, the eldest imperial prince's face was filled with anticipation. He believed that Ling Han would definitely agree immediately. However, he was soon disappointed, because there was not the slightest bit of change on Ling Han's face. His eyes were too clear and deep, as if the ambition of becoming an emperor was nothing more than a fleeting cloud in his eyes. Ling Han slowly opened his mouth and said, "I have no interest in power at all. In his last life he was, after all, one of the strongest people in the world. What more when he was the Alchemy Emperor? How could the power and influence that he had in his grasp be something that a secular emperor could compare with? In this life he only had one goal, and that was to become a grandmaster of martial arts, shatter the void and become a god." The eldest imperial prince was originally a very eloquent person, but now he felt a kind of awkwardness that he did not know what to say. That was because he had already revealed all his trump cards, yet Ling Han did not even consider it for a moment. Could it be that he was going to hand over the imperial throne to Ling Han? Was that a joke? He thought for a moment, then said, "Brother Ling, if I ascend the imperial throne, I will give you the possibility of breaking through to Flower Blossom tier." Ling Han could not help but have a strange expression on his face, and cast a glance at the eldest imperial prince. In Rain Country, because of the limitations of cultivation techniques, even the most talented person would not be able to break through to Flower Blossom tier. Thus, this promise of the eldest imperial prince could be said to be incredibly shocking. Perhaps even the ancestors of the 8 great clans would be moved. But for Ling Han, Breaking through to Flower Blossom Tier was nothing difficult at all. After all, he was an ultimate warrior of Heaven Tier in his last life. Though I do not know the specifics, but it should have something to do with the power of the nation, right? Ling Han was indeed a little curious, so he raised his eyebrows and said to the eldest imperial prince. The eldest imperial prince was instantly dumbfounded. Reading on one's phone was even more refreshing. Chapter 136. Oh. He really couldn't bear to part with it. Ling Han didn't refine it immediately. This kind of godly medicine had the life-saving effect of regrowing flesh and bones and reviving the dead, so he really couldn't bear to refine it just like that. But this was only a moment of hesitation. He had already cultivated the body of dead tree, and condensed a drop of indestructible true fluid, which had the miraculous effect of saving lives. Though it might be slightly inferior to the godly medicine, it had the advantage of being able to continue condensing after use. Moreover, as long as he cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll to the Rockcliffe Tier, he would be able to condense another 2 drops of indestructible true fluid. The godly medicine would be gone after taking it, but the indestructible true fluid could be continuously condensed, so it was obvious which was more worthwhile. Moreover, the godly medicine could improve one's physique in all aspects and strengthen one's foundation. Those were real benefits. Ling Han didn't lack comprehension of cultivation level. What he lacked was time, and the godly medicine could very well make up for it. In this life, luck is all on my side. Ling Han tossed the root of this godly medicine into his mouth and chewed. Instantly, a fragrant aroma filled his mouth, and his whole body felt as if it were floating in the air. It was as if he was about to fly into the skies. Awesome, he thought as he circulated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, guiding the medicinal effect to flow into every part of his body. Changes occurred immediately. He could clearly feel that his cells were strengthening, his bones were strengthening, and his blood vessels were expanding, as if there was an ultimate elite that was cleansing him. Soon a layer of black stain appeared on his body. That was the impurities in his body, expelled from his body under the effect of the godly medicine. Don't underestimate this. Cultivation was a process of improving one's physique, and reaching the Flower Blossom Tier was a qualitative change, shedding the mortal body and evolving to a higher level of life. It was like a stubborn rock, under polishing and refining, slowly turning into a fine jade. Expelling the impurities in one's body was equivalent to tempering oneself, speeding up the process of turning into jade. Such a change was very subtle, but the effect was extremely obvious. Ling Han could immediately feel that the spiritual qi entering his body was obviously flowing faster. This was very natural. The impurities in his meridians had decreased, which naturally allowed the spiritual qi to flow faster. Moreover, not only that, now that the spiritual qi's flow had increased, in the future when he circulated origin power it could also be sped up. The faster the elemental energy circulated, the stronger the destructive power of the attack. This was a real improvement. His life force was also constantly strengthening, and his divine sense had also improved to a certain extent. This made him feel that his mind was clear and his eyes were clear. His thinking became faster and clearer. Cool. Half a day later, he had completely refined this godly medicine's root. It's a pity that my cultivation hasn't improved at all. Ling Han sighed. But it didn't matter. He had taken the opportunity to cheat the Rain Country royalty and the 8 great clans to refine a large number of elixirs that could improve his cultivation. It wouldn't make much difference. He took out the second root of the godly medicine, consumed it, and continued to refine it. Hong long, this time, he felt the sound of thunder within his body. Every bone in his body was groaning, colliding. This time, the medicinal power had penetrated deeply, and was undergoing a great transformation of the bones. On the contrary, the remodeling of his bones was incomparably painful. It was as if his entire body had to be shattered and then reforged. It was so painful that he kept twitching his teeth and sweating profusely. Ah! He let out a low groan. Pung. Very soon there was the sound of knocking on the door. That was Hunyo hearing his cries of pain and running over to check on his movements. I'm fine, Ling Han said through gritted teeth. Pung, but this was obviously useless against Hunyo. The little girl's violent nature was already activated, and she barged in headfirst. After rolling on the ground, she looked at Ling Han stupidly. Seeing that he could still sit cross-legged and was only sweating profusely, she instantly grinned. What a heartless girl. Ling Han temporarily had no time to pay attention to her. The indestructible heaven scroll continued to circulate, absorbing the medicinal power and remodeling his bones. The sharp pain was like a tsunami, one after another, hitting him so hard that he almost fainted. But if he fainted, he would no longer be able to circulate the indestructible heaven scroll. The medicinal power could only circulate according to his body's instincts, and the effects would naturally be greatly reduced. More importantly, he wanted to take this opportunity to raise his physique to the rock cliff tier. Then he had to circulate the indestructible heaven scroll and absorb the medicinal power according to the secret arts of the heaven scroll. I'll endure it. Ling Han gritted his teeth, the veins on his face and neck bulging. Very soon, a puddle of water appeared where he sat, and his whole body looked as if it had been fished out of the water. Even his eyes were a little dazed. He had taken the same godly medicine, but why was the difference between the two times so great? Ling Han's imagination ran wild to distract himself from the pain. He thought of his father in Grey Cloud Town, thought of Lu Yutong and Li Xichan, and even thought of his last life. After an unknown amount of time, that intense pain finally began to fade, and then completely disappeared. Ling Han breathed a long sigh of relief. Previously he had even thought of giving up, but thankfully he finally persevered. On his body, impurities were expelled this time, but they weren't black impurities but white ones. These were the impurities in his bones. Cutting hair and washing marrow, true to its name. The first portion of godly medicine improved the flesh, the second portion tempered the bones, then what about the third portion? Ling Han breathed a long sigh of relief, and took out the third portion of godly medicine. Xiang xiang. Hunyao immediately pounced over, her eyes fixed on the godly medicine, her saliva almost dripping out. Little girl, you haven't cultivated yet, so it's too much of a waste for you to eat. Moreover, the medicinal effect is too strong, and will make you bloated, Ling Han said with a smile. Eat. Hunyao grabbed Ling Han's hand and started shaking it, looking like a spoiled child. No. Ling Han shook his head decisively. There was no use in pretending to be pitiful. Hunyao stuck out her little head, and with a forceful struggle, she bit at the godly medicine. Her strength was ridiculously strong, and with a moment of inattention from Ling Han, she actually broke free, and bit the godly medicine in one bite. Oh no! Bitten by this glutton, there definitely wouldn't be any residue left. As expected, he immediately felt a little tongue licking his hand. It was Hunyao who hadn't had enough, and was gnawing on his hand like a chicken's foot. This spendthrift, Ling Han sighed. Godly medicine, he only got 3 portions in total, and one was wasted by this little girl. Hee hee. Hunyao turned around and gave him a big smile, making Ling Han want to get angry, but he didn't know where to start. Who asked him to scream so miserably just now, alarming this little girl? Speaking of which, the little girl only barged in because she was worried about him. You've lucked out. Hopefully, you'll be able to endure this kind of medicinal effect. Ling Han sighed and carried the little girl out. He had to quickly take a bath. His entire body was covered in filth, and even he felt uncomfortable just by smelling it. After taking a bath, Ling Han looked inside his body, and still revealed a satisfied smile. This time his physique had greatly improved. Although he still hadn't reached the rock cliff tier, his bones were as hard as iron, and his skin had become more resilient, so he shouldn't be far from the rock cliff tier. Most importantly, his life force had greatly improved, and he felt full of energy. He was full of vigor, and would be full of energy to do anything. The next morning, Ling Han faintly felt that something was wrong. After thinking carefully, he finally realized that Hunyao actually hadn't woken up yet. Usually this little girl would be clinging to him and shouting meat, meat, meat. Chapter 137. A glutton actually forgot to eat. The sun must have risen from the west. Ling Han thought that the little girl was definitely not normal, and that something must have happened to her. She had eaten a portion of godly medicine yesterday, and with her cultivation level of body refining tier, eating such a tonic would definitely cause her to overdo it. Ling Han ran to the little girl's room. Originally, she slept at Ling Han's feet, but Lu Yutong thought that no matter how small a girl was, she was still a girl, so she prepared a room for her. He entered the room, swept his eyes around and was instantly shocked. Because he couldn't see the little girl's figure at all, and instead there was an egg on the bed. That's right, it was an egg, and it was extraordinarily large, as thick as a person's arms and as tall as half a person's height. The body of the egg was snow white, but there were golden patterns that covered the entire body of the egg. Ling Han was dumbfounded. Even if the little girl had a huge transformation and turned into a beautiful fairy in the prime of her youth, then he could accept it after being shocked for a while. But a living person actually turned into an egg. What did that mean? He had no doubt that Wuxia was inside the egg, because the array he set up didn't move at all. Obviously, no one entered or left. Wuxia's origins were very strange. She could increase her cultivation level by eating large amounts of food, which was extremely shocking. Thus, although the power of the godly medicine was endless, it wasn't impossible for the little girl to refine it. This was also the reason why Ling Han wasn't too worried yesterday. But an old hen turning into a duck, and a little girl turning into an egg, this was very strange. Ling Han walked to the egg and first observed it, but couldn't find any clues. He reached out and pressed his hand on the eggshell, but discovered that the eggshell was actually very hot, as if it was about to burn. This was really possible. He moved the egg, and placed it on the ground to avoid the bedding from burning and burning the whole courtyard. What was this little girl's origin? Ling Han became more and more curious. In his previous life, he stood at the peak of martial art and entered many historical sites. It could be said that he knew a lot about special constitutions, but he had never heard of any race that could rely on eating to increase their cultivation. Furthermore, it could even produce an egg. He didn't dare to open the eggshell either. What exactly was Wuxia's situation? Although he had never seen her before, he only had to refer to birds to know. Eggs had to be broken by themselves, and if he cracked open the eggshell, that would definitely be pulling up seedlings to help them grow, and would only harm others. He had only been reborn for a short period of time, but he had already encountered so many strange things. Fortunately, his heart was big enough, otherwise he would have been scared to death. Forget it. Seems to be quite peaceful now. The little girl should be fine. Let her continue to incubate. When he said the word incubate, he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Every morning, he would wake up and discuss swordsmanship with Mo Gao. A few days ago he couldn't do so outside, but now that he was back, he naturally went to Mo Gao's courtyard. The two of them discussed the sword Dao and verified with each other. Both of them had made great progress. In less than 3 days I should be able to break through. Tomorrow I have to go into seclusion, Mo Gao suddenly said. Ling Han was startled, then clasped his hands and said, "Then congratulations, teacher." This sword maniac was a genius in the first place, but his goal was too high, and he directly set his sights on Sword Heart, which caused him to be unable to advance for more than 10 years. It was like how others only needed to obtain 10 points to level up, but he needed to obtain 1,000 points to directly level up to 100, so naturally he had been stuck at the same level. But after verifying with Ling Han, the door to the sword Dao that had originally only been slightly opened was completely open to him, and he suddenly obtained a huge improvement. As the saying went, thick accumulation leads to thin release, allowing him to instantly obtain the comprehension needed for a breakthrough. Ling Han didn't feel it was strange at all. Compared to the difficulty of forming Sword Heart, Gushing Spring Tear was really nothing. This sword maniac was already on the right track. At least before the spiritual infant tear, he wouldn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation. He could completely use that sliver of Sword Heart to cut through them, and his achievements would be limitless. Ling Han was also happy for him, and secretly decided that when this teacher cultivated to the spiritual pedestal tier, he would choose a cultivation technique to gift to him. Because basically all the cultivation techniques in Rain Country only had 5 layers, unable to pry into the mysteries of the Flower Blossom tier, or else the 8 great clans would have at least 1 or 2 geniuses who broke through to the Flower Blossom tier, right? He just didn't know what opportunity the Qi family had that allowed a Flower Blossom tier elite to appear and keep watch over the mountains and rivers. It wouldn't be the power of the nation, right? Ling Han had never been an emperor, so he wasn't familiar with it, but thinking that only the imperial family of the 9 nations of the desolate north had a Flower Blossom tier elite keeping watch, it should have something to do with the position of the country. Before this, Ling Han only knew that using the power of the nation could increase battle prowess. For example, Qi Yongyi was the son of a king, so he could only use the power of a city, but the Son of Heaven Fist technique was still extremely powerful. If the ruler of a nation used the Son of Heaven Fist technique and used the power of the nation, the power would definitely be stronger. But could the power of the nation also increase cultivation, break through to the flower blossom tier, and complete the step of leaping out of mortality? Ling Han shook his head. Who cared? It wasn't like he had to worry about cultivation techniques anyway. When he left Mo Gao's place, it was already noon. Ling Han couldn't be bothered to cook by himself, so he left the academy and went to a restaurant to have a meal. He had only been in the imperial city for a few days, so every time he went to a different restaurant, he would try out which one had the best food. However, he was obviously a person who had a troublesome aura activated. He had just finished ordering his food and was waiting when he saw a group of 4 people come upstairs. It was mealtime and the business of this restaurant was quite good. At this moment there were no empty seats left, so the 4 people stood at the foot of the stairs, scanning the place with their eyes, as if trying to find an empty table. A waiter had already walked up to them, and was explaining something to the 4 people. But after a short while, he ran over to Ling Han's side and said, "Customer, could you give up your seat?" Ling Han frowned and said, "Why should I give up my seat?" "Customer, could it be that you don't recognize the 4 of them? They are young Master Kong and his friends, so you can't afford to offend them. I am only doing this for your sake." The waiter looked at Ling Han with a surprised expression, as if surprised that Ling Han didn't recognize this young Master Kong. "I don't know him and I don't intend to." Ling Han shook his head. "Hurry up and serve the dishes. Maybe I'll leave after eating for an hour or so, and there will naturally be a seat." "An hour or so?" The waiter smiled bitterly. If he had to wait for an hour or so, young Master Kong would probably tear down their restaurant. But first come, first served. This was the most basic rule. If the restaurant couldn't even guarantee this, who would come to eat in the future? He could only brace himself and go see that young Master Kong. After a while, he saw young Master Kong and his friends walk over together. "Pauper, take this 100 silver coins and get lost," young Master Kong said, his face full of disdain. Chapter 138. There was a banknote on the table, and it was indeed a banknote worth 100 taels of silver. Ling Han smiled slightly. Since someone was giving him money, he naturally wouldn't reject it. He said, "Waiter, did you hear that? Someone's treating me to this meal. Hurry up and serve up the good wine and dishes." Fuck. Young Master Kong was furious. This brat had taken his money and still hadn't scrammed? He pressed his right hand on the table and threatened, "Pauper, if you don't want to get beaten up, then scram." In the imperial capital, even a hedonistic young master like him wouldn't dare to publicly threaten someone's life in front of so many people. Ling Han looked around and said, "Where did that dog bark come from? Woof woof woof. It's so annoying." Someone at the side laughed out loud. The laughter was crisp and had an indescribable allure to it, causing many people to turn their heads over. It was a beautiful woman about 23 or 24 years old. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her facial features were distinct as if they had been carved out with a knife. She was full of charm. Because she was sitting, it was impossible to see her figure clearly. However, as long as she was large enough to block the line of sight when she lowered her head, it was obvious how impressive her figure was. For a moment, everyone was stunned. What was even more strange was that they had only just discovered such a beauty after sitting here for so long. However, they quickly discovered why. This was because there was a light veil on the side of the beauty's table. She had probably covered her face when she came in and only took it off when she was eating. Therefore, not many people noticed it. Furthermore, this beauty wasn't alone. There were 3 black-robed men accompanying her at the same table. Their faces were expressionless, but they were obviously bodyguards. Because only the beauty was holding the chopsticks, the 3 of them were sitting upright and still. They didn't stand behind the beauty because they didn't want to attract attention. Although their black uniforms and cold expressions were enough to attract attention, young Master Kong was also stunned. He couldn't help but reveal an expression of infatuation. He asked the beauty, "Mainyo, what's your name?" Before the beauty could reply, One of the black-robed men waved his hand at young Master Kong as if he was shooing away a fly. The young master of the Kong clan felt like he was going crazy. Earlier, a youth had already looked down on him, and now, he was being driven away by a wave of his hand. What was going on? Could it be that after a night, the imperial capital was no longer the imperial capital that he knew? How brazen! How dare you be so impudent in front of young Master Kong? One of the young Master Kong's friends rushed over and rebuked the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression didn't change. He just took out a golden token from his bosom and made a driving gesture again. All the tokens are useless. Our Kong family is lacking a few. That scoundrel friend was just about to brag for young Master Kong, but he was unexpectedly slapped hard in the face. He looked at young Master Kong in disbelief, because that slap was from young Master Kong. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Young Master Kong cursed murderously. Then he turned to the black-robed man and his expression immediately became incomparably respectful. My lord, Kong Wenhui has eyes but cannot see. Please forgive me, my lord. Hiss. Everyone in the inn was shocked. Had young Master Kong been possessed? Not only had he slapped his follower, but he had also taken the initiative to apologize. There was only one possibility. This person's background was far greater than the Kong clan, and young Master Kong could only obediently lower his head. The black-robed man still didn't say anything. He waved his hand a third time. This time young Master Kong didn't dare to disobey. He fled with his tail between his legs, not even taking back the 100 silver taels banknote. He had already been scared out of his wits. Everyone couldn't help but look at that token. Just what kind of status did it represent to be able to scare away young Master Kong? Ah, I remember now. One of the guests exclaimed, but he immediately covered his mouth with both hands, revealing a terrified expression. Hey, tell me quietly. Just what is the origin of that token? That's right, speak. The guest from before walked over. Seeing that the three black-robed men didn't react at all, as if they didn't care at all, he gathered his courage and said, Imperial Guards Black Cloud Army. All of a sudden, the inn was completely silent. The three words Black Cloud Army seemed to possess some sort of magical power, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The truth was so. The Black Cloud Army was the Imperial Guards of the Imperial family, and it was also the most elite troop. Every member of the army was an elite. More importantly, they had the special right to kill. In the Imperial City, even the spiritual pedestal tier elites of the 8 great clans couldn't kill as they pleased. As the saying went, every family had its rules and every country had its laws. But the Black Cloud Army could, as long as they thought that the other party had the possibility of threatening the safety of the Imperial family. Thus, even someone as arrogant as young Master Kong could only immediately flee. Otherwise, even if he was killed, he would have died in vain. Everyone became even more curious. Just what was the identity of this incredibly beautiful woman that could make 3 Black Cloud Army follow and protect her? She was beautiful and voluptuous, and was so ripe that it was almost dripping water. She definitely had been in contact with rain and dew before, so she definitely couldn't be a princess. Could she be the current imperial concubine? When they thought of this, everyone hurriedly retracted their gazes. This was the current emperor's woman, and if they took another look at her, they might have their eyes gouged out. But why would the Rain Emperor's woman run out of the imperial palace? Ling Han's eyes swept over the 3 members of the Black Cloud Army and the beautiful woman, and he was slightly surprised, because the 3 members of the Black Cloud Army were only in Gushing Spring tier, but the beautiful woman was actually in Spiritual Ocean tier. A Spiritual Ocean tier cultivator in her early 20s was too much, wasn't it? This woman should have taken some kind of medicine to preserve her beauty, and her real age should be at least 27 or 28. Otherwise, she shouldn't be a citizen of Rain Country, and should have come from some great sect, which wouldn't be strange at all. One after another, people paid their bills and left. Just the thought of being in the same room as 3 members of the Black Cloud Army, who had the special right to kill, was enough to make their hair stand on end, and they lost all their appetite. Ling Han's dishes were also served, and he began to eat without a care in the world. A burst of instrumental music was suddenly heard, and then the sound of footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs. Very soon they arrived at the second floor, and two people, one old and one young, appeared. The old man's figure was stooped, and he had a goatee. In his hand he held a huqin. The other person was a young girl. She was dressed in coarse linen clothing, but it was unable to conceal her alluring figure. Her face was bare, yet she looked fresh and alluring and extremely beautiful. She was only slightly inferior to Lu Yutong and Li Sichang. After the old man found a place to sit down, he began to play the huqin, and the young girl also began to sing along. Her voice was mellow and melodious, and it was so beautiful that one could not help but be intoxicated by it. Even though the three members of the Black Cloud Army were serious in speech and manner, when they heard the young girl's voice that sounded like the sounds of nature, they still looked tempted, and their eyes became slightly dazed. Yet Ling Han sighed. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to enjoy his meal anymore. He could feel the killing intent. Chapter 139. Annihilate one more Sun clan? The eldest imperial prince could not help but glance at Ling Han. Though he held Ling Han in high regard, even if Ling Han had all the alchemists of Rain Country standing behind him, it would still be impossible for him to annihilate the Sun clan, because the 8 great clans were all pillars of the country. If it really came to that, not only would the Rain Emperor make a move, even that ancestor who had been in hiding all this while would jump out. But Ling Han's expression was calm to the point of indifference. These words did not seem to be words that he had said in a moment of excitement. The deep look in his eyes even caused a chill to rise up in the eldest imperial prince's heart. How could this be? He was in the 9th layer of Gushing Spring tier, and already had 1 foot in the spiritual ocean tier. Moreover, he was the eldest imperial prince of the empire, and yet he was actually frightened by the look in a young man's eyes? Hung, I hope you are not so stupid. Sun Ziyan did not hear Ling Han's soft murmur. He flicked his sleeves, appearing to be extremely displeased. Of course. He had thought that with him stepping forward, it would be a simple matter for him to mediate the enmity between Ling Han and Chen Yunxiang, but he had never imagined that Ling Han would actually not give him any face at all. The eldest imperial prince did not try to persuade him any further. Ling Han's words just now were obviously deliberately meant for him to hear. If he continued to try to persuade him, would Ling Han say something even more shocking, and still want to annihilate one more Sun clan? That would really be treason and heresy. Sun Ziyan turned around and left. When he arrived at the main entrance of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, he saw an old man coming up to greet him. He asked, Ziyan, what did that brat say? It was Chen Yunxiang. A sliver of displeasure appeared on Sun Ziyan's face. Though he did not care about the lives of a few lowly commoners, this old man actually had that kind of hobby, which still made him feel extremely disgusted. But who asked him to be his father-in-law? He refused to give up. He shook his head. Chen Yunxiang was shocked at first, and then immediately said angrily, this brat is relying on the fact that he has the protection of a noble daughter of the Chen clan, and actually does not even give face to you, Ziyan. Sun Ziyan humphed. He naturally knew that Chen Yunxiang was trying to sow discord, but he was indeed very displeased. The eldest imperial prince and the 3rd imperial prince both seemed to be on good terms with this brat. It's not as simple as him sponging off a woman. What? Chen Yunxiang instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The Chen clan was only a small clan, and if they really provoked the likes of the eldest imperial prince or the 3rd imperial prince, then they would be able to destroy the Chen clan in a matter of minutes. What are you afraid of? Sun Ziyan asked coldly. He with Ziyan blocking for me, of course I have nothing to fear. Chen Yunxiang hurriedly said in a flattering tone. Chen Yunxiang hurriedly flattered him. Although he was the old man's father-in-law, the two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. Sun Ziyan finally humphed, and turned around to look at Ling Han and the others who were ascending the stairs, a cold smirk curling up the corners of his lips. Greetings, eldest imperial prince. The guards at the entrance of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion were naturally quick-witted people, and when they saw the eldest imperial prince and the others approaching, they hurriedly bowed in greeting. A young manager immediately came out to welcome them and said, Eldest imperial prince, young masters, and noble ladies have graced our pavilion with your presence. Your presence brings light to our humble abode. Please come in. Under the guidance of that young manager, they walked up the stairs. The 2nd and 3rd floors were all private rooms, but there were only a mere 20 private rooms on the third floor. Those were reserved for the current reign emperor, the clan heads of the 8 great clans, the 2 headmasters of Huyang Academy, the pavilion master of the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, and other super important figures. As for the others, even the eldest imperial prince and the 3rd imperial prince, they could only get a private room on the 2nd floor. Thus, when they reached the 2nd floor, they naturally had to turn. "Esteemed guests, your private room is on the 3rd floor," that young manager said in a very strange tone. Everyone stopped in their tracks. How could it be on the 3rd floor? If there was anyone among them who had the noblest status, then it would definitely be the eldest imperial prince. But even the eldest imperial prince did not have the right to ascend to the 3rd floor, unless he ascended to the throne and became the ruler of the world. Young Master Han is the most esteemed guest of our pavilion, so of course he has the right to ascend to the 3rd floor, the young manager said as he bowed respectfully towards Ling Han. What? Everyone was stunned. How could this be possible? This brat was only 16 or 17 years old, and was in the 9th layer of element gathering tier. What right did he have to ascend to a private room on the 3rd floor, and stand side by side with the clan heads of the 8 great clans, the 2 headmasters, the big boss of alchemy, and even the current reign emperor? Ling Han glanced at the young manager, and the latter gave him a friendly smile. He knew that the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, in order to confirm the origins of the foundation building pill, must have gone to the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion to make some inquiries, and also found out that this pill was concocted by Ling Han. This was a foundation building pill, an alchemical pill that was close to Earth grade. This meant that Ling Han was not only a black grade high-level alchemist, he would also basically be an Earth grade alchemist in the future. This kind of person was still not qualified to ascend to the 3rd floor. Haha, thanks to young Master Han, I can also go to the 3rd floor to have a seat, the eldest imperial prince said with a loud laugh, but there was a sliver of confusion and jealousy in his eyes, and even more so shock. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion was a business, so how could they act recklessly? Since they had given Ling Han a private room on the 3rd floor, it meant that Ling Han had the corresponding power, or perhaps background. This shocked him. What right did Ling Han have to stand side by side with the patriarchs of the 8 great clans and the big bosses of alchemy? Sun Ziyan's expression instantly darkened. Previously, he had looked down on Ling Han, thinking that he was someone who lived off a woman, and had somehow managed to latch onto the thighs of the eldest and 3rd imperial princes. But from the looks of it now, it was obvious that he had been wrong. Even the eldest imperial prince did not have the right to ascend to a private room on the 3rd floor. What more to get one for Ling Han? Even he was like this, so Chun Yunxiang was even more shocked. He was so scared that his face had turned pale, and he secretly regretted why he was so unlucky to actually bump into Ling Han, this bringer of misfortune. Watching Ling Han ascend step by step, Sun Ziyan revealed a complicated expression. Was he still going to continue to be a dark horse and oppose Ling Han? Obviously, Ling Han's background could possibly be shockingly powerful. When he glanced at Chan Yunxiang again, he could not help but think of that seductive and alluring concubine of his, and his gaze became firm. He was definitely going to interfere in this matter, not only for the sake of that concubine of his, but also for the sake of his own reputation. As the young master of the Sun clan, no one should think of stepping on him. There were only a mere 20 private rooms on the 3rd floor, but each private room was incredibly spacious, and could accommodate a few dozen people. Moreover, there were beautiful female attendants accompanying them, serving food and water, and were extremely attentive. Ling Han and the others all sat down. Hunyao, on the other hand, knelt on Ling Han's lap with a serious expression, her small body straightened up. Young Master Han, is this your sister? The eldest imperial prince asked with a smile. You can say so, Ling Han said with a smile, and affectionately rubbed Hunyao's head. The little girl immediately showed a satisfied expression, and like a little kitten, she rubbed her head against Ling Han's chest. The eldest imperial prince looked closely at Hunyao for a while, and could not help but look shocked. He pointed at Hunyao in shock and said, She's actually an element gathering tier. This little girl was only 5 or 6 years old, but shockingly, she was already an element gathering tier. This was practically terrifying. Hunyao glared at the eldest imperial prince in dissatisfaction. Ling Han hated being pointed at by others, and she had been most affected by Ling Han, so she naturally felt the same way. Her small mouth opened wide, revealing her little white teeth, and she had the urge to bite someone. "Nyo Nyo, be good," Ling Han said with a smile. Hu Nyo instantly withdrew her fierce expression and smiled sweetly. Yet the eldest imperial prince was still in shock. How could there be such a young martial artist and element-gathering tier in this world? This was too unreal. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Ling Han was a monster, and the people around him were also monsters. Chapter 140. This young girl was actually one of the assassins in the restaurant. Ling Han's expression was strange. This was too much of a coincidence. This young girl actually hid at his place. But thinking about it, Huyang University was indeed a good place to hide from pursuers, and this place was the most remote corner of Huyang University. It wasn't a coincidence that this pair of assassins chose this place. He smiled faintly and said, "I don't like it when people point their swords at me." "Hung, you have to like it now even if you don't like it," the young girl said a bit innocently, not showing the slightest bit of an assassin's temperament. Ling Han stretched out his finger and pressed it against the tip of the sword and said, "You just used mutual acceptance. Do you still have 1% of your battle prowess now?" His physique had already surpassed Dead Tree tier, advancing towards Stone Cliff tier. Even if he didn't circulate his origin power to defend himself, the tip of the sword couldn't hurt his finger. He flicked his finger, and the blade instantly swept to the side. Much better now. He cracked a smile. The young girl couldn't help but look shocked and said, "How did you know we used mutual acceptance? This isn't some amazing secret technique." Ling Han shook his head. He didn't have any brothers or sisters in his last life, so when he obtained this secret technique, he only briefly studied it and threw it to the side. He only knew the use and weakness of this secret technique, but couldn't remember the specifics. "Hung, even if I only have 1% of my power, it's more than enough to deal with you, a 6th layer poly," the young girl said, unconvinced, and pointed the tip of the sword back. Ling Han laughed and said, "If you don't listen, you'll get a spanking." The pervert young girl's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she suddenly raised her sword to attack Ling Han. If this girl's battle prowess hadn't dropped, then Ling Han really wouldn't dare to take the attack head-on. After all, the 7th layer of Gushing Spring tier was much stronger than him, but her current battle prowess wasn't even 1,000th, much less 1%. He was also a freak, and his battle prowess could rival the 1st layer of Gushing Spring tier. As time went by, he gained the upper hand. Pung pung pung. With just a few punches, Ling Han had knocked the long sword out of the girl's hand. With a clang, the tip of the sword was inserted into the soil, and the body of the sword swayed. "Must I spank you before you'll be honest?" Ling Han purposely put on a stern face. The young girl was so scared that her face turned pale. Why was she so unlucky? Not only did she fail her first mission, but she had also just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. Shio! Another figure flew out. It was the old assassin. As he waved his hands, the strings of his zither danced. Like heavenly silk, they wrapped around Ling Han. "Old man, although I respect the elderly, if you want to take advantage of your seniority, I won't be polite either," Ling Han said as he waved his fists to block. With the support of his strong physique, the zither strings that could cut through metal could not do anything to his fists. The young girl also raised her sword to meet the attack. The two of them cooperated very well, and when they worked together, their battle prowess increased not just by 1, but by 2 or 3 times. But their power had dropped, and adding on the fact that their opponent was a monster like Ling Han, it was useless even if they worked together. They were suppressed to the point where they had no ability to retaliate. They couldn't help being shocked. Even if their power had dropped, their combined power was enough to suppress any 9th level poly expert. But this youth in front of them was practically a monster, and he was actually suppressing them instead. "If you don't listen, then you'll get a beating." Ling Han's foot flew out, landing on the young girl's butt and sending her flying. Then he punched out, hitting the old man's chest and sending him flying as well. However, after this punch was delivered, Ling Han's expression was strange. That didn't feel right. He walked over to the old man, who had already fallen to the ground and was in so much pain that he could only groan. Ling Han groped around the old man's face for a while, and then suddenly tore off a thin mask. The old man's appearance immediately changed, revealing a beautiful face that was at least 70% similar to the young girl's. No wonder. Ling Han suddenly understood. He had been wondering why this pair of brother and sister had such a big age difference, but it turned out that this brother wasn't actually the older brother, but the older sister who had disguised herself as an old man. Pervert! The older sister shouted angrily with a red face, and then fainted from anger. Ling Han sighed. He hadn't done it on purpose. Who told this girl to disguise herself as an old man? Older sister. After the disguise was exposed, the young girl stopped hiding and immediately called out. But she had been kicked by Ling Han very heavily, and now her butt was numb. She had just gotten up when she sat back down. How troublesome. Ling Han sighed again. Don't you have any other places to hide? Why did you have to come here and cause trouble for me? The young girl revealed a wronged expression. If they had known that there was a pervert living here, they wouldn't have come here even if they were beaten to death. Hey, it's not right to curse people in your heart, said Ling Han. How did you know? The young girl was surprised and her expression was cute. How can you be an assassin with that kind of personality? Ling Han only felt that the master of this pair of sisters was too much of a failure. How could he train such an assassin? He could practically find a piece of tofu to commit suicide. None of your business. The young girl snorted and ignored him. Be careful or I'll spank your butt. Ling Han threatened. You dare. The young girl was so scared that her face turned pale again. Usually the older sister would shelter her from the wind and rain. Now that the older sister had fainted, she suddenly felt at a loss. You only know how to make trouble for me. Ling Han shook his head and reached out to grab the older sister's collar. He then walked over to grab the younger sister and walked into the house. What do you want to do? The younger sister was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. Was this guy going to do something lewd in broad daylight? What do you think? Ling Han deliberately said fiercely. The younger sister was so scared that her eyes widened, and she actually fainted as well. Sai, I really have to give it to you. You can also be an assassin like this. Ling Han shook his head. At first, the two girls cooperated well with each other, their movements practiced, as if they were experienced assassins, but in the end they were just rookies. He threw the two girls into Hunyo's room. After thinking for a moment, he moved Hunyo's egg into his own room. He didn't know when the little girl would hatch. After a while, the pair of sisters woke up. When they found that their clothes were intact and there was nothing strange, they were slightly relieved. Sister, while that guy isn't here, let's quickly escape, the younger sister said. How? The older sister smiled bitterly. After we used the two hearts as one, we forcefully attacked. Can you still use origin power now? If we go out now and fall into the hands of those stinky men, I'd rather die. But that guy is so bad. He keeps saying he's going to spank my butt, the younger sister said, feeling wronged. My eyes are clear, and he doesn't seem like that kind of person. The older sister shook her head. Sister, don't forget, he just touched your chest. The younger sister pointed out a fact. Damn girl nonsense. I was punched by him, the older sister hurriedly explained. What's the difference? The younger sister muttered. Ling Han just happened to push open the door and enter, and his face twitched involuntarily. This pair of sisters were even more noobs than he had imagined. Chapter 141. When Ling Han walked in, the two sisters both revealed wary expressions. Previously, they had still been able to put up a fight, but now they were like fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered. Ling Han moved a stool over and sat down, saying, Tell me about your origins. The two girls shook their heads at the same time, and the younger sister still stubbornly said, A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Just kill us. Fine, since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Han nodded and stood up. The two sisters still had the spirit of facing death calmly, waiting for their deaths, but their tightly clenched hands betrayed them. Facing death, who could not be fearless? Ling Han rubbed his chin and said, Seeing that you two look quite good, it seems too wasteful to just kill you like this. How can you not keep your word? The younger sister angrily rebuked. Hurry up and kill us. Ling Han could not help but laugh and said, So what if I don't keep my word? You won't have a good ending. the younger sister said with a pale face. Ling Han laughed loudly and said to the older sister, "Bringing along such a silly girl must be very stressful, right? You're still scolding me?" The younger sister felt extremely wronged. This youth was either scolding her or scaring her. He was really too despicable. Furthermore, he was not even as old as she was, yet he kept calling her a little girl, pretending to be mature. "Tell me your names first or I'll spank your buttocks," Ling Han threatened. "Humph, I won't tell you," the younger sister said stubbornly. "I'm Lu Feng Heir and she's my younger sister Lu Ru Heir," the older sister said. "Sister, why did you tell him that we'd rather die than submit?" The younger sister Lu Ru Heir said with a pout. "What about the person you want to kill?" Ling Han asked again. "She's called Suku Exian, and she used to be a member of our Falling Flower Palace, but now she's our enemy." This time Lu Ru Heir rushed to answer. Since she could no longer rather die than submit, someone like her who spoke too quickly would not be able to keep a secret. "Why?" Ling Han asked again. He felt that he was really too curious and this was actually none of his business. Suku Exian used to be our Falling Flower Palace's #1 assassin, but she actually colluded with outsiders, killed her way into our Falling Flower Palace, and almost killed everyone in our Falling Flower Palace. Although we are the only ones left in the Falling Flower Palace, we will definitely make this traitor pay with his life, Lu Ru Heir said with her head held high, looking very impassioned. "Pa!" Ling Han hit her with a wooden plank. The girl immediately held her head in pain and stared at him with eyes full of bitterness and hatred. "Why don't you say it?" Ling Han said to his sister. "We come from the Fire Nation. The Falling Flower Palace is an assassin organization. We sisters were accepted as disciples by the Grand Elder of the Falling Flower Palace when we were young. Suku Exian colluded with the Fire Nation's royal family and slaughtered almost everyone in the Falling Flower Palace. Elder Hua managed to escape with us sisters, but she was also heavily injured. After holding on for a few years, she died last year," Lu Feng'er said. She spoke clearly, unlike her sister, who was jumpy and didn't care if others could understand. And Suku Exian's motive for doing this was only to obtain an appearance-retaining pill from the Falling Flower Palace. After she obtained it, she came to Rain Country, and used some unknown method to become the mistress of the Rain Emperor, and was given the title of Concubine Yun. We used the keepsake she left behind to lure her out, but we didn't think that in a short 5 years, this woman actually broke through to the spiritual ocean tier, causing all our efforts to go to waste. Ling Han was shocked. For the sake of an appearance-retaining pill, she actually turned hostile and mercilessly, destroying the sect that had raised her. But when he thought about it again, some women loved beauty as much as their lives. For them to maintain their appearance, they were indeed willing to pay any price. However, this Suka Exian indeed had some tricks up her sleeves. She actually managed to wash her face clean, and became the concubine of Rain Country. "You two can stay here to recover from your injuries. Once you've recovered, leave immediately. Don't drag me down with you," he said. Lu Ru Heir's face was filled with shock and she asked, "Why are you helping us?" Ling Han laughed and deliberately said, "Of course it's because you two are beautiful, and I'll wait for you two to repay me with your bodies." "Hung, I'm not going to sleep with you," Lu Ru Heir immediately said proudly. "Silly girl." Ling Han shook his head. After understanding the situation, he naturally lost interest in continuing the conversation, and turned to leave the room. He was willing to save them mainly because he was displeased with Suku Exian. That woman actually wanted to kill him, so he naturally had to fight back. Although there were 2 more mouths compared to Hunyo's appetite, there was really no difference whether there were more or not between the 2 sisters. In terms of food consumption, it would not arouse any suspicions. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Ling Han took alchemical pills every day, and his cultivation improved very quickly. However, there was poison in medicine. Although he concocted a large amount of alchemical pills, he could only take 1 or 2 pills every day. Otherwise, if the medicinal poison accumulated, the consequences would be unthinkable. The recovery rate of the Lu sisters was very slow. Using heart and soul as one to stimulate their potential injured their origin, and medicinal pills were basically useless against injuries to the origin. Even if they were useful, they would at least be earth grade and above spiritual medicine. Ling Han was not generous enough to get them for the sisters. There was some change in the egg that Hu Niu had transformed into. Its color changed from white to red, and one could faintly see a crimson glow flickering inside, as if this little girl was about to hatch. The people who had gone to the ancient battlefield also returned. The godly medicine had run away, and the spiritual tool had flown away. What should be obtained had naturally been obtained, and what could not be obtained naturally could not be obtained again, so what was the point of staying there? That night, the third imperial prince earnestly invited Ling Han to the Cherishing Flower Pavilion for a gathering. Ling Han had a good impression of this imperial prince, so he decided to give him some face and attend the banquet. The Cherishing Flower Pavilion was the most extravagant money-squandering establishment in the imperial city. Anyone with a bit of status would choose to receive guests here, because not only was there precious food and intoxicating wine, there were also strictly trained female attendants who were as beautiful as flowers and had a myriad of manners. It could be said that with their manners and appearance, they could completely pass off as the noble ladies of the various great clans. This naturally increased the curiosity of men, and they flocked to this place like ducks. However, the threshold to enter the Cherishing Flower Pavilion was too high. Even members of small clans did not have the right to enter this place. Even if they wanted to gift them money, they would not accept it. But the more it was so, the more business in the Cherishing Flower Pavilion flourished. One could not help but sigh in admiration at the master of this place's control over people's hearts. The third imperial prince had not only invited Ling Han, but had also invited many other young geniuses. He had reserved a side courtyard in the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, and could be said to be extremely extravagant. Merely the cost of this one night would be enough for a normal person to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Ling Han walked leisurely, and arrived in front of the Cherishing Flower Pavilion. At the entrance, there were two female attendants who were as beautiful as flowers and jade welcoming guests. Their figures were slender, and their quality was considerably high. Big brother Ling. A voice filled with surprise suddenly sounded from behind him. Ling Han turned around, and saw a young man and woman standing side by side. He could not help but smile and said, "Li Hao Shui. It really is you." Li Hao and Zhu Shui both smiled, and hurriedly walked up to greet him. "Hey, should I congratulate you for getting your hands on the beauties?" Ling Han cupped Li Hao's hand, causing the guy to instantly look embarrassed, yet he could not conceal the joy on his face. Chapter 142. Ling Han only needed to think about it for a moment to guess the crux of the matter. Li Hao had entered Huyang University, and would definitely have a bright future. The Zhu family was worried that Li Hao would have a change of heart after experiencing the extravagant lifestyle in the capital, so they had Zhu Shui follow him. However, it seemed that this couple had already broken through that layer of window paper, and their relationship had already formed. Ling Han nodded inwardly, feeling happy for them. "Brother Ling, I've been looking for you ever since I entered the institute, but I haven't been able to find you," Li Hao said somewhat guiltily. Ling Han laughed loudly and teased, "You probably haven't spent much time with Shui. That's why you haven't been able to find me, right?" Li Hao immediately blushed. He and Zhu Shui had only had a hazy feeling before, and neither of them had pointed it out. After arriving in the capital, they had been a single man and a single woman, and they had also left their homes, so their feelings had naturally grown. "Brother Ling, you only know how to tease people," Zhu Shui said coquettishly, helping Li Hao resolve the awkwardness. Ling Han smiled slightly. Li Hao was a bit wooden, while Zhu Shui was much more flexible. The two of them complemented each other perfectly. Pauper?" At this moment, a soft voice rang out from behind them, and a young man quickly walked over. It was actually the Kong family's eldest young master. When he arrived at Ling Han, he couldn't help but sneer. "What a coincidence to actually run into you here." He had been swindled out of 100 taels of silver by Ling Han. This bit of money was naturally nothing to him, but he was extremely displeased. It was just that Suku Xian had interfered, and he hadn't had the time to settle the score with Ling Han. "Young Master Kong, who is this fellow?" A gorgeously dressed woman came over and leaned into the Kong family's eldest young master's embrace. "Oh, just a pauper." The Kong family's eldest young master waved his hand disdainfully. "Who are you calling a pauper?" Li Hao was young and impetuous, and he couldn't help but retort. The Kong family's eldest young master swept his gaze over Li Hao and Zhu Shui, and immediately revealed a disdainful expression. You two must have just arrived in the capital. How did you know? Li Hao blurted out. Haha, all of you look like country bumpkins. You must have come from some rural corner. The disdain in young Master Kong's eyes deepened. He stared at Zhu Shui and said, but this country bumpkin is not bad looking. If she dresses up properly, she might have some fun. Bullshit. How could Li Hao allow his lover to be insulted? He immediately punched out at young Master Kong. Arg! The beautiful woman immediately screamed. Stand off to the side. Young Master Kong pushed the seductive woman to the side, then waved his hands in Li Hao's direction. Pung pung pung. The two of them started fighting. Li Hao was at the 4th level of Poly, while the eldest son of the Kong family was at the 5th level of Poly. In theory he should be stronger, but it was obvious that he was piled up with all kinds of resources. His foundation in martial art was not stable at all, and his battle prowess was only at 4 stars. As a result, the two of them fought to a draw. For a moment, the battle was intense, and neither had the upper hand. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that a country bumpkin would have some strength? Young Master Kong laughed. Country bumpkin, how about lending your woman to me for a few days? Don't feel like you're losing out. Under my tutelage, your woman can learn many techniques and let a country bumpkin like you have a taste of something new. Hearing him insult his woman again, Li Hao's eyes turned red. In a rage, he drew his sword and slashed at young Master Kong. You little brat, you dare use a weapon against me? Young Master Kong snorted and also drew his sword, fighting against Li Hao. Li Hao roared and finally used his blade chi, which danced towards young Master Kong like a raging dragon. Young Master Kong had forcibly raised his poly level to the 5th level, so how could he possibly defend against the blade chi? He immediately revealed a panicked expression. In just 2 or 3 moves, his body had already been slashed by the blade chi, causing him to cry out in pain. Stop! Stop! He cried out in alarm, hastily stopping the battle. He was not someone with a firm will. Apologize! Shouted Li Hao as he sheathed his saber. The Kong family's eldest young master's face was ashen. He was being asked to apologize to a country bumpkin. If others found out about this, where would his face go? But this country bumpkin was clearly a rash brat. If he were to forcefully resist, he might really suffer a calamity. Just as he was about to lower his head for the time being, his eyes swept over the area, and his face immediately revealed a joyful expression. He said, Big Brother Tan, save me. A tall and slender young man strolled over. He was handsome, and his every movement exuded a strong sense of confidence. His name was Tan Wei Qi, and he was a member of the younger generation of a middle-class family in the imperial capital. In the imperial city, there were only 8 great clans, and they needed a powerful warrior of spiritual pedestal tier to keep watch. There were many more mid-level clans, because they only needed a powerful warrior of spiritual ocean tier to keep watch. At least, there were even more small clans, and only a warrior of gushing spring tier was enough. For example, although the Kong family's young master was respectfully addressed as young master, in reality, he was just from a small family. It was just that the Kong family had been doing business for generations. Although they didn't produce many experts, their family was well off and was even wealthier than many mid-level families. Because of this, young Master Kong knew many young masters from mid-level clans. This was also his capital. At first, Tan Wei Qi did not recognize young Master Kong, because the latter was currently in a very sorry state. He only managed to recognize him after taking a closer look. He could not help but be surprised and said, Kong Wenhui. Big Brother Tan, it's me. Kong Wenhui said with a mournful expression. Why are you in such a sorry state? Tan Wei Qi could not help but laugh, because he discovered that Kong Wenhui's opponent was only at the 4th layer of Poly. Kong Wenhui glared fiercely at Li Hao and said, It's this country bumpkin who actually dares to act so arrogantly in the imperial city just because he has formed a flash of saber chi. Oh! Tan Wei Qi swept his gaze over Li Hao, and could not help but reveal an expression of disdain. He naturally could tell with a single glance that this was an outsider. That kind of country bumpkin aura simply assaulted his senses. As a member of one of the great clans of the imperial city, whether it was Kong Wenhui or Tan Weiqi, they both had a natural sense of pride, and could not accept people who came from other places. Country bumpkin, kneel down and kowtow in apology. Tan Weiqi did not ask how the two of them had gotten into a conflict, and immediately ordered Li Hao in a menacing tone. Of course he did not have any misgivings. He was just a country bumpkin, so what kind of background could he have in the imperial city? Li Hao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. The pressure this person gave him far surpassed that of Kong Wenhui. At the very least, his cultivation base was at the late Pali realm. His saber chi could just barely raise his battle prowess by 1 star, but it definitely could not match up to a 7th layer Pali realm. Unless Tan Weiqi was also like Kong Wenhui, who only had an empty cultivation base. A trifling 4th layer Pali. I can suppress you with a single finger. Tan Weiqi coldly snorted and arrogantly said, I'm at the 9th layer Pali realm. Li Hao's expression changed greatly. Even if his opponent was also a fake, a 9th layer Pali realm expert should still have 7 stars of battle prowess, and he would still be able to suppress him. Brother Hao, let it go, said Zhu Shui. His opponent was too strong, and with Ling Han's strength, although he did not need to fear 9th layer Pali realm experts, this was still the imperial city. Who knew what kind of background each and every one of them had? Chapter 143. The auction ended, and everyone naturally returned to their own homes. Those who had bought an item that caught their fancy were naturally happy, while those who did not could only shake their heads and sigh. Ling Han was the biggest winner today, earning a huge sum of almost 200 million. If word of this got out, there would probably be people who would come to rob him on the way. Just this one haul would be enough to last a lifetime. Fortunately, there were no such people who were blind. When he returned to Huyang Academy, Ling Han slept soundly. In his eyes, a huge sum of 1 or 200 million was not much different from a piece of scrap paper, so there was no need for him to count it like a money grubber. Early the next morning, he naturally woke up to cultivate as usual. His current rate of advancement was too fast. 2 days ago, he had just broken through to the 9th layer of element gathering tier, but now he was already close to the late period of the 9th layer. With just one more step, he would be at the peak period of the 9th layer, and would be able to attempt to break through to Gushing Spring tier. Should I try out that possibility? Ling Han asked in his mind after he had finished cultivating. In his last life, he had entered into a great many ancient sites, and naturally obtained a great deal of cultivation and martial arts techniques, as well as some handwritten notes that he suspected belonged to a powerful warrior of Shattering Void tier. There was one possibility mentioned in those notes. 10th layer of element gathering tier 9 was the extreme number of heaven and earth. So in this world 9 ruled supreme. The most supreme being of 9 and 5 was the ruler of the mortal world. It was the same for martial arts. Whether it was from body refining tier or heaven tier, 9 layers was the extreme number. And from body refining tier to heaven tier, there were actually 9 tiers. The final tier, Shattering Void tier, was to break through one's shackles and become a god. It was a bridge that led to the other side, and could be considered as the step to escape. However, there was an ancient elite who had mentioned that every tier could actually be cultivated to the extreme level, and then cultivated to perfection. The handwritten note that Ling Han had obtained only mentioned that in element gathering tier, one could form the 10th origin nucleus and break through the extreme number of 9, capturing the step to escape and truly achieving perfection. The benefits of such a level were endless. One had to know that after element gathering tier was the gushing spring, which was to transform one origin nucleus after another into the mouth of a spring that gushed out origin power. And after the gushing spring was the spiritual ocean, which was to transform the mouth of the spring into an endless sea of origin power. Spiritual pedestal, flower blossom, spiritual infant, deity transformation, heaven tier. The following tiers were all closely related to it. From this point alone, it could be said that element gathering tier was the foundation of martial arts, and had extremely far-reaching implications. Body refining tier only tempered one's flesh and blood, tendons and bones, while element gathering tier opened up one's dantian. It could be said that one had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. Thus, cultivating the extreme level of the human body in element gathering tier and reaching perfection would bring about lifelong benefits. The problem was that ancient almighty being had only mentioned a theoretical possibility, and had not actually done it himself. That was because he had only considered this problem after he had reached a very high tier. However, time could not be reversed, and he had to start cultivating from element gathering tier all over again. There was a huge gap in the martial arts of this continent, and a large number of pill recipes had also been lost. Presumably, some great calamity had happened in the era of that almighty being. In any case, this idea of his did not spread and was not put into practice, but was lost in the annals of history, until the handkerchief was discovered by Ling Han. For Ling Han at that time, this handkerchief was of course useless, but who would have thought that his physical body would be shattered by the Black Tower, and his soul would be reborn in the body of a young man after 10,000 years, giving him a chance to start all over again. It's as if there is some mysterious will of the heavens. Ling Han rubbed his chin, looking a bit hesitant. Forming the 10th nucleus was no joke. 9 was the extreme number, and that was an absolute balance. However, forcefully inserting the 10th nucleus would undoubtedly break this balance, and lead to a great calamity. Otherwise, with so many elites and geniuses over the generations, how could none of them have thought of 10 nuclei, or even 20 nuclei? This naturally showed how difficult it was to take this step, or even impossible. Forget it. I'll think about it after I reach the peak period of the 9th layer. Ling Han shook his head, and no longer bothered thinking about this matter. At noon he received a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that Mo Gao had come out of seclusion, and had successfully advanced to Gushing Spring Tier. Congratulations on breaking through, Teacher Mo. After Ling Han sensed a powerful wave of origin power, he immediately rushed to Mo Gao's courtyard. Sure enough, he soon saw Mo Gao walk out from his room. Although he looked a bit sloppy, his spirit was shockingly strong. Ha ha ha, after delaying it for more than 10 years, I've finally broken through, Mo Gao said ruefully. I believe that with Teacher Mo's heart of sword intent, you'll be able to easily cut through the obstacles of martial arts, and advance to a higher cultivation level, Ling Han said with a smile. This was not an exaggeration. With a sword heart that was close to forming, Mo Gao's future cultivation path would be smooth sailing. As the saying went, great talents mature slowly, and he was about to welcome a great explosion. Mo Gao smiled. As a martial artist, how could he not desire to increase his cultivation level? It was just that in comparison he was more passionate about the sword. Now that his sword heart was forming, his cultivation level was also increasing, so how could he not be satisfied? Your cultivation level. Mo Gao's expression suddenly changed. He pointed a finger at Ling Han, his face filled with astonishment. 9th layer of element gathering tier. He suddenly felt like he was going to faint. Previously, when Ling Han had just arrived, he was only in the 5th layer of element gathering tier. But only a little more than a month had passed, and this guy had already advanced to the 9th layer of element gathering tier. It was very likely that it would not be long before Ling Han surpassed him. What a freak. Ling Han nodded and said, the advancement of my cultivation level is indeed a bit slow. He even sighed. Showing off. Even with Mo Gao's cultivation of sword heart, he could not help but want to burst out in profanity. This brat was really too good at showing off. Get lost, he said in exasperation. Ling Han laughed loudly, then took his leave. Mo Gao had just broken through, so he needed some time to stabilize his cultivation level. And the bad news was brought by Lu Yutong. Actually, this news had long since been expected, but it had just arrived a bit too late. The ready-made clothing stores that Ling Han had opened had all been robbed and destroyed the night before. Now the doors of the stores had been smashed, and the clothes had either been robbed or torn to pieces. Not a single store was still open. Obviously, this was the beginning of Chun Yunxiang's, or rather Sun Ziyan's counterattack. Yesterday's peaceful mediation had failed, so they began to take action that very night. They had probably mobilized the power of the earth and water faction. Those ruffians were naturally very skilled at doing this kind of thing. What do we do now? Lu Yutong asked Ling Han. Since our opponents are not playing by the rules, then we can only use force. Ling Han smiled faintly. Lu Yutong was shocked and said, you have to kill your way to the Chun clan residence. Sun Ziyan will definitely be able to guess that the Chun clan residence will definitely be heavily guarded today, And there might even be the presence of the Imperial Guards. If you start a fight with the Imperial Guards, then no one will be able to save you. The Imperial Guards represented the Imperial clan. Starting a fight with the Imperial Guards would be no different from starting a rebellion. Ling Han broke into a grin and said, "Since that grandson wants to play, then I'll play with him. Anyways, I have nothing to do now, so let's go to the Earth and Water faction and deal with this lackey first." Lu Yutong felt even more dizzy and said, "The sect leader of the Earth and Water faction, Yang Tiandu, is in the spiritual ocean tier. And so we have to make a trip to the Heaven Military Hall first," Ling Han said with a smile.